Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Caught Red-Handed, R18. The next morning The group was gathered in the hotel lobby, as they have done for the past few days. Everyone except for James and Aquino, that is. This fact did not go unnoticed by the group. Rias, Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora took note especially. What's taking those two so long? Mizor asked in irritation. I wonder if they're having a little sexy time. Flora remarked in a joking tone. After Flora's comment, the group of girls fell silent. Haha, I was just joking. Flora said with an awkward smile. There's no way they would be doing that, right? Remembering the kiss James and Aquino shared on the first day of their vacation, the girls came to a sudden realization. They most definitely would. The five girls shouted in unison. Seeing the girls' conundrum and thinking it might be interesting, Venelana reached into her cleavage and pulled out a keycard. This is the master key. Why don't we go check their rooms to see if everything is all right? Venelana said in a devilish tone. Seeing what her mother was holding in her hand, Rias tried to snatch the keycard. Venelana, however, pulled it out of Rias' reach and chuckled. I think it would be best if Leona, Ria, and I came with you. Venelana said with a mischievous smile. Lana, you're so bad. Ria said with a giggle. Yes, you are. Leona said in agreement. But I like it. I think we should check my baby. Well, he may not be my baby anymore. He. And with that, the group of 8 women left the rest of the group in the lobby and made their way up to James' suite. When they arrived, Venelana used the keycard in her possession to easily open the door. When she tried to push the door open, though, they all noticed that the latch must be on. Since the door would not open past a certain point. Letting the door close again, Venelana used a bit of magic to unlatch the door, then she used the keycard to open the door once again. Once they opened the door, they immediately noticed the discarded clothing in the living room. Damn it. Rias growled. Where are they? After a cursory glance, they all noticed that one of the bedroom doors was wide open. Inside they could see the figures of 2 people cuddling on the bed while covered by the bedspread. Looking closer, they could tell that the larger of the 2 figures had caramel-colored skin. The other, the smaller of the 2, had fair skin and extremely long black hair. They of course could easily identify the 2 figures. Since they were the only ones not present in the lobby earlier. James. Aquino. What in the hell are you 2 doing? Rias screamed at the top of her lungs. Hey Lana, maybe bringing Rias wasn't such a good idea. Leona whispered to Venelana. She'll have to get over it. Venelana said nonchalantly. Or she'll ruin any chance she might have with James in the future. It's obvious he's going to have more than just a couple of girls by his side. I can see where you're coming from, Lana, but we're on vacation. Ria said. After a momentary pause, she continued, this may ruin the vacation for everyone. Hearing what Ria had to say, Venelana's expression morphed into one that said, oh shit, I just fucked up. However, there was nothing that could be done about it now. At that moment, the 5 girls were all in the bedroom, surrounding the bed that James and Aquino were sleeping in. Just then, James began to stir. Ugh, who the hell is screaming like that first thing in the morning? James said groggily. Once he got his wits about him, he looked around the room and saw the girls glaring at him. Yup, I knew there would be a headache coming. I just didn't think it would be so soon. Hey, Aquino, wake up. We got some explaining to do. Chapter 52, It Comes When You Least Expect It. Human World, Martinique, Saint-Anne Village, Les Salines Beach. Ugh, who the hell is screaming like that first thing in the morning? James said groggily. Once he got his wits about him, he looked around the room and saw the girls glaring at him. Yup, I knew there would be a headache coming. I just didn't think it would be so soon. Hey, Aquino, wake up. We got some explaining to do. Just before he began to shake Aquino to wake her up, James had an epiphany. With the sudden realization, James' movements came to a stop. This drew curious gazes from everyone in the room. Eventually, James regained his senses, then he spoke. On second thought, we don't have anything to explain. James said in a solemn tone. Before I start explaining anything, what have we done wrong? The atmosphere in the room froze after James' attitude changed. Once they thought over what James had asked, the girls, excluding Rias, started to ask themselves. What does he have to explain, exactly? Rias on the other hand was beginning to fume in anger. And what makes you think that you haven't done anything wrong? Rias asked while raising her voice. Then, please, why don't you enlighten me, princess? James asked in a sardonic tone. It was obvious to anyone watching that James' mood was beginning to sour. Rias was falling into her old habits. And since James was not giving in to her demands, Rias' pride was beginning to take over. Rias, you need to. Venelana tried to calm the situation. Auntie Venelana. James said, interrupting Venelana's attempt at stopping the situation from growing any worse. I really would like to hear what the princess of the Gremory house has to say about what Aquino and I have done. Venelana turned to see that James did not seem to be angry. However, she could tell that things would not end well for Rias if this continued. Because of that, worry was clouding her expression. Seeing the worry in Venelana's eyes, James put on a reassuring smile and spoke. Auntie Venelana, this is something that should have happened a long time ago. James said before he turned his attention back to Rias. Last time other people tried to talk to Rias about her behavior. But I, as the one who it affected directly, stayed silent. Seeing the firmness in James' gaze, Venelana could only sigh. Leona and Ria tried to reassure her that things would be fine. Although, it was not hard to notice that they were also worried about the outcome. Now, Princess of the Gremory house, would you enlighten me? James said sarcastically. What exactly have Aquino and I done wrong? In front of James' intensity, Rias balked momentarily. Noticing that she had been overwhelmed by James' aura, Rias grew angrier. Clenching her fists, she shouted at James. How dare you speak to me like that? Rias shouted but was quickly interrupted. No, no, no. James interrupted Rias' tirade while wagging his finger in front of her. There are two things wrong with the way you're speaking to me, Rias. First, I have the same class as you do now. Don't forget, I climbed my way up to high class with an insane amount of effort. And second, I am not, nor have I ever been one of your subordinates. What gives you the right to shout at me like that? Once again, the atmosphere in the room froze. Even though what James said was true, no one expected him to put it so bluntly. James, the usually cheerful and accommodating boy, had put his foot down. And seeing this, without exception, the girls in the room began to blush. Holy shit, he's so hot right now. Mizore thought to herself. If I were still a yokai, my Yukiana traits might have made me melt. That's the kind of dominance a Shinso vampire's mate should show. Mocha thought while she rubbed her thighs together in excitement. While licking her lips, Flora thought, me like. With a dominant side like this, he would definitely be against marrying into the Citri house. Sona thought as she adjusted her glasses. Once they gleamed, she had another thought. Maybe I should hint to mother and father that I'd like a younger sibling. Simultaneously, in James' suite and in the Citri territory of the underworld, Ria and Dante Citri sneezed. Are you okay? Leona asked while pulling a tissue from her purse. I haven't been a devil for even a decade yet, so I don't know all there is to know about devil physiology. But I didn't think devils caught colds. Era, Ria said, with a smile while covering her mouth with a hand. Don't worry about it, Leona, someone is probably thinking about me. And I'm sure I can guess who it is. Even Rias blushed at James' domineering display. Her anger had greatly decreased as well. She was unable to bring herself to shout back. Not only that, but her rationality had also come back. Which made her realize that everything James said to her just now was the truth. I know you're right, James. And I'm sorry for yelling, Ria said with her head lowered and flushed cheeks. Collectively, everyone in the room had their jaws hit the floor. To think Rias would realize her mistake so soon after making it. Venelana, however, had a different thought. So, this is what she needed, huh? Venelana's eyes began to sparkle. Now that I think about it. Whenever I put my foot down when she started to get out of hand, she would curl up just like this. I was just jealous, Ria said, lowering her head even further. I want the same attention that you give the other girls, but... Unable to finish her sentence, Rias began to cry softly. Seeing Rias like this, James could not help but sigh. As much as he dislikes the way she acts from time to time, she is still one of the people he cares about the most. Hurting her was never his intention. Sigh Rias. James said softly, a stark contrast to his earlier sarcastic tone. If you want attention like the other girls get, you have to do something about your engagement. Rias raised her head when James addressed her by name. After hearing what he had to say, she began to cry even harder. But I don't know what to do, Ria said while trying to wipe away her tears. And no one will help me. That's where you're wrong, Rias. James said in a gentle tone. No one will take care of it for you. But you have a lot of people around you who would be willing to help you, if you ever asked for it. Surprised by James' statement, Rias looked around at the other people in the room. As she made eye contact with the other girls, her mother, and her two aunties, they each gave her a nod to show their support. Though she was not sure why, she felt that the way she was living was a waste in some way. I'm sorry, and thank you. Ria stammered as she lowered her head once again. The first to react was Sona, still a bit in disbelief at the way Rias reacted to James' scolding. Moving to hug Rias, Sona spoke in a much gentler tone than she would usually use. Rias, you have to remember. If there's something that you want, whether you want to have or do something, you must work to get it. Sona said while patting Rias back. Anything worth having is worth working for. While she was speaking, though, Sona was thinking something completely different. To think the overly prideful Rias would lower her head and apologize. Then with her head still lowered, thank those around her for their support. Sona thought while shaking her head. I just hope this sticks from now on. At the same time, Venelana was looking at what had just happened and could not help but mutter. Is this for real? Of course, it is. Leona replied, puffing her chest in pride. My baby fixed the problem your husband and son created. It's not like we didn't see this coming, either. Ria chimed in. That's true. Venelana said blankly. When she got her wits about her, she continued. He really is more than Rias deserves. Maybe I should. Venelana came to an abrupt stop when she felt an intense killing intent coming from right next to her. When she looked for its source, she found Leona smiling at her very sweetly. That smile, however, made her feel like she had been dunked in ice water. Lana, what were you saying? Leona asked softly. Would you care to finish your sentence? At that, Venelana shook her head frantically. Even though she was vastly superior to Leona in terms of power, her instincts were telling her that continuing that joke was a bad idea. Ria, on the other hand, stood there completely amazed. She would have never imagined that Leona, a non-combatant, could bring forth such a dense killing aura. A moment after Venelana agreed to drop her joke, Leona reverted to her usual demeanor. At the same time, Aquino began to stir. Yawn why is it so noisy? Aquino asked while stretching and wiping the sleep from her eyes. Huh? What are all of you doing in my room? Oh, isn't that adorable? Leona asked with a mischievous smile on her lips. Well, now that you're awake, I think there are some questions that need answering. Oh shit, this is bad. Aquino thought. She woke up fully as soon as she heard the teasing tone in Leona's voice. We knew this was coming, but may I make one request first? James said while maintaining his seated position in the bed with his hands in his lap. I'll consider it. Leona said with a big smile. Can this wait until we get dressed? James asked with a smile of his own. Just then, the girls realized that James was probably naked. Focusing their sights on him, they could see his lean muscular arms and torso. Lowering their lines of sight, they could see the bulge, produced by his morning wood, James was trying to hide with his hands. Gulp. No one was sure who it was, but at least one of the girls had swallowed their excess saliva. Noticing that her fun would be minimized with all the girls in this state, Leona reluctantly allowed James and Aquino to get dressed before she publicly interrogated them. Just the thought of it brought a smile, a very scary smile, to her face. Seeing that smile, James could only think one thing as he shivered in terror. Mom, a reincarnated devil, is more like a devil than any pure-blooded devil I've ever seen. Eventually, Rias, Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora were ushered out of the suite by Leona, Venelana, and Ria. They would be waiting in the restaurant with the rest of the group so they could have breakfast. Once James and Aquino arrived in the restaurant, Leona did not begin the interrogation immediately. Instead, because Kuna was present, she put it on hold. This, however, did not make James and Aquino feel any relief. Instead, the anxiety it brought was terrifying. They could feel that a predator was looming, watching its prey. Stalking them, waiting for the moment they let their guard down. Then, and only then, would it go in for the kill. And they were correct. On the final night of their trip, Kuna managed to stay up later than she usually would. That night they shot fireworks and played all sorts of games until the wee hours of the morning. As everyone else was also a bit tired, as well, Leona struck. While James was carrying Kunu, so he was unable to make an escape, she asked, So, James, Aquino, was losing your virginities everything you thought it would be? With a radiant smile. Chapter 53, The Last Day of the Second Term. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A few months have passed, summer break is over and the new year is around the corner. At the same time, the second term of James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, Flora has just ended. And once again, James took first on the end-of-term exams. Followed by Sona, Tsubaki, Aquino, Rhea, and Rias in that order. Because of that, Sona and Rias are in less than stellar moods at the moment. Sona, because she had managed to take first during the midterm exams like she did in the first term, lost her place to James again. Rias on the other hand, after ranking 4th on the final exams for the first term, fell to 5th place during midterms and is now ranked 6th after this term's final exams. Also, Flora was able to raise her own rank to 11th. On another note, during the second term, Rias has raised the intensity of her and her peerage's training by several folds. After the incident when James and Aquino lost their virginities together, Rias finally realized that things would not always just fall into her lap. After they returned from Martinique, Rias went straight to her brother, Sirzex Lucifer, and asked him to train her in the use of power of destruction. It did not need to be mentioned how ecstatic Sirzex was for the chance to help Rias. Even though Sirzek's enthusiasm was over the top, Rias' control and output rose exponentially. And, through pushing herself, Rias was able to raise her power level to the intermediate level of the high rank. On top of that, James gave her some advice, too. Flashback. Hey, Riri. James said, sitting next to Rias one day after training. Rias responded lethargically, as Sirzex has been putting her through the ringer lately. You should try and add some variety into your attacks with the power of destruction. James said casually. What are you talking about? Rias asked tiredly, while leaning on James' shoulder with a victorious grin on her lips. You read a lot of manga and watch a lot of anime, right? James said as he rolled his eyes at Rias, who was thinking herself clever for getting a little extra skinship. Why don't you try imitating some of the attacks the characters use? Like the Hellzone Grenade, the Gallic Gun, or the Special Beam Cannon. That could be pretty sick, right? Forgetting that she had just gained some extra skinship with James, Rias shot up to her feet immediately. Flushed in excitement, she grabbed onto James' arm and began to pull. OMG, James. Are you a genius? Rias asked, or rather shouted, excitedly. Come on. We have work to do. I'll need your help to make sure I get the moves right. Flashback end . As previously mentioned, Rias was not the only one to step up her training. Aquino and Kaneko were able to reach the advanced level of the middle rank, Yuto rose to the intermediate level of the middle rank, and Gasper broke the threshold of the middle rank and reached its initial level. Although, when using his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, with its ability to freeze time, Gasper is a match for even the strongest advanced level, middle rank beings. Right now, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were walking toward the Alaverus estate from Kyoto Academy. The last bell had rung not too long ago, and like most other students they were ready to go home to enjoy their winter break. For the next 10 days, they could, theoretically, relax until the final term starts. That, of course, would not happen. James and his peerage are basically training fanatics, with the exception of Dante. Though Sona does not enjoy training like James does, she keeps her peerage working hard. And Rias, with her desire to have her engagement cancelled, has her peerage training as hard, if not harder than James and his peerage. Or so she likes to tell herself. Aquino is probably the only one who is truly upset about the heavy training schedule. She has the sneaking suspicion that part of Rias' motivation behind the long hours of training was to keep her out of James' bed. Even though she is still the only one of the girls who has lost their virginity, she has only had 2 chances to sleep with James since the summer break ended. Hey, Riri. James asked while looking around. What's wrong? Rias asked while watching James swivel his head around as if he were looking for something. Are you getting the feeling that you're being watched again? Yeah, I'm getting sick of this shit, for real. James said in exasperation. I know someone is watching me. Training with Master Scathatch trained my intuition to a scary degree. How long has it been, now? Sona asked as she looked at James with concern. I dunno. 3 months or so. James said with uncertainty. What I do know, though. Whoever you are, you better not let me find you. Because when I do, my foot is going straight up your ass. Seeing James' slightly over-the-top declaration, the girls giggled. At the same time, a cloaked figure hiding at the top of an electrical pole shuddered when they heard James' threat. Anyway, Riri, do you mind if I take Gasper with me while my peerage and I train with Master Scathatch? James asked, deciding to leave his stalker be, for now. Gasper. Why? Rias asked in confusion. I was thinking, his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, has a name related to the Celtic pantheon, right? James said with a big smile on his face. He was clearly thinking his idea was a good one. Well, who better to ask about things with Celtic origins than Master Scathatch? What do you mean? Rias asked, still confused. That's just what it's called because it can petrify things, right? That doesn't mean it has anything to do with the real Baylor, right? You shouldn't underestimate the power of names, Rias. Sona said, inserting herself into the conversation. You know how important names are to our devil contracts, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. Ria said while tapping her chin with her index finger. Well, if there's a chance it could help my adorable servant, I'll allow it. All right, you should let him know as early as you can. James said with a smile. We're leaving at the break of dawn. Oh yeah, my mom wants to leave with you guys when you go back to the underworld, is that all right? Of course. Ria said with a nod. Auntie Leona is always welcome. She'll be happy to hear that. James replied. Shortly after that, the group made it to the Alaverus estate. While he was opening the door, James turned back and looked at Flora. I thought you would stop by your house first, Flora. James said with confusion in his tone. Oh, on my way to school this morning, I ran into Auntie Leona. Flora said with a smile. She told me I should come straight to your house after school lets out. She said I'd get to see something interesting. I get the feeling someone is gonna have a bad time. James muttered to himself. James just shook his head, then pushed the door open. When everyone entered the living room, what they saw left them confused. Standing in the middle of the living room was Siyu Chilin wearing some very stylish clothing. Around him, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Kuna were sifting through a pile of clothes. What's going on? James asked with his head tilted in confusion. Oh, Lancer asked. Leona began to explain what the five of them were doing before she was interrupted. Siyu Chilin did everything he could to stop Leona's explanation after he saw Tsubaki in the group. Picking up on what was going on very quickly, James decided that picking on Siyu Chilin was the perfect way to end a school term. Oh, I see. James said while bringing his right fist down into his left palm. He then turned to Tsubaki and asked. So, you have a date with Lancer, huh? With James' words, everyone, except Tsubaki, realized. The ladies were helping Siyu Chilin pick out an outfit for his date with Tsubaki. And at that moment, they all thought. These two really are mother and son. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin was panicking. He did not want Tsubaki to see him in this situation. Nor did he want her to know that he had to ask for help to pick out his clothes. Similarly, Tsubaki did not want to see the process of Siyu Chilin's selection of an outfit for their date. Not that she thought any less of him, it would just take the fun out of it. Meanwhile, James was smiling gleefully at the flustered couple. I can't get enough of this. James thought to himself. Tsubaki is unfortunate to wind up as collateral damage, but seeing Lancer like this might be my new calling in life. I love to see that cocky prick squirm. Eventually, Tsubaki decided to leave. She really did not want to ruin the surprise she would get before their date. That, of course, led the rest of the girls to use Siyu Chilin as a dress-up doll for the next few hours. After the girls had their fun and James got a sufficient amount of blackmail. Or rather, commemorative photos of the event, the dress-up festival came to an end when a certain adorable fox claimed she was hungry. After Leona went off to prepare dinner, Siyu Chilin took a seat next to James on a sofa. I really hate you. Siyu Chilin said with a deadpan. That means I'm doing my job well. James said, giving Siyu Chilin a thumbs up with a bright smile. Anyway, so when is your date? It's the last day of your winter break. Siyu Chilin admitted easily. Damn, you're gonna be dead tired. James said with some pity. How are you gonna manage going on a date right after training with Master for 10 days? It's the only day we're both free during the break. Siyu Chilin explained. Shrugging his shoulders, James spoke. Well, do your best, bro. He then extended his fist. Bumping James' fist, Siyu Chilin gave a simple thanks in return. Seriously, though. James' expression turned serious as he said. Take good care of her. Tsubaki deserves to be happy after what she went through with her family. Yeah. Siyu Chilin said with a determined gaze. Besides, we both know she's too good for me. So, I'll do whatever it takes to make her happy. James clapped Siyu Chilin on the shoulder. He then stood up and spoke. I just hope your bad luck doesn't rub off on her. James said as he walked toward the stairs. Deadpanning once again, Siyu Chilin watched James walk away. Just before he reached the stairs, Siyu Chilin spoke again. I really hate you. Then that means I should get a promotion for how well I'm doing my job. James said while raising his hand to wave. Trying to give that setting off into the sunset vibe. Just before James began climbing the stairs, Leona's voice could be heard from the dining room. Okay, everyone come and eat. With that, James stumbled as his foot reached the first step. Damn it. James exclaimed quietly, so his mother would not hear him. On the other hand, Siyu Chilin was laughing hysterically. The only thing that felt better than seeing James make a fool of himself was when Tsubaki said yes after he asked her on that date. Once Siyu Chilin was able to calm his laughter, he exclaimed. Worth it. Chapter 54, Forbidden Baylor View. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. Walking through the corridors of Dun Scaith Castle, James and C.U. Chillin were leading Mizor, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, and the trembling Gasper. Thinking that Scathatch may have an idea on how Gasper could better control his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, James brought him along. At least for the first day or two. If Scathatch is unable to find anything, Gasper would then be sent back to the underworld to continue training with the rest of Rias Peerage. On the other hand, James Peerage, with the exception of Dante, was looking forward to the training in the Land of Shadows. The thought of improving their strength is reason enough for them to be excited. While Dante thinks he could be using this time to take a couple of jobs, which would bring in a bit more money. Damn it. Why are you so obsessed with training? Dante said while glaring at James. I don't actually like training. James replied nonchalantly. Hearing that, the group was surprised. James is usually the most intense when training. On top of that, he can often be seen with a smile on his face while performing what the others would refer to as insane training programs. Not even C.U. Chillin, who has also gone through Scathatch's crazy training regimen, can keep up with James when he is training seriously. Are you shitting me? C.U. Chillin asked in disbelief. I swear, I'm telling the truth. James said with a smile. Then why do you train so hard, James? Gasper asked with a stutter caused by nervousness. Although I don't like training, I like the result that training brings. James said, his smile widening. The result, huh? Lady said while thinking about James' response. What result? Gasper asked in curiosity. Strength. The increase in power. James said while clenching his fist. And? Dante asked rudely. Why do I have to come with you? I could be making money right now. Yeah, money you would have to use to repair the collateral damage you caused while making it. Lady said as she rolled her eyes. It amazes me how you receive a salary from James and get all the payment from the jobs you do, yet you're still somehow in debt. In his defense, your father did kinda destroy the shop right before we met you. James said with a chuckle. That's right. James said while glaring at Lady. Paying for those repairs is what makes up most of my debt. You should be paying for part of it, too. Lady did not even bother to dignify Dante's outburst with a response. She simply rolled her eyes then looked away. The rest of the group also decided that ignoring Dante was better for their own IQs. Everyone except for James, that is. Wait, you're even further in debt? James asked in surprise. I need to ask Mom if the payments are being made on time. Dante fell silent immediately with cold sweat flowing down his back. Lucky for him, Mocha was curious about James' reason for training so hard. Moving on from that moron. Mocha said, completely dismissing Dante. Why are you trying so hard to get strong? Well. James paused momentarily to arrange his thoughts. Once he finished thinking he began to speak again. In the supernatural world, strength is needed to get the things you want. It's also needed to protect the things you have. As he finished, James looked at Mocha and winked. Blushing at the gesture, Mocha linked her left arm with James' right. Mizor and Flora, finding themselves jealous at the atmosphere that was building around James and Mocha, boldly inserted themselves into it. With Mizor draping herself on James' back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Flora on the other hand, imitated Mocha and linked arms on James' other side. The group chatted as they walked through the corridors of Dun Scaith, until they reached the throne room. Before entering, James separated himself from Mizor, Mocha, and Flora. Then, he knocked and announced his presence. Knock, knock, knock. Master, C.U. Chillin and I, James Alaverus, have arrived. James said with a sonorous voice. Also, we have brought our companions, as well as a special case that may interest you. You may enter. Came Scathatch's authoritative voice in reply. Having received permission, James and C.U. Chillin each pushed open one of the doors. Inside, seated on her throne with her curse spear leaning against its armrest, Scathatch sat. With her head resting on her right palm, her red eyes observed the new arrivals. Apart from James and C.U. Chillin, who have grown used to the intensity behind Scathatch's gaze, everyone present found moving in Scathatch's presence to be more laborious than usual. James, are they all members of your peerage? Scathatch asked after she finished with her observations. No, there is one who is a part of a friend's peerage. James explained as he pointed at Gasper. He is, however, the special case that I thought may interest you. Raising an eyebrow, Scathatch observed Gasper more closely. This, of course, caused Gasper to tremble harder than before. A devil, born as a damper with a sacred gear. Scathatch casually described Gasper in a few words. Unusual, but hardly something I would consider special. If that is all you have to show, James, I would be disappointed. As she spoke, Scathatch shook her head lightly in disinterest. James, however, was not dissuaded. Ushering Gasper a bit closer, James spoke once again. I'd agree that a cross-dressing, former damper, devil with a sacred gear, is unusual. James said, pausing briefly before continuing. The special thing about him is not the fact that he has a sacred gear. Rather, it's the name of the sacred gear, and the fact that he is unable to fully control it despite his high level of energy control. Oh. And what would the name of this sacred gear be? Scathatch asked, clearly more interested than before. Forbidden Baylor View, James replied casually. As I know that names hold power, I thought there would be no better person to refer to than you, when it comes to names related to the Celtic pantheon, Master. Once again, James bowed politely. He then remained silent as Scathatch looked over Gasper with much more interest in her gaze. Gasper was naturally terrified. Due to his skittish character, smiling at him gently for too long would also scare him. Eventually, Scathatch spoke. James, you stay here with the damper boy. See you chillin', take the others to settle down. I will begin guiding them on the morrow. Scathatch said as she stood from her throne. Understood. James and See you chillin' replied in unison. See you chillin' then turned and ushered the rest of the group out of the throne room. On his way out, he made sure to pull the throne room's doors closed behind him, as well. Meanwhile, Scathatch began walking toward James and Gasper from her throne. Maintaining eye contact with Gasper, who felt he was unable to look away regardless of how badly he wanted and tried to do so, Scathatch spoke to James. It would seem I can no longer call you a boy, James. Scathatch said, allowing a slight smile to curl the ends of her lips. Yeah, haha. James laughed hollowly. It just kinda happened over the summer. You should be aware, those kinds of techniques shall be the last that I teach you before you fully graduate from my tutelage. Scathatch said, glancing briefly at her disciple. While Gasper was blushing furiously at the insinuation, James only smiled slightly awkwardly. He then gestured to Gasper and spoke once more. Although I'm not against it, I think Gasper may faint if we continue with this topic. James said with a wry smile on his face. Chuckling softly, Scathatch turned her attention back to Gasper. The smile, no matter how slight it may have been, was completely removed from her expression. Very well. Scathatch said while staring into Gasper's eyes. Boy, are you able to activate your sacred gear? Ye. Yes, ma'am. Gasper managed to stammer out. Then, Gasper did what he would normally do when he wished to activate the Forbidden Baylor View. This time, however, no matter how much energy he flowed into it, it would not activate, which flustered Gasper. And with each subsequent failure, he grew increasingly flustered. Eventually, Scathatch chose to put an end to it. That's enough. Scathatch stated in a bland tone. Nearly in tears, Gasper exclaimed. I don't know why it's like this. This has never happened before. James, tickled by Gasper's choice of words, did all he could to not burst into raucous and uproarious laughter. Scathatch, having noticed James trembling, shook her head at her disciple and spoke. Though you may no longer be a boy, it would seem you have yet to grow up. After speaking reproachfully to James, Scathatch turned her attention back to the tearful damper. Worry not, child. This is not your fault. Huh. Gasper looked at Scathatch in confusion. It would seem the soul connected to your sacred gear does not wish to be seen by this Scathatch. With a predatory smile, Scathatch extended a hand toward Gasper. Unfortunate for whomever it may be. Wait, Forbidden Baylor View isn't supposed to have a spirit connected to it. James exclaimed, concerned for Gasper's safety. Calm yourself, my disciple. Scathatch said as runes began to flow from her fingertips toward Gasper. I intend to see who wishes to hide from this Scathatch. Wah. Wah, what are you going to do to me? Gasper said while shaking in fear. Worry not, child. Scathatch said without stopping her actions. I shall use my runes to inspect your soul. The suspected intruder will not escape my notice. My soul. Gasper exclaimed in fear. Although you may feel some discomfort, this Scathatch will guarantee no harm shall befall you. Scathatch said while injecting runic sentences into Gasper's body. With no options other than standing in place, Gasper, just like Scathatch had mentioned, began feeling more and more uncomfortable as time went by. Just as the discomfort was transitioning into pain, Scathatch spoke once again. Oh. I thought you were slain by Lu. Scathatch said with a bit of surprise in her tone. To think you hid your spirit in the creation of another pantheon's chief deity. Where has your pride gone, Baylor? Are you serious? James asked with concern. Are you telling me that real Baylor has been hiding in the forbidden Baylor view? Then, is Gasper in danger? Perhaps after several millennia. Scathatch said while conjuring more runic sentences. By then, Baylor would have most likely regained enough of his power to take over this child's body. Ta. Ta. Take over my body. Gasper squeaked while tears streamed from his eyes. Fear not, child. Scathatch said. Although it may take a few days, I will place Baylor in a one-way seal, allowing you to access the power he still possesses. At the same time, his recovery will be greatly hampered. Perhaps even 3 of your lifespans may not be enough. At that moment, a voice filled with wrath and malice was heard from Gasper's mouth. Damn you, witch of dun Scaith, the malicious voice, Baylor, bellowed, projecting his voice through the young damper. Even if I have to sacrifice this host and the sacred gear that is acting as a vessel for my soul, I shall destroy you for interrupting my plans. Has your time without a physical body and by extension time without a brain turned you into a fool? Scathatch asked, mockery evident in her tone. Even at your peak, you would never dare to attack the Scathatch, the Queen of the Shadowlands, in Dun Scaith. After all, attacking a mage in their magic workshop is not but a fool's errand. Clank. At that moment, Scathatch slammed the butt end of her spear against the floor. In response, the entire throne room lit up with runic sentences. Both James and Gasper were pressed to the floor by the rising pressure in the room. On top of that, Baylor's power was forced back into his soul, putting a stop to his attempted self-destruction. Without removing the pressure, Scathatch made her way to James' side. With little effort, she lifted him from the ground and threw him in the direction of the throne room's entrance. The doors then opened just wide enough for James' body to pass through. Just as he crashed to the floor, the doors also shut and Scathatch's voice could be heard a moment later. Go rest. Like the rest of your companions, your training will also begin on the morrow. Standing from the floor, James bowed politely, bid Scathatch a good evening, and made his way to rest as his master ordered. Chapter 55, I'm not quite ready, but... R18. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. Making his way to the bedroom he usually uses during his stays in the Land of Shadows, James was thinking about how Scathatch used her runic sentences. That was fucking epic. James said, remembering how he was squashed down to the floor just from the magical pressure the runes carved into the walls of the throne room produced. I wonder if there is a way to work runes into my Kyoto spells. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, James spoke to himself once more. Why would I waste the effort? James asked himself. I don't even use the spells I have now. Why should I work on them any further? Trying to think of a way he could integrate runes into his style of combat, James eventually arrived at his bedroom. However, the bedroom door was ajar. Spreading his perception into the room, James had a sense of déjà vu. Lying in his bed was Mocha, wearing nothing but underwear. A set of white bra and panties with black lace accents. This time, however, she was awake. We'll just see what happens. James said as he pushed the door open and walked into the room. Noticing the door's movement, Mocha shifted her attention and saw James walking into the room. Smiling brightly, Mocha stood from the bed and quickly walked up to James. Grasping his hand, Mocha led him to the bed where she had him sit. I'm not going to ask a stupid question like, what are you doing here? James said, smiling slightly. Are you sure though? I'm not. Mocha replied while shaking her head. But I'm ready to go further than just kissing. We'll only go as far as you're comfortable. James said with a smile. Mocha's smile brightened in response. Then, with James sitting on the edge of the bed, Mocha straddled James and wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking James in the eyes, Mocha spoke. You know I love you, right? Mocha asked with a smile and a slight blush. Nodding his head, James replied, I know. Mocha frowned after hearing James' reply. Seeing this, James leaned forward and pecked her on the lips. Don't frown like that. James said with a smile. I was just answering your question. Even after the kiss and James' explanation, Mocha's frown only turned into a pout. She then turned her head away and stopped hugging around James' neck. Feeling Mocha to be adorable, James reached up and put his hands on her cheeks. Gently turning her face toward him, James placed his forehead against Mocha's and spoke to her in a loving tone. I love you too, Mocha. James said, gazing into Mocha's beautiful red eyes. Blushing harder than before, Mocha lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. James then reached down and grabbed her ass with both hands. Ah. Yelping in surprise, Mocha raised her head to see James with a cheeky smile on his face. Once again, Mocha pouted at the same time. James leaned forward, placing his lips on the sexy pouted lips. Accepting James' kiss, Mocha wrapped her arms around his neck again. Softly sucking on each other's lips, James and Mocha began to lose themselves in the kiss. At the same time, James was gently massaging Mocha's ass cheeks. As the kiss deepened, so did the force James exerted with his hands. Eventually, James' tongue snaked out of his mouth, then, he ran its tip along Mocha's lips. Feeling his tongue, Mocha opened her lips and met James' tongue with her own. As their tongues wrestled, James let his hands wander Mocha's impressive body and smooth skin. Sliding his left hand from her ass cheek to her lower back. Then from her lower back to her right hip. Then, he gently brushed his fingertips up Mocha's side until he reached her bra. James then began to massage her right breast over the bra. At the same time, he trailed his right hand to the middle of her panty-clad ass. Then he pushed further down until he reached a slightly damp spot between Mocha's legs. James then wasted no time rubbing his fingers past that spot repeatedly. MMMNGHH. Feeling James' hands on her breast and pussy, Mocha could not help but moan into the kiss. As his hands and fingers kept stimulating her, James moved his kisses from her lips to her cheeks. Then to her neck. At the same time, Mocha opened her mouth slightly. From the space between her lips, a pair of sharp fangs were visible. Opening her mouth wider, Mocha plunged her fangs into the left side of James' neck and began to suck softly. MMPH. MMMNN. Immediately after being bitten, James' erect dick jumped, making contact with Mocha's panty-clad pussy. MMMN. Mocha moaned from the sudden stimulation. James, unaware of vampire physiology, was taken aback when instead of feeling pain, Mocha's blood-sucking brought immense pleasure. Unfortunately, this pleasure did not last long. Mocha released her fangs from James' neck shortly after sinking them into it. Instead of dwelling on the loss, James moved his other hand to Mocha's breast and lowered its cups. Revealing her shapely breasts and cherry blossom-colored nipples, for a moment, James was mesmerized. "Mocha, your body is gorgeous," James said in a daze. Blushing from the words of praise, Mocha's face reddened even further. Placing her hands on his cheeks, Mocha initiated another passionate kiss. With their tongues intertwined, Mocha then reached down and raised the hem of James' t-shirt. Stopping their kiss for a moment, just long enough for Mocha to pull the shirt over James' head, they re-engaged. Namna. James, letting his hands fall back to Mocha's round and plump ass, began to knead it while using the fingers of his right hand to rub her pussy over her panties. Mocha, on the other hand, after moaning due to the pleasure, began kissing her way down his neck. After kissing, licking, and sucking on James' neck, leaving a couple of hickeys in the process, Mocha started working her way down his chest and abdomen. Running her lips and tongue over his pecs, lightly stimulating his nipples, and kissing the lines of his chiseled 8-pack abs. Eventually, she reached the waistband of his jeans. In anticipation, Mocha quickly unbuttoned and unzipped the jeans. Pulling down James' pants and helping him slip them off, she marveled at the tent in his boxers. Gently, she ran her fingers over the dick hiding under the cloth. Feeling its size, her arousal heightened. Unable to wait any longer, she pulled James' underwear down in one motion. Gasp. Seeing James' large dick, Mocha could not help but draw in a breath of air. Softly wrapping her hand around it, she stroked it gently. Seeing the wonder in Mocha's expression, James let a contented smile reach his lips. He then reached down and massaged Mocha's breasts, rolling her erect nipples between his thumbs and index fingers. On. That feels, really good, Mocha exclaimed as she sped up the motion of her hand. Eventually, Mocha released James' dick, to his surprise. Before he could ask why, though, Mocha spit into her palm. Taking hold of his dick once again, Mocha began stroking it faster than before. With her saliva as lubrication, not only was stroking him easier, but James also felt more pleasure with the lubrication. Shortly after that, however, Mocha was no longer satisfied with only using her hand to pleasure her men. Letting her tongue poke out from her pretty lips, Mocha licked the underside of the head. Damn. James subconsciously exclaimed when he felt Mocha's tongue. Noticing James' reaction, Mocha smiled. She then loosened her grip and ran her tongue from the head down the shaft of James' dick. Once she reached his balls, she rolled them with her tongue and began stroking him again. Speeding up her hand job, Mocha took one of James' balls in her mouth and suckled it gently. After a few moments, Mocha released his balls and ran her tongue up the length of his dick once again. Oh, shit. James muttered as he enjoyed Mocha's touch. Mama. James, due to the pleasure, involuntarily squeezed Mocha's nipples, causing a sweet moan to escape her lips. Pausing momentarily due to the stimulation, Mocha continued licking James' dick. Delighted at the reaction she received, she teased the tip with the tip of her tongue, which made James grip a bit tighter with his fingers. Then, she opened her mouth wide and engulfed the head. Slurp. Slurp. Rolling her tongue and sucking softly, Mocha looked up into James' eyes, which were clouded with lust and pleasure. Enjoying his reaction even more, she started sliding more of his length in her mouth. As his dick started disappearing into Mocha's mouth, James' gasps increased. Eventually, however, Mocha had taken as much as she could. Gagging when the tip of his dick touched the back of her throat, she slowly removed the shaft from her mouth. Once just the head was left, she began bobbing her head while simultaneously stroking the shaft. At the same time, her free hand had disappeared into her panties, undoubtedly rubbing her pussy. James looked down at the silver-haired girl as she sucked and stroked his dick, a feeling of contentment overtaking him. And after a few minutes, James felt his limit approaching. Mocha, I'm gonna come." Hearing James' warning, instead of stopping, Mocha sped up her actions. Shortly afterward, she felt his dick throb. Then, she released her hand and took as much of James' dick into her mouth as she could. A moment later, James released into her mouth. With her mouth quickly filling up, Mocha swallowed James' cum. A smile of contentment in her eyes. Gasp, gasp, holy shit, that was amazing, James said while trying to catch his breath after coming. Although James had come, Mocha continued sucking for a few more seconds. Once she was sure she had sucked out the last drop, she released his dick, causing a pop sound. Looking up at James, Mocha licked her lips with a smile on her face. James, smiling back in return, lifted her off the floor and pulled her toward himself. Conjuring a ball of water in his mouth, James pressed his lips against hers. Then, taking Mocha by surprise, he forced the water into her mouth, making sure he would not be tasting his own semen. As she swallowed the water, James proceeded to ravage the inside of her mouth with his tongue while exploring her body with his hands, removing her bra and panties in the process. Then, with his hands gripping her ass, James lifted her from the floor and walked her over to the wall. Pressing her back against the stone wall, James let her stand once again. He then started to lower his kisses, first licking down from her lips to her chin, then running his tongue down her neck. Gasp, ah. After biting her neck gently, James continued downward, licking and suckling her collarbones, then kissing around her breasts, before running his tongue around her left areola. Without touching her nipple, he repeated the process on her right areola. Then, he took her erect nipple into his mouth and suckled gently. Simultaneously, he rolled her left nipple between his right thumb and index finger. Oh. Fuck. That feels. Ah. Great. With moans mixed into her speech, Mocha wrapped her hands around the back of James' head and pulled him closer. James then released her nipple and flicked the tip of his tongue on its tip several times before moving back to her other breast, flicking his tongue on its tip. Yes. I love it, Mocha exclaimed due to the pleasure. James then sucked strongly on the nipple in front of him, which caused Mocha to gasp. After a few more moments sucking on her nipple, James began moving down again. Kissing down her tummy and running his tongue around her navel, Mocha squirmed and trembled due to a pleasurable yet ticklish sensation. Eventually, she felt James' lips kissing her pelvic bone. Before she knew it, James had raised her left leg and placed her thigh over his right shoulder. Using the index and middle fingers on his left hand, he gently spread her pussy lips. Feline James' fingers touching her most sensitive area, Mocha could not help but release a moan. A moment later, James licked the outer skin of her pussy lips. That feels good, ah. James. PH. Slurp. Mocha moaned stronger, then put her thumb in her mouth and sucked it when James inserted his tongue into her pussy. French kissing her lower lips, James drew continuous intense moans. After a few minutes, Mocha climaxed. Ah. Holy fuck. Pulling her thumb from her mouth, Mocha supported herself by placing her hands on the wall as her body shuddered from the orgasm, which, by the way, was far more intense than any she had caused while masturbating. After 30 seconds or so, Mocha's body stopped shaking. After a few deep breaths, she looked down and spoke to James. Pant, that was Inker. Ah. In the middle of her compliment, James once again stuck out his tongue. This time, however, he flicked it on her exposed clit, the intense pleasure causing Mocha to moan, forgetting what it was she was saying. Ah. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Ah. Just like. That. Even faster than the first time, Mocha climaxed from James' tongue stimulating her clit intensely. However, instead of giving her time to recover, James inserted his right index finger into her pussy, pistoning quickly while sucking on her clit. In less than a minute, she climaxed harder and more intensely than before. Ah. Oh, my fucking. Fuck. At that moment, Mocha's right leg could no longer support her weight. Even with James supporting her left side, she still nearly slumped to the floor. Reacting quickly, James released her left leg and caught her. With James' arms wrapped around her waist and her head resting on his chest, Mocha smiled contentedly with her eyes closed. After a few moments, Mocha's body ceased to shudder. James noticed she was breathing evenly. Looking down, he saw that she had passed out with a smile on her face. Shaking his head, James picked her up and carried her to the bed. Laying down, he wrapped his arms around her and whispered, to not wake her up. I love you, Mocha. Chapter 56, the Tsundere son of Sparta. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. For the last 9 days, James and his peerage were trained harshly. At the same time, for the first 4 days, Scathatch created the seal for Gasper's forbidden Baylor view. After the sealing was complete, Gasper was sent back to Gremory territory in the underworld to join Rias and the rest of her peerage in training. And for the first time, he was looking forward to it. Gasper was eager to find the limits of his abilities without the hindrance that was Baylor. At the beginning, Scathatch, like she did with James when she first took him on as a disciple, sparred with each of them, assessing their abilities in the process. Lucky for them, though, they were not driven to the verge of death at the end of their spars. That seemed to be a privilege that only her official disciples received. Instead, she only pushed them slightly past their limits before letting them rest. James, instead of being on the receiving end, observed how Scathatch trained his peerage. And that led to his growth as a king. On the training grounds of Dun Scaith Castle, Flora, the most inexperienced combatant in James' peerage, was sparring with Scathatch. If the one-sided beating Flora had been taking for the past hour and 40 minutes could be called a spar. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin was in his room, unconscious after his spar. Mizor, Mocha, and Lady were also in their rooms resting after their turns. Damn. Dante exclaimed with fatigue in his expression. This is what you and Lancer go through every time you come here to train. This is even more intense than your training sessions. Ha ha. You must be kidding. James said while laughing with a hollow gaze. Have you ever once felt like you were going to die while training with Master, Dante? No, but I felt like I wanted to more than once. Dante replied with a sigh. With his gaze growing distant, James replied to Dante's lament. On most, if not all, occasions that I spar with Master, I would die if she didn't heal me after we were done. Dante's mouth gaped at the thought. Then, with his voice trembling, he spoke. You're kidding, right? James asked, disbelief in his tone. I mean, can that really be considered training? Regaining the light in his eyes, James looked into Dante's and replied. Dante, do you remember when we first met? James asked with a serious look in his eyes. Yeah. Dante said with a nod, unsure of where James was going with this. You, Mizor, and Lancer popped up out of nowhere and put down those exorcists that tried to betray me after I finished a job. That's right. James nodded in agreement. And what was the difference in our power at that time? We were more or less even. If I remember correctly. Dante said while scratching his chin. That's pretty accurate. James nodded once again. You were probably a little stronger in terms of raw power, while I was more skilled with a sword. We were both near the peak of high rank, though. Dante, instead of replying, waited for James to continue. Soon after that, Lancer and I went off to train with Master for a few weeks to a month or so, right? James asked, to which Dante nodded. Then, when I came back, I had broken through to the ultimate rank. Even Lancer had caught up to you, right? Begrudgingly, Dante nodded his head in agreement. Master believes that warriors grow the most in life or death situations. James explained while shivering. He had remembered one of his more brutal training sessions with Scathatch. I and Lancer are living proof that she's right. And you really do this so you can get what you want and protect what you have, huh? Dante said with a contemplative expression. Dante, I've met a lot of people with tragic pasts. James said seriously. Hell, with the exception of Flora, everyone in my peerage has one. As a king, it's my responsibility to get the most out of my peerage and make sure you all live a good life. Or do you think I offered you and Lady those terms because I'm a naive philanthropist? Taking a moment to think, Dante replied after a few moments. At first, I did. Dante answered honestly. I mean, could you blame me? This 15-year-old kid steps in on a fight I could have won. Easily, I might add. Then tells me he has a deal for me. Then offers me a salary and tells me he'll sponsor a base of operations for me. What else would I think? Nodding his head in understanding, James gestured for Dante to continue. Then I realized. Although you delivered on everything you offered, you certainly aren't naive. Dante said with a wry smile. You placed my shop in a strategic location, making sure that I would be able to notice anyone entering the town from the south. When that bastard brother of mine in Arkham wrecked the place, you didn't just fix it up for me. You tied me to your ship with debt. Dante gritted his teeth just thinking about going into debt before being able to take his first job out of his shop. He then continued to speak. On top of that, even though I find it annoying. Like, really annoying. Dante said exasperatedly. I know you drag me off to train with you because you want the best for me like you do for everyone else. Ah, that Sundara son of Sparta is showing his dear side. James said in a teasing tone. Who the hell are you calling Sundara? Dante said in irritation. He then threatened James in the most menacing voice he could muster. Don't ever call me that again, or I'll kick your ass. You're welcome to try. James said with mirth in his tone. But I think that nickname is here to stay. And when Mizor hears it, she'll run it into the ground. Then James' atmosphere changed, before he continued. And if you try to hurt her when she inevitably uses it. James said while staring into Dante's eyes. I'll make you wish you were training with Master Scathatch again, while keeping you alive. Dante knew that James was not kidding this time. And to be honest, he respected him for it. Being willing to do anything for those you consider important is commendable. At least by Dante's standards. Either way, Dante could only nod his head in acknowledgement. Even if he would never admit it to anyone, he has begun to see himself as a part of this team that James put together. Seeing Dante nod in understanding, James swapped back to his easygoing demeanor. So, how did you end up in worse debt than before? James asked curiously. Well. Dante said while scratching the back of his head. I tend to lose sight of the things around me when I'm enjoying a devil hunt. So, I usually cause more collateral damage than the job is worth. Nodding sagely, James replied. I see, well then you should keep this in mind. James said solemnly. I'll be sending you to train with Master every time it happens in the future. Oh, and don't worry. I'll commission it as a job, so you don't lose out on time to work. You should thank me, I swear, my kindness is boundless. Dante managed to deadpan and shuddered simultaneously at James' threat, or rather penalty. You're not serious, right? Dante asked with pleading in his tone. I mean, we wouldn't want to disturb Master Scathatch, right? At that moment, Scathatch's authoritative voice could be heard. You need not worry, son of Sparta. Scathatch said while carrying Flora over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. There is nothing the Scathatch finds more enjoyable than bringing her disciples to the peak of their potential. Huh? Wait, but I'm not your disciple. Dante said with a jump after hearing Scathatch speak so unexpectedly. True that may be. Scathatch said with a nod, continuing shortly after. You are, however, a part of my disciple's strength. Therefore, you must be held to a certain standard. Hearing Scathatch's words, Dante's shuddering intensified. At the same time, James took Flora from Scathatch, holding her in a princess carry. So, Master, how did she do? James asked while looking at the unconscious Flora tenderly. Quite well. Scathatch said with a nod. Considering she was but a normal human 4 or so months ago. I am sure you have realized this, but you need to work on her energy control. Also, a pair of enchanted gauntlets and greaves, preferably enchanted with an element, would be suitable weapons for this girl. Understood, Master. James said seriously. Then, if you'd excuse me, I'll take Flora to her quarters. Go on. Scathatch said with a nod. Once the rest have regained some strength, or regained consciousness in Satanta's case, your final spar for this visit shall begin. I think it would do your peerage well to see their king fight at his full strength. Ha ha. This sucks. James said weakly while hanging his head. Master, you know most of the girls in my peerage are my women, right? Do you have to let them see me getting my ass kicked? Both Scathatch and Dante chuckled at James' lamentations. Do not let your pride get in the way of the growth of your charges. Scathatch said scoldingly. Besides, if those girls are truly your women as you say, I am sure they would like to know the heights they would have to reach in order to stand by your side. Or would you disagree? I'm a half-devil, pride kinda comes with the territory. James muttered to himself. Besides, will they really be able to see what I'm capable of? Or will they just see you beating me like I stole something? Chuckling at her disciple's diction, Scathatch replied with a slight smile. I've witnessed your improvements over the past week of sparring. Scathatch said while reaching up to rub James' head. As long as you put forth everything you have, you are capable of fighting on par with this Scathatch for a short while. I am looking forward to the day you surpass the original Satanta in skill and ability. James blushed upon hearing Scathatch's compliment. Not to say that James is easily embarrassed, as he has proven numerous times. Instead, her compliment in combination with the pat on the head was something she did when he was several years younger. Master, please stop. James said with his head lowered. Don't treat me like a kid. Compared to the Scathatch, you would be but a kid, as you say, for the next few centuries. Scathatch said with a joyous smile. Seeing one of Scat Hacka's rare genuine smiles, James and Dante both found themselves staring in a daze. Scat Hacka's beauty was otherworldly. That was a fact that no one would deny. However, because of her long life, there are few things that can make her smile from the heart anymore. James and Dante could be considered exceedingly lucky to witness one of those smiles. Noticing the dazed expressions, Scat Hatch flicked James on the forehead. Then grabbed Dante by his trench coat and flung him into the sparring field. Now, take the girl inside to rest, Scat Hatch ordered. In the meantime, I shall do what I can to whip the son of Sparta into shape. Yes, master, James replied while rubbing the spot where he was flicked. He then turned away. I'll be back in a few minutes. What's with the extreme difference in treatment? Dante shouted after picking himself up from the ground. That is quite simple, Scat Hatch said. Readying her cursed spear, she walked toward Dante, who had also drawn rebellion. You are not one of my disciples, as you stated earlier. Dante winced at Scat Hacka's rebuttal. It is never pleasant to have your own words used against you, after all. At the same time, James was making his way through the castle with Flora in his arms. Several moments later, Dante's pain-filled exclamations echoed through the corridors of Dun Scaith. James, however, was lost in his thoughts and was unable to hear them. That smile was absolutely stunning. James thought to himself in silence. One day, and if my estimates are correct, soon I'll be able to give you more reasons to smile from the heart like that. What no one knows, however, is that James has been wearing magic circles Scat Hatch designed to always suppress his power by 2 levels since he first started training with her. So, even though he shows power at the peak of the initial level of the ultimate rank, even Scat Hatch is unsure what heights he would be able to reach once those restraints are released. Chapter 57, Going All Out. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. Several hours after James laid Flora down in her bed, James' peerage was gathered on the edge of the training ground in Dun Scaith. In the middle of the training ground, James, with his 2 swords, Okairu Sakura and Mangetsu no Shidada, hung on the left side of his waist, and Scat Hatch, with her cursed crimson-red spear resting on her shoulder, stood opposite one another. So, why were we all gathered? Lady asked. Apparently, we're going to get to see James go all out, Dante said with his arms crossed and leaning against the stone wall surrounding the training grounds. Seriously? See-you chillin' asked while wincing. He then turned his attention to Mizore, Mocha, and Flora before continuing. Well, you 3 better brace yourselves. By the end of this, James is gonna be in pretty bad shape. What do you mean? Flora asked with concern. This is just a spar, right? Yes and no. See-you chillin' replied, finding it difficult to put his thoughts into words. If James doesn't pull out all the stops, there's a real chance that he could die. We have to stop this, Mizore said almost hysterically. Why would his master put him through something like this? As she tried to rush forward onto the sparring field, Mocha wrapped her arms around Mizore from behind, holding her in place. Mocha, why are you stopping me? Mizore asked with an angry glare. You need to calm down, Mocha said, tightening her grip on Mizore. It's clear James is going through this of his own free will. Stepping in to stop it would be disrespecting him. Master Scat Hatch did say something after she finished sparring with Flora, Dante said before being interrupted. You mean before she started kicking your ass, right? Lady said with a smirk. Shut up, Dante replied with a pointed glare. Like I was saying. Master Scat Hatch said something earlier. She said she wanted us all to watch so we knew how far we needed to grow in order to stand with our king. Not like that shit matters to me, though. What does that mean? Mocha asked, thinking that they were already standing with James. Although it pains me to admit it, James outclasses all of us. See-you chillin' said while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. And not by a small amount. Everyone looked at See-you chillin' with amazement. Even you and Dante? Flora asked skeptically. Yeah. See-you chillin' admitted, clenching his fists even tighter. How strong is he, really? Mocha asked herself with the flame of determination growing in her eyes. Master Scat Hatch also said that you 3, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora, need to witness this especially. Dante said with his attention shifting back to the fight that was about to begin. You have to raise yourself as close to James' level as you can. That way, you won't become a weakness for any of his enemies to exploit. At the same time in the middle of the training ground, James and Scat Hatch were chatting casually. It seems you have chosen a fine group of companions, my disciple, Scat Hatch said as she glanced to where James' peerage was gathered. They seem to truly cherish you as their king. Yeah. James replied with a smile. Asking for more would be selfish. But since I'm a half-devil, that should be fine, right? Oh. You still want for more? Scathatch asked in mild curiosity. Well, I have 4 pawns, a queen, a bishop, and a rook left. James explained. So, if I want to fill out my peerage, I have to find more companions, don't I? I see. Scathatch replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Then slamming the butt end of her spear into the ground, she continued. Now, enough idle chatter. Let us begin. Taking her stance, Scathatch immediately charged toward James. At the same time, James dropped into an Iato stance, with his right hand on the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Once she was in range, Scathatch launched a volley of thrusts at James from many angles with varying speeds. James, to his credit, avoided 99 of the incoming thrusts without even drawing his blade. The last one, however, was unavoidable. The rest of Scathatch's thrusts all led James to be exactly where she wanted him to be, all for the last strike. And James knew it. Expecting things to play out this way, James finally unsheathed Okairu Sakura and parried the last thrust. Scathatch, also expecting James' response to the situation, attempted to use the side of James' blade as a pivot point, leveraging the counterforce to reposition herself for a backheel kick to James' chin. Unfortunately, James was able to observe Scathatch's positioning. So, in response, he made her fulcrum disappear. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. With that, James' blade broke down into 1,000 or so cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Half of which he directed at Scathatch, forcing her to take some distance. Spinning her spear and lashing at the petals, Scathatch was able to clear her surroundings quite quickly. And just as she did, she heard James' voice. You who is crowned with the name of man, wearing a mask of flesh and blood, flying on 10,000 fluttering wings, with thunder's carriage and an empty spinning wheel, break the light into 6 pieces, carve a twin lotus on a wall of pale blue flames, and await the blazing fires to reach the distant heavens. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro, 6 light rods prison. At that moment, around Scathatch 6 thin sheets of light appeared and intersected at her waist, immobilizing her briefly. Taking advantage of the opening, James had already sheathed the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Once again dropping into an Iato stance, James used the flash step and closed the distance with Scathatch. Once in range, he quickly unsheathed Mangetsu no Shitada, aiming his slash at Scathatch's throat. Unfortunately, Scathatch had swiftly dispelled James' Kyoto spell, but with no time to raise her weapon, she arched her back. Narrowly avoiding the incoming slash, Scathatch was prepared to straighten her back. And when she did, Mangetsu no Shitada's sheath struck her on the right side of her face. Blown away by the swing of James' sheath, Scathatch righted her posture just in time to intercept the petal blades with her spear. In a fantastic show of spear handling, Scathatch deflected every one of the 1,000 small blades with spearmanship alone. Then, she turned and lashed out with her spear toward her blind spot, parrying James' thrust which resembled the Gatatsu from Rurouni Kenshin. Using the counter-force from Scathatch's parry, James ducked low and performed a leg sweep. Raising her leg, Scathatch stepped over the sweep and thrust her spear at James' chest. Before the spear could reach him, a cloud of cherry blossom blades intercepted it. With the time Senbon Sakura had granted him, James stood. Simultaneously, he performed a rising slash. Scathatch stepped back to avoid it and created distance between them. Simultaneously, James called the petal blades back around him. At the same time, James' peerage gaped at the display of martial skills. What the hell was that? Dante said with one hand holding Siyu Chulin by the shoulder while the other pointed at the sparring field. I'm gonna need you to be more specific, Dante. Siyu Chulin said as he swept Dante's hand from his shoulder. That spell. Dante said with his eyes wide open. I thought Senbon Sakura was his only means of ranged attack. You're the one who mentioned it first, right? Siyu Chulin said with a roll of his eyes. James is going all out. Though, I've never seen that one. The last time I saw any of his Kyoto, he had only created up to Bakudo 37. Kyoto? Bakudo? Lady asked, just as confused as Dante. Aren't those from Bleach? Siyu Chulin nodded, but before he could explain Mizore interrupted. James said that he based the Kyoto in Bleach off of the Kyoto spells he was developing to go with his combat style. Dante, Lady, and Flora were impressed, as were the others when they first heard about it. If they ever found out that it was the exact opposite, their faces would be a sight to see, indeed. Dante then got back to the point. Asking a question indignantly. If he's been developing that set of spells for so long, why hasn't he ever used any of them in our free sparring sessions? Wow. You really are an idiot. Lady said disdainfully. In this fight against Master Scathatch, James is going all out. You clearly aren't strong or skilled enough to force James to show his whole hand. Gore. Dante growled in anger. While his peerage was talking about the fight, James and Scathatch had exchanged many more sword and spear strikes. Defended against Kyoto and rune spells. After another 4 or 5 minutes with no one taking the advantage, Scathatch pulled her distance and began to speak. "You've grown more than I expected," Scathatch said with a slight smile on her lips. "Now, I think the time is right to push you to your limits." James tensed as with the end of her words, another spear appeared in her free hand. "Fuck me," James said weakly. He was having enough trouble with fending off just one spear. What would his body look like after she was done using 2 spears? "I get the feeling this is gonna hurt a lot," James thought to himself. "Focus, partner," Drake interjected as James began to escape reality. Hearing his closest ally's voice, James snapped back to reality. Luckily, Scathatch had given him time to take his stance. James then took a deep breath. When he exhaled, a red light covered his left hand and forearm. When it faded, in its place, there was a red tekka with gold accents and a green jewel on the back of the hand. For the first time in the fight, James felt it necessary to use the boosted gear. Boost. So, Drake, theoretically how many boosts would I need to defeat her? James asked inwardly. "I don't think that's the question you should be asking right now, partner," Drake said with a chuckle. "What you should be more concerned with is, how long will you survive to accumulate boosts? Fair point. Whoa, she's coming," James exclaimed internally. Knowing that James must have been strategizing with Drake, Scathatch gave him a few moments. After she felt he had had enough time, she rushed at him, thrusting and sweeping with her dual spear style. James, to his credit, avoided, defended, or parried most of Scathatch's strikes with his blade. And for those attacks that proved too much for just one blade to defend, Senbon Sakura would intercept. In one of the brief moments Senbon Sakura bought him, James raised his left hand with his index and middle finger pointed at Scathatch. Boost. Heido number 4, Jigiki Byakurai, Heavy Strike Pale Lightning. Using the modified version of Heido number 4, James released a red bolt of lightning from his extended fingertips that flashed toward Scathatch. Using the spear in her left hand, Scathatch deflected the lightning upward. At the same time, James flash-stepped to her right while he directed Senbon Sakura to the blind spot behind her on the left. Simultaneously, James swung Mangetsu no Shitada down at Scathatch's shoulder while the petal blades swarmed at her kidney. Boost. In response, Scathatch pulled her left spear down, then spun like a spinning top. As she rotated, she made minute adjustments to her spear's trajectory to intercept all the incoming attacks. Though James kept up the attacks long enough for 3 more boosts, he had to step back eventually due to fatigue. "If I wait any longer, I probably will lose before I can use it," James said inwardly. "I'm going for it, Drake." "Do it, partner," Drake said excitedly, his aura rising along with his battle lust. Explosion. James then felt his parameters skyrocket. With his increased speed combined with his flash step, James seemed to teleport to Scathatch's side. The two then exchanged a flurry of sword and spear strikes, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and various spells. By the time James' boost ended and the two separated, they were both covered in injuries. Though Scathatch's were decidedly lighter. James had more than a few new holes all over his arms, legs, and torso with various cuts and bruises covering his entire body. Scathatch on the other hand, had a couple of cuts in her battle suit, a bruise on the left side of her face, and a streak of dry blood trailing from the left side of her mouth to her chin. Pant damn panted pant. James muttered between ragged breaths. "I pant new pant that wouldn't be pant enough." "It looks like you've reached your limit, my disciple," Scathatch said while walking toward the exhausted James. "I believe the time to end this has come." Scathatch then broke into a sprint with the spear in her right hand poised to strike. And James could feel it. Whether he was able to defend against this strike or not, he would fall. However, the killing intent Scathatch exuded let him know. "If I can't block this, I'm going to die." James realized that instinctively. Unfortunately, he was unable to raise either of his swords. Also, Senbon Sakura had been dispelled once James' stamina ran dry. Noticing that Scathatch's next strike, like most in this fight had, aimed to take James' life, the members of his peerage grew worried. And finally, Mizor could not help but scream. "James! Watch out. I'm really gonna die." James thought to himself. As the thought that he would die settled into his psyche, James grew angry. In his anger, his perception sped up exponentially. It felt as if Scathatch's spear was moving in slow motion. His incoming death was crystal clear. This increased his anger even more. When his anger reached its peak, he roared indignantly. "Fuck that shit. I can't die here. I still have to put my foot up Hades' bony ass." With his roar, James was covered in a blinding red light. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Shihakusho. Boost, X10. Once the light dispersed, James swung his sword to parry Scathach's thrust. However, due to the boost from the balance breaker state and the other subsequent boosts, Scathach was sent flying along with her spear. She eventually landed upright and observed her disciple's current state. At the same time, James was looking over himself, as well. He was currently wearing a red shihakusho, similar to the Soul Reapers in Bleach, with 10 green jewels scattered about his outfit. Relieved that he was able to defend against Scathach's final strike, James relaxed. When he did, the balance breaker dispelled and James lost consciousness. Before he hit the ground, Scathach appeared and caught him. Lowering herself and James to the ground, Scathach placed his head on her lap. Using her rune magic with her left hand, she patted James' head with her right. "You did well, my disciple," Scathach said with a proud smile. Chapter 58, Good News for Kunu on the last day of their first year. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 3 months have passed since James and his peerage finished training with Scathach in the Land of Shadows. By the end of those 10 days of training, everyone's strength increased noticeably. Mizore and Mocha were now intermediate level, high class in strength with fighting skills that would allow them to contend with beings 1 level higher. Lady was now an advanced level, middle rank being. During her time with Scathach, she was advised to combine her hand-to-hand fighting skills and gunplay. In the end she began using a sort of variant of dual-wielding gun kata. Using the pistol in her right hand primarily for offense and the submachine gun in her left as defense. Flora had also broken the threshold of middle rank shortly after leaving Dun Skaith, currently at the peak of the initial level. Something to take note of in her case, James gifted her a set of gauntlets and greaves enchanted with thunder. The last 2 members of James' peerage, Siyu Chulin and Dante have both broken into the initial level of the ultimate rank. In Dante's case, when using Devil Trigger, he can fight on par with James for as long as the transformation holds out. James, however, did not increase much in power level. He did, however, rise from the initial level to the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, while wearing Scathach's seals. Instead, he spent more time helping his peerage hone their skills instead of increasing their power. Because having power is useless if you cannot properly utilize it. Guiding Mocha and Flora in mixed martial arts, helping Lady refine her gun kata by explaining more optimized attack angles and defense strategies, sparring with Siyu Chulin and Dante, refining the sword skills of the latter, and helping Mizore come up with new movesets for her ice manipulation ability. For example, James drew pictures of Haku's ice-style jutsu from Naruto, which Mizore tried implementing immediately. Though, progress has been slow. Outside of training, the 3rd term of the group's first year has ended. For the midterm and final exams, the rankings between the 7 in Class 1A were the same. Sona regained her position in first place. Following her were James, Tsubaki, Rhea, Rias, Aquino, and Flora, who had managed to raise her class rank to 7th. James Stalker followed him diligently for the last 3 months, as well. Although James does not believe the Creeper will stay hidden for much longer. During the trip to the Land of Shadows over winter break, James had mentioned the issue to Scathach. She, in turn, taught him how to integrate his soul sight with his perception. James has yet to master the technique, but when he does, he will be able to pinpoint the location of everything with a soul that his perception can reach. Which, if pushed to the maximum, can extend to 3/4 of Koa's surface area. Another thing to take note of, Mizore, Mocha, and Yudo have all taken and passed the Koa Academy entrance exams. With Mocha placing first, Yudo placing second, and Mizore placing third. Mizore was quite upset about her placing, of course. After a few head pats and kisses, she did not find placing third so bad. If she only knew. For placing first, James rewarded Mocha by eating her out until she could not speak straight for the 5 following hours. Also, Siyu Chulin went on his date with Tsubaki the day they returned from Dun Skaith. From what Rias and Aquino, who thought it would be fun to spy on the couple, said. They both seemed to really enjoy themselves. They even shared their first kiss. Which everyone saw. For no reason other than poor timing. Everyone, other than Rias and Aquino, had been in the underworld, and at that moment, they teleported onto the street between James and Sona's houses. Instead of the teasing the couple expected, however, they were congratulated warmly. The teasing was simply held off until later. Today, like they always do at the end of a term, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were walking home together. So, what are your plans for the spring break, James? Rias asked, with a slight spring in her step. She was quite happy after all, she had regained her former class rank. I don't really have any plans for this break. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. Mizore and I have already finished drawing our latest manga, Soul Eater, and I don't know what else we're going to make. You told us that both Bleach and School Rumble will be ending during the spring break, right? Rhea asked with stars in her eyes. I'm really looking forward to your next work, sensei. James smiled at Rhea's enthusiasm. Rias, however, could not help poking fun at the girl, though. "Oh, you're really looking forward to it, huh?" Ria said with a mischievous smile that resembled her mother's. "I thought you were really looking forward to the new term, so you could see Kyoto every day." Immediately, Rhea blushed from the tips of her ears all the way down her neck. She turned red so quickly, James thought she was opening the gate of limit. Lowering her head, Rhea spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. "I'm looking forward to that, too." The whole group laughed in amusement. "Anyway, what do the rest of you have planned?" James asked, primarily looking at Rias and Sona. "My peerage and I will be training in the underworld," Ria said with determination burning in her eyes. "We won't rest until I've broken this arranged marriage with that damned riser." Aquino sighed and pouted in response to her king's declaration. Noticing this, James spoke to Rias with a smile. "Well, since I don't have anything I want to do during the break, maybe I can help you in your peerage train for a few days." After his words ended, James winked at Aquino discreetly. At that, Rias and Aquino lit up with joy. Sona, on the other hand, was a bit dejected. Then, with the flames of determination lighting up in her eyes as well, she spoke to James. "Well, since you don't have any training to do." Sona spoke hesitantly. "Would you mind sparing me a few hours tomorrow afternoon? I would like to talk to you about something." "Why are you asking so formally, Sona?" James said as he stopped and turned to Sona. Raising his hand, he gently caressed her face. With affection in his gaze, he continued. "Whenever you want some of my time, just ask and I'd be happy to open up my schedule for you." Sona blushed even harder than Rhea did earlier thanks to James' public display of affection. Rias, Aquino, and Flora were burning with jealousy, wishing to be in Sona's place. Meanwhile, Rhea's blush had returned as she imagined herself and Yuto replacing Sona and James. Tsubaki, on the other hand, was grumbling internally about how awkward Siyu Chilin was, with a bright smile and a light blush on her own face. Unable to take it anymore, Flora wrapped her arms and sizable breasts around James' free arm and spoke. "James, when you go to help with Rias and Aquino's training, take me with you, please," Flora said with upturned eyes and a beautiful smile. "I'd like to work with Aquino some more. She helped me a lot in manipulating lightning. Well, thunder in my case, but you get it." Unfortunately, Flora was unable to withstand manipulating lightning. As a devil, her physique is naturally weak to the light element. And as it turns out, lightning is a compound element. With the combination of light and thunder, lightning is created. "Sure, I don't mind," James replied with a smile. "Do you mind helping her out, Aquino?" "Of course not," Aquino said with a sweet smile. "Teaching Flora has helped me recognize some of my own flaws. So, I'm just as grateful as she is." "Thank you, Aquino," Flora said with a smile. Releasing James' arm, she then rushed over to Aquino and gave her a big hug. James' eyes lit up when he saw their rather ample assets pressed against each other. Noticing James' excitement, Flora and Aquino made eye contact for a moment, then they both turned to James and smiled seductively. Seeing this, Rias could tell what would happen, for at least one night, after James helped her in her peerage with their training. She did not, however, flare up with anger. The day James reprimanded her, he left a mark on her. And every time she thinks about it, she has a new damp spot in her panties. Tearing his eyes away from the tantalizing view with great difficulty, James turned his attention to Tsubaki and Rhea. "And what do you two plan on doing over the break?" James asked curiously. The slight teasing smile could not be hidden, though. The girls looked at each other for a moment before Tsubaki was the first to respond. "I plan to train. Date. With Siyu Chilin when I have free time," Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses and ignoring Aquino's interruption. Though her cheeks did redden a bit. "Otherwise, I will be assisting Sona with her matters." Chuckling, James nodded at Tsubaki's response and Aquino's interruption. Then, he turned his attention to Rhea. "And you?" James asked with a smile still present on his face. "Well," Rhea replied awkwardly. "Serafal-sama said she wanted to train me in magic, personally, over the break." "Oh. That's a great opportunity. Why do you look so reluctant?" James asked with curiosity. "Well, the thing is," Rhea began to reply hesitantly. "It's okay, Rhea," Sona said, interrupting her stammering, "Bishop. Elder sister said she wants to prove that she's a better teacher than Graphia." Smack. Bringing his right fist down into his left palm, James' eyes lit up with comprehension. "I get it," James exclaimed, then with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he turned to Sona and continued. "I can hear Saratan now. There's no way I'll let Sotan's mage class be weaker than the one Graphia-chan taught. That should be about what she said, right?" From the way Sona blushed and pouted, James did not even need her to answer his question. Because of that, he laughed uproariously while they were walking through James, Sona, and Flora's neighborhood. Eventually, Flora split from the group, heading to her own home. Shortly after, James, Rias and Aquino separated from Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea when they reached their houses. "See you tomorrow, Sona," James said while waving his hand. After a short wave in return, the two groups entered the two houses. When James entered his house, he, Rias, and Aquino took their shoes off at the entrance while James announced his return. "Honey, I'm home," James shouted loud enough to reach everyone in the house. "Really? I love Lucy," Rias asked in confusion. "It's a classic," James said with no shame. "Fufufu." Aquino giggled in her signature way with a hand covering her mouth. Not long after James announced his return, a little blonde missile with fox ears and tails flew toward the entrance. Her target lock was clearly locked on James. Catching the girl, James spoke. "Hey, Kunu. What's got you so excited?" With a happy smile on her face, Kunu replied. "A letter from Mommy came today." "That's great," James said happily. "What did it say?" "Mommy said that her work was almost over," Kunu said while clapping her hands in joy. "And she asked you, Rias-onizan, and Sona-onizan to bring me home with you when you go to Kyoto during your class trip." "She's well informed," Rias said with a smile. "I guess that makes sense, though. We are, more or less, renting Kuo from her faction. Whatever the reason, I think tonight is a great night to celebrate." "Right, Kunu," James said, lifting Kunu up over his head. "Yeah," Kunu shouted in joy, raising her hands over her head happily. "I'll call Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora," Aquino said, fishing her smartphone out of her pocket. "Thanks, Aquino," James said while smiling in Aquino's direction. Not wanting to seem useless, Rias frantically racked her brain for something she could do to add to the celebration. Her eyes lit up when she had an idea. "Should I get Kaneko, Yuto, and Gasper?" Rias asked as she raised a finger to her chin. "No need," Venilana said with a smile, walking out from the living room. "They're already here." Rias looked at her mother and pouted. Venilana's smile widened seeing her daughter's reaction. Eventually, the whole group that vacationed in Martinique came together and celebrated Kunu's good news until the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 59, Caught in the Act, R18. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The day after the party, Rias, Aquino, and Rhea returned to the underworld. Rias and Aquino to continue training with the rest of Rias' peerage, and Rhea to train in magic with Serafal. As for James and his peerage, Flora was at Kuo Academy in the MMA training hall, training her martial arts, while Mazor and Mocha were out shopping/patrolling the town. Siyu Chilin was on a date with Tsubaki, and the duo of Dante and Lady were lazing around at Devil May Cry. Meanwhile, James had just left his house and was walking across the street to see Sona. The day before, she had said she wanted to talk about something with him. Looking at the circumstances, however, he was anticipating their talk to be a little more physical in nature. Once he reached Sona's front door, James wasted no time ringing her doorbell. A few moments later, the door opened, revealing Sona in a red blouse, black skirt, thigh-high black socks, and short black tie. "That's a nice absolute territory," James thought to himself while he checked out Sona. Sona also looked James up and down and she liked what she saw. In a dark blue unzipped hoodie with a white t-shirt underneath, light blue denim jeans, and a pair of Space Jam Jordan shoes. A/N, my favorite of all the Jordans released. At the end of the day, they both looked like they were ready to go on a date. Instead, they planned to stay in and talk. "James, welcome," Sona said with a smile and slight blush. "Please, come in." "Thanks for having me," James said, returning the smile. "By the way, you look great today. Even better than usual." As James finished, he stepped forward and pecked Sona on her pretty lips. In response, Sona smiled sweetly and moved aside so James could enter the house. After they were both inside, Sona closed and locked the door. As the click from the locking mechanism rang out, James also felt a barrier activate around the house. The barrier activated? James asked in confusion. "We redesigned it so that it activates whenever the door is locked," Sona replied with an awkward smile. James, although he knew she was lying, did not know what to say. Eventually he scratched his head and gave a generic response. "Well, I guess it's better to be safe than sorry." After that, Sona led James through the house and up the stairs. Eventually they ended up at what James guessed to be Sona's bedroom door. Sona opened the door and entered the room, with James following close behind. Once James entered the room, Sona closed the door behind them and James once again heard the click of a lock and felt a barrier surrounding the bedroom. Raising his eyebrow, James then looked at Sona with a knowing smile. I see, better safe than sorry again, huh? James said with a chuckle. Sona blushed after being seen through. She then put on a resolute expression. I'll admit, I wanted to be your first. Sona said after pushing away the embarrassment. But I'm not upset that I wasn't. You know I didn't try to get in bed with Aquino, right? James said while looking Sona in the eyes. In fact, I wasn't trying to get in bed with anyone. I figured letting you girls make the first move would make it seem like I wasn't playing favorites. I know. Sona said with a nod. But I think it would be better if you did play favorites. Huh. James found himself slightly confused by Sona's statement. I've done some research about what it takes to make a harem work. Sona said shyly. Oh. James exclaimed with interest. Then he beckoned Sona to continue. If you want the harem to succeed, you can't treat us all equally. Sona said while adjusting her glasses, which gleamed when they caught the light. You can't treat us equally because we are not equal. As we are different people, your feelings for each of us will undoubtedly be different. Do you understand? James lowered his head and stroked his chin while he digested Sona's words. Once comprehension dawned on him, he raised his head and spoke. So, what you're saying boils down to. James trailed off as he put his thoughts in order. Once he was ready, he continued from where he left off. It's all right to love you all. But I can't love you all the same because none of you are the same. That's right. Sona said with a nod. And you should act on your own desires more. We certainly have when it comes to you. After speaking, Sona managed to blush even harder as she stepped toward James. Once in front of him, she reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, then whispered into his ear. As your fiancé, I want you to make me yours. James, not needing to be told twice, wrapped his arms around Sona and sunk his fingers into her ass. Then, with a bestial quality to his voice he replied. What a coincidence. James said with a lustful smile. As my fiancé I want to make you mine, as well. Even though she was blushing, Sona could not help but giggle. For whatever reason, she thought James was incredibly cute right now. That thought lasted until James picked her up and threw her on her bed. When she looked up again, James was shirtless. His finely chiseled muscular torso, on full display. James then crawled up onto the bed. Moving slowly, Sona thought James looked like a predator stalking its prey. The desire burning in his eyes was igniting her own desire as well. While James was making his way forward, Sona began to undress herself. First loosening the tie, then pulling it off altogether she threw it to the floor. Then she unbuttoned the blouse, yet not removing it fully. She could not be bothered to pull its hem out of her skirt. After that, she unhooked her front hook bra and removed it fully. With her breasts exposed, her hard nipples were very prominent. At that moment, James had arrived. Looking down on Sona's half-naked form, James found it sexier than full nudity. Damn, that's sexy. James said with the lust in his eyes increasing. I guess what they say about the quiet ones is true, huh? Sona blushed at James' comment. Yet, with impatience in her glare she spoke. Would you shut up and fuck me already? Sona said with an impatient, almost desperate tone. James only smiled in response. Then, positioning himself between her legs, James leaned down and kissed Sona. Immediately, he snaked his tongue past her lips and made contact with her tongue. At the same time, he massaged her breasts. MMM. Feeling James' hands on her breasts, Sona moaned into the kiss. MMM. 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 Sona moaned longer and more intensely when James began rolling her nipples between his thumbs and index fingers. After kissing for a few minutes, James began to lower his kisses. Kissing straight down from Sona's lips, he kissed her chin then her throat, then her collarbone, then her upper chest, and finally between her breasts. MMM. Gasp, MMM. Sona moaned and gasped with every kiss James landed on her soft, fair skin. On top of that, James' fingers never left her nipples, which had been gently squeezed and rolled between them the entire time. Eventually, James wrapped his lips around her right nipple. As he did, he removed his left hand and slid it under her skirt. On. To his surprise, Sona was not wearing panties. She moaned when the only thing James could feel was a sopping wet, freshly shaven pussy. James raised his head from Sona's breast with a bit of shock in his eyes. Before he could speak, however, Sona beat him to it. Like I said before. Sona said with the lust in her eyes reaching its peak. Would you shut up and fuck me already? James, without delay, pulled his hand out from under Sona's skirt. He then unbuttoned and unzipped his jeans and lowered them along with his boxers to halfway down his thighs. By then, Sona had flipped up her skirt, exposing her pussy, with love juice dripping in anticipation. Wasting no more time, James lined up his dick with Sona's entrance. MMM. Sona moaned once again as James stretched her vaginal walls as his dick buried itself deeper. Eventually, James' path forward was obstructed. Already knowing what the answer would be, James did not even bother asking with his eyes if Sona was ready. Arg. Yet again, Sona moaned when James pulled his hips back. When he pushed forward, breaking her hymen in the process, the mix between a scream and painful groan tore its way out of Sona's mouth. James stopped moving immediately, waiting for Sona's pain to subside. Once it did, Sona signaled she was ready by wrapping her legs around James' waist. Feeling her thighs and socks on his back, James began to pump his hips slowly. As Sona's groans transformed into moans, James' speed increased. Yes. James. On. More. On. Give me more. After a few minutes, Sona was fully engaged in the sex. The feeling of James drilling into her was euphoric. She even began asking for more. Oh. James. James. On. You're amazing. I'm coming. Oh, yes. I'm coming. Ah. After a few more minutes, Sona had the most intense orgasm of her life. Her legs involuntarily released James' waist, her back arched, eyes rolled back, and toes curled. For close to a minute, Sona shuddered violently with a satisfied smile plastered on her face. Once she recovered, James had already hooked his arms under her knees. When he noticed she was with him again, James leaned forward, pressing her legs back with her feet on either side of her head. Then without a word of warning, he began to drill Sona again. Ah. Oh, my Satan. It's so deep. Yes. With every stroke, James pounded harder and harder. And Sona was loving it. Yes. That's it. Harder. Deeper. Oh. Yes. I'm coming again. Even though Sona announced her orgasm, like she had before, James had no intention of stopping this time. As he continued to drill her, Sona was accumulating orgasms. As she did, their reverberations combined. In the end, it felt like all these orgasms had melded into one massive orgasm. On. Eventually, James could feel his own limit. I'm gonna come. James said as he was preparing to pull out. Inside. Fill me up. Sona screamed, gaining the clarity of mind to make her desires known. With Sona's scream, James' last bit of rationality flew away. He redoubled his efforts and drilled Sona even harder and deeper than he was just a moment before. A moment later, James could no longer hold on. MMPH. Ah. James grunted as he bust his nut. At the same time, Sona screamed loud enough to be heard from outside the front door of the house. It should be noted, Sona's bedroom is the location in the house with the furthest physical distance from the front door. James, after painting Sona's insides white, repositioned his arms and allowed Sona's legs to fall to the bed. He then rolled over, laying down on his back next to his shuddering mess of a fiancé. Sona, shuddering from the reverberations of her massive orgasm, was smiling sloppily with her tongue hanging out of her mouth and clenching the sheets with not only her fingers but also her curled toes. Eventually, Sona regained her faculties. Turning her head in James' direction, she smiled sweetly. Though the lustful glint in her eyes was still there. I want more. Sona said with a smile. Smiling back in return, James started to raise his upper body to start round 2. Sona, however, stopped his movement. Instead, she rolled over on top of James, and positioned herself over his standing dick. As Sona lowered herself, they felt a tremor in the barriers surrounding not only the house, but also the bedroom. No way. Sona said with despair in her tone, as she had just buried James' entire dick inside her. I get the feeling this isn't going to end well. James said simultaneously. A moment later, the barriers active around the house and Sona's bedroom shattered simultaneously. Then, a teleportation circle bearing the mark of Leviathan appeared on the side of the bed. While Sona's expression showed despair, James showed total indifference. He was certainly not happy being interrupted, even if it was Seraphal. Once the magic circle disappeared, as they expected, Seraphal was standing where its center was. With an excited smile, she began to speak as soon as the teleportation ended and before she could register what was going on around her. Sotan. Your, Bishop. Seraphal began to excitedly explain about Rhea's progress, however she froze when she saw the position James and Sona were in. What are you doing here? Sona shrieked as she leaned forward and hugged James to hide her half-naked body. Why aren't you with Rhea? And why did you destroy my barriers? Huh? What? Seraphal had lost the ability to articulate upon seeing this sight. Hey, Saratan, if you don't plan on joining us, could you leave? James said with an expressionless face. If you do, you might have a niece or a nephew this time next year. Sona glared at James for his statement. Meanwhile, his words rebooted Serafal's brain. Absolutely not. Serafal shouted. Wani-chan does not approve. You're not even married yet. Saratan, you're surprisingly innocent. James said with a chuckle. Would you shut up? Sona said in response to James' teasing. You're just gonna make things worse. And for the next hour and a half, Serafal made a ruckus. Sona attempted to get her sister to leave, and James made everything worse by teasing the Citri sisters at every opportunity. Chapter 60, Looking Back While Training with the Gremory Peerage. 3 days have passed since the issue between James, Sona, and Serafal. In the end, Serafal lost the argument. How was it solved? James had to use a little manipulation. However, things did not go quite as planned. Flashback. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, Sona's estate. An hour after Serafal barged into Sona's residence, she was still rampaging. James had even grown tired of teasing her. Sona was also done with the whole situation. Especially since for the last 45 minutes, Serafal had been stomping around the room ranting about the morality of the situation. To be honest, James would have thought it was hilarious if it had not been going on for so long. Serafal was so into her one-man show, she had not even realized that James and Sona were no longer paying attention to her. In fact, they were casually playing chess. Though the mood had been ruined, Sona knew if she could get Serafal to leave, she and James would have around 3 more hours to have fun. The problem was, how would they make her leave? James, what do we do? Sona asked while massaging her forehead. Well, I have an idea. James said as he placed his bishop. I don't know if you'll be okay with it, though. I'll decide after hearing what it is. Sona said as she narrowed her eyes. If it's something that could hurt my elder sister, though, don't even mention it. I promise it won't hurt Saratan. James said, raising his hands disarmingly. Not that we could even if we wanted to. That's true. Sona said with annoyance. It's hard to believe someone that strong could be so childish. Anyway, let's hear it. James and Sona then leaned over the table and James whispered into Sona's ear. After a few moments they separated. Sona had a look of shock and annoyance on her face. Meanwhile, James had a look that screamed, what else do you want me to do? Eventually, Sona gave in. Do you think this could really work? Sona asked, uncertainty and unwillingness lacing her tone. It's the best I've been able to come up with since you got here. James said with a wry smile. Fine, I'll try. Sona said with a pout. Taking a deep breath, Sona closed her eyes to prepare herself for what she was about to do. Satan. Ugh, that sounds like I'm praying to my sister. Sona thought to herself as she put herself in the right frame of mind to execute James' plan. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Suddenly, Sona opened her eyes. Instead of the sharp expression she usually wears, now, she looked like the most bullied girl in all the realms. With tears in her eyes, caused because of the embarrassment she was feeling, Sona turned to her sister who was skulking around the room. Sarawanchan. Sona said softly in a trembling voice. Huh. Serafal's monologue ended abruptly. When she looked at Sona, who had called her, her soul almost jumped out of her body. Sotan, what's wrong? Before her question was finished, Serafal appeared next to Sona with her arms wrapped around her. A mixture of rage and concern in her expression. She then turned her rage-filled eyes in James' direction. Although his expression did not change, James was shaking on the inside. Holy shit, she's scary when she's pissed off. James thought to himself, thinking that this plan may not have been such a good idea. Did this boy do something to make you cry? Serafal asked as her pressure started to coalesce around James. Noticing the situation about to take a bad turn, Sona frantically shook her head. No, James has been trying to cheer me up. Sona said with a bit of fear leaking into her tone. With Serafal's overbearing love mixed with her impulsive nature, she was afraid for James' safety. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Serafal turned her attention back to Sona. Then, what made you cry? Serafal asked in a gentle tone. Wani-chan, why are you being so mean to me and James? Sona finally found an insertion point for James' plan to officially begin. Serafal panicked a bit then asked in an uncertain tone. What do you mean, Sotan? Serafal could not wrap her head around what Sona was thinking. Why are you trying to break me and James apart? Sona asked tearfully. Loving James isn't enough. Wani-chan, will you take the one I love away from me like everyone else in the underworld wants to? With that, Serafal froze. Was I really trying to deprive Sona of something that she loves? Serafal thought to herself as her eyes swam around, unable to make eye contact with Sona right now. But. I saw you having sex. You're not even married yet. Seraphol said, not even believing her own words as to why she was trying to stop them. But we're devils. Sona said weakly. What's wrong with what we were doing? Right. What were they doing wrong? Seraphol asked herself as well. Why did I get so angry about it? Seraphol fell silent. James and Sona were a bit confused. Things were not going according to script. James sitting at the table, and Sona, in her sister's embrace, looked at each other in confusion. Eventually Seraphol ended her contemplation. I'm sorry Sotan, Jaekuin. Seraphol said while hanging her head. This caused James and Sona to panic. I accept your apology, Wani-chan. But why are you so sad? Sona asked frantically. *I** a lot of devils think I was made the new Leviathan because the original was the only woman among the great Satans. Seraphol explained with a hint of depression in her tone. The truth is, I was chosen to be the new Leviathan because Leviathan represents envy. And the main sin that guides my actions is also envy. James and Sona were dumbfounded, they did not expect the topic to get so heavy, so quickly. However, Seraphol continued her monologue. That's the reason for my one-sided rivalry with Graphia-chan and the Archangel Gabriel. Sona said with a clenched fist. I'm envious of Graphia-chan because she got a good husband. If a Siscon, on the same level as you, qualifies as a good husband. James and Sona thought simultaneously. And Gabriel is said to be more beautiful than I am. Those are the only reason I made them my rivals. James and Sona fell silent, they had no idea what to say. Not that it mattered, shortly after the room fell silent, Seraphol broke it. I'm going home. Seraphol said dejectedly. I'll talk to you later, Sotan, Jaekuin. After that, Seraphol cast a teleportation circle and vanished. It took a while for James and Sona to process what had just happened. Eventually, they decided to put it behind them and revisit the matter later. Instead, they made the best of the free time they still had left. For the next 2.5 hours, they fucked like rabbits, on every surface in Sona's bed and bathroom. Flashback end . Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. Late in the evening, James was sparring with Kaneko while Flora, Rias, and the rest of her peerage observed. Kaneko was using her small size to her advantage, just as James had been teaching her. Although she was doing well, Kaneko was unable to land a solid blow on James. He would either dodge or deflect all her attacks. On occasion, he would even counterattack. You're doing well, Kaneko. James said as he avoided a high kick. Kaneko, due to exertion, was unable to reply. Instead, she steadied her footing and threw a barrage of jabs, straights, elbow strikes, hooks, and uppercuts. James dodged those he could and used his open hands to redirect those he could not. Eventually, Kaneko got impatient. Jumping into the air, she threw an overhand right. James could only shake his head inwardly. Pivoting on his left foot while tilting his head, he dodged the powerful blow. Before Kaneko could pass, though, James pivoted back and used his right knee to strike her in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of her and putting an end to the spar. After receiving that blow, Kaneko fell to the ground, coughing violently. Shortly after, while she was trying to catch her breath, the onlookers made their way to the two combatants. Kaneko, you've gotten a lot better. Flora said, handing the white-haired girl a towel. Cough, thanks. Kaneko said in monotone. Flora took no offense to this, she already knew, that's just how Kaneko is. Flora's right, you've really improved a lot. James said as he began to pat Kaneko on the head. Kaneko narrowed her eyes in pleasure at James' touch. We have to find a way to stop your bad habit of overextending when you're anxious, though. James said with a smile. You have to remember, staying cool is key in combat. Kaneko agreed and nodded to show it. James, thank you for helping us train. Ria said with a smile. It's a big help. No problem. James said with a smile as he removed his hand from Kaneko's head. I like working with your peerage, you have such talented members. Makes me regret that I didn't take Aquino for myself when I had the chance. James winked at Aquino as he finished speaking. While Aquino smiled back elegantly, Rias blushed. Embarrassed because she remembered that day. Her actions that day were a lot worse than James deserved from her. And now that she has realized it, she still feels bad about it. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be sparring with you, Kiba. James said while shifting his attention to Kyoto. After that, we'll discuss some ideas to make the most out of your sacred gear, Sword Birth. Sword Birth is a sacred gear that gives the wielder the ability to create demonic swords. The swords could have any property the wielder can imagine. Kiba's issue is that he creates extremely simple swords. Luckily, James has a whole world's otaku culture of cool swords in his brain. Not to mention he has seen a few in his travels, like Rebellion and Yamato. Sure. Yuto said with a casual smile. The truth of the matter is, although Yuto has been training with Surzex, Knight, Okita Tsuji, he feels like he gains more from sparring with James. There is a reason for that, of course. During training, James and Yuto will each take a side. Either offense or defense. Then, during their sessions James will explain what he does right or wrong and how he can improve. Whereas Okita teaches sword forms, then they spar. Usually, Yuto is left to figure out how to improve beyond that by himself. Well, you guys should get some rest. James said with a smile while stretching. Rest is just as important as training when you're trying to improve. The group nodded in understanding, then everyone made their way back to the mansion. On the way, James spoke to Kaneko. Kaneko. Huh? Kaneko tilted her head as she turned in James' direction. I know you don't want to use it because of what you went through with your sister, but if you ever want to be strong enough to find out why she left you behind, you'll need it. James said without turning back. You have to be strong enough to get the things you want and protect the things you have. Kaneko stopped in place with a frown on her face. As she was digesting James' words, James also came to a stop. Then, he turned and returned to her side. Once there, he reached out his hand and patted her head again, causing Kaneko to narrow her eyes in pleasure, immediately. Also, if you get an answer to your question, you need to be strong enough to give her a spanking if the reason is stupid, right? James said with a big, infectious smile. At that, Kaneko's usually stoic mask broke for a moment, then she smiled like a girl her age should. Chapter 61, What Akino is Into, R18. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. In the guest room James usually uses when he spends the night at the Gremory Estate, James was sitting on the bed maintaining his swords. Putting down the oiled cloth, he raised Okairu Sakura and inspected the blade for any damage. Not noticing any chips or cracks, James sheathed the blade and set it aside for the time being. Shortly afterward, he laid back and supported the back of his head with his hands. It feels like my growth is beginning to slow down. James said with a scowl. If I had a physical body, I would have smacked you upside the head for saying that. Drake said from inside James' mind. You just turned 17 a little less than a month ago. How are you not satisfied with your growth? I guess you have a point, Drake. James said, bringing his left hand to his chin. I just don't feel like my demonic power has grown at all since winter break. Not that I've been focusing on it, though. Exactly, you've been making sure that not only you, but your entire peerage could control the demonic power they have instead of recklessly increasing it. Drake said while nodding his head. On top of that, you're wearing that insane seal Scathatch devised. Yeah, they're kinda like. No, they're just like the spirit cuffs in Yu Hakusho. James said, while looking at the seals on the inside of his wrists. I have to keep my demonic and physical power at a certain level constantly or I wouldn't be able to move at all. I watched that one from your memories, it was pretty good. Drake said approvingly. Too bad there were no real dragons in it. The dragon of the darkness flame was just a construct. James chuckled at Drake's grumble. But before he could respond, there was an interruption. Knock, knock, knock. Huh. I wonder who that could be. James said with a knowing smile. Oh, stop playing dumb. Drake said, rolling his eyes. We both know who it is and why she's here. Once again, James chuckled at Drake as he stood to his feet and made his way to the bedroom door. Just a second, I'm coming. James said with a smile. When James opened the door, he saw the raven-haired girl he expected to see. What he did not expect, however, was the flaxen-haired girl smiling right next to her. Once the door was open fully, Akino, wearing a violet, silk robe that barely reached past her butt, extended her hands and pushed James back into the room. Flora, wearing a matching maroon robe, followed the two. While maintaining her smile, she closed and locked the door. Then, she moved and stood next to Akino again. I'm not complaining, believe me. James said with a smile. His expression shifted into something serious when he focused his attention on Flora, then asked a question. Are you sure about this? I know a girl's first time is important. Flora's smile brightened because of James' concern. She then took a step forward and pressed her lips against James's. Snaking her tongue into James' mouth, she deepened the kiss. At the same time, Akino made her way to his back and wrapped her arms around his chest, slowly running her soft, little hands across his chest and abdomen. Finally, Flora separated from the kiss and spoke. I'm happy to know how much you care, but it's fine. Flora said with a smile. Plus, a threesome is hotter, right? At Flora's declaration, James smiled wryly. The excitement and building lust in his eyes were clearly visible, though. At the same time, Akino's lust-filled smile grew broader. She then let her hand slide down his abdomen until they reached the nylon shorts James had changed into after taking a shower. In one motion, Aquino hooked her thumbs around the waistband of not only the pair of shorts, but also the boxers James was wearing and pulled them down. James, now naked from the waist down, untied the belt holding Flora's robe closed. Once her body was exposed, James leaned down and took her right nipple in his mouth, sucking gently and rolling his tongue on it. That feels good. Flora said while wrapping her hands around the back of James' head. Due to the skillful use of his lips, teeth, and tongue, James drew several more moans from Flora's lips as he switched back and forth between her breasts. Meanwhile, Aquino had reached down to James' erect dick. With her right hand, she stroked the length of the shaft slowly, yet firmly. At the same time, with her left hand, she fondled his balls very carefully. As she felt his dick throb in her hand, Aquino stood on the tips of her toes and started licking the side of James' neck, which caused his dick to throb even more. Eventually, Flora pulled her breasts away from James' lips. Shortly after, she knelt in front of him and assisted Aquino in stroking his dick. After a few moments, James twisted at the waist and pulled Aquino into his left arm. Moving her to stand next to the kneeling Flora, James used his right hand to untie her belt while his left groped her ass. With that, Aquino raised onto the tips of her toes and kissed James, who pushed his tongue into her mouth and caressed the raven-haired beauty's tongue. "Oh. Shit," James said as he pulled his lips away from Aquino's. Shortly after their kiss had begun, James had to involuntarily pull away after Flora sucked more than half of his dick into her mouth in one go. As the pleasure assaulted him, James' left hand tightened around Aquino's ass. Aquino moaned due to the sudden intensified stimulation. Meanwhile, Flora began bobbing her head and stroking with her right hand. As she did, the sounds of wet, sloppy sucking echoed around the room. James, on the other hand, leaned down and put his mouth on Aquino's left breast and sucked on her nipple like he was competing with Flora. Yes, James. Do it just like that. Although she felt some pain from the force James was using to suck on her nipple, Aquino enjoyed the mix of pleasure and pain, her moans making this fact obvious. After a couple of minutes, though, Aquino removed herself from James' lips. She then moved to Flora's left side and knelt next to her. Immediately after, Aquino leaned forward and gently wrapped her lips around one of James' balls. While massaging it with her lips, she added her tongue. Damn. James could not help but exclaim as he felt the soft lips and tongues of Flora and Aquino wrapping around his dick and balls, respectively. At the same time, Flora moaned on James' dick when Aquino's left and right hands began to fondle her breasts and ass, respectively. After a few moments, Flora released the dick from her mouth. Due to Aquino's fondling and sucking James' dick at the same time, she eventually ran out of breath. As soon as it left her mouth, Aquino lunged forward and buried more than half of James' dick in her mouth. Instead of stopping, however, Aquino slowly pushed her head forward until she could go no further. Then, she began bobbing her head, making sure she always took as much of James' dick into her mouth and throat as she could. Oh. Fuck. Aquino's deep throat blowjob brought a level of pleasure James was not ready for. Because of that, he grabbed the sides of her head to steady himself. Meanwhile, instead of attending to James' balls while Aquino was occupying his dick, Flora had moved behind Aquino. Embracing the raven-haired beauty from behind, Flora slid her right hand into Aquino's pussy while pinching her left nipple at the same time. Gasp, gasp. Due to Flora's stimulation, Aquino moaned and tried to suck in a breath of air. Unfortunately for her, and fortunately for James, all that did was intensify the sucking force she applied to James' dick. In turn, James' grip on her head tightened slightly. In that way, the sounds of James' grunts, Aquino's moans and slurps, and Flora's fingers sliding in and out of Aquino's dripping wet pussy continued for the next few minutes. Eventually, James released one of his hands from the side of Aquino's head. Then, with his right hand, he took a handful of Aquino's hair. Tilting her head back so he could look into her eyes, James smiled when their eyes met. Seeing the slightly sadistic glint in his eyes, Aquino's excitement grew. Gag. Gag. With no prior indications, James held Aquino's head in place by her hair and began pumping his hips. As he did, his dick was forced into Aquino's throat over and over. At the same time, Flora fingered Aquino harder and faster as time went by. Meanwhile, Aquino was experiencing a bit of pleasure overload. The pain from James' rough treatment of her throat mixed with the pleasure from having her pussy pounded by Flora's fingers was driving her close to insanity. Gag. Gag. MMPH. Shit. Eventually, Aquino climaxed intensely. With her eyes rolling back, her body shuddered violently. If it were not for Flora whose arms she was wrapped in, she would have fallen to the floor. While Aquino was riding out her climax, James had also reached his limit. Pushing his dick deep into Aquino's throat, James came with a shudder. As he continued to ejaculate, James pulled his dick from her mouth, slowly. By the time James had freed his dick from Aquino's mouth, some of his semen had overflowed and dripped from Aquino's lips to her chin. As soon as James' dick was out of Aquino's mouth, Flora leaned forward past Aquino's left shoulder and wrapped her lips around the head of James' dick, making sure to suck out the last of his cum. Not satisfied by the little amount remaining, Flora turned to Aquino. Turning Aquino's head in her direction, Flora licked the trickle of cum from Aquino's chin to her lips. Seeming to still be unsatisfied, Flora pressed her lips against Aquino's and forced her tongue into Aquino's mouth. At that moment, Aquino regained clarity. After understanding the situation, Aquino actively participated in the kiss. As she and Flora swapped James' cum between them. Once they both got their fill of James' cum, Aquino and Flora ended the kiss. With saliva and semen dripping from their lips, they both smiled and used their own fingers and tongues to clean up. "So, that's what you're into, huh?" Flora said with a lust-filled smile as she looked at Aquino. "Fufufu. The night is still young, Flora," Aquino said while giggling in her unique way. "You'll find out, I'm into more than just having my face fucked. MMM. As she thought about James' dick forcing its way deep into her throat, she could not help but shiver and moan. Seeing this, Flora's smile widened. At that moment, James came between them. Then, he conjured a ball of water on the tips of his right index and middle fingers. Gently, he used it to clean up the girls' faces. When he was done, the ball of water had turned slightly murky. Not bothered by it, James stood and entered the bathroom, throwing the murky water into the toilet. When he returned, with a ball of water in his mouth, he kissed Flora and forced the ball of water into her mouth to clear out the remnants of his semen. Then, he repeated the process with Aquino. After kissing the two girls, James wrapped his arms around both of their waists and put on a serious expression. As they made eye contact with James, Aquino and Flora could feel how serious the situation had become. As they waited, it did not take long for James to address the issue. "Now," James said with severity leaking from his tone. Before he continued, however, his expression changed. With his eyes and smile charged with lust, James asked, "So, who's first?" Chapter 62, Two's Company. Three's Awesome. R18. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. "So, who's first?" With a smile filled with lust, James asked Flora and Aquino. "I think Flora should go first," Aquino said with a smile equally as filled with lust as James. In response, Flora smiled brightly and removed her robe. As it slid down her body and fell to the floor, James and Aquino appreciated the flaxen-haired beauty's curves and proportions. "Damn, she's got one hell of a body," Aquino said while licking Flora all over with her eyes. "Yeah, she can get it, for sure," James said as his erect dick jumped in excitement. While James and Aquino were appraising her body, Flora turned around and walked to the bed. When she arrived, she bent over, giving them a great view of her ass and pussy. Slowly, she crawled from the foot of the bed to the headboard. Then, she turned toward James and Aquino, laying her head on James' pillow. Once she was comfortable, she spread her legs and reached out her arms. "You said I can get it, right?" Flora said as she curled her fingers invitingly. "Then, come and give it to me." With that, James and Aquino made their way to the bed as well. After crawling up near Flora, James positioned himself between her spread legs while Aquino positioned herself on Flora's right. Then, as James was about to lean down and get a taste of Flora's juice, Flora stopped him with a hand on his head. "James, you don't have to warm me up," Flora said with a growing glint of anticipation in her tone. "I'm wetter than Angel Falls, already." A/N, for those who don't know, Angel Falls is the world's largest waterfall. Taking a look, James could see her juices flowing from her pussy down the crack of her ass and onto the bed sheets. Agreeing there was no reason to get her even wetter, James straightened up. James lined up his dick with her pussy lips. MMM. On. MMM. Before penetrating her, James rubbed the head of his dick up and down on her pussy, making sure to brush it against her engorged clit. At the same time, Aquino was massaging her breasts and rolling her nipples between her thumbs and index fingers. MMM. James. Stop teasing on me and MMM put it in. MMM. Interrupting Flora's impatient exclamation, Aquino leaned down and pressed her lips against Flora's. At the same time, she pinched her nipples. Shortly after, Flora could feel James' dick push past her pussy lips. MMM. 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 As James' dick pressed further into Flora's pussy, she moaned into Aquino's kiss continuously. This time, there was no hymen to interrupt his invasion. As a martial artist, James did not find it surprising that Flora's hymen had already been broken. Once he could push no further forward, James slowly pulled back his waist. Once only its head was left inside of Flora, James began pushing his dick back in. With each stroke, James gradually increased his speed. On. Oh, my fuck. With James stretching the walls of her pussy, Flora was unable to continue the kiss with Aquino. Instead, she pulled away from Aquino and allowed her moans to transform into screams. Without Flora's lips to keep her own occupied, Aquino changed targets. Now, with her left hand massaging Flora's right breast, she sucked on her left nipple. And, with her right hand free, Aquino moved it down and used it to rub Flora's clit, vigorously. On. Yes. Oh, my fucking. On. Yes. Fuck me. Fuck me harder. On. With the 4 points of stimulation, Flora was pushed toward her limit quickly. The whole time, James was increasing the speed at which he drilled into Flora's pussy. After a few more minutes, Flora climaxed, hard. On. With one loud scream, Flora's pussy clenched on James' dick like a vice grip while her whole body shuddered. It took everything he had not to come immediately. With Flora reaching climax, Aquino stopped rubbing her clit and released her nipple from her mouth. She continued to massage her right breast, though. After about 40 seconds, Flora came down from her orgasm. Pant that was pant way better than pant I expected. Flora said with a satisfied smile. Glad to hear it. James said before he leaned down and pecked Flora on the lips. It's your turn now, right Aquino? No, not yet. Aquino said with a shake of her head. Then with an excited smile, she continued. Turn her around. I want to see you fuck her from behind. James and Flora smiled at the excited girl. Then, James reached out at lightning speed and grabbed a handful of Aquino's hair and pulled her right in front of him. Ah. To James' abrupt action, Aquino yelped in surprise before moaning as her brain transformed the pain from having her hair pulled into pleasure. Did you just tell me what to do, Aquino? James said with severity in his tone. I think you forgot the magic word. I'm sorry, James. Aquino said, clearly enjoying the rough treatment. Please, could you turn her around so I could see you fuck her from behind? Good girl. James said with a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he kissed her deeply. Aquino, you're such a dirty girl. Flora said as she raised her right hand. Smack. Aquino moaned into her kiss with James after feeling Flora's spanking. Meanwhile, Flora was grinding James' dick against the most sensitive spots in her pussy. Eventually, James released Aquino and slowly pulled his dick out of Flora. Then, he rolled her over onto her stomach. After which, he pulled her hips back and forced her onto her hands and knees. Something Flora did not seem to mind. Come on James, give me that dick. Flora said provocatively. Fuck me like you are, . Interrupting Flora's provocation, James gripped her hips and slammed his dick, balls deep, inside of her. Already starting at a fast pace, James' strokes only grew in speed as time went by. Meanwhile, having removed her robe, Aquino watched James drill Flora. While she did, she was plunging her right index and middle finger in and out of her pussy while she fondled and pinched her breasts with her left hand. Yes. That's it. On. Oh. Fuck me, daddy. Fuck me. Flora screamed between moans. Who's the dirty girl now? Aquino said as she moved in front of Flora. Then like James had done to her before, Aquino yanked Flora's hair and forced her to make eye contact. Come on, answer me, Flora. I'm. A dirty girl. On. Flora said excitedly between moans. That's right. Aquino then forced a deep kiss onto Flora's lips. Eventually, she released her lips and forced her head down. Aquino then spoke again. Now be a good girl. When Aquino finished her sentence, she was sitting in front of Flora with her legs spread as she pushed Flora's face into her pussy. Already turned on by the pounding of a lifetime she was getting from James, Flora did not hesitate to stick out her tongue and lick Aquino's pussy. Seeing this sight, James was further excited as well. He began slamming into Flora even harder. Yes. That's right, lick that pussy. You like eating this pussy? Ah. While James fucks you from the back. Ah. Aquino excitedly talked down to Flora while moaning. Ah. MMPH. At that moment, after several minutes of being pounded from behind and eating out Aquino, both Aquino and Flora climaxed at almost the same time. Shortly after the girls, James came inside of Flora as well. When she climaxed, she tightened so much that James could no longer hold it in. James, the first to recover from his orgasm, pulled his still hard dick out of Flora's pussy. Seeing his semen leaking out of it, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Deciding that he could bask in it later, James rolled Flora to the side and leaned forward to grab Aquino's legs. Once he caught hold of them, James yanked her toward himself. Then, with Aquino laying on her back and after quickly lining up his dick with her pussy, James plunged balls deep. Ah. Oh. Fuck. With no warm-up, James pressed Aquino's legs back so that her thighs were flush with her stomach as he started to pound Aquino as hard and as fast as he could. Ah. Oh yeah. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Ah. I'm coming. After a few minutes of James furiously pounding her pussy, Aquino orgasmed violently. At the same time, Flora finally came back to her senses. Seeing James plunging in and out of Aquino so fiercely, she was immediately aroused again. Deciding to return Aquino's favor with a little extra, Flora crawled and positioned her pussy over Aquino's face. Then, when she felt everything was perfect, she lowered her pussy, which was still dripping James' cum, onto Aquino's lips. At the same time, James continued to drill his dick into Aquino with everything he had. Half a minute later, Aquino came down from her orgasm, feeling James still moving in and out of her, she moaned. However, the sound was muffled. Ah. Flora moaned as the vibrations from Aquino moaning against her pussy hit her. Aquino recognized the situation she was in immediately after hearing Flora's moan. Without hesitation, she reached up and grabbed Flora's ass. Then she began licking and sucking the best she could while getting jolted over and over by James' dick. MMM. Ah. MMM. The sound of the girls' moans echoed through the room like a symphony. And for the duration, James continued to slam his dick as deep, as hard, and as fast as he could into Aquino's soaking wet pussy. Eventually, Flora wrapped her arms around James' neck to support herself, pressing her lips against James' own in the process. Now with all three of their lips and private parts occupied, the moaning was greatly muted. However, the sounds of flesh colliding and wet gushing sounds were more evident. Oh. My. MMM. Flora screamed and moaned out as she climaxed yet again. MMM. Aquino also moaned as she reached another violent orgasm. As her lips vibrated against Flora's clit and pussy, Flora's orgasm intensified. MMPH. Shit. James grunted as he began filling Aquino with his cum. After a few seconds, James pulled out of Aquino and fell back on his ass. Pant damn pant that was pant fucking hot. James said while trying to catch his breath. Several seconds after James recovered, Flora was the next to get her wits about her. And the first thing she did was lean forward and wrap her lips around James' dick. After sucking the last of his cum out, she turned her attention to Aquino, who was leaking James' cum like she was before. Then, she put her lips on Aquino's pussy and sucked as much semen out of it as she could. Ah. As she was still overly sensitive from the intense orgasm, Aquino loudly screamed due to the overstimulation, then passed out with a silly smile on her face. Okay, I think that's enough, Flora. James said with a smile. I don't want you to break Aquino. After James spoke, Flora licked Aquino one more time then stopped. Crawling from on top of her, Flora approached James. Opening her mouth, James could see that it was full of his cum. After she was sure that James had seen the inside of her mouth, Flora closed it. After swishing around its contents with her tongue for a few moments. Gulp. Flora swallowed. Then she spoke in a soft, exhausted voice. Rinse, please. James then conjured a new ball of water on his index finger. He then pushed it into Flora's mouth. After a few moments swishing the water around her mouth, Flora swallowed it. She then wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. After that, she hugged James and spoke. Good night, James. Flora said as she closed her eyes. I love you, so much. I love you, too. James said with a smile, then he kissed Flora on the forehead. Holding Flora with one arm, James moved toward the head of the bed. Picking Aquino up in his other arm along the way, James laid down with his head on his pillow. He let the girls' heads rest on his chest, then he spoke once more before closing his eyes for the night. Good night, girls. Chapter 63, Nailed It. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. The next morning, James woke up bright and early like he usually does. On his left and right, Flora and Aquino were sleeping peacefully. Feeling that it was about time to get up, James slipped out from between them, trying not to wake the sleeping girls. Unfortunately, as they were both middle-rank beings, they were a lot more sensitive to their surroundings. *Good morning. Flora said after a long yawn. Good morning, Aquino said as she rubbed her eyes. Good morning. James replied to the girls' greetings. It's okay if you sleep a little longer, you know. We have to train. Flora said stubbornly. Yeah, what she said. Aquino said lethargically without a hint of her usual elegance. Whatever you say, I'm gonna take a shower, alone. James said, emphasizing the word, alone. Why? Aquino asked in a whiny tone. She was looking forward to bathing with him again, like they did in Martinique. Because, I know you're trying to have another bath like we did in Martinique, James said, seeing through Aquino's thoughts easily. Aquino could only pout at James' rejection. Flora on the other hand was filled with curiosity. What happened in the bathroom on Martinique? Flora asked, expecting a good story. Ignoring Flora's question, James leaned over and pecked the girls on the lips. Then he turned and headed for the bathroom adjoined to his bedroom. After half an hour, James had showered and brushed his teeth. Dressing in some light clothes to train in, James stepped back into the bedroom. When he arrived, Aquino and Flora were gone. Well, let's get the day started, James said to himself. After that, James made his way through the Gremery mansion toward the training ground. On his way, the maids all blushed when they looked at him. Tilting his head in confusion, James continued on his way. Until he saw Graphia. Rounding a corner, James noticed that he and Graphia were going in the same direction, at least for a little while, so he decided to speak. Hey, big sis Graphia. James said energetically. Good morning. Hearing James' greeting, Graphia stopped. As James caught up, Graphia began walking again. Good morning, James. Graphia returned the greeting with a nod. After a few steps, James asked the question that was bothering him. As the head maid, do you have any idea why all the maids are looking at me funny? James asked, genuinely confused. Uncharacteristically, Graphia blushed when she heard James' question. Though, her expression did not change in the slightest. As Surzex does not live in the Gremery estate and Graphia takes her duties as a maid far too seriously, Graphia lives in the servant quarters. She knows the truth behind the maids' blushing faces and awkward glances. It's remarkably simple, actually. The guest rooms and the servant quarters are in the same wing of the mansion. Also, Aquino and Flora's voices carried quite well last night. So, it just so happens that everyone in the servant quarters, including Graphia, heard James, Aquino, and Flora's sexual escapades. You should remember to put up a silencing barrier next time, Graphia said while blushing. He's only 16, could he really be that good? Graphia asked herself while remembering the moans that reverberated through the entire wing of the estate. I don't think I've ever screamed like those girls did. Wait, what am I thinking? Graphia had to shake her head to drive those thoughts out. She knew she should not be comparing her sex life with Surzex to what she heard last night. Without breaking stride, James and Graphia walked through the mansion's corridors. Eventually they parted ways. While James headed to the training grounds, Graphia went about her own duties. When James made it to the training grounds, Rias, Kaneko, Kyoto, and Gasper were already there. You're late, Rias said with her hands resting on her hips. And where are Aquino and Flora? Actually, James is right on time, Kaneko said quietly. Those two will be a little late, they're not too steady on their feet right now, James said with a proud smile. Hearing his response and seeing that smile, told everyone exactly why Aquino and Flora would be late. And after it sunk in, the four of them reacted differently. Rias was burning in jealousy, Kaneko lowered her head with her cheeks having turned slightly red, Kyoto smiled wryly, and Gasper was so embarrassed that he panicked. If Aquino had that much energy left after training last night, I guess that means we need to raise the intensity from now on, Rias said with a fierce glint in her eyes. I get the feeling if that happens, Aquino will make her way to my room again tonight, James thought after hearing Rias' declaration. And that will lead them into a downward spiral. Until I leave the day after tomorrow, anyway. 15 minutes later, Aquino and Flora showed up at the training ground. And like James said, their legs were a bit weak. As they entered, they both glared at James. You two shouldn't look at me like that, James said with the proud smile returning to his face. You loved it last night. After James spoke, Aquino and Flora adopted sloppy smiles while they thought about what happened last night. Seeing their reactions, Rias pouted while Kaneko looked at the two older girls curiously. Clap. All right, we're burning daylight, James said after clapping his hands to bring everyone back to the here and now. Kiba, you're with me. Everyone else do your thing. With that, everyone separated to work on their training schedules for the day. Flora and Kaneko went off and began sparring in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Rias, Aquino, and Gasper went in 3 different directions so they could experiment and improve their magical and racial abilities. James and Yuto also moved away from everyone else. James drew Okairu Sakura while Yuto conjured a demonic sword using sword birth. "You're on offense today," James said as he readied his stance. After a moment, Yuto charged forward. An hour later, Yuto was using one of his demonic swords to support himself. While trying to regulate his breathing, he listened as James told him where his flaws were and how he could improve them. After coaching Yuto for about 30 minutes, James asked a question. "So, have you thought of any new swords you could create?" "Unfortunately, no," Yuto said with a shake of his head. "Have you ever thought of combining two attributes in order to strengthen your offense, defense, or support abilities?" James asked with a smile. "What do you mean?" Yuto asked with interest shining in his eyes. "For example, you could make a sword with the properties of fire and wind," James said, gesticulating with his hands. "No matter how hard you try, you can only make the fire so hot, right?" Yuto nodded in agreement. "Well, if you add the property of wind, the flames the sword produces will strengthen on their own," James said, finishing his explanation. At that, Yuto's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was eager to experiment. "Or, what if you made a sword with two blades?" James asked, thinking of a samurai from Marvel Comics. "If the two blades are close enough together, and they run parallel to each other and your attack connects, it would make stitching up the wound near impossible." Yuto shuddered at how vicious that weapon would be. Even still, he could not help but imagine the damage it could do. Another would be to make one that has the property of wind, James said as he thought about a version of Excalibur from another universe. If you wrap the sword in enough wind to bend the light around it, you could make your sword invisible to your opponent. "I'm not exactly sure how that works scientifically, though." For the next 45 minutes, James bounced ideas off of Yuto, hoping that something would stick. Eventually, James brought this topic to an end. He then put on a more solemn expression. "Kiba, have you given up on your revenge yet?" James asked while looking Yuto straight in the eyes. "No," Yuto exclaimed while gritting his teeth. Nodding his head, James did not try to dissuade the younger boy. Instead, he asked, "I've heard your story from Riri, but would you mind letting me hear it from your point of view?" James asked in genuine curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Yuto got his emotions in check. Then, he nodded, agreeing to tell James his story. Before he was reincarnated, Yuto was a human raised by the church named Isaiah. An orphan taken in by the church, he was eventually brought in to participate in an experiment. An experiment to create artificial holy sword wielders. Artificial Excalibur wielders, to be precise. With other children of about the same age, Isaiah, like them, were unaware of what would happen to them. As none of them fell during the experiments, they got along just fine. With their faith in the biblical God, they sang hymns to keep their spirits high. Eventually, the experiment was dubbed a failure. Because of that, the men running the experiment decided to eliminate all the test subjects. Flooding the experiment site with poisonous gas, the children began to fall one by one. However, they worked together to give one of their young comrades a chance to escape. They chose the most talented of their group, Isaiah. Eventually, the boy made it out of the facility. Unfortunately, he had inhaled too much of the poison, dying shortly after his escape. Shortly after, he was resurrected as a devil and given the name Kiba Yuto by Rias Gremory and became her knight. By the time Yuto finished his story, he was gritting his teeth with tears streaming down his face. "Fuck the church," James said in disgust. "Yeah," Yuto said with depression in his tone. "But I heard that the father who was conducting those experiments was excommunicated shortly after the experiment failed. If he hadn't been, I would label heaven just as evil as the original Satan's," James said with a smirk. "Anyway, I can understand why you burn with revenge. The question is, why do you want to destroy the fragments of Excalibur for your revenge? That, I really don't understand. I mean, the swords didn't actually do anything to you, right? Although it may sound unbelievable, Excalibur was broken into 7 pieces in a war centuries ago. After collecting all the pieces, or fragments, the church tasked its alchemists to reforge the fragments into 7 swords. Each of which bore the name, Excalibur. It's because of those swords that my friends and I were disposed of like that," Yuto said, his words leaking venom. "No, Kiba," James said with a firm tone. "It's because of the father who ran that facility that you and your friends were disposed of. Don't confuse the issue." "What do you know?" Kiba roared in rage. Without warning, Yuto found himself slammed into the ground with his left arm twisted and locked behind his back. As he struggled to free himself, the one who put him in this position, James, spoke. "My father, Cassiel Alaverus, was created when Hades was experimenting to create super devils," James said calmly with wrath in his eyes. "When he was deemed a failure, Hades decided to have him disposed of. Luckily, my father managed to escape. As James told his story, Yuto calmed down and listened closely. Now, based on your logic, James said while he released Yuto from his joint lock. Since I want to take revenge for what my father went through, I should go and kill Surzex and Ajuka, right? Yuto froze. After hearing a story that was similar to his own, he was able to see another perspective. Before he could answer James, though, James helped him to his feet and dusted off his clothes with a smile. Then, when everything looked good, James smiled again like before and spoke. Now don't get me wrong, Kiba. James said, pausing briefly before he continued. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right either. What I am saying is, you have to keep a cool head and think things through. Look at problems from multiple angles. If you do that, you'll find the best option for you. With that, James turned away. Before he went too far, though, he spoke once again. Well, I think that's enough for today. James said as he waved his hand, going for that setting off into the sunset vibe. I'll go check on Riri, there are some ideas I wanted to run past her. She may be able to work some of them into her moveset. Well, see you later, work hard. As he walked away, nothing interfered with his exit. Elated by that fact, James thought to himself. Nailed it. Chapter 64, The Last Day of Spring Break. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Today, on the last day of spring break, James, Rias, Aquino, Yuto, and Flora appeared in front of James' house from a teleportation magic circle. Tomorrow will mark the beginning of the second year of high school at Kyoto Academy for James, Rias, Aquino, and Flora. While Yuto would be starting his first year. Thanks for helping us with our training. Rias said with a sweet smile while looking at James. Don't worry about it, Riri. James said, smiling back in return. It was fun for me. I had fun, too. Flora said with a smile that screamed, I enjoyed more than just the training. Fufufu. Aquino giggled while adopting the same smile as Flora. She hid it behind a hand, though. Looking at Aquino and Flora, Rias' jealousy began to spike. Before it could get out of control, she shook her head. Then, with determination burning in her eyes, she clenched her fists and thought to herself. I'll challenge Riser to a rating game, over winter break, spring break at the latest. Then, I'll finally be free to choose who I will spend the rest of my life with. As she finished her thought, Rias gazed at James longingly. At the same time, Yuto was deep in his own thoughts. For the last few days, he has been constantly replaying the conversation he had with James. Back in the underworld, Kaneko was in a state similar to Yuto. Thinking about tapping into her racial traits to get the answer she wants about her sister. Well, I'll head over to Sona's house. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. I need to pick up Kunu. Okay, we'll head home, too. Ria said, putting on a smile after breaking away from her inner thoughts. We need to get settled in for tomorrow, after all. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. James said with a smile. See you tomorrow, darling. Flora said excitedly as she rushed in and hugged James. Once Flora separated from James' embrace, Aquino stepped forward elegantly. Placing a kiss on James' cheek, she spoke, as well. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. Once again, Rias pouted jealously. Her desire for intimacy, through the roof. She then turned away and began to walk. Okay, Aquino, Yuto, let's go. Rias said as she walked. I'll see you tomorrow, James. With that, Aquino and Yuto followed Rias away from James' house in the direction of Kyoto Academy. Flora, deciding now was a good time to leave as well, walked alongside them and chatted with the trio. James saw them off with a smile. However, before long, Rias, Aquino and Yuto turned toward the house next door to James's. Seeing this, James and Flora froze in shock. Once they reached the front door, Rias reached into her pocket and pulled out a few keys. Handing one each to Aquino and Yuto, then she turned back to the door and inserted her own key into the keyhole. Once she unlocked and opened the door, she turned back to James. Hello, neighbor. Rias said excitedly while waving her hand. I just moved in today. I hope we'll get along. Flora was the first to come out of her stupor. And when she did, she laughed. Hard. Hearing Flora's laughter, James also came back to his senses. When he did, he could only smile wryly at the slyly grinning Rias and Aquino. Yuto was smiling awkwardly off to the side. Ha ha ha. James' wry smile eventually turned into full-blown laughter. When it died down, he spoke. Okay, you got me there. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. James then turned toward Sona's house. At the same time, Flora made her way back home, while Rias, Aquino, and Yuto went inside their new home. Once James reached Sona's front door, he rang the doorbell. After a few moments, Tsubaki opened the door. Dressed as if she were about to go somewhere, James could not help but ask. Got a date with Lancer, huh? James said with a smile. Smiling in response, Tsubaki nodded her head happily. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow at school, then. James said. Before he could ask about Kunu, the adorable little girl came running from the house's interior. James Onaikan. Kunu shouted as soon as she caught sight of James. Then when she was in range, she jumped and wrapped her arms around James' neck. Then, with a bright smile, she continued to speak. Welcome back. It's good to be back. James replied with a smile. Did you have fun with Sona and the girls? Aha. Kunu replied with a nod. Everyone played with me lots. Sona Onizen told me stories about when you were little, too. Oh, and what did she tell you about me? James asked curiously. Well, she told me. As Kunu went on about the stories Sona told her over the past few days, Tsubaki smiled and nodded at James before walking across the street to get see-you chillin'. Shortly after, Sona came to the front door and greeted James with a smile. Welcome back, James. Glad to be back. James replied with a smile. Have you talked to your sister since that day? No, not yet. Sona said as she shook her head. If I don't hear from her by Golden Week, I'll go to the underworld myself. I'll go with you. James said resolutely. As much as I'd like to have your support with that, I think there's something I need to talk with her about, alone. Sona said while she shook her head to James' offer. If you say so. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. Just remember, if you need me for anything, all you have to do is ask. I know. Sona said with a smile and a nod. And thank you. With that, James turned to leave. With Kunu still in his arms, he looked at his house. Unsurprisingly, he could see a pair of light blue and a pair of red eyes peering at him through one of the windows. He then turned back to Sona and spoke. Well, I better get home. He said with a wry smile. It seems two of my cohabitants are getting impatient. Sona giggled when she saw James' wry smile. Then, she stepped forward and raised herself on the tips of her toes and kissed James on the cheek. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Sona said as she pulled her lips away. See you tomorrow. James said in reply. After bidding Sona goodbye, James turned toward his house and crossed the street. Then, when he and Kunu reached the front door, the door opened before he could do anything. On the other side of the open door, Mizore and Mocha smiled. Clearly, they were happy he was back. Putting Kunu down, James opened his arms and spoke. I'm home. Taking the cue, Mizore and Mocha rushed into James' outstretched arms. Hugging for a few moments, the girls released him and ushered James and Kunu into the house. Sitting at the entrance, James and Kunu removed their shoes. While they did, James asked a question. Anything to report for the last few days? James asked without looking back. Nothing of note. Mocha replied professionally. Only one stray devil was reported. Lady took care of it easily. Lady's gotten pretty good. Mizore said with a smile. When I limit my power to the same as her, we've had nothing but draws. Ever since we came back from training with Master Scathatch. Well, there is a reason she has the title, Trainer of Heroes, right? James said with a smile. Anyway, how is the ice mirror technique coming along? Good. Mizore said with her eyes lighting up. It's hard to react while moving as fast as I do between the mirrors. Mizore Onizen's mirrors are so cool. Kunu cheered excitedly. She goes into a mirror, then she goes, whoosh. And then she's in another mirror. After changing to indoor slippers, James and the girls went to the living room. When they entered, Leona was sitting on the sofa with a frown on her face. Mom, I'm home. James said with a smile. In response, Leona did not even look in his direction. This caused the girls to giggle and James to smile wryly. Then, James walked toward the sofa she was sitting on. Mom, what's wrong? James asked as he sat next to his mother. Then he wrapped her in a hug. Humph. Leona snorted but did not reject the hug from her son. Now that my son has a few girls, he forgets about his mother, huh? What are you talking about, Mom? James said, smiling wryly. Although he knew she was teasing him, he did not know how to disarm the trap. You know I love you, how could I ever forget about you? Trying to hold back a smile, Leona kept up with her teasing. Oh, really? Leona asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course. James said with a genuine smile. Then, why did it take you 25 minutes to come and say hi to me after you teleported back? Leona asked with fake sobs. James, after hearing this question, thought. She's getting impatient, huh? Mom. Are you saying I should have left Kunu until later? James asked with mock shock on his face. Leona's pupils quivered at James' question. However, before she could respond, James asked another question. And why didn't you tell me about our new neighbors? James asked sadly. I think it's you, mother, who has forgotten about your son. Once again, Leona racked her brain for a way to regain the initiative in this conversation. But before she could come up with anything, James spoke once again. This time he put the nail in the coffin. Mizore, Mocha, my mother doesn't love me anymore. James sobbed with the saddest face he could make. Leona's eyes widened to a comical degree. Seeing this, Mizore, Mocha, and Kuna giggled as they watched James' performance. Eventually, Leona regained her calm. Then, she hung her head dejectedly. How did you turn it around? Leona asked frustratedly. Well, I have to thank Riri for that. James said with a smile. Rias. Why? Leona asked confusedly. It's elementary, my dear mother. James said with a finger raised. Nothing you've done so far can compare to a jealous outburst from the Gremory princess. Hearing that, the ladies burst into laughter immediately. Mizore shivered a bit, however, as she remembered the first time she met Rias. Because of my experience with Riri, dealing with your fake jealousy was child's play. James said with a victorious smile on his face. **** you win this round, boy. Leona said dejectedly. Shortly afterward, though, she smiled mischievously. Anyway, onto something more interesting. James had a bad feeling when he saw his mother smile. And when he heard her next words, he knew it was much worse than he thought it would be. So, why don't you tell me about your time with Aquino and Flora? Leona asked, a victorious smile appearing on her face a moment later. As Leona's words fell, James could feel Mizore and Mocha's ears perk up in jealousy and curiosity. At the same time, Kunu tilted her head, cutely. As she was unable to understand the insinuation. James could feel cold sweat forming on the back of his neck. As he looked around the room, his vision settled on Kunu. Then his eyes lit up. I don't think now is a good time. James said with a solemn expression. This is a conversation not suitable for children. Besides, I'm a bit tired from all the training. So, see you later, bye. With that, James, Flash stepped away. Before anyone could react, the sound of James' bedroom door slamming shut echoed throughout the house. The ladies were surprised and a bit impressed at how fast his fight or flight instinct kicked in and made its decision on how to proceed. Well, damn, he got away. Leona said disappointedly. The next morning. First day of the new term . James' usual group, with 3 new additions, Mizore, Mocha, and Yuto, were making their way to school. I wonder what classes we'll all be in. Mizore said excitedly. Well, if it's anything like it was with us, you 3 will be in the same class. Sona replied. Since you 3 were the top scorers on the entrance exams. Yeah, and we get to hear Mocha give a speech at the opening ceremony. James said with a smile. Just like Sona did the year before. I hate public speaking. Mocha said with a blush. At that, everyone laughed. And for the rest of the trip, they enjoyed their walk with laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, in a normal 2-story home, in his bedroom on the 2nd floor, a brown-haired boy was psyching himself up for his first day of high school. Okay, Issei. This will be the first step toward getting a harem. The boy said to himself as he smacked his hands against his cheeks. Hurry up, eyes. A middle-aged woman should from the 1st floor. If you don't, you won't have time for breakfast before you leave. Chapter 65, The Perverted Trio. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since the school year started. In those 2 weeks there have been few things of note that have taken place. One good thing that happened is that James' original group of 7 were placed in the same class again. Although James was certain that was not by luck. And as they all expected, Mizore, Mocha, and Yuto were all in the same class as well. Mizore and Mocha joined the MMA club. Rias, now with 3 members, was able to start her own club. She called it the Occult Research Club. Quite ironic if you think about it. Also, Sona was promoted to vice president of the student council. As it turns out, the former VP graduated last year, and she was deemed the best replacement. One decidedly more negative piece of news would be that in Class 1D is a trio of perverted male students. In only 2 weeks, they have already been caught peeping on various girls' locker rooms 3 times. The matter of the peeping trio has been taken to the school officials. Which means that it has been taken to the devils in charge of Kyoto. Rias and Sona will be deciding the fates of the 3 perverts after school today. James will be acting as an advisor during their meeting as well. Right now, during the lunch break, James was sitting on the roof of the school building eating his lunch with the girls of his peerage, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora. While eating, James was observing the trio of perverted students as they were being hunted down by the members of the girls' kendo club. As he watched them, James frowned, clearly displeased with what he was seeing. "What's wrong, James?" Flora asked as she took a bite of the sandwich she packed for lunch. "I don't know why you're letting it bother you," Mizor said angrily. "Just have those 3 disgusting losers expelled." "There must be more to it than we think, Mizor," Mocha said, trying to calm down the purple-haired girl. "I'd expel them if I could too, though. If only it were that simple," James said with a frown on his face. "This is gonna turn into extra work for me, like usual." "What's the matter?" Flora said, as she moved behind James and wrapped her arms around him. "You know we'll help in any way we can. Unfortunately, you're gonna get roped into this, too," James said, not happy about what he was going to do to himself for the foreseeable future. All 3 of you. As James finished, he saw the pervert trio was caught. To no one's surprise, the girls of the kendo club beat them viciously with their shurnai. After school. James, Rias, and Sona were seated around a table in the student council room. With solemn expressions on their faces, they were about to decide the fates of 3 students. "So, what did your observations reveal, James?" Sona asked. Those 3 are truly reprehensible," James said with a frown. "I'm okay with someone being a pervert, but to do it so openly is really off-putting." "How can you say you're okay with perverts?" Ria said with disgust and confusion in her expression. "Well, this may be news to you, Riri," James said with a mischievous smile. "Your queen, Hajime Akino, is a pervert." "Impossible," Rias denied strongly. "How would I not know if my queen were a pervert?" "The answer to that question is actually quite simple," James said with a raised eyebrow. "You've never slept with her." Rias' beautiful blue eyes opened to a comical degree. After a moment, she blushed furiously. "Anyway, like I said, I'm fine with perverts," James said as if nothing happened. "As long as they can control their perversions." "So, does that mean you suggest we expel them?" Sona asked calmly, though she had to hold back her laughter thinking about Rias' earlier reaction. I really would like to suggest they be expelled," James said while shaking his head. "Unfortunately, we can't do that, for now." "Why?" Rias and Sona asked simultaneously. "Because," James said as his expression morphed into something worse than a crying face. "One of them, Hayadu Issei, is a sacred gear wielder." The 2 girls widened their eyes in shock. Neither of them could think of what kind of sacred gear would fit such an overtly perverted guy. At the same time, they were curious to find out. "But James, why do you look so depressed?" Rias asked curiously. "Because of what I know Sona is gonna ask me to do," James said while looking at Sona with puppy dog eyes. "But, Sona, if you let me have my freedom, I promise to shower you with lots of love." Sona blushed at the double entendre. However, her expression did not change much outside of that. Calmly, she adjusted her glasses and replied to James. "Even if I give you the task you're expecting, you'll still shower me with your love." As soon as she finished, Sona blushed even harder than she did when James said it. Rias was thoroughly confused at this point. Although she's not completely innocent about sexual matters, her mind is not at a point where she automatically picks up on innuendos. "James, I'll be counting on you for this," Sona said after she was able to calm down. "We'll give them one last chance before they are expelled." Next day, lunch break. Moments ago, the perverted trio was called to the student council office via the school's PA system. As they heard the announcement, the trio were about to leave their classroom. They were planning to buy some bread and then try to peep on one of the girls' sports teams while they tried to get some practice in during the lunch break. "Why do you think the student council wants to see us?" Matsuda, a tall boy with a buzz cut wearing the Kuo Academy boys' uniform, asked curiously. "Honestly, I'm surprised it took this long," Motohama, a bespectacled boy of average height with black hair, replied. "We've already been caught peeping 4 times since the term started. And I would do it again," Matsuda exclaimed proudly. I heard the president is out today," Issei, a boy of average height with short spiky brown hair and light brown eyes, said while shaking a little. "That means we'll be meeting the VP, right? This is probably going to be bad for us," Motohama said after hearing what Issei had to say. "You two worry too much," Matsuda said optimistically. "I hope you're right," Issei and Motohama said simultaneously. A few minutes later, the trio reached the student council office. When they arrived, Issei knocked on the door nervously. "Knock, knock. Come in." Sona said calmly from the other side of the door. With that, the trio entered the office. When they did, they were stunned by the view. The student council was made up of only girls this year. Objectively, they were all beautiful, too. However, they were frozen like rodents in front of a snake when they felt Sona's sharp glare fall on them. Seated behind the desk at the back of the student council office, Sona rested her chin on her crossed hands and observed the infamous perverted trio. Do you have any idea why the three of you were summoned here? Sona asked in a serious tone. Yes, ma'am. Motohama answered with trepidation. Maybe, ma'am. Matsuda said with confusion. Yes, ma'am. Issei said with his head down. Sharpening her glare because of Matsuda's response, Sona spoke after a moment of silence. The school's administration has grown tired of your antics. Sona said as she pulled out 3 sealed envelopes from a drawer of the desk she was sitting behind. You have 2 choices moving forward. The first is to face expulsion. Hearing the word expulsion, the perverted trio froze in terror. Expulsion would most likely destroy their futures. Keep in mind, the school has been lenient with the 3 of you. Sona said, the severity of the situation was evident, based on her tone. You may not have realized it, or maybe you have. That's not for me to say. But what you 3 have been doing is a crime. Finally understanding the gravity of the situation, the trio were scared. Very scared. Eventually, one of them, Hayato Issei, asked a question. What's the other choice? Issei asked nervously. You said we have 2 choices, right? That is correct. Sona said with a nod. The second choice available to you is to join the MMA club. Practicing martial arts can build discipline. We are hopeful that some discipline will improve your behavior. The MMA club? Matsuda asked excitedly. The co-ed club with more girls than guys. The MMA club? Motohama asked excitedly as well. The club that the 2 hottest first-year girls entered. The MMA club? Issei asked, clearly the most excited of them all. The club whose vice-captain is the hot foreign transfer student from last year? Yes, that MMA club. Sona said calmly. The club where the potentially most dangerous student in the school is the captain. Once again, the trio froze. Let me warn you, if you take the second option, the school will turn your cases over to the police if you do anything like this again. Sona said in a severe tone. Also, if you're caught peeping on any of the girls in the MMA club, you'll be dealt with at the captain's discretion. Gulp, X3. Now, we would usually give the 3 of you time to consider, however, this time is a serious case. Sona said, increasing the pressure on the perverted trio. Therefore, I'll need you to make your decisions now. Not knowing how to answer, the boys looked at each other, hoping for one of their friends to be the first to answer. Eventually, they all chose to join the MMA club. Very well. Sona said with a nod. You are expected to report to the MMA club every day. And you will be required to arrive no later than 15 minutes after the last bell. Is that clear? Understood, the 3 perverts answered in unison. With your decisions made, you may return to class. Sona said calmly. Don't forget to report to the MMA club after school. Yes. After replying in unison, the perverted trio left the student council office. As soon as the door closed, one of the human members of the student council spat her next words in disgust. I don't know why we even gave them a choice. The girl said angrily. We should have just turned them over to the police and been done with them. Most of the members of the student council agree with what the girl said. Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea could only smile wryly at their naivety. Do you think it was kinder to let them join the MMA club than expel or prosecute them? Sona asked with a smile. Of course. The girl said with an expression that said it was obvious. In response, Sona asked. Why would you say that? Because Alaverus-san is so kind. The girl said with stars in her eyes. She was clearly one of James' admirers. As kind as he is, he would never be too hard on those pieces of scum. Hearing that exclamation, Sona and Tsubaki could not help but laugh out loud. Rhea hid a smile as well. Wah. What's so funny? The girl asked confusedly. The other girls on the council were confused as well. After a few moments, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were able to get their emotions back under control. With her usual expression back on her face, Sona spoke once again. If you think James is so kind as to not harm anyone, then you really don't know him very well. Sona said with a wide smile. What do you mean? The girl asked curiously. The reason you think James is that kind is because no one has crossed his bottom line since he started school here. Sona said with a wry smile. I've known James for as long as I can remember. And when he gets angry, no, he doesn't even have to be angry. When he sees something he cannot tolerate, he's much harsher than anything those 3 have received after getting caught. Like, what would he do? Another girl asked with a bit of anticipation. Sona took a moment to think of a suitable story. When she was ready, she continued. Once, while James, Rias Gremery and I were riding the subway in Tokyo, James spotted a man molesting a girl on the train. When the train reached the next stop, he grabbed the guy without a word, dragged him off the train, and slammed him into a wall. The girls of the student council were shocked, but Sona continued her story. When that man wanted to rage and shout at James threw a punch to the side of the man's face. When James pulled his hand back, there was a hole in the shape of his fist in the wall. Then he said something to the effect of, "I will find you if you do something like that again." The girl's eyes were sparkling now. Then, Sona decided to wrap up the story. After that, when the station personnel showed up, he threw a wad of cash at them and apologized for the disturbance, then walked away. The room fell silent while the human girls digested the story. Eventually one of them realized something very important. "Wait, Vice President, does that mean you and Alaverus are childhood friends?" The other girls snapped to attention with that question and began asking questions or their own. That's all these girls took from that story, huh? Sigh, I want to go home. Sona thought to herself. Chapter 66, The Observation of Hayato Issei begins. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After school, about 15 minutes after the last bell rang, the perverted trio made their way to the MMA training hall. Along the way, they made sure to check out all the girls walking from the school building. As they arrived, they caught sight of 3 of the school's most beautiful girls. The first, a second-year girl with flaxen hair and blue eyes, Flora Nanadan. The second was a girl in their year with light purple hair and light blue eyes, Shirayuki Mizore. The last, also in their year, a girl with long silver-white hair and red eyes, Mocha aka Haya. When they arrived, naturally the 3 girls noticed them and smiled. Their smiles were not filled with joy, however. Instead, they were filled with a bit of malice. And when they looked at Hayato Issei, there was a bit of curiosity mixed with the aforementioned malice. "Hey, look, they're smiling at us," Matsuda said excitedly. "Yes, they are," Motohama said while adjusting his glasses. "Their smiles don't look too friendly, though. Especially the short one." "Ah, Matsuda, Motohama, do their smiles look a bit scary?" Issei asked skeptically. In response to Issei's question, the other 2 perverts examined the girls once again. When they did, they could not help but shiver. Upon looking closely, they saw the illusion of Oni hovering behind the 3 girls. "You know, expulsion doesn't sound so bad right now," Matsuda said in fright. As the other 2 nodded in agreement, although they did not notice when the 3 girls had approached until they were right in front of them. "It's too late for that," Flora said playfully. "If you back out now, your cases will go directly to the law." Hearing that, the trio shuddered. "Haha, we were just kidding," Issei said awkwardly while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "TCH. Mizore clicked her tongue in disappointment. Now, Mizore," Mocha said while patting the shorter girl on the shoulder. "Everyone deserves the chance to turn over a new leaf, right?" "If you say so," Mizore said, clearly in disagreement with the trio joining the MMA club. "Anyway, I'll take you 3 inside to fill out the club application forms," Flora said with a smile. "Also, because this is a sports club, you'll have to get a permission slip signed by your parents. That shouldn't be a problem to get, though. From what I was told, the school has already contacted them." Once again, the perverted trio shuddered. They could only imagine the trouble they would be in when they got home. As they were imagining their parents' angry and disappointed faces, Flora, Mizore, and Mocha turned around and walked toward the entrance of the MMA training hall. A beat later, the perverted trio followed. When they entered the hall, the trio was amazed at all the state-of-the-art training equipment. Not giving them much time to admire, Flora led them toward the captain's office. Meanwhile, Mizore and Mocha made their way to the ladies' locker room. In the captain's office, Flora handed them 2 forms each. The first, the club application form, they filled out right after they received them. The second, the permission slip, they put in their school bags. When Flora received the 3 completed forms, she smiled and spoke. "Now that has been taken care of, we'll have you observe the club activities for today." Smiling at the trio, Flora continued. "Although getting the permission slip signed is a foregone conclusion, the rules say that you can't participate in club activities until you come back with the slip signed." "Understood," the 3 boys said and nodded in unison. With that, Flora led the boys back into the hall. When they arrived, she introduced the various facilities and their uses to them. Although they were impressed by the facilities, the trio's gazes naturally lingered on the girls. At that moment, most of the members of the club were warming up. Seeing the girls in the club stretching and hopping around in their sports bras, spats, and all-around tight-fitting clothes, the perverted trio were close to losing their minds. Until the sound of a loud impact pulled them back to their senses. Bang, bang, bang. Redirecting their sight to where the sound originated, what they saw was a tall, muscular, caramel-skinned boy striking a heavy bag. With every punch, kick, elbow strike, and knee strike, the bag swung vigorously. Just imagining taking a blow like those, the trio felt their knees growing weak. Noticing where the trio was looking, Flora smiled sweetly. Then she spoke to the frightened younger boys. "That is our captain, James Alaverus," Flora said, gesturing to James, who was putting on a show to intimidate the new members. "Holy shit," Matsuda muttered under his breath. "Is that for real?" Motohama asked, referring to the force with which James was hitting the heavy bag. "Is he even human?" Issei asked in terror. "If you only knew," Flora thought to herself as she giggled at Issei's question. "Hey Captain, our special guests are here," Flora shouted. As her words echoed across the training hall, many gazes, either curious or disgusted, landed on the perverted trio. At the same time, James landed his last blow, a roundhouse kick, on the heavy bag, which caused the chain holding it up to strain. After that, Mizor handed him a towel. As he wiped the sweat from his face, James made his way toward Flora and the frozen trio of perverts. "Hey guys. It's nice to meet you, I'm James Alaverus, captain of this club," James said with a friendly smile after reaching in front of the boys. Ma. Matsuda. Motohama. I'm Hayadu Issei. Out of the three, Issei was the least affected by the little show James put on. He was unsure of why that was, though. James, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow at Issei. He was having a conversation internally, though. "Hey, Drake. Is that?" James asked his closest ally. "Yeah, that brown-haired kid has a tiny amount of dragon aura," Drake replied, clearly interested. "Does that mean the unawakened, sacred gear, in his soul is of draconic origin?" James asked curiously. "I believe so," Drake said, after pausing briefly to think. He continued. "I want to know what kind of sacred gear he is hiding." "Well, it's my job to observe him, anyway," James said, shrugging internally. As James finished his conversation with Drake, the perverted trio was able to come out of their stupor. Noticing this, James spoke to them once again. "So, I'm sure I don't need to explain why you're here," James said with a friendly smile. Not losing that smile, James continued. "Like you were probably told, if you try peeping on the girls in our club while they are changing, you get to spar with me until that idea dies." The trio's eyes widened in terror at the thought of sparring with the human-shaped weapon standing in front of them. Before they could recover, still with that same friendly smile, James continued once more. "Oh, and you may or may not have noticed, but I said when you try peeping, not if you get caught trying to peep," James said, then with his expression turning solemn, he continued. "I will know if you try to peep. That's a fact you should never doubt." The trio were terrified. Instinctively, they knew he was telling the truth. That fact scared them even more. On top of that, Issei would have sworn he saw the line of pink around James' pupils glow for an instant. Before they could collapse from fear, they heard Flora giggle next to them. Turning their attention to her, she spoke. "James, I think you've scared them enough," Flora said while still smiling. "Even though what you said was true, if you scare them too much none of the girls will get to see you beat them up. Oops, I mean spar with them." "Is it too late to choose expulsion?" asked the perverted trio in unison. "Yes." James and Flora answered simultaneously with the friendliest smiles either of the boys had ever seen. 1 month later. James, Rias, and Sona were once again seated in the student council office. Along with them were Rias and Sona's queens, Akino and Tsubaki, respectively. This evening, they gathered to discuss Hayadu Issei, who had stuck with the MMA club. Unfortunately, for the last month, none of the members of the perverted trio had tried to peep on any of the girls in the club. Something that everyone was surprised about, even James. Unfortunately, Matsuda and Motohama bet on the fact that James' perception did not reach outside the MMA training hall. And unfortunately, they lost that bet. One day before Golden Week, the duo fell into their old habits and tried to spy on the girls' kendo club. Shortly after they began, James appeared behind them and dragged them to the student council office without mercy or hesitation. Later that day, the police were called, and the duo were expelled. Issei, on the other hand, had an instinctive fear of what James was capable of. So, instead of playing any tricks, he did his best in club activities. As he did, he noticed some things that he could not ignore. First, as he stopped doing things like he used to, his reputation began to improve, slowly. Second, as he trained with the MMA club, his physique improved, which in turn made girls glance at him more often. Then one day, James asked him why he came to this school. Issei, without thinking, answered that he wanted a harem. James then smiled in a way that all men could relate to. After that, James took Issei under his wing, and Issei's behavior changed for the better from that day on. Although, seeing Issei getting smacked upside his head whenever his perverted thoughts would leak from his mouth was quite a common occurrence. "So, what's your opinion of the boy?" Sona asked James while adjusting her glasses. "To be honest, I was surprised," James said while shaking his head. "His instincts for danger are pretty strong. And his tenacity is something to be praised." "Oh, is it really?" Rias asked with interest. "Yeah, after I told him that I would train him personally," James said. Then he paused to laugh as he remembered the terrified face Issei put on. After his laughter died down, he continued. "After that, I started training him with increasing intensity. As of now, he's already starting to train with the intensity that could increase a low-rank being's physical strength." "Seriously?" Sona was surprised at the revelation. "How has his body not broken down yet?" "I'm good at what I do," James said without shame while wearing a smug smile. "And what about adding him to a peerage?" Rias asked excitedly. "Well." James stopped to think for a moment while stroking his chin. "You still look like an old man when you do that," Rias said with a giggle. "Shut up," James said after being broken out of his contemplations. "I think he would be better suited to Rias' peerage rather than Sona's." "Why?" Sona asked. She was not angry or disappointed, though. By now, there have been a few more new members added to the student council. Of course, she has her eye on a few of them. If everything goes well, Sona will have 3 new additions to her peerage. "Issei acts too much on instinct and emotion to be a good fit for your peerage, Sona," James explained calmly. "Based on the qualities that Tsubaki and Rhea possess, you place more emphasis on tactical thinking than pure power." Sona nodded her head to James' assessment. James had more to say, though. "Although, tactics and strategies are important in battle," James said in a solemn tone. "Against absolute power, they mean nothing." Sona frowned at the statement. Even though she did not agree, she did not immediately dismiss his advice. "Anyway, Rias, I suggest you have someone observe him for a while," James said as he turned toward the crimson-hair beauty. "Just because he is more suitable to join your peerage, doesn't mean he would mesh well with them. It could destroy your peerage from the inside if they can't work well together." Rias tapped a finger on her chin as she thought. "I guess I should bring in Kaneko and Gasper. They should be enough to observe him for a while. If that's all, I'm going home," James said while stretching. "I'm kinda hungry." Growl. "So is Rias, I guess," James said while smiling teasingly at the redhead with a red face. Chapter 67, I Want to Be Your Personal Ninja. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Sitting in his bedroom, James was looking back at the things that happened in the first term of his second year of high school. First, a perverted trio of male students enrolled in the school. Due to their obsession with peeping on girls' changing rooms, he, Rias, and Sona got involved in the issue. Mostly because James did not approve of their actions. Although Rias and Sona also thought that the boys were a blight on the school, James was the most adamant on doing something about them. The thought of someone doing anything sexual to an unwilling participant really set him off. Originally, he just wanted to have them expelled and be done with it. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he detected a sacred gear, which is still unawakened, sleeping in Hayato Issei's soul. After that, Issei and his 2 friends joined the MMA club to escape the fate of being expelled. Issei's friends, however, could not give up their old habits and were caught by James. It did not take long for the 2 boys to be expelled. Also, after botching their last chance, the school involved the police in the case. After that, not much of note happened. Issei started receiving physical training meant for supernatural beings, the midterms came and went, and the finals were right around the corner. And finally, just a few minutes ago, James finished integrating his soul sight with his perception. In other words, his stalker would remain hidden no longer. James has literally been dreaming about punishing the creeper who has been following him around for more than half a year. "I finally did it," James said with a relieved sigh. "Now you can rest for a bit," Drake said with consolation in his tone. "Man, it feels like a lot has happened this term," James said tiredly. "But nothing has happened. Other than the perverted trio incident. It probably feels that way because you've been training that boy with the sacred gear," Drake said with a chuckle. "It amazes me how many times you were able to get him to pass his limits in a little more than 2 months. Like I told Rias and Sona back then, I'm good at what I do," James said with a smug smile. "Yeah, and bragging about yourself has got to be on the top of the list of things you do." Drake replied while rolling his eyes. Naturally. James said with a chuckle. Anyway, about the boy with the sacred gear, as you called him. Yeah. What's up, partner? Drake asked curiously. Have any idea what's up with the dragon aura? James asked while narrowing his eyes. Let me be more specific. Have any idea which dragon it's from? I have an idea, partner. Drake said solemnly. But I don't want to say anything until I'm sure. But if I'm right, that little girl with the crimson hair is going to be lucky. Ha ha ha. James laughed loudly. Well, I guess I should be happy for Riri then. But still, would it kill you to remember anyone's name? Do you remember the names of any of the ants you've stepped on while walking down the road? Drake asked with disdain. No, but I didn't know any of their names in the first place. James replied. Irrelevant. Drake said with fervor. If you can't remember the names of the ants you step on. Not that I knew them in the first place. Then why should I, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, remember the names of some devils and humans I could just as easily trample underfoot? You don't have any feet to trample them with, either. James said, retorting to Drake's proud words, yet again. Why sweat such small details? Drake asked in annoyance. It seems like you call anything that isn't in line with your view a small detail, Drake. James replied with a smile. Shut up. Drake said a little snappily. I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me for a while. Sure thing. James said with a victorious smile. Shortly after that, James left his bedroom. It was almost time for the group study session the Kyoto Academy students of the three peerages would participate in before each set of exams. This time, Sona was the most interested in studying for the final exams. As he had done a couple times last year, James had overtaken her and ranked first during the midterms. After him, Sona and Tsubaki ranked second and third, respectively. After them, the next four ranks were a little jumbled. In 4th through 7th place were Akino, Flora, Rias, and Rhea, respectively. It went without saying, Rias was unhappy with the fact that her rank went down. Rhea, on the other hand, was unbothered. Her score was only lower than the other girls because whoever graded them liked their essay answers better. Since there was nothing she could do about it, she decided it was not worth worrying or complaining about. Akino and Flora's rise in ranking was due to the fact that they spent a lot more time together after their night with James in the underworld. Not limited to only spending nights together with James, they spent more time practicing magic and even studying together. Hey, Mizore, Mocha, are you ready to go? James asked loud enough to be heard throughout the house. I'm ready, Mizore's voice came from her bedroom. I've been ready. Mocha replied from the living room. As James made his way down the stairs, a door from upstairs opened. Shortly after, Mizore began stomping her way down the stairs. After reaching the living room, James saw Leona, Siyu chillin, Mocha, and Kunu watching TV. Hey Kunu. James said as he sat down on the floor next to the fox girl. Do you want to come with us? We'll be studying at Riri's house. You could hang out with Kaneko and Gasper while we study. Kunu took a second to consider. After that, she smiled brightly and nodded her head. Okay, Oni-chan, I'll come with you. Kunu replied. A few minutes later, James, Mizore, Mocha, and Kunu were putting their shoes on at the front entrance. Meanwhile, Siyu chillin was standing nearby. Why is it I'm never invited when you guys gather to study? Siyu chillin asked discontentedly. Because you're not going to study. Mizore replied while tilting her head cutely. Neither is Kunu. Siyu chillin said as a rebuttal. Because she's 11. Mocha replied this time with her index finger held to her chin. And are you, an 18-year-old boy, really comparing yourself to an 11-year-old? Mizore, Mocha, why are you even dignifying his foolishness with a response? James asked without looking up at Siyu chillin. We all know that Lancer is just upset that he can't go to see Tsubaki. As he finished speaking, James also finished putting on his shoes. Then, he stood and turned towards Siyu chillin. Placing his right hand on the older boy's shoulder, James asked a question. I bet going to high school doesn't seem like such a waste of time now, does it? James asked with a teasing smile. Swiping James' hand off his shoulder, Siyu chillin scoffed then turned away. Shut up. Siyu chillin said disgruntled. I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me for a while. Wow, Drake said the exact same thing, like word for word, just a few minutes ago. James said in amazement. Shut up. Siyu chillin shouted in response. Shut up. Drake also shouted after being hit by the splash damage. The girls laughed happily at the back and forth. After that, they stepped out of the house. When they did, however, James stopped abruptly. Then, he closed his eyes. Seeing James act like that, Mizore and Mocha took up defensive positions around Kunu. After a few moments, James' eyes shot open, and he shouted. Lancer. Help protect Kunu. Then he used the flash step and vanished from where he stood. At the same time, a cloaked figure who had been hiding on the roof of a house several houses away, turned to run when it saw James vanish. Before they could take a step, though, James appeared behind them with Mangetsu no Shitada on their shoulder. Now, if you would be so kind. James said in a friendly tone. Please remove your hood and turn toward me. I would advise against sudden movements though. For a few moments, neither James nor the cloaked figure moved. As James was growing impatient, the cloaked figure sighed and slowly raised their hands to grab the sides of the hood. A moment later, they pulled the hood down and revealed the back of a head of long silver hair with monkey ears. Don't tell me. James said with a frown. Turn around, slowly. Like he said, the yokai assassin turned around slowly. When she was face to face, James sighed with displeasure. He saw the face he was expecting. It was the female assassin he defeated outside the karaoke bar almost a full year ago. What the hell, why is it you again? James said with displeasure in his tone. I let you go once, were you looking forward to taking my foot up the ass, again, that badly? Hearing the threat of violence, the assassin's cheeks reddened, then she began to shiver. Seeing this, James almost instinctually took a step away from the woman. However, he stood his ground. Knowing that he could not lower his guard in front of an ultimate rank enemy. Why are you here, assassin? James asked with a scowl. Lady Yasaka's competition has been dealt with. There should be no reason for you to be stalking Kunu or the rest of us any longer. As the look James gave the assassin grew harsher, the blush on her cheeks deepened. Even after a few minutes, she kept silent. Her shivering had grown into full-on shuddering, though. The assassin moaned before crumbling to her knees. The fuck? James exclaimed in confusion. Pant, I'm sorry. Alaverus-sama. The assassin began to speak, she was quickly interrupted, though. Sama. What the hell? James shouted, thoroughly confused now. I'll explain, if you would allow it, Alaverus-sama. The assassin replied respectfully. Fine, get on with it. James said while massaging his temples. Yes, Alaverus-sama, the assassin said while bowing her head. Ever since the time we met in battle, I've been unable to remove you from my thoughts. When I remember your cold, indifferent eyes. The way you looked at me as if I were nothing more than a sow. Wait. James stopped the assassin's rant while frowning in mild disgust. What in the hell are you talking about? I looked at you indifferently because we were fighting. Before James interrupted her, the assassin was already shivering with a flushed face from just remembering her first encounter with James. But when she saw the disgust in his eyes, her shivering intensified while her blush deepened. Seeing this, James was taken aback. Damn. James thought while face-palming. This chick is a real, honest-to-goodness, masochist. I mean, I know Akino has some masochistic tendencies when she's with me, but this chick is the real deal. Hey, back to earth. James said sternly as the assassin was slipping into her own world. Before we move forward, who are you and why have you been stalking me? Coming back to her senses, the assassin fixed her expression. Then, she took a knee and lowered her head. Seeing this, James was taken aback once again, this time for a totally different reason. And when she opened her mouth to speak, he was really surprised. I am a kunoichi of the Satorin ninja clans. The assassin said in a respectful tone. My name is Sarutobi and I have come to pledge myself to you, Alaverus-sama. I wish for your will to point the way forward for my blade. Are you fucking shitting me? James roared in disbelief. Chapter 68, The Perverted, New Member of the Peerage. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Alaverus Estate. After James caught his stalker, he returned to the front of his house with her in tow. Unsurprisingly, they were surprised. Kunu even hiding behind James when she recognized from the attack at the karaoke bar. With his spear ready to attack, Siyu Chulin was the first to speak. James, what the hell is she doing here? Siyu Chulin asked while pointing his spear at Dude, if what she said is true, then I'm just as confused as you are. James said with a tired sigh. Huh, what did she say, James? Mizore asked, her curiosity piqued after seeing James' reaction. For all intents and purposes, wants to become my personal ninja. Or something like that. James said while massaging his temples due to an incoming migraine. Mocha, can you call Rias and Sona? Tell them something came up and we should have the study session at our place. Of course. Mocha replied, concern in her tone. Shortly after that, James and his peerage brought Kunu back into the house. James flopped down on the sofa in the living room. Curiously, Leona looked at everyone returning early with curiosity. Then, she caught sight of the bespectacled, silver-haired girl with monkey ears who fell to one knee in front of James and could not help but ask. "James, who's this pretty lady?" "Sarutobi I am, a ninja who tried to kidnap Kuno last year," James said tiredly. "What?" Leona shouted as she shot to her feet. "If she's an enemy, then why is she in our house?" "Mom, could you please keep your voice down?" James asked, almost pleaded. "I have one of the worst headaches I've ever had right now." Eventually, Mocha finished her phone calls and entered the room. When she saw how miserable James was, she walked behind the sofa and began to massage his temples. "Thank you, Mocha, that feels so much better," James said as he relaxed slightly. "Don't mention it," Mocha replied with a smile. "I wasn't here first, why didn't I think of that?" Mizore said to herself while chewing on her thumbnail. After a few minutes, the entire study group plus Kaneko and Gasper arrived at the Alaverus mansion. When they saw Iam, like all the others, they were taken aback. Before they could start questions, James spoke first. "Before we start the explanation and the Q&A session, Kaneko, Gasper, would you mind hanging out with Kunu in her room?" James asked, not quite as tired thanks to Mocha's massage. "We'll fill you in on anything relevant later." Without a fuss, Kaneko and Gasper nodded. Kunu seemed to be worried, but she eventually agreed to leave as well after she saw James smile at her warmly. After the youngest members of the group had gone into Kunu's room, James turned his attention back on Iam. With a solemn expression, he asked his first question. "The last time we met, you were on the side of Lady Yasaka's opposition. So why are you here claiming that you wish to swear your service to me now?" "As all ninjas wish to do, I have come to take a worthy lord," Iam said, beginning her explanation. "The last time we met, I simply accepted the request from Lady Yasaka's enemy. There was no enmity. To put it simply, the price was right. If you came to accept him as your lord, then why did you stalk James for so long?" Rias asked while tilting her head cutely. "Well, Iam hesitated to answer while fidgeting. Because ever since I began watching Alaverus-sama and he noticed that he was being watched. His cold and disgusted gaze, pant. Iam began to pant like an animal in heat once she started thinking about James' angry glares whenever he felt her watching him over the last several months. Seeing this, the rest of the group was taken aback. Everyone except Akino, who looked like she found a rival. Noticing the glint in Akino's eyes, James felt he needed to cut off those thoughts immediately. "Akino," James said, raising his voice to make sure he would get Akino's attention. Once she was paying attention to him, James raised his hand and pointed at Iam. "Do you think I would be happy if you turned into that?" Iam was affected the most by James' outburst. Hearing James treat her as something less than a person and seeing the disgust in his eyes, she became so aroused that she was unable to stay kneeling. Instead, she fell to one side and began writhing in pleasure. Watching Iam's display, Akino gave up on competing in masochism with her. Although she liked to be dominated, Akino had no desire to be mistreated. Akino was not the only one to be put off by Iam's display. Everyone, without exception, tried their best to distance themselves from her, if even by a little. After a minute or so, Iam was able to rein in her arousal. Noticing her current position, she quickly returned to kneeling in front of James, and acted as if nothing was wrong. "This chick is a real piece of work," Siyu Chilin whispered to Tsubaki. "I know," Tsubaki whispered in reply. "And I get the feeling whether he accepts her fealty or not, she won't let him be." Even though James could not hear Tsubaki and Siyu Chilin's conversation, he was thinking the same thing. Although he did not want to do it. To reiterate, he really did not want to do it. But he had to choose the lesser of two evils. The two evils being to either turn this high-level pervert away, which would grate on his sanity knowing that she was always watching, or keep her by his side. In the latter case, at least he would know that her stalking was meant to protect. He would hope it was meant to protect. He doubted there was anything he could do about the extreme masochism, though. Fine. I'll accept you, James said tiredly. Leaning back against the back of the sofa, he continued. "You'll have to answer some questions before I make it official, however." "As you wish," Iam said calmly with an excited undertone. "If I have the answer you seek, it will be yours." "Are you aware of the evil pieces of Devil Society?" James asked with his arms crossed. "Yes, sir," Iam replied simply. "Good. And are you aware of what it means to reincarnate with an evil piece?" James continued to ask. "All I know is that I will cease to be a yokai." Iam replied with what she knew. "Although that is true, you won't lose any of your traits as a Satori. Instead, you will gain the physical traits of a devil." James explained patiently. "I would assume you know of those, correct?" "Yes. Weakness to holy magic, weakness to light, and a long lifespan." Also heightened strength and brain activity during the night. Ayam listed the traits of a devil she could remember. That's more or less correct. James said. ****, if you truly wish to serve me, stand up and step forward. Without hesitation, Ayam rose from her kneeling position. A moment later, she was standing in front of James with a blush on her face. She was somewhat excited by the put-off expression he was wearing. Unfortunately for James, as Ayam grew more excited, how put-off he was grew. And this fact excited the pervert more as time went on. Shaking his head to remove any stray thoughts, James extended his right hand with the palm facing up. A moment later, 4 pawn pieces appeared over his outstretched hand. Before he could press them into Ayam's chest, though, he was interrupted. "James, are you sure about this?" Rias asked uncertainly. "I mean, she used to be an enemy." "Honestly, I'm not sure about this," James said, glancing at Rias. "But her loyalty is not what I'm unsure about. She took a job to kidnap Kuno last year. That's all. That's what freelance ninja do." "Yeah, but..." Rias was still untrusting of the Satori standing in front of James. "What I'm unsure about is how long I could put up with this." James gestured toward Ayam with his chin as he spoke. In front of him, Ayam was panting heavily. Apparently, she was excited by the fact that James had called her forward, then at the last moment, he changed his focus and neglected her to talk to another woman. Seeing Ayam's current state, Rias was even more unwilling to see James accept her in his peerage. Before she could speak again, however, Sona beat her to it. "Rias, I feel just as disgusted as you do by seeing her current state," Sona said as calmly as she could. "But I think James is choosing the lesser of two evils by making this decision." "What do you mean?" Rias asked in confusion. "I believe it comes down to the reason why she would always be watching him, and the mental pressure each reason would put on James," Sona explained while adjusting her glasses. "Basically, whether she's following him around as a stalker or a hidden guard. As expected of my fiancé," James said with a happy smile. "You understood my thoughts right away." Sona smiled happily at the compliment as well. However, as soon as she noticed all the sweet smiles and the pout from Rias pointed in her direction, she turned as crimson as Rias' hair. "All right, as much fun as teasing Sona may be, I think I need to hurry and add Sarutobi to my peerage," James said while smiling wryly. "Why? What's wrong?" Rhea asked in confusion. "Well, if I don't, I think she's going to pass out from too much stimulation from the perceived neglect play," James said while gesturing to Ayam once again. When the group turned to Ayam, what they saw was drool leaking from the side of her partially open mouth, her eyes rolling up into the back of her head, and her legs quivering as if she had just had a silent orgasm. Before a moment could pass, James pressed the pawn pieces into her chest. When the physiological changes finished and the devil wings sprouted from her back, Ayam could finally no longer hold on to her consciousness. Before she could fall to the floor, James caught her. Lifting her in a princess carry, he walked up the stairs and placed her on the bed in one of the empty guest rooms. Once he was done, he returned to the living room. "Well, since this happened, if we're going to study, we might as well do it here," James said with an awkward smile. He knew that no one would be in the mood to study after the earlier happenings, though. To his surprise, all the Kyoto Academy students produced their books and notebooks immediately after his words finished. Smiling wryly again, James forgot how competitive all the people present were. Deciding that musing about it any further would be meaningless, James also produced his study materials and joined the study session. When everyone pulled out their study materials and prepared to begin studying, the happiest person in the room was Siyu Chulin. At first, he was not invited when the group was supposed to study at Ria's house. Now, he would get to spend the evening with Tsubaki. At least, that's what he thought initially. After trying to snuggle up close with his girlfriend, he received the sharpest glare she had ever sent in his direction. Then, taking the hint, he decided to go upstairs to protect Kuno/play with the younger members of the group. Chapter 69, Train Ride to Kyoto. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2.5 months have passed since Sarutobi Ayam joined James' peerage. In those 2.5 months there were no events of significance. The final exams for the first term came and went. The group of second year's ranks did not change. They kept the same placings as they did on the midterms. The first years did, however, see a change. Mizore was able to climb to second place in the year over Kyoto. Other than that, summer break came and went uneventfully. The group trained in the underworld until the last week of the vacation. Then, they spent the last week in Hawaii, enjoying the beach and local culture. After that, it was back to Kyoto Academy. In the month after the term started, 2 things happened worth taking note of. First, Sona successfully invited 3 new members to her peerage, all of whom are first-year girls from the student council. First, Hanakai Momo, a bishop. Second, Meguri Tomo, a knight. And third, Yura Tsubasa, a rook. Rias also successfully invited Issei to her peerage. Unfortunately, his sacred gear has yet to awaken. Today, there is a significant change from the usual school days. For the second years, anyway. Today the second-year students of Koa Academy have all gathered at Koa's train station. Their destination: Kyoto. Why? The school trip begins today. For 4 days and 3 nights, the second-year students of Koa Academy will have the opportunity to explore the historical city of Kyoto in groups of 5 to 7. Seems like abuse of authority, James said sarcastically while he looked at Sona. In response, Sona only snorted and turned her head away. I'm sure the VP just wanted us to be able to travel the city together, Flora said with a smile. Right, VP. Exactly right, Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Besides, why would you even complain about this? Shouldn't you be happy? Surrounded by beautiful girls. There are 2 things wrong with what you just said, James replied in a deadpan. First, I'm always with you girls. So, immunity is building. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without even looking, James evaded the slaps from Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora that would have undoubtedly landed on his face or head. Without changing his expression, he continued. Second, one of the girls is dating my best friend, one is head over heels for a younger guy who isn't here, and one is engaged to another man. So why should I be happy when I can't even touch half of the hot girls I'm surrounded by? At that moment, Rias was unsure whether she should be angry or happy. Angry because he mentioned her engagement or happy because he called her hot. Either way, James' words forced her into inaction. Rhea, on the other hand, did not have to think about it. She blushed immediately when James called her hot, while Tsubaki smiled brightly as she thought about her awkward boyfriend. TCH. Sona clicked her tongue. It amazes me sometimes how that tongue of yours gets you out of sticky situations. Oh, does it? James said with a mischievous smile while waggling his eyebrows. My tongue has gotten into quite a few sticky situations with you. Now that I think about it, you're always amazed then, too. In response, Sona's blush was fierce and immediate. Rias, Tsubaki, and Rhea also blushed at the innuendo. Aquino and Flora only adopted sloppy smiles, remembering the tongue lashings they often receive from James made them shiver. Oni-chan, why are all the One-isans making funny faces? Kunu asked innocently. That's right, Kunu was joining James and his group on their trip to Kyoto. Having received a message from Yusaka at the end of spring break that requested their help in escorting the little fox girl home during their school trip to Kyoto. Don't worry about it, Kunu, James said while he patted the blonde girl on her head. They just remembered something funny. Not sure what would be so funny as to make people make faces like those, Kunu moved on quickly. She was just excited to see her mother again. Almost a year and a half had passed since she began staying with James and his family. I can't wait to see Mommy, Kunu said with a smile. I'm sure she can't wait to see you either, James said with a warm smile. Seeing James' gentle smile, most of the females nearby, including the teacher in charge of the students, blushed and felt their hearts start to race. Seeing how the women around reacted, James' smile changed from a warm one to a wry one. Something that he noticed, even though he had always been handsome, the stronger his demonic power became, the more handsome he became. James theorized that his demonic bloodline was starting to completely overwhelm his human blood. And with that, came some race corrections to his physique and appearance. After a moment, the teacher in charge came back to her senses. As she got her wits about her, she shouted to get all the students' attention back on her. After a few more minutes, the teacher's instructions ended. A few minutes after that, they were allowed to board the train. Shortly after all the students were on board, the train pulled away from the station. In their train car, James' group of 8 were split into 2 groups of 4. Separated by the aisle were James, Kunu, Flora, and Rhea. On the other side of the aisle were Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki. As the train was picking up speed once it cleared the station, James frowned. Sai, what is that girl thinking? James asked rhetorically. He did not believe there was a soul alive who could completely understand what that girl was thinking. What's the matter, James? Asked Aquino from across the aisle. Looking up at the ceiling of the train car, James' frown deepened. Then, he shook his head and turned toward Aquino. I am sitting on top of the train, James said as his frown turned into a wry smile. Directly above me. Why doesn't Iam-san ride in the train like everyone else? Kunu asked curiously. Sai unfortunately, Iam isn't like everyone else, James said after a sigh. He continued after shaking his head. Being unique is good, but she's just too much. Thump. At that moment, a light thump came from directly over James' head. "Oh, lovely," James said with a deadpan. "And somehow she's listening to the car's interior." "James, don't let it get to you," Rhea said with a giggle. "Just don't think about her." "Unfortunately, I can't do that in this situation," James said while massaging his temples. "Huh, why not?" Rhea asked innocently. "Because if he does, Sarutobi-san will fall off the train's roof," Akino said from across the aisle. At that moment, everyone, except Kunu, remembered the mess Ayam became the day James accepted her into his peerage. After only a few minutes of being ignored, she almost orgasmed on her own. With that thought in their heads, the girls stared at the point directly above James with disgust in their eyes. Fortunately for Ayam, she only feels excitement and pleasure from James' cold glares and words. Otherwise, they would have lost her pretty early into the trip. "Anyway, are there any sights you girls are looking forward to seeing?" James asked in order to change the subject. Occasionally he would look up so that Ayam did not pass out from the self-perceived neglect play. "Of course." The 6 high school girls answered simultaneously. Then, they began to name all the most well-known tourist attractions in Kyoto, such as Nijo Castle, Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine, Kinkakuji, Kayamazadera Temple, Senjusanjindu Temple, and Kyoto Imperial Palace. "Wait, most of those places are shrines and temples," Flora said with a slight smile on her face. "Can we, as devils, even enter those holy places?" "A very good question," Sona said. "Usually, we would not be able to enter. However, as we have an agreement with the yokai whose patrons are the gods of Takamagara. So, as long as we don't cause any trouble while in Kyoto or destroy anything in the shrines and temples, we'll be fine," Rhea said with a smile. "So that's how it is," Rhea said in comprehension. "James, what about you?" Akino asked, having noticed that James had not mentioned anywhere in Kyoto he wanted to go. "Me," James replied with a big smile. Then he turned his attention to Kunu. "Why do I need to think about what I want to see when I'm sitting next to Kyoto's cutest tour guide?" In response to James' compliment, although Kunu did not turn away from watching the scenery outside the window, everyone could see the big smile she was wearing thanks to her reflection in the window. After that, the group spent the rest of the trip doing things to stave off boredom. Rhea read a book, Flora and James switched seats before Kunu and Flora fell asleep. James sketched the sleeping pair as Flora hugged Kunu to her bosom. On the other side of the aisle, Rias, Sona, Akino, and Tsubaki played Old Maid. It seemed as if the games were getting pretty intense, too. More than likely, there was some betting going on over there. And every now and then, James would open the window and throw a snack outside. At the same time, he would speak 2 simple words, "Have some." Then, before the snack or drink or whatever he threw out the window could get too far away from the side of the train, a chain with a weight on the end would shoot down from above. In an impressive display of skill, it would wrap around the item then quickly pull it upward. All without damaging the item. Ayam-san's skill with the kuzurigama is very impressive, Tsubaki said with some awe in her eyes. "Yeah, it's too bad she isn't very impressive as a person," James said while shaking his head. Thump. "Fuck, I forgot she could hear inside with the window closed," James said after face-palming. "Knock if you're still on the roof." The group's little section fell silent for around 2 minutes. Knock, knock. Phew, X6. Simultaneously, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, and Rhea sighed in relief. Although they find her level of masochism disturbing, none of them wish any harm to befall her. Well, no harm that she would not take pleasure from. Eventually, James grumbled. "She almost gave me a heart attack." "Technically, that was your fault," Rhea said in response. She then quickly turned away with a smile when James glared at her. "I understand that Ayam-san wants to guard you secretly, but couldn't she do that in the car, too?" Rhea asked while tilting her head in confusion. "I mean, all she has to do is just sit away from James, right?" Thump. The group fell silent again. Knock, knock. Phew, X6. Something tells me she never even considered that option, Sona said with a slight smile. Well, in her defense, she had never even hidden her yokai features before she joined my peerage, James said with a shrug. So, even though she knows about modern technology, it's not her fault that using it isn't her first thought when she sees it. In fact, I bet she thought she was using it to carry out her mission, even now. Then, James shook his head and said, "I really need to make some time to take her out and help her adapt to her new life." Thump. Knock, knock. I think that thump sounded different this time, Akino said with a smile. Chapter 70, Arriving in Kyoto, only to find a trap. == 10 a.m. == Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A few minutes ago, the train carrying the second-year students of Kuo Academy arrived at Kyoto Station. After disembarking, the students and teachers were gathered in the station square listening to the instructions of the teacher in charge. If you all understand, we'll head to our hotel and check in. The teacher in charge said. With that, the students and teachers began to walk toward their accommodations for this trip. The group from Kuo had booked rooms in a hotel run by the Citri House. A high-end hotel that has a business agreement with Kuo, or so the normal humans were told. In reality, the Citri gave a discount only because the heiress of their clan would be staying there with her classmates. After walking for around 20 minutes, the school group arrived at the hotel. From there, the teachers took care of their reservations, and the students made their way to their assigned rooms. With 3 students assigned to each room, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were grouped together. Rias, Aquino, and Flora were also assigned to a room together. While James was assigned to a room with 2 members of the MMA club. After the students dropped off their luggage in their rooms, they all gathered once again in the hotel lobby. All right everyone, listen up. The teacher in charge said, raising her voice to gather all the students' attention on herself. You have free time until 6 p.m. I expect everyone to return to the hotel by then. Now, break into your assigned groups, then go and see the great city of Kyoto. After the teacher in charge finished, the students began to break into their groups and excitedly took to the streets of Kyoto. James and his group, which included Kunu, were no different. As they left the hotel, Rhea spoke. So, where are we going first? I think the first place we should go is to Kunu's house. James said after a moment of consideration. I'm sure Lady Yasaka is looking forward to seeing her daughter. Hearing James' suggestion, Kunu's eyes lit up with excitement. Yeah. Kunu shouted excitedly. I want to see mommy. The group smiled warmly at the soon-to-be reunion of the mother and daughter nine-tailed foxes. With the decision made, Kunu led the way to her home. Along the way, they took time to see some of the sights and places Kunu deemed interesting. After walking for nearly 2 hours, with breaks to enjoy the city in between, Kunu informed everyone that they were near her home. After checking the time on his watch, James made a suggestion. Why don't we stop to have a snack? James suggested while pointing toward a dango shop nearby. I don't think we should get anything too heavy, though. There's a chance that Lady Yasaka has prepared a meal for Kunu's return. And in case I'm wrong, we can just grab something on our way back to the hotel. Nodding in agreement, the group made their way over to the dango shop and placed their orders. Once they all received what they ordered, they made their way toward Kunu's home once again. This time while eating dango and chatting about the things they have seen along the way. Around the time James finished his last dango, the group arrived in front of a shrine. The target of worship for this shrine seemed to be Shinto's chief deity, Amaterasu. As they approached, Kunu visibly became more excited. When they reached the torii gate in front of the shrine, Kunu stopped and turned around to face the group. Oni-chan and Wani-sans, I'd like to welcome you to my home. Kunu said with a bow. The etiquette she had learned since early childhood made itself useful. Thank you for having us. The group of high school students said in unison, bowing their heads politely as well. After we pass through this torii gate, we will pass through the barrier that separates the human side from the supernatural side of the city. Kunu explained as she released her yokai features and fox fire lit up on the tips of each of her tails. Now, if you would follow me. Once Kunu turned around, she extended her tails toward the torii. As they reached the threshold, the space rippled as if her tails were entering the surface of a pond. Shortly afterward, Kunu took a step forward. As she passed the gate, the space rippled. Seeing this, James and his group followed the little fox girl through the gate. Just before the group crossed the threshold, James called out seemingly to no one. You come too. James said without looking back. It would be rude to keep one of our people hidden while we're making a friendly visit. Understood. I am said, as she appeared behind James. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. When they entered, the time was a little past noon, so there was a beautiful blue sky with a few white clouds and the sun was shining brightly. After stepping through the gate, however, the time seemingly changed from day to night. As yokai, like devils, feel a reduction in power under the sun, it makes sense that they would create their dimension with a day-night cycle opposite of the human world. In fact, the devils present were expecting this, as Kunu had told them about where she lived in the past. What they did not expect, upon entering the barrier, was the battle going on. Hundreds of yokai were engaged in fierce life-or-death battles. Kunu, who had entered the barrier before everyone else, was standing at the entrance frozen in shock. Huh. Kunu was speechless. After a moment she began to run forward while shouting. Mommy. Mommy, where are you? Hey, it's the fox brat. An Oni shouted as he noticed Kunu's return. The spy by that bitch's side gave us good intel. Shortly after, a chain was sent flying toward the confused Kunu. At nearly the same time, James appeared in front of her. Drawing Okairu Sakura, he deflected the incoming capture weapon. Attacking a scared little girl is pretty low, isn't it? James said with a casual smile that did not quite reach his eyes. It seems like the plan to capture Kunu didn't die with your leader, huh? As James' words finished, a Karasa Tengu appeared next to him. With his head bowed and kneeling on one knee, he spoke. Miss Kunu, it's good to see that you are safe, the Karasa Tengu said with a bit of frustration in his tone. But why did you return? And why now of all times? Hearing that, James' entire group was confused. Wasn't it Lady Yasaka who sent them a letter asking them to return at this time? Voicing the group's confusion, Kunu replied to the kneeling Karasa Tengu's question. Mommy sent me a letter telling me it was okay to come back during Oni-chan's school trip. Kunu replied in confusion and fear. That damn traitor, the Karasa Tengu spat out through gritted teeth. One of Lady Yasaka's close aides switched sides. He sealed Lady Yasaka's residence. So, does that mean that the enemy leader is still alive? James asked a question he thought was quite important at the moment. Correct, the Karasa Tengu replied. We need to get Miss Kunu to safety, immediately. Unfortunate for them, that thought came a little too late. The gate they just stepped through flashed red, and then a barrier that barred exit from the yokai dimension covered their escape. So much for that. James said with a bit of frustration. It looks like we'll have to put down the insurgents before we can get out of here. As he spoke, James looked around the battlefield. There were few members of the defending side left standing. Because of that, James and his group were quickly surrounded. Most of the attackers were intermediate level of the middle rank at the highest. Basically, cannon fodder. Kunu was stronger than most of them, as a matter of fact. But there were a few, 7 to be precise, that ranged from advanced level, middle rank to initial level, ultimate rank. Well, I guess I'll take care of the small fries. James said nonchalantly. I'll let you ladies get a workout after that, while I protect Kunu. Don't want their boss to take advantage of the fight. I guess they're unlucky that we didn't have that meal before we got here. Rias said as she took a step forward. I guess so. Sona said following Rias in stepping forward. With a smile on her face, she continued, you must be feeling unlucky about not having that meal though. Shut up, Sona. Rias said without taking her eyes off the enemies. I'm a growing girl. If you grow any more, Rias, none of your shirts will fit. Flora said while equipping her enchanted gauntlets and greaves. Fufufu. Akino giggled with a hand covering her mouth while she crackled with lightning. I don't think you need to grow anymore either, Rias. Finally, I can test my skill on something other than mindless stray devils. Tsubaki said while flourishing her naginata. Maybe, I'll even get a chance to use Mirror Alice if the opponent is strong enough. Why doesn't it seem like any of you are taking this seriously? Rhea said in exasperation. You shouldn't worry, Rhea. James said with a smile. Everyone gets into their zone in their own way. Now, how about I set the stage for you lovely ladies to show how much you've improved? With that, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and I am readied their stances. As James was also ready to clear out the small fry, I am finally spoke. Alaverus-sama, if I do well, will you punish me after the battle? I am said with sparkling eyes. With that, James almost dropped his sword. Everyone then turned to I am in astonishment. Even the Oni forces were dumbfounded by what she said. What the hell? An Oni near the front of the crowd said confusedly. Is there something wrong with that woman? Another asked, just as confused. Don't pay them any mind, it must be a strategy to confuse us. One Oni said, trying to get his comrades to focus on the battle. No, I don't think you're right. Someone retorted. Look how confused their comrades look. After that, the entirety of the Oni forces focused on the confused and a little disgusted expressions on James' group's faces. Smack. Oh. One of the Oni exclaimed while bringing his right fist down in his left palm. I think I get it, now. Yeah, me too. Said another as understanding colored his expression. Me, too. Said another. She must be one of those perverts the kids talk about nowadays. And with that, all the enemy forces were enlightened. In turn, James' group was embarrassed. How could it show itself now of all times? Rias asked while placing a hand on her forehead. Don't try to understand the mind of a pervert, Rias. Sona said, the least affected of the group. James also thought now was a good time to change the subject. Or rather, divert his side's attention to something that would motivate them. All right, listen girls. James said with an authoritative tone. I'm willing to fulfill 2 wishes. That pulled the girls out of their confusion. Then, their ears all perked up. For the one who wins the fastest, and the one who takes the least damage. James said with a smile. The first of you who can attain one of these conditions, I will grant you 1 wish. And what if one of us can do both? Sona asked as she adjusted her glasses. Then that person can receive both wishes. James said with a widening smile. And with that, all the girls' eyes lit up. Even Tsubaki and Rhea, who were not romantically interested in James. Now. James said, taking a step forward. Let's get this show on the road. Chapter 71, Battle with the Rebel Oni. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Now. James said, taking a step forward. Let's get this show on the road. As James stepped forward, the girls behind him took their fighting stances again. Once everyone was ready, James made the first move. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Okairu Sakura broke down into 1,000 cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. With a mental command, James sent the blades at the army of Oni, targeting all those at intermediate level, middle rank and below. Although the Oni did their best to defend, after a few minutes none were left standing. James, however, did not take any lives. He knew that it was not his place to administer the death penalty to any of the yokai present. Oh, yeah. James said as an afterthought. No killing, if it can be avoided. After that, James recalled, Senbon Sakura. Once the petal blades reconstructed Okairu Sakura, he calmly sheathed it. Then, he stepped back and stood guard over Kunu with the Karasa Tengu, who informed them of the situation. Oni-chan, that was so pretty. Kunu said with stars in her eyes. Seeing Kunu's reaction, James could only hope that she was referring to the sight of 1,000 cherry blossom petals fluttering through the air, and not the splashes of blood they caused. The Karasa Tengu, on the other hand, reacted the way someone seeing that level of wide-scale destruction should. What was that? The Karasa Tengu asked in fear. Oh, don't worry about it. James said nonchalantly. That was just my bloodline ability. Without going into any further details, James shifted his attention to the girls' battles that were just starting. All 7 girls chose a foe that was close to them in rank. With Iam's opponent being at ultimate rank in the initial level like her. Rias took the next strongest Oni on the battlefield, who was at the advanced level of the high rank. Sona was paired up against an intermediate level, high-ranked enemy, while Akino and Tsubaki took care of an initial level, high-rank opponent each. Meanwhile, Rhea and Flora faced off against the 2 remaining middle-rank beings. Both of which were at the advanced level. Clang. James turned his head in Flora's direction, as the sound of her gauntlets slamming together caught his attention. I'm getting at least one of those wishes. Flora said excitedly as she dashed toward her opponent. I think you're out of your depth, little girl, the 6 feet 7 inches, 2 meters tall Oni said with a sadistic grin. We'll see about that. Sona shouted as she neared her foe. Once she was in range, Flora began the fight with 2 swift jabs aimed at the Oni's chin. Although the Oni was able to tilt his head out of the way of the first, the second caught him squarely in the chin. After the jab slightly rocked the Oni's head, Flora followed up with a straight, a left hook, an uppercut, and finished with a kick to the inner thigh just above the knee. Staggering a few steps back due to the flowing combination of attacks, the Oni grew angry after taking damage from a frail woman. You damn bitch, I'll make you pay for that. The Oni shouted in rage. Come on, let's see what you got, big boy. Flora said tauntingly as she curled her fingers, inviting the Oni to attack. Gah. Unleashing a battle cry, the Oni dashed at Flora. With every step shaking the ground minutely, it was obvious how much power he could pack behind each punch. However, as Flora was disappointed to find out, he had no technique. Every punch was telegraphed thanks to a large wind-up. Flora dodged and countered easily. After slipping under a wide swing of the Oni's arm, Flora converted her demonic power into thunder. Instead of firing it at the Oni, however, she let it flow through her gauntlets and greaves. Then, she performed a low kick with her left leg and struck the Oni's right calf. With the gauntlets charged with thunder, the Oni's muscles in that leg were paralyzed for an instant. And an instant was all Flora needed. Transitioning from the low kick, Flora stepped in and planted her left leg. Then, using all the power she could wring out of her body, she threw a right uppercut that slammed into the Oni's jaw, lifting his heavy body off the ground. And due to the thunder flowing with the blow, his mind shut down for a moment. After that, Flora began working the airborne Oni like a heavy bag. Jab, jab, straight, uppercut, hook, a high kick as her opponent was about to hit the ground again, hook, hook, uppercut, and a backheel kick to the jaw to finish. When the Oni hit the ground again, though he was still alive, anyone watching could tell that he would not be getting up again, anytime soon, anyway. After admiring her work for a moment, Flora felt great. She had managed to win her first fight against something other than a stray devil. Then, she remembered the reward for the girls, and she turned to see some of the other girls had already finished their fights. None of them were undamaged, though. Oh yeah. Flora exclaimed as she pumped a fist into the air. One of those wishes are mine. TCH. Though she did not know who, Flora was certain that one of the girls next to James had just clicked her tongue in jealousy. Meanwhile, Rias had also rushed toward her opponent. In her excitement, however, she did not notice the small knife flying toward her until it was too late. Swoosh, slash, thump. Evading at the last second, Rias was still cut on her upper arm. Shortly afterward, she heard the knife embedding itself into a solid surface. Though a small injury like that would not hinder her fighting capability in the least, she was now unqualified to receive both wishes. With her demonic power flaring due to her rage, Rias looked into the eyes of her attacker and spoke menacingly. "You're going to pay for that," Rias said as she created a large ball of the power of destruction between her palms. "I just hope this doesn't kill you." Feeling the power from the attack Rias was preparing, the 8 feet 2 inches, 2.5 meters tall Oni went on high alert. As the density of the ball of destruction reached a level that Rias was satisfied with, she began splitting off small chunks and fired them in the Oni's direction. Fortunately for the Oni, those balls did not move at a speed he was unable to dode. As time went on, more and more destruction balls were fired. Unfortunately, the Oni was too busy dodging to notice that there were no sounds of impact from the balls he evaded. After the onslaught had come to an end, the Oni was completely uninjured. "Is that it?" the Oni said mockingly. "With all that build-up, you couldn't hit me even once. Why don't you take a look around?" Rias said with her right hand open and stretched forward while she swept her left hand through her hair. When the Oni did as she said, he was terrified to see he was surrounded by over 100 weak balls of the power of destruction positioned around him in a hemisphere. He instinctively knew he would be done for if he was hit by all of them. "Oh, shit," the Oni muttered to himself after realizing the situation he was in. "Indeed," Rias replied with a nod. "Now, goodbye. Hellzone destruction." After calling out the name of her technique, Rias closed the fingers on her outstretched right hand. As she did, the small balls of destruction moved toward the center of the hemisphere. Unfortunately for the Oni, he was that center point. After a few seconds of being hit by Rias' attack, a bloodied Oni could be seen laying in a shallow crater. After checking the Oni's status, Rias quickly turned to see there was already a woman standing next to James. Though she looked to be unable to stand on her own. "Damn it," Rias exclaimed as she stomped her foot, then slowly walked over to stand next to James. On another battlefield, Tsubaki approached her foe with her naginata ready to strike. Waiting for her was a beautiful 6 feet 7 inches, 2 meters tall female Oni wearing a loose black kimono with her shoulders and a large part of her breasts exposed. Without wasting any words, Tsubaki thrust her naginata at the woman as soon as she was in range. Carrying a sheathed katana in her left hand, the Oni woman partially unsheathed it to deflect Tsubaki's attack. Using the counterforce from the deflection, she spun the polearm and struck the Oni woman in the side of the head with the butt end of her naginata. After receiving the blow, the Oni woman was more than a little displeased. After being forced back by the blow, she regained her footing and charged at Tsubaki. Lowering the hand holding the sheath, she drew the sword in an upward slash at Tsubaki's face. Tsubaki blocked the strike with the shaft of her naginata. After which, she drove the katana downward. Using the momentum from Tsubaki pushing her weapon down, the Oni woman switched her grip on her sword to a reverse grip and drove her blade through Tsubaki's thigh. Gritting her teeth from the pain, Tsubaki released her left hand from her weapon and used it to grab the Oni woman's wrist that held the katana. Then, like lightning, she lunged toward at her foe and thrust the blade of her naginata through the Oni woman's right chest and nailed her to the ground. Now laying on top of the Oni, Tsubaki gathered her demonic power in her right fist and bang! Punched her in the face hard enough to render her unconscious. After that, before she could react, she was lifted off the Oni woman and supported to stand. "Great job, Tsubaki," James said while supporting Tsubaki's injured body. "It looks like I'm gonna be granting you a wish later. You're the first to win, though not without injury." Tsubaki, pale from pain, asked an especially important question. "Do you know any healing spells?" Tsubaki asked with a pale complexion. "If we can't take care of this injury before we go back, we'll have to do some large-scale memory wiping. Don't worry about it," James said casually. "Although you won't be healed completely, it will only look like a little muscle strain to those who don't know, when I'm done with you." With that, Tsubaki sighed in relief. James then brought the two back to Kunu and the Karasa Tengi after removing Tsubaki's naginata from the Oni woman's chest. After that, James removed the blade from Tsubaki's leg and quickly began using the healing Kyoto he had been working on. Though his is not exactly the same as it is in the Bleach series. It works more like the healing ninjutsu from Naruto, as it enhances the natural regeneration of the body. By the time Rias and Flora were done with their fights, Tsubaki's injury had stopped bleeding. "I really thought I'd be first," Rias said with a pout. "I only needed one attack to finish my opponent, too." "Yeah, but you used an attack that takes a long time to set up," James countered. "Plus, you were too overconfident going into the fight." Otherwise, you wouldn't have received that. As James finished, he pointed a finger at the tear in Ria's uniform, which was stained red due to the cut hidden underneath. Yeah, I know. Ria said disappointedly. Flora, on the other hand, you did a great job. James said, turning his attention to the new arrival. I never thought I'd see an air juggle outside of a video game. Hee, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Flora said with a giggle. Since you were watching, I thought I'd put on a show. Only after I knew I could win without getting hurt, that is. Hearing that, Rias pouted even harder as she knew Flora was referring to her. Anyway, it looks like the other fights will be over soon, too. Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses as she watched the other girls battle their opponents. Yeah, I wonder who will finish next. Flora said curiously. Well, we'll just have to stay tuned to see. James said with a smile. Why does it sound like you're promoting a web novel or a TV series? Rias asked teasingly. Shut up. Chapter 72, Battle with the Rebel Oni 2. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Even though she falls to her masochistic tendencies quite often and openly in front of James, Sarutobi Ayam is a highly skilled kunoichi who has been in her fair share of life-or-death situations. For that reason, as James cleaned up the cannon fodder members of the enemy forces, Ayam lost her sloppy smile and rushed toward the ultimate rank yokai among their enemies. From a distance, Ayam threw a handful of shuriken at her foe. Unfortunately, his body coated in yuki was too sturdy for the shuriken to do any considerable damage. Seeing that, she knew she was no match in a head-on battle. Using the fact that most Oni are quick to anger, she threw another barrage of shuriken. This time targeting the Oni's eyes. Just as she expected, the Oni was enraged by this frail Satori woman who was attacking like a coward from a distance. Once he lost his rationality and rushed in her direction, Ayam quickly relocated to a place with more obstacles. Damn it. Stand still, you little bitch. The Oni roared before he realized the Satori was fleeing. I need to find somewhere with a more advantageous terrain. Ayam thought to herself as she switched the weighted end of her kusarigama for a second sickle blade. Running. Haha. Good, I like a good hunt. Haha. The Oni who had lost his rationality perceived the tactical retreat as if his foe were running away in fear. After running for around half a minute, Ayam found herself in what she assumed was the training ground for the guards of this pocket dimension. Looking around the area, she found a flattened clearing with many striking posts surrounding it in concentric circles. Immediately, she developed a plan on how she would dispose of her foe. Shortly after Ayam entered the training ground, the Oni chasing her also entered. However, he was unable to spot Ayam. Even though he could feel her presence, like James in the past, he was unable to pinpoint her location. As he stepped into the middle of the clearing, a pair of kunai were launched at his left ear. Raising an arm to defend, the Oni turned his head to the left and met eyes with the silver-haired, bespectacled woman he was chasing. Further enraged by her cowardly sneak attack, the Oni charged at her. That's right. Step into my trap, you big oaf. Ayam thought to herself as she measured the distance between her and her opponent. Where are you going, bitch? The Oni roared as he chased behind Ayam. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Once the Oni was close enough, he thrust his arm forward. Although Ayam was surprised by the sharpness of the attack, she was not caught off guard. For a being to make it to ultimate rank, they could not be unskilled in combat. Intentionally dodging with exaggerated movements, Ayam made a show of struggling to evade. Eventually, when the Oni was in position, Ayam threw one end of her kusarigama at the Oni's chest, which was easily deflected and stuck into one of the striking posts. After that, for the next 90 seconds or so, Ayam, with the other end of her kusarigama still in hand, dodged the Oni's attacks. Even though it was not as easy as she expected and she had a few cuts in her clothing and a scratch on her left arm, she was more or less uninjured. However, as everything had gone according to plan, Ayam let her demonic energy flow through her weapon, which caused the chain looped loosely around the Oni to contract. And with minute manipulation of the chain, Ayam managed to wrap it around the Oni's arms and legs before she embedded the end she was holding into another striking post when the chain was fully taut. What the hell is this? The Oni shouted in anger and confusion. What did you do, bitch? After that, with the Oni immobilized, Ayam walked behind him calmly. Pulling a senbon from her belt, she pressed it into a pressure point that would render the Oni unconscious. Once that was done, Ayam turned around casually and returned to the others. At the same time as the others rushed toward their foes, Rhea walked calmly toward hers. Though the calm was only skin deep. Inside, she was frightened. Outside of sparring, this would be the first time she fought an opponent that was as strong as she was. Also, it was the first time she had faced someone who wanted to kill her as bad as the Oni in front of her wanted to. As Rhea reached the range where her magic would be most effective, she noticed several small fireballs fly toward her. In panic, she put up a barrier. However, as she was not ready to cast yet, her barrier's strength was not evenly distributed. The result of this mistake was that she received several painful burns on her arms and legs. I'm gonna die. Rhea whispered to herself as she felt the burning pain on her limbs. No, I don't want to do this. I gotta get out of here. As Rhea was breaking down mentally, she heard a loud shout in her mind. The voice belonged to Seraphal. The words were something Seraphal often told her during training. If you're scared and want to run away, just remember what will happen if I find out. Seraphal's warning echoed in her mind. My pupil will not be worse than Grafia-chan's. Then, the memory of Seraphal freezing a large lake in an instant flashed past her mind. At that moment, the fear of the opponent in front of her was surpassed by the fear she had for Seraphal. There's no way I'll run away and be flash frozen for it. Rhea screamed while sending her demonic power into the ground. Once her demonic power had entered the ground, Rhea did everything she could to patch up the weak points in her barrier. After tanking the Oni's Jujitsu, which is the yokai equivalent of magic, Rhea's demonic power had finally reached her opponent. Once it did, Rhea condensed it and changed it into freezing energy. Then, she let it explode upward. In an instant, the Oni was frozen in a block of ice, a surprised expression frozen on his face. When Lady Seraphal finds out how I did, she's gonna put me through even worse hell. Rhea said as she sobbed about her fate. On the other side of the battlefield, Akino wasted no time in starting her attack. Mixing her fallen angel abilities with her demonic magic, she created lightning from her thunder magic and fallen angel light. Using a strategy similar to what she used against her clansmen the day she met James and Rias, Akino wrapped her arms in lightning while using elegant footwork to dodge most of the Oni's Jujitsu. Fufufu. Akino giggled with a sadistic glint in her eyes. Is that the best you can do, little Oni? I was hoping you would be able to make this fun for me. Akino's words and constant evasion infuriated the Oni she was facing. And with that, the frequency of his attacks increased. As they did, Akino was unable to dodge them all perfectly. Because of that, she was hit by some of the splash damage from the attacks when they exploded in her vicinity. As this happened, instead of only dodging, Akino began to destroy the attacks she could not avoid safely with bolts of lightning fired from her fingertips. You've been a naughty little Oni. Akino said as the glint in her eyes intensified. I think you need to be punished. What the hell are you talking about, bye? Ah. At that moment, a bolt of lightning fell from above the Oni. With the impact, he screamed at the top of his lungs. After falling to the ground, still conscious, he spasmed due to the lightning strike. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. Akino said as she covered her smile with the back of a hand. Would you mind repeating yourself? Damn it. I will key. Ga. Once again, Akino called down a bolt of lightning as the Oni began to speak. As a matter of fact, Akino had been waiting for the Oni to speak ever since the battle had begun. There's something she enjoyed about hearing the enemy's taunts and threats turned into painful screams that excited her. I'm going to have to find a way to get James alone tonight. Akino thought as she felt her panties getting wet with her juices. After that, for the next few minutes Akino dropped lightning bolts on the Oni she was facing. Using just enough power to bring pain and not death. Eventually, Akino remembered the competition to have a wish granted and she immediately stopped toying with her prey. Damn it. I lost control. Akino said with a pout. And since I got hurt, I have to hope that everyone else had harder fights than I did. With that, she looked back and saw that there were only 3 people who were not at James' side already. Damn it. Sona, the last of the girls to fight, had little trouble with her foe. Once the battle started, she conjured a large amount of water. With it, she created several dragons and sent them to rip and tear at the especially large Oni facing off with her. Standing at 12 feet 5 inches, 3.5 meters tall, he was a sight to behold. However, just as you would expect from a body as massive as his was, he was quite slow. Of course, this meant that most of Sona's attacks landed on the Oni with no problem, however he was so big that she could not do much damage. Well, I guess I can only hope I'm the only one who ends up uninjured. Sona thought as she adjusted her glasses. Let's just put him to sleep. After that, Sona conjured a ball of water that was big enough to wrap around the Oni's head. And with that, the waiting game began. The Oni, with its head submerged in water, tried everything it could to free itself. Unfortunately, as soon as he would splatter most of the water, Sona would simply conjure more. After around 8 minutes of continuous struggle, the Oni finally lost consciousness. Boom. With a loud sound and an impact that shook the ground, Sona adjusted her glasses once again and strode back to the group while letting the ball of water around the massive Oni's head to splash harmlessly to the ground. I guess I was last. Sona said, while looking over the other girls' conditions. Flora is the only one uninjured too, huh? I guess all the training in hand-to-hand combat with James paid off. With that, the girls finished their fights. Although a few were a little banged up, with Tsubaki's injuries being the worst, they were all victorious. A fact that James and Kuno were happy to see. Once all the girls were gathered again, James spoke. Congratulations, you've all improved a lot. James said with a smile. Then he turned his attention to Iam and spoke again. I couldn't see your fight, Iam, but I could feel how you and the Oni moved. Fill me in on the details later if you don't mind. Of course, Alaverus-sama. Iam said while bowing her head respectfully. How many times have I asked you to drop the sama, Iam? James said with exasperation. As your retainer, I'm afraid I can't accede to that request. Of course, you can't. James said with a shake of his head. Then, instead of using my surname, how about calling me James? I'm not the only Alaverus, after all. Understood. Iam agreed happily. From this point forward, I will refer to you as James-sama. Is it just me, or does it feel like I just walked into that? James asked with a wry smile. It's not just you. Flora said with a smile. It feels like she just led you by the nose. Ugh. To think I was manipulated by a pervert. James said, disappointed in himself. At that moment, Iam shivered and blushed lightly. James could only smile wryly at her reaction. After a moment, James took a deep breath. Then, he turned his attention to the Karasa Tengu standing on guard next to Kuno. After that, he stepped forward between Kuno and the Karasa Tengu with his hand extended for a handshake. Well, now that that's over, thanks for letting us know what we walked into. James said with a smile. Once the Karasa Tengu reached his hand out and shook James' hand, he continued. So, would you mind introducing yourself, Mr. Traitor? Or would you prefer, boss of the rebel Oni? Chapter 73, Fighting the Leader of the Rebels. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Dimension. Well, now that that's over, thanks for letting us know what we walked into. James said with a smile. Once the Karasa Tengu reached his hand out and shook James' hand, he continued. So, would you mind introducing yourself, Mr. Traitor? Or would you prefer, boss of the rebel Oni? Oh. And what makes you call me that? The Karasa Tengu asked with a smile. Well, you made a couple of mistakes. James said while shrugging his shoulders. And what were they? The Karasa Tengu asked curiously. First of all, when you appeared you were among a horde of Oni. James said as he stepped back, taking a protective position in front of Kuno. And you weren't attacked when you made your way out. I forgot about that. The Karasa Tengu said while face-palming. In my defense, I didn't think they would lose. Classic villain behavior. James shrugged. Ha. And what was the second thing? The Karasa Tengu asked with a curious smile. After seeing that I disabled the Oni, instead of helping the soldiers under Lady Yasaka, you just stood here as close to Kuno as possible. James said nonchalantly. But I could have been guarding the little fox princess from stray attacks. The Karasa Tengu countered. That's true. James said with a nod. But when the 7 strongest enemies were defeated, instead of seeing which of your comrades were still alive, you tried getting to Kuno again. During this conversation, the girls took up defensive positions around Kuno for when the inevitable battle began between James and the Karasa Tengu. But for now, their conversation continued. I guess you're right, the Karasa Tengu smiled awkwardly while scratching the feathers on top of his head. It would have been easier to lower your guard if I had showed concern for those fools. Dude, you're talking like a third-rate villain now. James said in disinterest. Haha. My apologies, the Karasa Tengu said with a laugh. So, I'm still waiting on that introduction. James said while looking the Karasa Tengu in the eyes. Unless you don't have a name. Oh, right. You can call me Kotengu. The Karasa Tengu, Kotengu, said. One last question, if you don't mind. James said with his expression growing solemn. Sure. Kotengu said with a relaxed smile. What made you betray Lady Yasaka? James asked, genuinely curious about the reason. It's actually quite simple. Kotengu said while stretching his arms wide. I have been pursuing Yasaka for hundreds of years. If she became my wife, I would have the woman I loved and the power to rule the yokai in our faction. Kotengu finally lost his smile after reaching that point. With his emotions taking over, his aura began to leak. When the group felt his power, most of them felt despair. What the hell? Flora said while falling to her knees. It's hard to breath. Rhea said painfully. The high-rank girls had it better, but they were unable to put up much resistance. I am, the only one who was not rendered immobile, held Kuno, who had fainted, in her arms protectively. James' expression also grew serious as he rested his right hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. And while Kotengu's aura was affecting James' group, he was completely unaware as his emotions had taken over. Instead of accepting my love, that whore, Yasaka, married another man. Kotengu roared in rage. And after finding out Yasaka was pregnant, I killed that bastard. Ha ha ha. Drake, this guy is a step away from the minor god rank. James said inwardly. I know. Drake replied in a somber tone. I guess we'll have to go all out, this time. James told Drake with a battle-hungry grin making its way onto his face. Releasing the seals? Drake asked curiously. James deflated immediately. Thinking about what Scathatch would do to him made him want to just let the yokai figure things out on their own. No. But I'll have to use the balance breaker. James replied. I think I'll use that, too. Oh, this should be good. Drake said excitedly. Eventually, Kotengu ended his maniacal laughter. Then he looked over James' group and sneered. It looks like this fight will be over before it even starts. Kotengu said with a maniacal grin. I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch if I were you. James said as he, flash-stepped, next to Kotengu. Then, he grabbed the Karasa Tengu's shoulder and spoke to Ayam before using the flash step again. Protect Konu and the others. I'll take care of this jealous moron. After that, James and Kotengu vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were several miles, 1 mile equals 1.6 kilometers, away. James then released Kotengu and took his distance. Unconcerned with James' presence, Kotengu looked around his surroundings. Then, he turned toward James and spoke. Your speed is impressive. Kotengu praised. Well, I try. James said nonchalantly. But I think it's time to end this little episode. I believe you are right. Kotengu said with a nod. After that, Kotengu produced a long staff and flourished it before taking his stance. With power at the peak of the ultimate rank, he really did not take the intermediate level James seriously. Also understanding this, James spoke. Well, then let's get to it. James shouted as he was covered in a bright red light. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Shihakusho. Once the bright light dimmed, James was revealed in a red Shihakusho with black accents and green jewels woven into the garment. Before Kotengu could speak about the phenomenon, James vanished with a flash step and reappeared in front of Kotengu drawing Okairu Sakura for an Iato slash. Kotengu, however, reacted quickly. Spinning his staff, he was able to deflect the slash. Continuing to spin the staff, he also blocked the second strike as James used his momentum from the Iato draw to swing his sheath at Kotengu's face. Boost, x10. Seeing that Kotengu was still faster than himself, James began using his sacred gear to augment his abilities. Then, James and Kotengu participated in a deadly dance of sword slashes and staff strikes. As Kotengu controlled the range of the fight by keeping his staff in constant motion with wide sweeps and precise thrusts, James dodged and parried with a level of mastery that no one would expect from a combatant of his age. Then, whenever Kotengu would leave the occasional opening, James would swoop in with several sword slashes and thrusts of his own. After fighting for several minutes at a speed even the strongest middle rank would not be able to follow with their eyes, James and Kotengu separated. Then, Kotengu spoke. You are much better than I expected. Kotengu said with a bloodthirsty grin. You're not too bad either. James said with a smile. But I think it's time for this to end. Kotengu said as he pressed a mechanism on his staff. The ends of Kotengu's staff grew slightly longer due to the mechanism. Then, it split from the middle. Now, instead of a long staff, Kotengu wielded 2 quarter-staves. With that, James' expression grew serious, and he spoke. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. As Okairu Sakura broke down, James sheathed its hilt and drew Mangetsu no Shitada. Then with a flash step, James entered his attack range. James began with a downward slash which Kotengu parried to the left. Using his momentum, James transitioned into a roundhouse kick that Kotengu ducked under only to follow up with a thrust with the staff in his left hand. James then used his supporting leg to somersault over Kotengu's head while using the spin to slash at the back of his head. Kotengu raised the staff in his right hand to block. Then, when James landed, both spun on their feet and met weapons once again. At that moment, James directed Senbon Sakura at Kotengu's back. Using his other staff, Kotengu spun it like a fan blade and deflected the petal blades. At the same time, he exchanged blows with James using his other hand. Then, James flash-stepped away and made his way through the petal blades, which were still attacking. However, with his other hand free, Kotengu was able to disperse them easily. He was surprised however when James appeared from amidst the cloud of cherry blossom petals. Unfortunately, James was unable to take advantage of that surprise to inflict any critical strikes. Damn, this motherfucker is good. James said while regulating his breathing. He's got centuries of experience, partner. Drake reminded. I know. James said with a slight pout. I was hoping I could beat him without using it, though. Well, I'm waiting to see it in action. Drake said with excitement in his tone. Fine, I'll do it. James said with resignation. Not that I have a choice at this point. Is that all you've got, boy? Kotengu said, interrupting James' conversation with Drake. If it is, then this is over. I have a few more tricks. James replied with a cheeky smile. You had better use them all. Kotengu said in annoyance. I'm growing tired of this. Fine. James said with a shrug. Just remember, you asked for this. With that, James sheathed Mangetsu no Shitada and drew Okairu Sakura's hilt. Then, he recalled, Senbon Sakura, and Okairu Sakura was reconstructed. A moment later, James fed his draconic aura into the sword, while spreading it along the ground in his surroundings. Boost, x50. Transfer. After transferring half of the 50 boosts into his spiritual mark, and the other half into his draconic aura, James reversed his grip on the sword and dropped it. Surprisingly, the sword sunk into the ground as it rippled like the surface of a lake. Seeing this, Kotengu was surprised. Looking on with interest, he spoke. That's quite the parlor trick, I hope there's more to it, though. James only smirked at Kotengu's words. Then, when James felt that Okairu Sakura had integrated with his draconic aura sufficiently, James willed it and 100 copies of Okairu Sakura's blade rose from the draconic aura-covered ground. What the hell? Kotengu asked in confusion while turning his head to see the 100 massive katana blades that surrounded him. Where the fuck did all these blades come from? If that's enough to surprise you. James said with a smile that turned into a bloodthirsty grin as he continued. Then this next part will be to die for. Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. As James said the trigger words, the 100 massive katana blades broke down into 10,000 cherry blossom petal-shaped blades, each. Seeing this phenomenon, Kotengu's expression fell. Then, he began flowing massive amounts of his yuki into his staves and took his stance. After a moment, the massive cloud of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades engulfed his figure, causing him to lose track of James' position. After brandishing his staves for the next 6 minutes, Kotengu was still standing, though he was covered in blood as well as both shallow and deep injuries. At that moment, the cloud of petal blades began to thin out. Just as Kotengu relaxed his guard, thinking that the technique's time limit had arrived, James appeared in front of him with Mangetsu no Shitada sheathed and in an Iato stance. Then before Kotengu could react, James drew his sword and sheathed faster than even Kotengu could follow with his eyes. After that he turned and walked away, leaving a confused Kotengu standing behind him. Then, a moment later, a red line appeared on Kotengu's torso. Drawn from his left hip to his right shoulder, the line burst, and blood sprayed from Kotengu like a fountain. Damn. Was Kotengu's only word before he fell to his knees, then face first on the ground while losing consciousness. I thought you would kill him, partner. Drake said with confusion in his tone. I probably would have, before. James said while looking down on Kotengu. What made you change your mind? Drake asked curiously. It was when he admitted to killing Kuna's father. James said while clenching his fist. Such a sweet little girl deserves a whole family. Drake did not respond, but he agreed with James. Even though he would never admit it out loud, he too had taken a liking to the adorable little fox girl over the last year. Well, we should go back and tell the others the good news. James said with a smile. James then released his balance breaker and hoisted Kotengu's unconscious body over his shoulder. While turning back in the direction of Yasaka's residence, James condensed the draconic aura he had spread through the ground. Then he retracted it. As he did, Okairu Sakura rose from the ground in front of him. As he withdrew the last of his aura, James wrapped his hand around the sword's hilt and sheathed it. Now that that's taken care of, let's get going. James said as he vanished from his spot with the flash step. Chapter 74, Reunion. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. After James disappeared with Kotengu, the girls were able to get a hold of themselves. Shortly after that, Kuna woke up. Once everyone was at their best again, the girls decided that the first thing they should do was disable the barrier holding Yasaka in her residence. Then, they remembered all the unconscious members of Yasaka's guards. Okay, we should split into 2 groups. Sona suggested. One group will try to open this barrier, and the other will tend to the injured soldiers. Yeah, without them, we'll have no way to deal with all these Oni. Ria said as she looked around the former battlefield. Even if we all keep a few pairs of energy-locking cuffs on us, this is too much. Looking around, everyone agreed with Ria's assessment and Sona's plan. So, Rias, Akino, and Flora were assigned to the group that would try breaking the barrier. Meanwhile, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were sent to help the incapacitated soldiers from Yasaka's guards. Meanwhile, Ayam would be in charge of Kuna's protection. After a few minutes, Rias and her group reached the barrier. Yasaka's residence was enormous. As it not only housed Yasaka and Kunu, but also the hall where Yasaka conducts council meetings, other government facilities, and a large battalion of the most elite guards, who could be seen doing everything they could to break the barrier from the inside. This place is huge. Flora murmured as she looked upon the Japanese-style palace. Yeah, it's almost as big as my estate. Ria said while appreciating the Japanese-style architecture. I think it's bigger than your estate, Rias. Aquino said while pointing at a spot a little further away from the palace. When Rias looked where Aquino was pointing, she saw the guards trying to break the barrier from the inside. There were over 500. That, she could tell without counting. Then she looked past those guards. When she did, her eyes opened wide. Behind them was a barracks and a training field large enough for all the guards present to train simultaneously. Yeah, I think you're right. Rias said in disbelief. After that short conversation, the trio reached the barrier. When they did, they found out exactly how sturdy it was. Immediately, Aquino and Flora knew that they would be unable to break the barrier with their level of power. Because of that, they left it to Rias to try and breach it. Unfortunately, Rias was only able to make fist-sized holes in the barrier even with her most powerful attacks. This would be a time-consuming process. Armed with this knowledge, the best idea Rias came up with was to spread her power of destruction across the surface of the barrier and let it eat away at the barrier. After a few minutes, Rias had created a hole in the barrier big enough for the average human woman to pass through without issue. Destroying the entire barrier, however, would take quite some time. Shortly after the breach was created, a servant on the palace grounds noticed the three devils and the hole they created. There's a hole in the barrier. The servant shouted excitedly. Someone, quick, go tell Lady Yasaka that there is a way out. With that, Rias, Aquino, and Flora decided not to enter the barrier. It would not be good if they were mistaken as intruders after helping Yasaka deal with the rebels. On the other side of the barrier, the palace was in an uproar because of the servants' frantic shouts. It did not take long for a group of guards to surround the breach in the barrier. Once they did, it took even less time for the guards to notice Rias and the other two. Who are they? One of the guards questioned. They're devils. Another guard shouted. I knew it was a bad idea to trust them with Miss Kunu's safety. Now they've come to take advantage of our troubles. Are you an idiot? A third guard questioned. If they were here to cause trouble, do you think they would send only 3? Seeing the 3 devils on the other side of the opening in the barrier, the guards began to discuss among themselves, until an obviously higher-ranking guard put an end to it. All of you, shut your mouths. The guard captain shouted. Lady Yasaka has arrived. With the guard captain's shout, the rest of the guards fell silent instantly. Then, they dropped to one knee while creating a path to the breach in the barrier. When they did, Rias, Aquino, and Flora were able to see a woman approaching the barrier from the end of the path created by the guards. Accompanying the woman was a tall man with long white hair and one arm. As they approached, the trio could make out the features of the woman approaching them. The woman, Yasaka, had delicate facial features with golden eyes. Her long blonde hair, pulled back into a loose ponytail with a bandage, reached down to her legs. Traditional shrine maiden attire covered her voluptuous body. Rounding off her look was a white coat held closed by a red obi and a golden crown. Along with her attire, her pair of fox ears and 9 wagging fox tails made up her entire look. Alongside Yasaka was a tall, handsome young man with long white hair reaching his knees and short bangs parted to either side of his forehead. On his fair-skinned face are golden eyes with slit pupils, 2 purple strips on each cheek and 1 on each eyelid, and a black crescent moon in the center of his forehead. Dressed in a white kimono and hakama that is bunched at the ankles, over it, he wore a black cuirass, a spiked pauldron over his left shoulder, and a yellow sash, all having Chinese design. Oh, my, if it isn't the crimson-haired ruined princess. To what do I owe the honor? Yasaka said as she was close enough to the breach in the barrier to recognize those on the other side. Lady Yasaka. Rias curtsied in the style of a noble, then continued. As it turns out. Rias then proceeded to explain why she and her companions were here. She told Yasaka about the letter they received asking them to bring Kunu to Kyoto, about the battle that was going on when they arrived in the yokai subdimension, about the battle the 7 girls had with the 7 strongest Oni, about James who took away Kotengu to limit the collateral damage during their battle, and finally about the plans the 7 girls came up with while James was gone. I see. Yasaka said while bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Kunu all this time. You have helped me more than I could ever repay. You shouldn't be thanking me, James was the one who housed and protected Kunu from the moment she arrived in Kyoto. Ria said, not thick-skinned enough to take credit for something that she had not done. Also, everyone has enjoyed Kunu's presence immensely. You are truly blessed to have such an adorable and well-mannered daughter. Hearing Ria's praise Kunu, Yasaka smiled proudly. She then turned her attention to the 2 girls accompanying Rias. My apologies. Yasaka said after noticing Akino and Flora. I would assume these are members of your peerage. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Well, you would only be half correct, Lady Yasaka. Ria said with a smile. She then gestured to Akino and continued. This is Hajime Akino, queen of my peerage. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Yasaka. Akino said while bowing politely. And this? Ria said while gesturing to Flora. Is Flora Nanadan, pawn of James Alaverus. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Yasaka. Flora said while also bowing politely. I assure you girls, the pleasure is mine. Yasaka replied with a smile. Also, allow me to introduce you to the captain of my guards, Sesshomaru. The heir to the royal clan of the Inagami. In response, Sesshomaru only nodded at the three girls. It's a pleasure. Rias replied to the introduction, then turned her attention back to Yasaka. I believe our companions will need help tending to the injuries of the injured guards out on the battlefield. Yes, you're right. Yasaka agreed, then she turned her attention to Sesshomaru. I need you to select a squad of guards to help the injured. Understood. Sesshomaru replied. Then, he turned to the kneeling guards and gave orders. Squad 4, go to the battlefield and assist in tending to the injured. Squad 5, do what you can to break this barrier from the outside. Squad 6, you follow me to guard Lady Yasaka. The rest, take up emergency defensive positions. Yes, sir. Replied all the guards present. Then, the guards began to move. Once there was only the squad designated to guard Yasaka remaining, Yasaka spoke to Rias once again. Now, I think we should also go to where your companions are. Yasaka said, hiding her nervous feeling behind a smile. Not to say I don't believe your story, but I would like to see that my daughter is well with my own eyes. Completely understandable. Rias said with a smile. Then, if you're ready, I'll lead the way. Please. Yasaka nodded in agreement. Then, the group began to return to the battlefield. After a few minutes, they reached the rest of the group. Surprisingly, when they returned, James had already returned. And when he noticed them, he patted Kunu on the back, who he was holding in his arms, and pointed in Ria's group direction. When she looked in the direction James pointed, Kunu's eyes lit up. Jumping out of James' arms, she ran toward her mother as fast as she could. Mommy. Kunu shouted happily as she ran. Seeing her daughter doing well, Yasaka smiled brightly. Then, she knelt, paying no mind to her surroundings, and opened her arms welcomingly. Kunu, without hesitation, jumped into her mother's arms when she was close enough. I missed you so much, Mommy. Kunu said while shedding tears of joy. I missed you too, sweetie. Yasaka replied with a beautiful smile. Did you enjoy your time in Kyoto? Aha. Kunu nodded excitedly. James Onaikan and Leona Abakan were super nice. And all the Onii-sans and Wani-sans played with me and took me to fun places. And while Kunu continued to tell Yasaka about her time in Kyoto with the Alaverus, James and I made their way over to Rias' group, following Kunu's dash. When they arrived, James nodded at the smiling Rias, Akino, and Flora. Then, like a high-class devil, he bowed to Yasaka and introduced himself and I am. It is a pleasure to meet you, I am James Alaverus. James said politely. Then, he gestured to Iam and continued. And this is Sarutobi Iam, pawn of my peerage. Hearing the name, Sarutobi Iam, Yasaka, and Sesshomaru both raised an eyebrow. So, the daughter of the Satori patriarch has found a lord to serve? Yasaka said with a mischievous smile. There will be many disappointed, young noblemen among the yokai when this news gets out. Lady Yasaka, I would appreciate it if you didn't tease me. Iam said while bowing her head. Though the little smile on her face could not be hidden. Indeed, I suppose this is neither the time nor the place. Yasaka said with a nod. She then shifted her attention back to James and spoke. Alaverus-san, Gremory-san, and even Kunu mentioned that it was you and your family who have taken care of my daughter. Tell me, how would you like me to repay you? Please, Lady Yasaka, never speak of repayment again. James said sternly. Then, with a smile he continued. There is no payment necessary. Spending this time with Kunu was a joy in and of itself. Hearing James' words, Yasaka's smile could not help but widen. Then, at least allow me to invite you and your companions to a banquet. Yasaka said, which caused Kunu's eyes to light up. For obvious reasons, the banquet will not be held today. However, you will receive the invitation before you return to Kyoto. We would be honored. James said, answering for his peerage. Then, he discreetly looked at Rias. Noticing his glance, Yasaka smiled even brighter. Not to worry, the heiresses of both Gremory and Citri will also receive invitations. Yasaka said with an appreciative smile. I'm sure Sona, like me, would be honored to accept. Ria said politely. At the same time, James smiled bashfully. Was I really that obvious? James thought to himself as the conversation went on. Chapter 75, one of James' biggest fans. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 days have passed since the Oni rebellion was put down. James and the girls returned to their hotel shortly after their conversation with Yasaka. The next day, instead of sightseeing, the group took care of buying souvenirs, as they had agreed that Kunu would lead them around Kyoto on the third day. So, after a short shopping trip, the group returned to the hotel where James worked to heal Tsubaki's stab wound. Though not completely healed, there is no external indication that Tsubaki was ever injured. With just a slight limp, no one would ever know. At worst, someone might think she missed her step while walking down the street and twisted her knee, or something. This morning, the students were given permission to explore once again. As James and his group, who were among the last to leave, walked out of the hotel lobby, they saw Kunu, dressed in a white t-shirt, red skirt, and white tennis shoes, not far from the hotel's entrance. To their surprise, Yasaka, wearing a yellow short-sleeved t-shirt with a deep V-neck, that drew attention to her impressive assets and showed deep cleavage, tight blue jeans, that highlighted her wide hips and round backside, and yellow high-heeled sandals, was standing next to her. Lady Yasaka, good morning. James said politely as he and the group made their way over to the pair of nine-tailed foxes. Kunu, how are you this morning? Good morning, Oni-chan. Kunu said as she jumped into James' arms for a hug. Good morning, Wani-sans. Good morning, Alaverus-san, Gremory-san, and Citri-san. I hope you all don't mind if I accompany you on your tour of Kyoto. Yasaka said with a smile. It would be our honor. Sona said politely. Yes, please, having 2 locals guiding us would be wonderful. Meanwhile, Akino and Flora were standing behind the 3 leaders of their group and whispering to each other. Not that it did any good to keep their conversation private. Or rather it would seem they had no intention of keeping their conversation private in the first place. Who is she and what did she do with Rias? Flora whispered into Akino's ear. Fufufu. Akino giggled in response while covering her mouth with a hand. I almost forgot, you and Rhea weren't forced to go through Auntie Venelana's etiquette training. When necessary, Rias can act like proper nobility. What do you mean act like proper nobility? Rias turned and shouted at Akino angrily. I am proper nobility. Phew. Flora exhaled in relief. I thought she was someone else, the real Rias is never that prim and proper. How dare you? Rias stomped her foot in frustration. Flora, I'll punish you in the place of your king. Did you two have to set her off this early in the morning? Sona said exasperatedly. Even if we calm her down, she's gonna have a pouty face all day long. Et2 Sona. Ria's eyes opened wide at Sona joining in to make fun of her. You would do this in front of Lady Yasaka. This is not an official meeting, Rias. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Besides, you were the first one to drop your noble act. It's not an act. Rias shouted. I am a noble. As if they had practiced, Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, Rhea, and Flora all responded by smiling at Rias as if she were the most precious child in the realm. James, everyone is bullying me. Rhea said while running to James with teary eyes. When she drew near, Kuna reached out her arms from her place in James' arms and hugged Rias. Then put the nail in the coffin with her innocent comment. Don't cry, Rias Onizen. Kunu said while wrapping her arms around Rias. I know you're a noble. You're the heiress of House Gremory. With that, everyone laughed as Rias crumbled down to the ground. Even Yasaka hid a giggle behind a hand. While the laughter was dying down, naturally, Kunu was confused. Oni-chan, did I say something wrong? Kunu asked while tilting her head cutely. Why does Rias Onizen look even sadder now? No Kunu, what you said was absolutely correct. James said with a smile. Riri is just a little sensitive, that's all. Not sure what James meant by that, Kunu just watched the squatting Rias with concern. James, on the other hand, decided to put an end to this. Even though teasing Rias relentlessly is fun, they were running out of time to spend in Kyoto. Clap. Okay everyone, we only have today and we're taking Lady Yasaka away from what I'm sure is a busy schedule. James said after gathering everyone's attention on him with a clap. Let's make the most out of the time we have with our outstandingly lovely tour guides. Smiling at the compliment, Yasaka observed James as he took charge of the situation. To think, this boy is the leader of the 3 peerages present and not one of the heiresses of the pillar houses. Yasaka thought to herself. This boy has quite the charisma. So, where would you like to see first? Yasaka asked, ready to lead them and teach some facts about Kyoto they would never be able to learn in books. We should go to that cafe we saw on the way here for breakfast. Kunu said excitedly, answering in place of the high school students. I know you like Bleach and Soul Eater, Kunu, but that's not really the kind of tourist attraction we were talking about. Yasaka said with a wry smile on her face. Huh, X7. Huh. Yasaka was surprised by the reaction from James and his group. Is there something the matter? Kunu, did you tell your mother about that? James asked the cute little fox girl standing next to him. No. Kunu said while shaking her head vigorously. Oni-chan, you told me I had to keep it a secret. I'm missing something, aren't I? Yasaka said with a hand resting on her cheek. Hearing that, the girls looked at James for permission to let the cat out of the bag. James smiled wryly and nodded. Well, the thing is, James is the mangaka for those manga you mentioned. Rhea said with her eyes sparkling. In response, Yasaka's eyes and mouth opened wide. Yasaka.exe has stopped working. Rhea said with a smile. Just like Rhea.exe stopped working when you found out, huh? James responded with a smile. Can't you let me have my fun? Rhea asked with an embarrassed blush. Of course, I could. James said with a sweet smile. But why would I ever do that? Rhea pouted in response while everyone smiled at the banter between the two. Eventually, Yasaka's thought processes rebooted. And when they did, her actions surprised everyone. In an instant, she was holding a stack of Bleach volumes in her left hand, a stack of School Rumble volumes held up by a few of her tails to her left, and the rest of her tails were holding the published volumes of Soul Eater to her right. Seeing this, Sona quickly put up an anti-recognition barrier while everyone else's jaws fell to the ground. I'm one of your biggest fans, Alaverus sensei. Yasaka said as she stepped toward James. May I have your autograph? As she finished, Yasaka reached into her cleavage and pulled out a felt-tipped pen. Seeing this, although he had been trying to avoid it, James' eyes were drawn to Yasaka's impressive bosom. Asterisk gulp, asterisk. Seeing James' expression and, more importantly, how his eyes were glued to her chest, Yasaka took another step forward and seductively spoke into James' ear. Kunu really seems to like you, and it's obvious you're attracted to me. Yasaka said coquettishly while freeing one of her tails and rubbing it against James' back and butt. How about becoming her daddy instead of her Oni-chan? At that, James' hands flew to cover his crotch while his face turned red. At the same time, Rias, Sona, Akino, and Flora pulled him away from Yasaka's tail. Tsubaki and Rhea, on the other hand, were shell-shocked. They had never seen anyone other than Leona tease James to the point he could not reply. Lady Yasaka, I believe your joke has gone far enough. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Why would you assume I was joking? Yasaka asked with an elegant smile on her lips. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense that I would find Alaverus-sensei a suitable mate. Stopping to think about it, the girls could not refute what Yasaka said. He and his family took good care of my daughter, he led the team that helped my faction of yokai when we needed help the most, and, in terms of modern standards, he has a well-paying job. What else should I search for in a mate? The only thing that makes him less than perfect would be that he is still not as strong as I am. But I'm sure that would be rectified shortly. As Yasaka rambled on about what would make James a good mate, she actually began to consider all the things she was talking about. And the next time she looked at James, she blushed. Eventually, she stopped this dangerous train of thought. Still, throughout the day, she could not stop these thoughts from sneaking back into her mind every now and then. Either way, whether she's joking or not, she would have to get past Auntie Leona, right? Rhea said with a wry smile. That's right. Sona said with a smile. My mother told me that she somehow even scared Auntie Vanillana to the point she dropped all notion of joking like that. I remember that. Flora said while tapping her index finger on her chin. That happened last year, when we found James and Aquino in bed together, right? Yup. Rhea said with a nod. My mother made a joke about becoming part of James' harem, too. Before she could finish the joke, the killing intent Auntie Leona released made my mother stop what she was saying. I remember that. Sona said with her face paling slightly. I was the closest to them when that happened. I almost lost consciousness when I felt that killing intent. And it wasn't even directed at me. James, finally coming back to his senses and getting his erection under control, could finally join the conversation. When he did, he left everyone, including Yasaka, a bit dazed. Well, I remember that event, too. James said with a sigh. Honestly, the only reason she reacted so strongly is simple. Really? Flora asked curiously. What is it, then? She hates the NTR genre. James replied with a deadpan. Not that I think much of it either. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and all that. There's no way I want someone taking one of my women away from me. So, I refuse to touch another man's woman. Everyone looked at James blankly. While Rias, Sona, Aquino, Flora, and even Yasaka blushed slightly. However, James was not finished. And if there's a man foolish enough to try and put his hand on my women, losing that hand will be the least of his concerns. James said as he released a bit of his draconic aura subconsciously. At that moment, even the girls who were not romantically interested in him felt an instinctive urge to mate with James. Noticing that he had lost control, James reined in his aura with an embarrassed blush on his face. Coughing lightly to expel the awkward feelings he was experiencing, James thought of changing the subject. However, he was beaten to it. James Onayakan, what is NTR? Kunu asked innocently. As quickly as the question was asked, everyone present adopted an expression that said, "Oh, shit. I forgot she was here, too." James, the first to recover, made up some bullshit that would trick the little girl until she was exposed to the dark recesses of the internet. Anyway, how about we have breakfast at the cafe Kuna mentioned earlier? James said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, Yasaka glanced at James as she thought, maybe I should plan to meet this Leona I've heard so much about. Chapter 76, Dinner with the Nine-Tailed Foxes and Saying Goodbye. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. In the evening of the last day of Koa Academy's school trip for the second years, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were sitting in the dining hall of Yasaka's residence. In front of them was a table full of Kyoto-style delicacies. Throughout the day, Yasaka and Kunu accompanied the group to see the sights of Kyoto. With Kunu bringing liveliness to the trip and Yasaka telling interesting anecdotes about the various locations, the sightseeing tour was quite enjoyable and informative. Rias, Sona, Akino, and Flora found themselves annoyed at Yasaka's constant teasing/flirting with James, though. As it was mostly harmless, like Yasaka occasionally wrapping one of her tails around James' arm when there were no humans around, the girls let it pass without much of a fuss. Even now, Yasaka was using one of her tails to rub James' back, as he was seated to her left at the dinner table. With Kunu to her right, Yasaka consciously made the illusion that the three of them were a family and the girls, once again, were annoyed by her antics. "So, today is your last night in Kyoto, huh?" Yasaka said wistfully. "Yeah." James said with a nod while using his chopsticks to bring some vegetables to his mouth. "I kinda miss the rest of my peerage." "Oh, I've forgotten to ask, how close to full are your peerages?" This time, Yasaka directed this question to not only James but Rias and Sona as well. "Well," Rhea said with a finger on her chin while she thought. "I have my queen, Akino, here. I also have a knight, a bishop, a rook, and a pawn that used up 6 pieces." Sona was the next to answer after Rias. "My queen and one of my bishops are here," Sona said while gesturing to Tsubaki and Rhea. "I also have another bishop, a knight, and a rook." Shortly after Sona, James answered Yasaka as well. "2 of my pawns came with me to Kyoto this time," James said while gesturing to Flora and I am. "Back home I have another pawn, 2 knights, a rook, and a bishop." "It would seem you've all made great progress in completing your peerages at such a young age," Yasaka said with a smile. "As far as young devils go, you are all very impressive." "Thank you, X3. James, Rias, and Sona bowed their heads politely as they accepted Yasaka's praise. Then, Sona's eyes glinted with mischief just before she spoke. To be honest, if it wasn't for James, Rias would have one less piece. While James would have another bishop, or possibly a queen, in his peerage. "Sona!" Rias shouted in panic. Noticing Rias' reaction, Yasaka and Kunu's curiosity were piqued. "That sounds like quite the interesting story," Yasaka said with mischief and curiosity swirling in her eyes. "I wonder if it would be all right for me to hear." "Sona!" Ria's pitch rose as she found this story quite embarrassing. Ignoring Ria's protests, Sona looked in Akino's direction as this story tells of her tragic past. Getting a nod from Akino, Sona nodded as well and began the story. "Well, Akino, Rias, Queen, was born to the Haimjima clan of the 5 principal clans. I'm sure you've heard of them." Sona began by prefacing the story with that information. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yasaka gestured for Sona to continue. Then, Sona went on to talk about how Akino's mother fell in love with one of the cadre of the Grigori and gave birth to Akino. Then she briefly mentioned how the Haimjima killed Akino's mother and how Akino was forced to wander Japan alone for nearly a year. How she grew to hate her father and fallen angel heritage. And finally, how she was found by the Haimjima and fought for her life. Throughout the story, Yasaka and Kunu exclaimed sadly because of all that Akino had to go through as a child. Then Sona shifted the focus of the story to the fact that Rias had schemed to take a vacation with James alone. Underworld, Satan territory, Lucifer estate. Sneeze. In a magical laboratory, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa sneezed while seated and looking over the results of an experiment. I feel like my existence was forgotten again. Heinrich said to himself. Shaking his head to drive away the thought, he returned to his research. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. Then, just as Akino was about to be killed, James appeared before her among a cloud of cherry blossom petals. Sona explained excitedly, as this was her favorite part of the story. After that, James single-handedly defeated nearly half of the Heimjima clansmen in under 2 minutes, bringing an end to the conflict. Wow. Oni-chan is like a superhero. Kunu shouted excitedly. Showing up just in the nick of time. Like Ichigo on Sokayaku Hill. Yes, that is quite the impressive feat for an 11-year-old boy. Yasaka said with praise. As it turns out, James stepped in as a favor to Rias. Sona said, revealing the secret right away. However, instead of being grateful for James' favor, Rias ordered James to negotiate for Akino's release. Hearing that, Yasaka and Kunu shot skeptical glances in Rias' direction. In response, Rias covered her blushing face with her hands and lowered her head. Satan, kill me now. Rias said, wishing a hole would open in the floor so she could jump in it. Rias. James said in a gentle tone. Hearing James' gentle tone, Rias raised her head with hope in her eyes. Oh, how she wanted James to comfort her. When she saw the gentle smile on James' face, her hopes began to bloom. Her hopes were crushed immediately, however, when James spoke once again. You'd better pray to someone else. James said, still smiling gently at Rias. Your Siscon brother would never kill you. Bang. With her hopes crushed, Rias let her head fall to the dining room table with enough force for all the plates, glasses, and cutlery to tremble for an instant. As Rias was dying inside because of embarrassment, everyone else laughed at her plight. Then, Sona finished her story. Lucky for Rias, James replied to the order with, if I do it, I'm taking the girl for myself. Sona said, doing her best to imitate James' annoyed tone. Then, James took Akino back to the underworld for medical treatment and in the end managed to talk Akino into using her fallen angel abilities and letting go of her self-loathing. Oh my, that truly is impressive. Yasaka said, genuinely impressed by James' actions at the age of 11. I wonder how you managed to alleviate the trauma that caused Himejima-san's self-loathing. Hearing Yasaka's question, all the girls' eyes lit up, even Rias, who still had her face hidden by the table. I don't mean to be stingy. James said with a smile. But I think that should stay a secret between Akino and I. Maintaining his smile, James winked at Yasaka, who blushed slightly and turned her head away. Seeing Yasaka's reaction, everyone, excluding Kunu, was shocked. It's starting to look like all the teasing was more than just a joke. Everyone thought simultaneously. Ahem. So, I was unable to see your battles against the rebels. Clearing her throat, Yasaka spoke quickly to change the subject. Would you mind telling me the story? Seeing Yasaka's embarrassment and her attempt to change the subject, the group smiled wryly. To not embarrass their host any further, they recounted the process of their battles in the order they arrived at James' side. So, Tsubaki was the first to speak, followed by Rias, Flora, Sona, Akino, Rhea, and finally Ayam told her story. As she took her opponent away from the main battlefield, this was the first time any of them had known the details of Ayam's battle. I've had my doubts ever since I accepted you into my peerage. James said with a wry smile. But I'm convinced. I got quite the addition to my peerage. It's just too bad your personality isn't as impressive as your skill in battle. James thought to himself. Even though James kept that last part to himself, Ayam still saw the look of pity in his eyes. Because of that, her cheeks reddened, and she began to squirm with pleasure. Seeing this, Yasaka was confused. Sarutobi-san, are you all right? Yasaka asked with a hint of concern in her voice. You don't have to worry. James began to say as he waved his hand dismissively. However, he was quickly interrupted. James, I don't think you should finish that sentence. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. Huh? Why not? James asked in confusion. Because you'll just make the situation worse. Rhea said with a giggle. James then shifted his gaze to Ayam, and facepalmed immediately after seeing her. Currently, Ayam's breathing was heavy, and she was hugging herself with a sloppy smile on her face. Also noticing Ayam's state, Yasaka's confusion could not be hidden. What's wrong with her? Yasaka asked, concerned about Ayam's well-being. You really don't need to worry about it. Rias said, sounding tired. Rias is right. Sona said after taking a sip of her drink. Ayam is a high-level pervert who enjoys James' abuse. As she explained, Sona placed a silencing barrier around Kunu that lasted only as long as it took her to explain Ayam's condition. Oh my. Yasaka said in amazement. Then, she looked at James and spoke. It must be hard on you. Smiling wryly, James replied weakly, I'm getting used to it. After that, the dinner continued. The group chatted in a lively atmosphere until the students' curfew neared. Then, James and the girls bid Yasaka and Kuna goodbye with Yasaka and Kuna promising to see them off at the train station in the morning. The next day, 11 a.m. At Kyoto Station, the students of Kuo Academy's second year were gathered on the platform waiting for their train to arrive. With them stood two beautiful blondes. One a fully grown voluptuous woman and the other a young girl whose facial features favored the first. These blondes were, of course, Yasaka and Kunu. And as they promised, they were here to send off James and the girls. *sniff*, you have to promise to come and visit. Kunu said tearfully while hugging James around his waist. Don't worry, I promise to come visit again. James said with a smile while patting Kunu's head. I'll come back for winter break. And I'll bring Mom with me, too. Era, it seems my little fox has grown quite attached. Yasaka said with a smile. I hope you do bring your mother with you next time you visit. I would love to meet the woman who raised such an outstanding son. While Yasaka and Kunu continued to talk with James, the other girls were huddled together and whispering as they stole glances at the trio. She's got it bad, doesn't she? Flora asked while looking at the interaction between James and the mother and daughter. Looks like it. Rhea said in response. Yeah, all that teasing was definitely more than just simple teasing. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. And now she wants to talk to Auntie Leona. Rhea said with a pout. Is she looking to get permission to pursue James? Like, for real? Fufufu. Akino giggled with a hand covering her mouth. This should be interesting. I can only imagine the fun we could have if she joins. Rias, Sona, Rhea, and Flora looked at Akino with exasperation. Why is this train taking so long? Tsubaki said impatiently. With that, Rias, Sona, Akino, Rhea, and Flora's conversation paused. They could not help but turn their attention to the love-struck, bespectacled beauty standing next to them. Then, in unison, they all spoke. Tsubaki, you're so cute, X5. Immediately, Tsubaki was pulled from her thoughts as she looked at the five girls smiling at her sweetly. Eventually, she noticed that even James and Yasaka were smiling at her the same way as James whispered into Yasaka's ear, undoubtedly telling her about the circumstances around Tsubaki and See You Chillin. Seeing all their sweet smiles, Tsubaki blushed all the way to the tips of her ears. At that moment, a broadcast over the train's PA system notified the passengers that the train to Kuo would arrive momentarily. This of course, brought more tears to Kunu's eyes. And luckily for Tsubaki, it turned everyone's attention to the coming farewell. Kunu received a round of hugs from James and the girls with promises to visit again. Then, Yasaka hugged all the girls goodbye. With James as the only one remaining, Yasaka stepped toward him and wrapped her arms around him and squeezed tightly. This, of course, also squeezed Yasaka's enormous breasts against James' chest. I'm looking forward to your next visit. Yasaka said coquettishly. And I would love to host you and your mother, properly. Then, before releasing James, Yasaka pressed her lips against James' cheek, leaving him stunned. Not only James, but all the girls and a lot of his classmates were stunned. Then, Yasaka released him and stepped back with a shy smile and a blush on her face. She then took Kunu by the hand and spoke. You should hurry onto the train, you don't want to miss it. Yasaka smiled as she spoke. Or maybe you do. Winking at the end, Yasaka stunned not just James, but all the boys in the student group as it was a bit too much for a group of high school boys to handle. Then, Rias, Sona, and the girls grabbed James and dragged him into the train while giving Yasaka the stink eye. As the train doors closed and it began to pull off, Yasaka ran a finger across her lips and thought to herself. I really hope you come back soon. Chapter 77, The Best Way to be Welcomed Back Home, R18. Human World, Japan, Kuo. James and the girls have just returned from Kyoto with the rest of the second-year students from Kuo Academy. After hearing the last instructions from their teachers, the students were allowed to return to their homes. James' group was also looking forward to going home. Even though the hotel rooms were very nice, nothing compares to your own bed in your own home. After making it back into the neighborhood, Flora was the first to separate from the group. Kissing James goodbye, she walked away with a smile. After that, everyone else separated in front of the three Kings' homes. After a round of goodbye kisses and Rias pouting, James finally reached his front door. After unlocking the door and stepping past the threshold, James announced himself. Guess who's Bizak? James shouted loud enough to be heard throughout the house. Following his announcement of his return, James first ran into See You Chillin. While James was taking off his shoes, See You Chillin made his way toward the front door. Dressed in an open button-down short-sleeved shirt with a navy blue t-shirt underneath and a pair of blue jeans, it was clear to James that See You Chillin was going to see Tsubaki. Yo, Lancer, How were things while I was gone? James asked while extending a fist in Cu Chillin's direction. Uneventful. Cu Chillin said while fist-bumping James. A few strays showed up, but Lady put 'em all down pretty quick. She's gotten rather good with that gun kata of hers. I think you should spar with her to see her improvement. Sounds like fun to me. I've always liked fighting opponents with unusual fighting styles. James said with a smile. Then, he leaned toward Cu Chillin and spoke quietly. I know you're going to see Tsubaki. Just a word of advice, I overheard a bit of the girls' gossip and Tsubaki wishes you'd be bolder. After sharing that information with his best friend, James kicked off his shoes and strode into the house to see the other residents. The next one he came across was his mother. Sitting in the living room with the television on, Leona was looking at the door so she would not miss James' arrival. As soon as he stepped through the entrance to the living room, Leona used the flash step to appear in front of her son and wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug. Welcome home, sweetheart. Leona said with a smile while hugging James tightly. It's good to be home. James said as he returned the hug. How have you been, Mom? Good. Leona replied happily. Anyway, I won't keep you. I know you must be tired after your trip. James quirked an eyebrow at his mother's blatant attempt to send him to his room. So, like a good son, he decided to let her know that he had seen through her little ruse. Are Mizore and Mocha in my room for the reason I think they are? James asked with a smile. Ugh, now that you've grown up, you're no fun anymore. Leona said with a pout. She then released James from her hug and turned back toward her spot on the sofa. Just don't forget the silencing barrier. Ma'am, yes ma'am. James replied with a salute. Then, he made his way to the staircase. As he reached the first step, he stopped. Then, he turned back toward Leona and gave her the messages from Kunu and Yasaka. Oh, yeah. Kunu misses her Auntie Leona, already. James said to Leona with a smile. Also, Kunu and Lady Yasaka have invited us to come visit and bring in the new year together. Oh, that sounds like fun. Leona replied with a happy smile. I was looking forward to meeting the woman that raised such an adorable girl. In response, James scratched his head and smiled wryly. What's wrong? Leona asked while tilting her head. Well, there's a not-so-slim chance that Lady Yasaka may ask you for the chance to pursue me. James said with a shoulder shrug. Oh, and she's a widow, so there's no NTR to worry about. Then, without waiting for a response from his mother, James made his way up the stairs. A few moments later, James was standing in front of his bedroom door. He could feel Mizore and Mocha inside. He knew they had been in there ever since he entered the house, so that did not surprise him. What surprised him was the fact that he could tell they were in his bed, and they were stuck together. Curious to see why, James opened the door. When the door was opened, James could see Mizore, wearing nothing but a light blue pair of panties with white thigh-high socks, and Mocha, wearing nothing but a pair of white panties and black thigh-high socks, laying in his bed and kissing deeply. At the same time, Mizore was fondling Mocha's fairly large breasts while Mocha was kneading Mizore's round ass. Immediately, James stepped forward and closed the door behind him. Then, he snapped his fingers and placed a silencing barrier around his room. I'll admit I'm surprised, but not disappointed at all. James said with a smile while he began stripping out of his school uniform. I'm just wondering when you girls started going by. Hearing James' voice, Mizore and Mocha were pulled out of their passionate make-out session. Knowing that James had seen them kissing, the two girls reacted differently. Mizore, blushing to the tips of her ears, hid her face behind her hands, while leaving gaps so she could watch James get naked. Mocha, on the other hand, brazenly stared at James as he undressed while licking her lips like she had not had enough. Originally, we were just planning to lay here and wait for you to come up. Mocha said with her eyes glowing red. But when you took longer than expected, Mizore started to touch herself in anticipation. Mocha. Mizore shouted, embarrassed that her secret was revealed. Ignoring Mizore's protest, Mocha continued like nothing was wrong. So, like the good friend that I am, I kissed her so that she'd have an easier time getting in the mood. And like the good girlfriend I am, I ascertained that we are both completely warmed up and ready to play. After that, Mocha turned and wrapped her arms around Mizore. Then, she rolled over so that Mizore was laying on her back, meanwhile, Mocha was hovering over her on all fours. Seeing this, James undressed even faster. He was afraid that his dick might tear through his boxers and slacks. Look, Mizore, it looks like James likes what he sees. Mocha said before licking Mizore's earlobe. Shivering due to the feeling of Mocha's tongue on her ear, Mizore looked through the space between her and Mocha's breasts. What she saw made her eyes light up. The bulge in James' boxers was impossible to miss. After that, Mizore looked up at Mocha with puppy dog eyes and asked, Mocha, can I go first, please? I think that's going to be up to James. Mocha said while gesturing for Mizore to look into James' eyes. When she did, the emotion she could see in his eyes was lust. However, instead of feeling disappointed, Mizore felt herself grow even more excited. "He's gonna destroy us, isn't he?" Mizore asked as she turned her sight back to the beautiful silver-haired girl. "Definitely," Mocha affirmed. "It's a good thing we don't have school tomorrow. Walking is probably gonna be pretty tough." Blushing at Mocha's statement, Mizore watched James as he drew nearer. Eventually, he was right behind Mocha on his hands and knees like she was. Then, James buried his face into Mizore's pussy over her wet panties. After that he licked straight up. However, when his tongue moved away from her pussy, he moved straight onto Mocha's pussy. On. "It's not that I doubted you, Mocha," James said as he placed his hands on Mizore's thighs. "But I just like checking for myself, you know." Running his hands down Mizore's thighs toward her panties, she shivered at the feeling of his fingers on her skin. Then, when he reached them, he looped his thumb under their sides and pulled them down her legs sensually. After that, James did a little repositioning. As Mocha was straddling Mizore, he changed things so that Mizore's legs would be spread around Mocha's instead of the other way around. Then, James put his hands on Mocha's round and supple ass. After massaging it for a moment and receiving a moan in return, James pulled Mocha's panties down as well. After that, he pulled his boxers down and threw them to the floor. When James' dick was revealed, standing in all its glory, both Mizore and Mocha's eyes lit up. Though, Mizore's carried a bit more wonder and awe in their depths as this was her first time seeing it. Mocha, on the other hand, licked her lips, ready for what was to come. After pulling off his boxers, James lined his dick up with Mocha's pussy. This of course caused Mizore to pout as she wanted to have the first taste. But James was just naturally drawn to the doggy-style position, like most men are. Asterisk gasp, asterisk on. Mocha moaned as she felt James pushing past her pussy lips. Looking up at the mixture of pleasure and pain on Mocha's face, Mizore's anticipation skyrocketed. Feeling her arousal rising proportionally, Mizore instinctively brought her hands to the side of Mocha's face and pulled her into a kiss, pushing her tongue past Mocha's lips in the process. MMM. At the same time, James had finally pushed his dick as far into Mocha's pussy as he could. As she felt her vaginal walls stretching to accommodate James, Mocha moaned continuously into Mizore's mouth. Like Flora, Mocha's hymen had already been broken during her martial arts training. James expected Mizore's to be the same. So, after a few moments of stillness, James began to slowly pump his hips. And as he did, Mocha's moans became longer and louder. MMM. On. Yes James, on fuck MMM me. As James sped up his thrusts, Mocha was forced to break the kiss with Mizore. As she moaned and called for James, Mizore let her hands wander to Mocha's breasts. While fondling and squeezing Mocha's breasts, Mizore was being turned on more and more by the moans and faces her friend was making right above her. After a few minutes, Mocha's moans reached a fever pitch. Looking up, Mizore could see her eyes rolling back and her tongue hanging out of her open mouth as she released the loudest and longest moan so far. On. With that moan, Mocha lost the strength in her arms, and she collapsed on top of Mizore. Feeling Mocha's hard nipples rubbing against her breasts with every breath Mocha took only served to turn Mizore on even more. James, please, hurry and fuck me too, Mizore asked in a begging tone while trying to spread her legs even wider. James, having yet to come, did not waste any time fulfilling Mizore's request. After pulling his dick out of Mocha, James lined it up with Mizore's entrance. Then, with one continuous thrust, James pushed himself all the way inside of the light purple-haired beauty. On. It's so big, Mizore moaned as she felt James stretching her out. At the same time, she reached out her hands and grabbed Mocha's ass. On. Mocha also moaned as Mizore's grip on her ass tightened. With that, Mocha came back from the throes of her orgasm. And when she did, she rolled from on top of Mizore and lay down to her right. Using her right hand, Mocha turned Mizore's head to face her. At that moment, Mocha planted her lips onto Mizore's own. And, while kissing her, Mocha gently ran her fingertips down Mizore's body. All the while, James was ramping up the speed and force behind his thrusts. MMM. Gasp, on. As James pounded her pussy, Mocha had begun to rub her fingers over Mizore's clit. With the intense stimulation, Mizore was forced to break the kiss so she could breathe. After taking in a deep breath of air, James managed to find her G-spot, which, among other things, forced Mizore to empty her lungs again. Not to mention, when James continued to pound that spot, Mizore experienced the most powerful orgasm she ever had. On. Oh fuck. I'm coming. With that, Mizore's back arched, her toes curled, and she clenched her fists tight enough to tear the sheets on James' bed. And with a high-pitched scream, Mizora's eyes also rolled back, like Mocha's before her as she shuddered from the reverberations of an intense orgasm. Then, having also reached his limit, James pulled out of Mizora's quivering pussy and sprayed his cum over the beautiful girls in front of him. As James relaxed his body after coming, Mocha used a finger to start wiping up the cum covering Mizora's belly. After that, she put her finger in her mouth and began to suck it while making eye contact with James. MMM. While maintaining eye contact with James, Mocha could not help but moan when her right nipple was licked clean of James' cum by Mizora. After that, James watched with a smile and a standing dick while Mizora and Mocha used their tongues to clean the cum off each other. Then, when they were finished, James conjured some water and rinsed their bodies. After that he kissed each of them while conjuring water in his mouth, force-feeding it to them. When they were all cleaned up, James crawled between Mizora and Mocha and wrapped an arm around each girl. Then he spoke, while Mizora and Mocha stared at him with their hungry gazes. "I know you girls want to go for a few more rounds, but don't you want to hear about the trip?" James asked with a smile. With that, Mizora and Mocha adopted an expression that made it clear they had completely forgotten about the school trip. Then smiling shyly, Mizora replied. "Okay, tell us about it," Mizora said while burying her face on James' chest embarrassedly. "But after that, we get back to business. Mocha said seductively before licking her lips. Chapter 78, Issei's Sacred Gear Awakens. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since the second years came back from Kyoto. In these 2 weeks, James, Rias, and Sona began pushing their peerages even harder in training. However, unlike the rest of Rias' peerage, who trained under Rias' supervision, Issei has been training with James. As James had noticed that Issei's sacred gear was emitting dragon aura, Rias asked James to train her new pawn. Issei's sacred gear, however, has still yet to awaken. So, James and Drake decided a more scat-hack-like method would be implemented. And today is the day for it. Today, a Saturday, James took Issei out into the mountains to push him past his limit. James and Issei, both dressed in their gym clothes, stood opposite each other while James spoke with Drake inwardly while taunting Issei. "Are you ready?" James asked Issei as they both stood in a clearing surrounded by trees. "If I said no, would you let me go home?" Issei asked nervously. "Nope." James replied as a bloodthirsty smile found its way onto his face. "You better put everything you have learned to use, Issei, or there is a good chance you will die." "Wait. What?" "Die?" Issei asked with fear in his tone. "Haha." James laughed without losing his bloodthirst. "I said there was a chance. Now, take your stance. Laying it on a little thick, aren't you?" Drake asked. "Probably." James replied internally. "But I'm expecting this to be great stress relief. So, I'm kinda letting myself go a bit. Just make sure not to break him." Drake said while shaking his head. "That's the last thing I'll do," James said with an inward grimace. "Satan knows I don't want to hear the tantrum Rias will throw if I break one of her toys." "Haha." Drake laughed loudly at the thought. "I think it would be fun to see from the outside. The problem is I've always seen them from the stage." James grumbled internally. Oh, he's starting to finally raise his guard. This will be fun. Feeling nervous because of the smile on James' face, Issei slowly took a standard Muay Thai stance. As soon as he was ready, James disappeared from where he stood with a burst of pure speed. Issei had yet to reach a level that could deal with the flash step. When James reappeared, Issei's fist was already heading toward his face. Calmly, James redirected Issei's jab with his forearm, causing the punch to graze his right shoulder. Without losing his rhythm, Issei followed up with a right elbow aimed at James' jaw. Tilting his head back slightly, James avoided the strike. Taking advantage of the shift in James' viewing angle, Issei threw a low kick with his left leg aiming to slow James by striking his right calf. Expecting Issei's follow-up, James raised his right leg and positioned it to block. The pain from his shin striking James' knee throwing off Issei's rhythm, finally. At that moment, James began his offensive. Lowering his right leg quickly, James raised it into Issei's abdomen, causing him to bend over James' knee due to the force. After lowering his leg again, James sidestepped to the right and swung a powerful left hook to the same spot. Boom. Cough, Issei sprayed a mouthful of saliva and all the air in his lungs after receiving that punch. After that James stepped back and gave Issei the space needed to recover. As Issei greedily sucked air back into his lungs, James spoke coldly. "What the hell was that, Issei?" James said with a scowl. "I thought I made it clear before we came out here that this would be true battle training." Pant I know. Pant, Issei said between ragged breaths. "Then why the fuck are you holding back?" James shouted angrily. "Or have my compliments about how much you've improved gone to your head?" Or maybe you think you're such hot shit that you can put up a fight against me while holding back. Asterisk pant asterisk no, that's not. Issei tried to explain in a panic but was quickly interrupted. Just stand the hell up and come at me for real. James said while taking his stance. You better come at me with the ferocity you would attack one of those strays you've been hunting with Riri and her peerage, or the chances of you dying are gonna go through the roof. Issei, struggling to breathe, stood up and took his stance again. James could see the struggle between fight or flight swirling in his eyes. Issei, to his credit, pushed the fear he was feeling down and charged at James with his hands up. Then, when in range, he threw a jab that James evaded by tilting his head to the side. Without retracting his left arm, Issei followed that with a right straight, which James evaded by tilting his head back. Then, Issei used both outstretched hands and wrapped his fingers around the back of James' neck. Not bad, but instead of leaving his left hand extended, he should have stepped in to facilitate the clinch. James thought briefly. Then, when Issei's fingers were locked, he pulled down with both hands and raised his right leg, knee first toward James' face. James, using both hands, blocked Issei's knee strike, then raised his arms with force, dislodging Issei's clinch. When he straightened up, James threw a combination of punches and elbow strikes. Jab, straight, left hook, and straight. Issei was able to block these blows with his raised guard, however James then threw an uppercut that split his guard and landed on Issei's chin. Disoriented from the blow, he was slow to react to the spinning back elbow that followed. Receiving the elbow to the chin, Issei stumbled backward. After shaking his head a bit to get his wits about him, Issei looked up to see that James was throwing a roundhouse kick with his left leg. Quickly raising both arms to the right side of his head, Issei successfully blocked the kick. However, the force behind it sent him flying. After crashing into the ground, Issei stood up quickly while struggling to breathe. Are you trying to kill me? Pant, Issei asked with difficulty. My head pant would have popped right pant off if that had landed. Well, if you don't want that to happen, don't let it hit. James said smugly. Now, quit your bitchin' and put your guard back up. Issei, feeling himself growing angry because of James' flippant attitude, raised his slightly numb arms. Then, while circulating his demonic energy, he raced toward James. Good, looks like you're finally ready to put in the effort. James said with a smile. I thought I'd accidentally kill you before you decided to take this seriously. Then, for the next 5 minutes, James and Issei exchanged fists, elbows, feet, and knee strikes. After 5 minutes, however, James began to raise his output. At the 10-minute mark, although Issei was not fighting evenly, he could still keep up and counterattack. After 15 minutes, Issei could still follow enough to guard and counterattack occasionally. When 20 minutes had passed, Issei could only struggle to guard himself. After 25 minutes, about a quarter of James' strikes were landing. After a couple more minutes, after taking so many of James' heavy blows, Issei's fatigue was making it so that his body could no longer keep up with his reaction speed. Is that all you've got, Issei? James said as he landed a left hook to Issei's abdomen. After Issei hunched over because of the blow to his stomach, James clinched and raised a knee toward Issei's face. Frantically, Issei put his hands between his face and the knee strike. When James' knee landed on Issei's hands, to Issei's surprise, he was lifted off the ground. In that instant, he flung his left leg at James' torso, thinking that he would get a moment to recover when James dodged. James, however, was not having it. Instead of stepping back out of the range of the kick, James sidestepped to his right. As Issei's kick lost momentum, James grabbed his leg and drove the younger boy into the ground on his back. Boom. Cough. Once again, Issei was left breathless at James' mercy. This time, however, James had no intention to retreat and let Issei gather himself. Taking advantage of the fact that Issei was completely disoriented from the takedown, James positioned himself in a full mount. Seeing this, even in his foggy thoughts, Issei raised his guard. James then began to rain down punches. As he did, Issei did everything he could to dodge and block the incoming flurry of. I think now would be a good time. James thought to himself while throwing punches at the downed Issei. Are you sure? If your timing is too early, he'll just break. Drake said nonchalantly. I'm going in. James said, confident in his plan. Well, I guess that's all you got. James said with disappointment in his tone. I guess a harem would be too much for you, after all. With that, Issei's swollen eyes opened widely. James could see the flames of anger raging inside. What the hell are you talking? Ugh, about. Issei roared, taking a fist to the face in the process. How does getting the shit kicked out of me have anything to do with having a harem? Ha. James cackled while continuing his barrage of punches. Do you think weaklings get to have harems? Wake the fuck up. Issei was surprised at James' outburst. During that surprise, 2 more punches landed on Issei before he was able to get his guard back up. Why do you think only high-class devils and above have harems? James asked sarcastically, because it takes a certain level of strength to protect your women. But then again, maybe you're into that. I guess you like NTR, huh? Hearing that, Issei imagined having his harem in the future just for someone stronger to come by and steal his women. Worse still, his imagination showed him an image of that same strong person fucking his women in front of him while he could do nothing about it. At that moment, Issei felt as if something inside of him was waking up. And it definitely was not a fetish for being cuckolded. At that moment, Issei was covered in a dark luminance and the pressure he released began to skyrocket. Once this phenomenon began, James jumped away from Issei. Fuck that shit. Issei roared indignantly. As the dark radiance vanished, Issei stood and roared once again. Hayato Issei is not and never will be a cuckold. When Issei stood, although his attire had not changed, he was now sporting a pair of pitch-black scaled gauntlets that covered his forearms. On the knuckles of each hand, 2 claw-like blades extended forward. A substance that resembled waving shadows extended from the knuckle of his middle finger, up the back of his palm, wrapped around a bright blue jewel embedded in the back of his palm, then running up the rest of the gauntlet. So, it was him. Drake said with nostalgia in his tone. So, you know who that aura belongs to, huh? James replied inwardly. That's right. Drake said with pride lacing his tone. That aura could belong to none other than Skyadram, the Shadow Dragon King. Skyadram. James thought in confusion. Never heard of him. Skyadram usually kept to himself. Drake said, the nostalgia returning to his tone. His favorite thing to do was to slip into a shadow, then take a nap. I don't think he ever interacted with humans or any other beings for that matter. Other than that little hobby of his. For some reason he liked teaching magic to children every once in a while. Sounds like a pretty chill dude. James thought. Then how did he end up in a sacred gear? No clue. We'll just have to ask if his soul is, Drake started to say, but he cut his words short. Who the hell are you? Issei shouted to a voice that only he could hear. Huh? Skyadram. Shadow Dragon King. What does any of that shit even mean? Well, I guess that answers the question I was about to ask. Chapter 79, Shadow Dragon King, Skyadram. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. An hour has passed since James finished helping Issei awaken his sacred gear. Currently, James, Rias, and her peerage were at her mansion in Kyoto. This being Issei's first visit, he was surprised to see that Rias was hiding 2 more cute girls. Namely, Kaneko and Gasper. Even though everyone else knew that Gasper was a boy, they thought it would be funnier to let Issei find out on his own. Everyone except for Gasper, that is. Issei, why are you looking at me like that? Gasper asked nervously while hiding behind Kaneko. Because you're, like, super cute and I was wondering if you'd like to join my future harem. Issei said with a perverted smile. Why would I want to join your harem? Gasper asked in confusion. Because I, Hayato Issei, will be the greatest harem king in history. Issei declared with vigor. I think James' knee has you beat. Kaneko said blandly while munching on a cookie. Minor details. Issei said while waving his hand dismissively. Besides, just because James Senpai is popular at school doesn't mean he'll have a harem. Oh, poor child. Akino said with a smile. James already has a harem. What? How can this be? Issei asked in disbelief. They must all be human, right? Nope. Akino replied with a smile. They are all supernatural, and I think you've met most, if not all of them. Pausing for a moment, Akino began to tap her right index finger against her chin while she thought about which of James' girlfriends Issei had met. After thinking for a moment, she concluded that Issei had met them all. Now that I think about it, you have met them all. Akino said with a smile as she looked back at Issei to see his reaction. Really? Issei asked as his expression morphed into one of shock. Who? And how many? Let's see. 5. Akino said, pretending to struggle with her memories. 5. Issei said while stumbling backward and gripping his heart. And? Who are they? Akino paused again, then she raised her left hand which was balled into a fist. Then with her right index finger, she began to raise a finger on her left hand as she stated names. Well. First is Flora, then Mizor, and then there's Mocha. Vice President Sona is one of them, too. And the last one is. With each name that Akino rattled off, Issei felt like he was being stabbed. The damage he was taking almost felt physical. Ever since the day he had scoped out all the hottest girls with Matsuda and Motohama, he had been fantasizing about getting those girls into his harem. Luckily, Akino had not named any of his big-boobed goddesses in that list of names. With that realization, Issei regained a bit of his spirit and was ready to hear the last name. The last one is? Issei asked with his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Fufufu. Akino giggled in her signature way while covering her mouth with a hand. Then, she lowered her hand, pointed at herself, and spoke. Me. Hearing that, Issei felt like half of his world had been destroyed. He did, however, realize why James gave the impression that peeping on the girls' locker room in the MMA club would be worse than expulsion and police intervention. But, to think that Shitori Sona. No, Sona Citri, that Ice Queen was one of his girlfriends as well. And then there was the news that one of his two big-boobed goddesses was also already in his hands. Issei felt his heart was about to break. Akino, however, had no intention of stopping. Seeing Issei's expression had flipped her S-switch completely. On top of that, Akino began to speak, pausing until she was sure she had Issei's attention again. There's a chance that a blonde nine-tailed fox with boobs even bigger than mine will be his sixth. Boobs, even bigger than Akino-san's. Issei froze just imagining it. Before Issei could fully process that information, Ria said something that made his mind almost melt down. If you're talking about future editions, why didn't you mention me, Akino? Rias asked with a pout. After hearing Ria's question, Akino's smile grew wider and the sadistic glint in her eyes brightened. As she looked at Issei, she could see the illusion of his body turning to stone. Then, as a breeze blew, his body crumbled to dust and was blown away. Nice job putting the nail in the coffin, club president. Akino said while raising a thumb to Rias' unintentional assist. Huh. Rias was confused. In that confusion she asked. Akino, what do you mean? Sitting off to the side, James and Yuto simultaneously took a sip of the tea Akino had served not long ago and shook their heads. Kaneko continued to eat her cookies while not paying any mind to the perverted idiot as she tended to call Issei ever since he joined Ria's peerage. And Gasper panicked at seeing the lifeless look in Issei's eyes. Eventually, Issei came to his senses and asked his next question with desperation. That devil. Issei said while pointing at James. Half-devil. James corrected. Hasn't laid his hands on Kaneko-chan and Gasper-chan yet, right? Ignoring James' interruption, Issei continued with his question. No. James said after taking another sip of his tea. You're free to try your luck. Hearing that, Issei's eyes lit up. Then, he turned his thirsty gaze on the younger devils. If you try. Kaneko said with a cold gaze. I'll rip them off and cut it into mincemeat. At Kaneko's cold declaration, not only Issei, but James, Yuto, and Gasper also pressed their thighs together and covered their crotches with their hands. Then, Issei noticed the actions Gasper took and asked with confusion. Gasper, why did what Kaneko said scare you? Issei asked while tilting his head in confusion. Why shouldn't it? Gasper asked, also tilting his head in confusion. It was much cuter when he did it, though. That would scare any boy, right? With that, Issei's eyes opened even wider in shock. Then, he raised a shaky hand and pointed a finger at Gasper. Are you telling me, you're a boy? Issei asked, horror evident in his gaze. Yeah. Gasper half stated and half asked, unsure of what the issue was. At that moment, blood seeped from between Issei's lips. At the same time, the life in his eyes began to fade. Before Issei lost consciousness, a blue circle lit up on the back of his right hand and an angry voice came out from it. Hey you little shit. Skyadram roared in anger. Get your shit together or I'll find a way to kill you myself. That voice caught everyone's attention. Then, from a green glow on the back of James' left hand, Drake's voice could also be heard. Ha! To think I'd meet you again like this, Skyadram. Drake said with excitement. Drake. I never thought I'd hear your voice again, either. Skyadram said nonchalantly. The pigeons, crows, and bats did quite the number on you and Albion, huh? Ugh, don't remind me. Drake said tiredly. Because of them, I have been plagued with 2 curses. What are you talking about? Skyadram asked with curiosity. First, I was actually winning against Albion, thanks to the treasures I borrowed from Tiamat. Drake said with frustration. Before he could continue, however, he was interrupted. Gore. Skyadram growled angrily. Tiamat. That damn bitch. What happened between you and Tiamat? Drake asked curiously. That crazy bitch is the one that killed me. Skyadram replied angrily. Why? Drake asked, having forgotten the story he was telling, now completely invested in Skyadram's. Not only Drake, but everyone in the room was interested in the story that the former Shadow Dragon King had to tell. Even Issei had recovered from his heartbreak enough to focus on the story. Well, you remember how back in the day I used to raise children and teach them magic, right? Skyadram asked, nostalgia evident in his tone. Yeah, I never understood that hobby of yours. Drake replied. Well, I don't know either. Skyadram said. From his tone, everyone present could feel that he would be shrugging his shoulders if he had any. Anyway, around 400 years ago, when I was training my favorite of all those I had raised, Rogue. All the young devils were surprised to hear that a dragon would remember the name of a human from that long ago. Drake, on the other hand, knowing the Shadow Dragon King's personality, quickly interrupted. I know what you're about to do, Skyadram. Drake said sternly. And I implore you not to. What do you mean, Drake? James asked curiously while looking at the glowing green spot on the back of his left hand. Skyadram gets lost in his nostalgia quite easily. Drake said exasperatedly. Especially when he gets to talking about one of his so-called children. All the devils nodded in understanding. At that moment, Skyadram was giving off the vibe an old person has when they start to talk about the good old days. None of you appreciate the value of a good story. Skyadram muttered in disappointment. Ahem. Anyway, one day, about 400 years after you and Albion were killed, Tiamat came by to brag about a new treasure she had found. She said something about replacing the ones you lost, Drake. Just then, James felt Drake's soul shudder inside the boosted gear. Anyway, while she was showing it off to me and the young rogue, the boy sneezed. Skyadram said, his mood falling the further into the sentence he got. No, he didn't. Drake asked while holding in a breath. He did. Skyadram replied in a depressed tone. He did what? Issei asked impatiently. Stop stammering like you're trying to be mysterious. The room fell silent at Issei's outburst. When he looked up, Issei noticed everyone looking at him like he was an idiot. Why are you all looking at me like that? Issei asked while scratching his head. You know, I feel kinda sorry for the Shadow Dragon King. Kaneko said with a look of pity. I guess being forced to study more won't make someone smarter, huh? Rias asked Akino. I guess not. Akino replied. My condolences. Drake said to Skyadram. I miss Rogue already. Skyadram said, clearly dissatisfied with his host. Clap. Following James' clap, James spoke to get everything back on track. We can debate Issei's level of idiocy at another time. Hey! Issei shouted. For now, let's finish Skyadram's story. James said with a smile. Also, I want to hear what Drake's second curse is. Once again, Drake shuddered in his sacred gear. Like I was saying, Rogue sneezed on Tiamat's new shiny treasure. Skyadram said, agreeing that he needed to finish his story. Anyone who knows Tiamat can guess what happened next. But, for those who do not, I will explain. Everyone, except Drake, focused all their attention on Skyadram's story. That crazy bitch lost her shit. Skyadram roared angrily. Just because of a little snot that could be wiped off, she lost it, completely. During her rampage, I was able to teleport Rogue to safety, and I thought I would be safe if I hid in the shadows. But no, that crazy bitch bathed the area in her chaos karma flames, killing me in the process. After a few moments, Skyadram was able to get his emotions under control again. Then, he continued his story. After that, I felt my soul was being pulled away from the cycle of reincarnation. Then, everything went black. Skyadram said with melancholy in his tone. Then, the next time I regained consciousness, I was in this sacred gear, the Shadow Claws. I've never heard of this sacred gear before. Ria said while thinking to herself. I wonder if there's any information about it in the library at home. That's not surprising, Red. Skyadram said. This is the first time I have ever awakened. Because I do not like interacting with others, I have never lent my power to any of my hosts before. So, does that mean I'm special? Issei asked excitedly. I mean, why else would you awaken for me? Sorry, kid, but no. Skyadram said flatly. I only awakened because I felt the aura of an old acquaintance from the guy who was beating you like you stole something. Oh, that would be me. James said with a wide smile on his face. Anyway, now that we know Skyadram's circumstances, it's time to get back to Drake's story. This will affect you too, partner. Drake said in a depressed tone. Like Skyadram said, I lost Tiamat's treasures when Albion and I were killed by the 3 biblical factions. I lost the treasures Tiamat lent me. And because of that, Tiamat has made a habit of killing my hosts over the centuries. The room fell silent for a few moments after Drake finished. Then, James spoke. So, basically, because of you, if I ever meet Tiamat, I'm fucked. James asked with a deadpan. Yeah, pretty much. Chapter 80, What are your plans for winter break? After Issei awakened his sacred gear, the Shadow Claws, time continued to move forward. Shortly after that event, the midterms came and went. After that, the rest of the term went by without any issue. Occasionally fighting stray devils and taking trips to the underworld were the only things the group did other than train and go to school. Today, on the last day of final exams, James was visiting the Occult Research Club room. Sitting on one of the two sofas in the room, James was flanked by both Mizore and Mocha. On the opposite sofa, Yuto sat while drinking from a cup of tea prepared by Akino, while Issei sat next to him staring at James with jealousy. Adjacent to the sofas was an elegant mahogany desk, behind which Ria sat while handling paperwork. Standing behind Rias, Akino was ready to respond to any requests her king may have for her. After several minutes of working on the paperwork in front of her, Ria set her pen down and stretched her arms over her head. This, of course, emphasized her enormous breasts. Issei was naturally drawn to the sight. Seeing that, a bit of disgust flashed through Ria's eyes, followed by disappointment when seeing that James was not spellbound like her pawn was. Shaking her head to rid herself of that feeling, Rias turned to James and spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting, James, Mizore, and Mocha. When I was the one who invited you to stop by. Ria said as she picked up the cup of tea on her desk. Anyway, what are your plans for the winter break? We'll be taking a trip to Kyoto. James answered nonchalantly. Lady Yasaka and Kuno asked us to bring in the new year with them. Damn it, another one is going to beat me to it. Rias muttered to herself. Fufufu. Akino giggled while covering her mouth elegantly with a hand. Don't worry Rias, you'll be able to challenge Riser soon. Your 18th birthday is right around the corner. I wanted to challenge that bastard during winter break, though. Rias said while pouting. No later than spring break. Well, them's the breaks, Riri. James said while wrapping his arms around Mizore and Mocha. Seeing James' actions and how happily the girls leaned into his embrace, both Rias and Issei stared at them enviously. Noticing the jealousy in Rias and Issei's expressions, Akino feeling a sadistic pleasure decided to make the atmosphere even more volatile. From her place standing behind Rias, she made her way to the sofa James was sitting on and sat in James' lap while wrapping her arms around his neck. Once she was comfortable, Akino looked at Issei with pity. Her expression saying that this is something he will never attain. Seeing that, Issei fell from the sofa to his knees while blood seeped from his lips. Akino's mental attack was converted to physical damage, or so it would seem, for the aspiring harem king. After getting the reaction she wanted from Issei, Akino turned a smug smile in Ria's direction. Seeing that, Ria's hair began to sway and rise with the absence of any wind. Okay, I think that's enough. James said with a smile while patting Akino on her butt. If you push her too far, I'm not gonna stop her when the power of destruction starts flying around the room. Fine. Akino said with a pout. You always mess up my fun. James. Rias cooed while smiling at James as he came to her rescue. You should know by now, Akino. James said while looking directly into Akino's eyes. Only I can tease Riri. James. Rias drawled while pouting. Anyway, what are your plans for the winter break? James asked as he turned his attention to the crimson-haired beauty. I will keep training. Rias said with determination. I think my cousin said he wanted to visit while we were in the underworld, too. You mean Serorg, right? James asked while stroking his chin. It's been a while since I saw him. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, Issei was the only one who had a confused look on his face. Noticing this, Rias decided to explain who Serorg was to her ignorant pawn. Serorg Bale is my cousin on my mother's side. Ria said, beginning her explanation. He's the current heir of the great king house of the Bale clan. Oh, he got the position of heir back. James asked, happiness in his tone. Anyway, something else to add about Serorg, he was born without the Bale's bloodline ability, power of destruction. So, it's even more impressive that he has become the clan's heir again. Again? Issei asked curiously. You see, even though Serorg is the firstborn of the current Bale clan head, because he was unable to use the power of destruction, he was exiled in all but name. Ria said with a hint of frustration in her tone. However, with an extraordinary amount of physical training, he raised his power to a point that he is considered the strongest young devil in the underworld. Does that mean he's stronger than James Senpai? Issei asked half out of curiosity and half in a gloating tone. Well. Rias was unsure how to answer that question. Thinking that Rias did not want to damage James' pride, Issei put on an insidious smile. Then, when he turned to look at James, his expression turned to one of pity. Well, don't worry about it, senpai. Issei said, doing his best to hide his smile. There's always someone better, but as long as you work hard, I'm sure you'll reach the top, one day. While Issei was smiling proudly at the self-perceived burn, everyone else was looking at him like he was an idiot. Then, Akino, Mizore, and Mocha's expressions turned into those of disdain. Your small-minded personality is the reason you'll never have a harem of your own. Mocha said mercilessly. Issei felt as if an arrow stabbed into his heart when he heard that. Not even smart enough to realize that Rias was struggling to explain, not save James' pride. Mizore said with disgust in her eyes. Once again, Issei felt the sensation of physical damage from Mizore's words. Issei-kun, you really should listen to the end when someone is talking. Akino said dismissively. And once again, Issei felt blood seeping from between his lips. Sitting next to him, Yuto patted Issei on the shoulder sympathetically. Then, feeling slightly bad to see her servant insulted like that, Rias decided to explain. However, before she could open her mouth, James explained instead. Well, in a sense, calling Serorg stronger than me isn't wrong. James said with a smile. He is physically stronger than I am, after all. But you know that's not what they mean in the underworld. Rias said exasperatedly. If I remember correctly, your win-loss record against Serorg is 6-4, right? That's what Serorg would say it is. James said with a chuckle. But he and I both know that it's really 6 wins for me, 3 wins for him and a tie. Seriously? Issei asked in disbelief. If that's the case, no matter what, you've won more times than he has. So why would he be considered the strongest young devil in the underworld? Hearing that question, everyone looked at James with a bit of concern. While James' expression turned into something savage. It's simple, eyes. James said with wrath in his tone. Those bigoted highborn fossils can't stand the fact that the strongest member of the younger generation is a dirty half-breed. Just wait, I'll show them what power really looks like when I start participating in the rating games. With his anger getting the best of him, James unintentionally let his aura wash over the Occult Research Club's club room. When they felt the pressure James emitted, Rias and Akino's eyes opened wide. Advanced level, ultimate rank. Rias muttered in disbelief. Akino could not even speak due to the surprise. You were only intermediate level in Kyoto, right? Rias asked confusedly. I guess the cat's out of the bag. James said with a wry smile. I still don't have full control of my new power. So, I haven't announced it. Hold on, James. Rias said while placing a finger on her forehead. Have you always waited until you have perfect control of your demonic energy before announcing your level publicly? Yeah. James said with a cunning smile. Those bigoted highborn fossils would come up with some excuse to get rid of me if I improved faster than even your brother did at the same age, right? Unfortunately. Rias had to agree. Plus, my brother may have helped them. His pride is the highest in the underworld. Well, on sometimes. And only for the strangest things. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you all kept this to yourselves until I'm ready to reveal it. James asked with a smile. Naturally, no one had an issue with keeping the secret. After talking for a little while longer, the group decided it was a good time to head home. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. Shuna, Cheyenne, are you sure about this? Yasaka asked the pair of Oni standing before her in the meeting room of her residence. Is it true that Youngman is the one who gave the order not to kill? Shuna, a graceful, beautiful female Oni standing at 5 feet 1 inch, 1.55 meters tall with wavy pink hair, hot pink eyes, 2 marrow porcelain horns protruding from her forehead, very thin, almost non-existent, eyebrows, and an appearance comparable to a 16-year-old human girl, asked about the order of events on the day the Oni rebellion was stopped. According to what the injured soldiers and Alaverus' allies reported. Yasaka replied with a nod. But I must remind you, I was trapped behind the barrier around this very residence at the time. So, I do not know firsthand. I understand. Shuna replied with a nod. If it is true, then this is the only way I can think to repay his kindness. Even if he was just trying to not cross the line. He would have been well within his rights as the appointed protector of Miss Kunu if he had killed every one of the Oni rebels. If that is your decision. Yasaka said with a sigh. Then, she turned her attention to the other Oni in the room. And what about you, Cheyenne? Cheyenne, a beautiful young female Oni standing at 5 feet 7 inches, 1.7 meters, with a noticeably curvy figure, light purple hair, large purple eyes, a narrow black horn protruding from her forehead, and an appearance comparable to a woman in her early 20s, smiled happily in response and spoke. As Princess Shuna's personal guard, I shall follow wherever she may go. Cheyenne said proudly. And that's where the problem lies, Cheyenne. Yasaka said with exasperation. If you choose to follow Sona this time, you will have to dedicate your fealty to another. Hearing that, Cheyenne's proud smile froze. Then her expression turned into one of confusion and slight fear. Then, Cheyenne turned her eyes to Sona. In those eyes, Sona could see the fear of what would be considered willfully breaking her oath to fealty to Sona. Smiling wryly, Sona told Cheyenne exactly what she did not want to hear. "It's true, Cheyenne," Sona said gently. "If you choose to follow me into Alaverus-sama's peerage, then your loyalty to me would have to be lowered to second, at best. Alaverus-sama's orders would supersede my own." With that, Cheyenne's expression changed to resemble that of an abandoned puppy. Tearfully, she hung her head and did not know what to do. Having expected something like this, Yasaka decided to speak to the two young Oni women. "Well, Alaverus-san and his family will not arrive until December 30th. So, you have approximately 2 weeks to reconsider your decisions," Yasaka said in a patient tone. "I suggest you take this time to really think about your futures." And with that, Yasaka picked up the cup of tea from the side table next to her throne, signaling that this conversation had come to an end. Chapter 81, Failed Experiments and the Long Road Ahead. December 30th. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Standing outside the torii gate that leads to the yokai subdimension are Yasaka and Kunu, both dressed as shrine maidens. With their yokai traits hidden, they look to be no more than a voluptuous, beautiful, blonde shrine maiden and her daughter, a shrine maiden in training. Standing with the mother and daughter are two female Oni, also with their yokai traits hidden. Sona, wearing a white kimono with gorgeous red embroidery and a red kimono skirt that is held up with a red obi, and Cheyenne, dressed in a white button-down shirt with the upper half of the buttons undone, which revealed a good portion of her sizable breasts, a deep purple blazer, a matching pair of slim women's slacks, and a pair of black high-heeled boots, were also waiting for the arrival of James, his mother, Leona, and his peerage. "Mommy, how much longer till Oni-chan and Oba-chan get here?" Kunu asked for the umpteenth time while tugging on the sleeve of Yasaka's kimono. "Easy, sweetie," Yasaka said with a wry smile. This Alaverus-sama and his mother must truly be wonderful people if Miss Kunu's attitude toward them is any indication. Sona said with a smile. "I think that remains to be seen," Cheyenne said uneasily. "Don't be fooled by a good first impression, princess." "Well, if they are able to fool a child with proficiency at the initial level in the use of senjutsu for over a year and a half, I doubt there would be much I could do to see through their ruse," Sona said while smiling wryly. "Then again, keeping up that kind of deception for that long would be virtually impossible, would it not, Cheyenne?" "Indeed, it would," Cheyenne admitted begrudgingly. Not that Cheyenne has anything against the Alaverus family. It really comes down to her wish to follow Sona. Although she is honor-bound to follow Sona wherever she may go, just the thought of swearing fealty to another does not sit well with her. So, she attempts to find a way to dissuade her princess from joining the peerage of the young half-devil. Meanwhile, looking down at her wristwatch, Yasaka replied to Kunu's question. "It's 11:59, so if they aren't running." At that moment, a magic circle appeared on the ground to the left of the quartet. As it rose from the ground, 7 figures were revealed. When the magic circle reached its zenith and James was revealed fully, the magic circle vanished. After a moment, James, as the leader of their group, greeted Yasaka's group. "Lady Yasaka, good afternoon." James nodded with proper noble etiquette. "I'm glad to see you well, Alaverus-san," Yasaka said with a smile. "I'm also glad to see you are doing well." Before the polite greetings could go on any further, Kunu had lost her patience. With a big smile on her face, she dashed toward James and Leona. "Oni-chan, Oba-chan, I missed you. Kunu said as she jumped toward James and Leona. Wrapping her arms and tails around James and Leona, she pulled them both into a hug. Already bored with the etiquette and decorum, Leona hugged Kunu back. James also hugged her back while smiling wryly and apologizing with his eyes. Yasaka was also smiling wryly at her daughter's behavior. Not that she could blame Kunu. After living with the Alaverus family for more than a year, separation hit her hard. Sona and Cheyenne were quite surprised by Kunu's behavior, however. The happy smile on her face was dazzling. Although she always seemed to be smiling happily whenever they had seen her in the past, when she saw James and Leona, her face lit up like festival fireworks. Eventually, Yasaka decided that she had to finish the pleasantries. That way, they would be free to act more casually. "Kunu, Alaverus-san." Yasaka began to speak but. "Yes, X2. In response to Yasaka's call of Alaverus-san, both mother and son responded. The atmosphere froze in awkwardness for a moment. Then, James and Leona began to laugh simultaneously. Then, once again, simultaneously they said, "Jinx." Then, they both began to laugh once again. With that, the awkward atmosphere was not just broken, it was completely shattered by the playful mother-son duo. "Sorry. We have a weird sense of humor to most people. James said with a smile. But, Lady Yasaka, I think it would be better if you referred to me as James from now on. Also, I'm sure that my mother would prefer it if you referred to her as Leona, as well. As she is originally from the US. Yes, I see your point. Yasaka said after a moment of contemplation. Then James-san, Leona-san, welcome to Kyoto. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. James replied with a smile. It's wonderful to be back. Thank you, Lady Yasaka, for the warm welcome. Leona also replied with a smile. Then, with her smile turning slightly mischievous, she continued. I would love the opportunity to get to know you. For some reason, Yasaka felt a bit uneasy when she saw that bit of mischief swirling in Leona's eyes. A moment later, she shook off the unease she felt, then spoke once again. I see some new faces in your entourage. Yasaka said while looking over the group of young people behind James and Leona. Do I finally have the honor of meeting your entire peerage? Unfortunately, there are still 2 who are back in Kyoto. James said with a slight smile. I have to keep vigilant over our base of operations after all. The truth of the matter is that Dante simply did not want to travel to Kyoto. Feeling uneasy about Dante being there alone, James asked Lady to keep an eye on that Tsundere, son of Sparta. James also commissioned her task as a mission. I'll do the introductions either way. James said with a smile. After that, James took care of introducing his peerage. Unlike the introductions from back when he was younger, he did not make the mistake of trying to introduce someone he had never met. Internally, he patted himself on the back. That's kind of pathetic, partner. Drake commented. Shut up. On the other hand, Yasaka and Sona were surprised by the lineup. To think James had the last known Yukiana, the reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light, a fabled Shinso vampire, if the rumors from Europe are true, a martial arts genius, and the heiress of the Sarutobi clan of the Satori ninjas. His quality as a leader must be something special if all these people obey him harmoniously. Lady Yasaka, if you wouldn't mind, how about introducing the 2 lovely ladies next to you as well? James said, trying to shake off the embarrassment he was feeling from his short conversation with Drake. Oh dear, where are my manners? Yasaka said with a wry smile. Allow me to introduce you to Sona, Princess of the Oni, and her personal guard, Cheyenne. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Sona and Dame Cheyenne. James said while bowing with the proper etiquette of a noble. As I'm sure you have heard, my name is James Alaverus. But I would appreciate it if you would just call me James. Very well, as you wish. Sona said with a graceful smile. And I assure you, the pleasure is all mine. Pleased to meet you. Cheyenne said in a neutral tone. Now that the introductions are out of the way, why don't we go inside and take a break? Yasaka suggested. Perhaps we could speak over a cup of tea to get to know each other. No objections on our side. James replied with a jovial smile. Then, Yasaka opened the gate to the yokai subdimension. After which, everyone followed her through. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. As it turns out, when war is not being waged, the scenery in the yokai subdimension is really quite a sight to see. The night sky filled with stars, the houses lit up with a combination of candlelight, lanterns, and soft electric light, the street vendors hawking food and magical items, and the well-lit area around Yasaka's palace made for a beautiful combination of ancient and modern culture. Seated around 2 tables in Yasaka's reception room, James, Leona, and James' peerage were enjoying a few cups of tea with the 9-tailed foxes and Oni ladies. Seated at the smaller of the 2 tables were Yasaka, Leona, and Sona. Yasaka and Sona wanted to hear more about James from the perspective that only a mother could have. At the other table, all the others were seated. The most eye-catching thing about this table, however, was that James was currently covering his face and trying to block out the stories that could be heard from the first table. I remember when he brought back his first potential peerage member. Leona said with a nostalgic smile on her face. He was only 11 and he brought Mizor back with him. And boy did he get carried away. He introduced Mizor with no issue, then he went around introducing everyone in the room. At the end, he gets to Tsubaki. Lady Yasaka, you met her while they were here on the school trip. Anyway, so, James starts his introduction to Tsubaki. Then he realizes he had never met her before. The laughter of everyone except James rang out. James on the other hand was looking for a crack in the floor that he might be able to slip into. Then, See-You Chillin, who was enjoying this the most, chimed in. Didn't the same thing happen when I was introduced, too? See-You Chillin asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. Oh, that's right. Leona said as if she had just remembered that incident. Instead of Tsubaki, though, it was Kaneko he didn't know, that time. Ha, good times, good times. Seeing James suffer, See-You Chillin loved every second of this. Mizor, Mocha, and Flora tried not to, however, they could not help but laugh along with everyone else. Ayam, on the other hand, was looking at James enviously. Oh, how I would love to be humiliated like that in front of James-sama. Ayam muttered to herself as she blushed from the thought. Eventually everyone noticed the strange atmosphere around Ayam. When they did, Sona and Cheyenne were the most confused. James, on the other hand, thought now would be the perfect time to try something new. So, James stood from his seat and began to walk toward Ayam, who by now was writhing around while hugging herself. Before James could perform his little experiment, Sona asked the question that was on her mind. Is Sarutobi-san all right? Oh, princess. Leona said as she began to explain about the perverted Satori. That girl is a super high-level pervert. A masochist the like of which you have never seen. Asterisk gasp, asterisk is that true? Sona asked in disbelief. To think the well-respected heiress of the Sarutobi clan was such a deviant. At that moment, James had reached Ayam's side. Ayam, so far into her own fantasies of humiliation, did not even notice James' approach. Then, James gently wrapped his arms around the writhing Ayam. And in a caring tone he spoke. Ayam, are you all right? Do you need help? Suddenly feeling James' warm embrace and hearing his gentle tone, Ayam froze. With her eyes wide open and mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, after a moment or two, she fainted. Ayam's mind had overloaded from all the new stimulations and sensations. Damn. James muttered. I guess that experiment was a failure. Experiment? Failure? Cheyenne asked confusedly. Yeah. James said with depression in his tone. You heard my mom mention that Ayam is a pervert, right? Cheyenne nodded in response, but she still asked. But what does that have to do with an experiment? Well, I've been experimenting on how to calm Ayam down from her masochism-induced, how do I put this? James began to explain, then stopped as he could not think of the proper term for Ayam's condition. I think the word stupor would be appropriate, James. Flora said with a smile. Yes, she definitely goes into a stupor. James said with realization. Thanks, Flora. Anyway, I've been experimenting ever since she joined my peerage. To date I've failed 93 times. Looks like you've got a long road ahead of you, James. Everyone in the room thought simultaneously. Chapter 82, A Sense of Entitlement. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Well, I guess I'll take Ayam somewhere to rest. James said as he lifted the unconscious Ayam into his arms. Kunu, sweetie, could you show James to the guest rooms? Yasaka asked as she turned her attention to her daughter. Also, why don't you show him around while you're at it? Okay. Kunu said excitedly as she stood from her seat. Come on, Oni-chan, let's go. Let's go. Smiling at the energetic little fox girl, James secured his hold on Ayam then followed Kunu as she left the room. Lancer, I think you should go with them. Leona said with a smile. Huh. See you chillin' exclaimed in confusion. I think now would be a good time for us to have some girl talk. Leona said, maintaining her smile. Then, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Unless you'd like to participate. Seeing the mischief in Leona's eyes and feeling the lady's stares prickle his skin, Siyu Chilin shook his head frantically and spoke as he hurried to follow James and Kunu. Once James, Siyu Chilin, and Kunu were gone, the atmosphere in the room changed. Slowly, Leona lost her smile as she ran her gaze over the three women she had just met today. Even though Yasaka and Cheyenne were more powerful than Leona, they both felt uneasy from her gaze. Now, I think it's time to get down to business. Leona said as she placed her elbows on the table and interlocked her fingers. Then, as she rested her chin on her interlocked fingers, she asked. So, Lady Yasaka, would you mind if I asked, why did you bring these two to meet with my James? Yasaka, impressed that she had been seen through so quickly, felt a little uncomfortable with the way Leona was talking to her. However, she also understood the weight of a mother's love. She would probably be even more overbearing if she knew that someone had ulterior motives for her daughter. And it could not be denied that there were ulterior motives behind Shuna and Cheyenne's wish to meet with James. Shuna was also feeling uncomfortable from Leona's gaze. She felt as if she was being seen through. As if all lies would be exposed. As the princess of a race of yokai, she had been taught not to reveal her everything, regardless of the situation. However, her instincts were screaming at her that keeping secrets would not end well for her in this situation. Cheyenne, on the other hand, was growing angry at the disrespectful tone the woman in front of her was using to speak with her princess. Leona-san, I can assure you that there is no. Yasaka said, trying to de-escalate the situation. However, before she could get far, Cheyenne had reached the limits of her patience. How dare you take such a disrespectful tone when addressing the princess, commoner? Cheyenne said while standing from her seat. Oh. Leona said without much interest. You mean the princess of a people whose entire fighting force is still alive because my son allowed them to be? Hearing that, Cheyenne's anger only grew. Noticing this, Leona finally looked in her direction. I would suggest you sit down and not do anything stupid. Leona said calmly. I did not come here with hostile intentions. Cheyenne, sit down. Sona said calmly. Everything Leona-sama has said is true. Even if it is unpleasant to hear. But, princess, Cheyenne tried to object before being cut off. Cheyenne, that's enough. Sona said, a little more sternly. With that, Cheyenne reluctantly closed her mouth and took her seat once again. Meanwhile, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora were stunned into silence by Leona's change in attitude. Not to mention the pressure they were feeling from her. Even if it was not directed at them. That's the real Auntie Leona, right? Mizore asked while looking at Leona with awe in her eyes. I think so. Flora replied unsurely. It's crazier than what James told us before. Mocha said with confusion. Right. Flora said with disbelief in her tone. I would have never thought things would be like this when her switch flipped. Yeah, James' stories didn't do it justice at all. Mizore said while shaking her head slowly and smiling wryly. At that moment, Leona looked in the whispering girl's direction. As her eyes left the three Kyoto natives, her atmosphere changed back into her usual jovial, teasing demeanor. What's wrong, girls? Leona said with a big smile and mischief swirling in her eyes. Nothing. Nothing at all, X3. This is unreal, the three girls thought simultaneously. Who is Auntie Leona, really? With that, Leona turned her attention back to Yasaka, Sona, and Cheyenne. Her atmosphere turning back to the no-nonsense atmosphere she had just a moment before. So, would it be too much to ask to have my first question answered? Leona said as she narrowed her eyes. The truth is. Yasaka said as she decided to just tell the truth. However, she was interrupted before she could even begin. Lady Yasaka, I think it would be best if I explained. Sona said calmly with a smile on her face. Hearing Sona interrupt Yasaka's explanation, Leona turned her gaze in her direction. Then, she raised an eyebrow as she saw the calm smile on Shona's face. It seemed, relieved for some reason. Needless to say, Leona was curious to know why that was. Please, go ahead. Leona said while gesturing for Sona to continue. The truth is, after hearing that James Sama and his companions were the ones who defeated the rebels inside by Kotengu, I was curious. Sona said calmly before taking a sip of her tea. After setting her teacup back on the saucer, she continued. Then, when I heard that he also ordered to spare as many of the rebels as possible, I wished to join his peerage to repay the grace of sparing my people. Before she could explain further, Sona was interrupted by Cheyenne slamming her palm onto the table. Princess, why would you willingly subordinate yourself to another? Cheyenne shouted angrily. You are princess of the proud Oni tribe. The proud Oni tribe who had more than 70% of their fighting force defeated by one man. Sona said in rebuttal to Cheyenne's outburst. This will be the last time I say this, Cheyenne. Sit down. Dejectedly, Cheyenne sat once again. For a reason like that, James would never accept you into his peerage. Leona said calmly, having not paid any attention to the other Oni woman's outburst. Sona nodded her head in agreement. Then with a sweet smile she spoke. To be honest, if he had been the type to accept a reason like that, I would have most likely retracted my offer. Sona said while raising a hand to her cheek. But after meeting him, I knew that he was different. Oh. Leona raised an eyebrow in interest. You could tell that from the short time our group has interacted with you. I'm not sure how much you know about yokai. Sona said, not answering Leona's question directly. Yokai who use senjutsu, to be more precise. I'll admit, not much. Leona admitted. I haven't been part of the supernatural world for very long, so, most of what I know is related to Devil Society. I see. Sona said while nodding understandingly. Well, one of the abilities senjutsu users gain is the ability to feel the emotions of those around them. And, after sensing James Sama's emotional state, I was surprised at his cheerful aura. It feels strange to describe a devil like this, but he feels like a ray of sunshine. Well, James is only half devil, but I know what you mean. Leona said with a slight smile. Smiling in response, Sona continued. Also, when I found out about his peerage and its members, I could feel that as a leader, he seemed special. Sona said with a smile that morphed into an expression of determination. It made me feel as if James Sama was someone worth following. You're quite the good judge of character. Leona said with a brilliant smile on her face. Hearing that, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora nodded in agreement. I will not allow it. Cheyenne shouted angrily. As the princess' personal guard, I will not allow her to subordinate herself to someone else. And who are you to decide for her? Leona said scathingly. As a bodyguard, your job is to protect her, not to decide for her. I'm amazed you still have a head on your shoulders for overstepping your boundaries so many times. Knowing that what Leona said was correct, Cheyenne's anger grew once again. Unwilling to admit her wrongs, she locked her killing intent onto Leona. Surprisingly, Leona was unbothered. Before she could make any other moves, however, she froze. Why? Because, resting on her right shoulder was James' katana, Okairu Sakura. I'd suggest you calm down, Dame Cheyenne. James said in the coldest voice any of those present had ever heard from him. Then, like Leona had before him, his demeanor changed to his usual cheerful attitude when his attention turned to his mother. Mom, what happened? Yeah, they really are mother and son. Everyone thought when they saw the quick change of expression. Well, the short version is that Princess Sona wishes to join your peerage. Leona said while gesturing to the surprised Sona. Then, gesturing to Cheyenne she continued. And her bodyguard is against it. Oh, I see. James said, maintaining his smile. And why was she aiming her killing intent at you, Mom? Because I let her know about herself and she wasn't happy to hear the truth. Leona said with a shrug of her shoulders. Cheyenne lowered her head, growing angrier because she could not refute Leona's words. So, she's a short-tempered musclehead. James said as he withdrew his sword and sheathed it. A moment later, Kunu and Siyu Chilin entered the reception room. Seeing the tense situation, they were confused. They, however, proceeded to take their seats quietly. So, why are you so against Princess Sona joining my peerage, Dame Cheyenne? James asked curiously as he also took his seat. Because she is against swearing fealty to another. Sona answered instead of Cheyenne. She is unwilling to make another her target for protection. As she intended to follow me into your peerage if I joined it. To that, Leona sneered. This woman thinks too much. Leona said without sparing Cheyenne's feelings. Do you really think you could protect James from anything that he couldn't handle himself? Once again, though unpleasant to hear, Leona's words were true. James, an advanced level, ultimate rank being, outclassed Cheyenne, an advanced level, high rank being, by an entire rank. Besides, you seem to misunderstand something about my son. Leona said with a smile. He doesn't require your fealty. Though he couldn't avoid getting it from Iam. Mom's right. James said with a smile. Although you'd have to renounce your oath to Princess Shua, there's no reason she couldn't remain your primary target for protection. Hearing that, Cheyenne opened her eyes wide. But why would I have to renounce my oath if I do not have to swear fealty to you? Cheyenne asked in confusion. Because my orders would still need to be followed over hers. James shrugged as he answered the Oni woman's question. As the king, I'm the leader or commander of the peerage. So, I can't have any conflicting orders among my subordinates. Cheyenne, nodding in understanding, contemplated Shona's decision once again. But you made one more mistake. James said with a smile. Cheyenne raised her head in confusion and looked at James. You just assumed I would accept both of you into my peerage. James said while looking at the princess and her bodyguard with a deadpan. Why does it feel like you were choosing to join my peerage and not appealing to me to accept you into it? At that moment, Sona and Cheyenne froze. Sona, as a member of the Oni tribe's royal family, was used to everyone around her catering to her wishes. And Cheyenne, who had been protecting Sona for the last decade or so, never considered that anyone would deny her request. So, for both of them, the thought that James might not accept them into his peerage never crossed their minds. Slam. You wouldn't dare. Cheyenne said after slamming a palm on the table and standing up. However, she was forced to stop. James, with his eyes narrowed, released his aura. With his aura released fully, a red armored tekka with golden accents and a green jewel adorning the back of the hand appeared on James' left arm. Boost. Believe me when I say this. James said with a bit of coldness in his tone. There is little I, James Alaverus, the Red Dragon Emperor, dare not to do. And unfortunately for you, denying the request of a princess from a tribe of people I could destroy single-handedly does not fall into that category. Seeing James' display, Yasaka was shocked. Kunu thought James was cool even if a bit scary. Leona felt proud of how her baby had grown up. Siyu Chilin felt as if he had fallen further behind, and Mizor, Mocha, and Flora were excited. Shuna and Cheyenne, however, were terrified. Especially Cheyenne, she finally realized she could not afford to antagonize the men in front of her. And the revelation that James was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor made it even worse. Then, James retracted his aura, dispelled the boosted gear, and put on a friendly smile. After all that, he spoke. Besides, my peerage is more than just subordinates to me. They're family. James said. With a smile. I know next to nothing about you. Why would I accept you into my family? After stopping to think for a moment, James continued with a slightly put-off expression. And before anyone mentions I am, she was quite the weird exception. At the same time, in one of the guest rooms of Yasaka's residence, the unconscious I am shuddered and her face reddened. Chapter 83, after taking some time to think. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. The evening after the tea party, Sona and Cheyenne were in their shared guest room. While Cheyenne was stomping around the room angrily, Sona was sitting by the window, quietly gazing at the night sky. That boy is unbelievable, Cheyenne said with displeasure in her tone. To think he would deny your request, princess. Did he really do anything wrong? Sona asked in response, without turning her gaze from the night sky. Of course, you are the princess of the Oni tribe, Cheyenne said angrily. You deserve to be treated with more respect. Finally, Sona turned her attention to Cheyenne. When she did, she spoke softly. Cheyenne, do you remember what my father used to say about respect? Sona asked before turning her gaze back to the night sky. Cheyenne stopped to think back on what the former chief of the Oni tribe used to say about respect. After not hearing an answer for a few moments, Sona turned back to Cheyenne and answered her own question. Father used to say that no one deserves respect. Sona said, the words spoken softly. Respect must be earned with your actions. Cheyenne lowered her head as if she had just been scolded. After a moment, Sona spoke once again, and Cheyenne raised her head to listen. Also, you are mistaking respect for obeisance, Sona said. After a moment of silence, she continued. You must remember, James-sama is not an Oni. My status as princess means nothing to him. Just as his status as a high-class devil means nothing to you. At that moment, Cheyenne finally recognized her mistake. As Sona very rarely leaves the tribe, Cheyenne has not left the tribe much either. Therefore, other than other yokai leaders, she subconsciously looks down on those of other races and tribes. Seems like you finally understand, Sona said with a slight smile. I must admit, I had fallen into the same mindset as you, Cheyenne. I never once considered that James-sama would reject my request to join his peerage. It would seem I have become far too used to things going my way. Princess, Cheyenne mumbled, not sure of how to console Sona. Don't worry about it, Cheyenne, Sona said as the smile on her face brightened. This will give us both the chance to grow. If you say so, princess, Cheyenne said, still a bit uncomfortable with the situation. Either way, Sona said solemnly, the first thing we need to do tomorrow is apologize. In another room in Yasaka's residence, Leona was sitting alone with a bottle of wine. After finishing her current glass, she reached for the bottle. However, before she could wrap her fingers around it, a fair-skinned, slender hand grabbed it, then filled her glass. Following the hand to its source, Leona saw Yasaka holding the bottle with a glass of her own in her other hand. I hope you don't mind some company, Yasaka said with a smile. Drinking with someone is always better than drinking alone, Leona replied, also with a smile. With Leona's agreement, Yasaka poured herself a glass of wine and sat across from Leona. Placing the bottle between them, Yasaka spoke after taking a sip of the wine. I'd like to apologize for Cheyenne's actions, Yasaka said, not beating around the bush. And I didn't expect them to not understand that they would be seeking James-san's approval. You have nothing to apologize for, Lady Yasaka, Leona said before taking a sip of wine. Then, she continued. Actually, you should probably apologize to James for not telling him about them beforehand. To Leona's slight reprimand, Yasaka blushed slightly without losing her smile. I tried to visit James before coming here, Yasaka said with a wry smile. But the door was locked and the room was eerily quiet. So, I decided to come back later. In response, Leona giggled. Then, after taking another sip from her glass, she spoke. Those kids sure are energetic, aren't they? Leona said with a mischievous smile. It feels like just the other day when we walked into his bedroom the morning after he lost his virginity. Did you really? Yasaka asked curiously. You just walked in. Sure did. We found him and Akino, the queen of Rias Gremory who you met during their school trip, cuddled together, naked in bed. Oh, my. Yasaka said, the blush on her cheeks deepening. I think I'd like to hear that story in more detail. Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of details that you want, Miss Cougar, Leona said with a giggle. I know you know it's rude to comment about a lady's age, Leona-san, Yasaka said with a wry smile. Besides, if I'm going to pursue a younger man, it's something I'd like to not have brought up all that often. Okay, I'm sorry, Leona said, raising her hands disarmingly. But I wasn't talking about your age per se. I was just commenting on the fact that you are older than James. I never thought I'd be interested in another man after my husband died, Yasaka said wistfully. Especially one so much younger than I am. I know what you mean. Sort of. Leona said with a smile. My husband is almost 600 years older than me. Yes, that's quite the age gap. Yasaka said in astonishment. Well, you would never guess it. Leona said with a smile. He was just like a blushing schoolboy when we met 25 years ago. Oh, that's another story I'd like to hear. Yasaka said with a smile. Smiling in return, Leona told Yasaka the story of how she and Cassiel met. And with the help of alcohol, they traded many other stories through the night. The next day. 7 a.m. Waking up early after an intense night, James found himself buried in naked bodies. With Flora hugging his right arm, Mocha on his left, and the more petite Mazur sleeping on his chest. Doing his best not to wake the girls, James slipped out of bed. After taking a quick shower, James left the room and began to wander. Eventually, James found his way to the dining hall. Upon entering, James immediately saw Sona and Cheyenne drinking tea. He assumed they were waiting for their breakfast to be brought out to them. So, as if yesterday's events did not happen, James walked up to their table and greeted the young Oni women. Princess Sona, Dame Cheyenne, good morning. James said with a bright smile. How are you two this morning? Hearing James' voice so suddenly, Sona and Cheyenne flinched. However, they regained themselves quickly. With a smile, Sona turned toward James and returned the greeting. Good morning, James-sama. Sona said with a smile. I'm doing well. How are you? Good morning. Cheyenne said with her head down. I guess Dame Cheyenne doesn't welcome me. James said after seeing Cheyenne's reaction to his presence. Hearing that, Cheyenne panicked. After a night to think about it, she realized how terribly rude she had been the day before. Because of that, she was feeling apprehension about meeting James and Leona today. That, of course, made it hard to make eye contact with James when he showed up next to their table. Because of the panic, she stood from her seat and spoke much louder than she intended to. No. That's not it. Cheyenne shouted unintentionally. I just don't know what to say. After shouting the beginning of her explanation, Cheyenne's volume began to lower quickly. By the end, if it had not been for the fact that James was at the ultimate rank, he would not have been able to hear her muttering. Well, if you're worried about what happened yesterday, you shouldn't. James said with a shrug. It's true you were disrespectful. However, I understand where you're coming from, Dame Cheyenne. It's your duty to protect your charge's honor. Hearing that, Cheyenne exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her sense of relief did not last long. But if you ever direct your killing intent at my mother again, your head will fall from your neck faster than you could realize it was gone. James said in a frigid tone. Before long, James reverted to his cheerful demeanor. Then, he asked Sona a question. If you don't mind my asking, Princess Sona. James began while looking at Sona in curiosity. Why would you, a princess, want to join my peerage? In response, Sona repeated the initial reasons she told Leona the previous day. And hearing that, James replied just as Leona said he would. If you want to join my peerage as repayment for sparing your tribesmen, then I'll have to refuse. James said with a shake of his head. Your mother said you would answer like that. Sona said with a giggle. Well, Mom does know me the best. James said with a smile. After a bit of laughter, James and Sona both fell silent. Eventually, Sona took a deep breath and looked at James with resolution in her eyes. Like I said, originally, I wanted to join your peerage as repayment for sparing my people. Sona said solemnly. But to be honest, if you had accepted that offer, I probably would have had second thoughts and tried to retract the offer. And if I were the kind of person that would have accepted you into my peerage for your initial reason, you would have doomed your tribe to annihilation. James said in a tone just as solemn as Shona's. What do you mean? Cheyenne asked, unable to stay silent any longer. Not bothered by Cheyenne's interruption, James explained why their tribe would have been destroyed. If I was the type of guy that would accept you into his peerage as a way of repayment, that would mean that my pride was high enough to believe that your life was equal to the act of keeping your tribesmen alive. James said before pausing to give the two Oni time to digest his words. After a moment, he continued his explanation. If my pride was that high and you decided to pull out of the deal right after making it, what do you think I would do? With that, Shona's eyes shot open. Then, she began to shiver in fear of what could have happened. Then, James smiled brightly and spoke once again. Let me give you a piece of advice. James said with a friendly smile. Devils take contracts very seriously. Although Cheyenne was not completely sure what happened, she was sure that because James was the way he is, they dodged a bullet. Then, she looked at Sona with concern. The revelation behind James' words hit her much harder than it did Cheyenne. After a few moments, James spoke once again. Now, since that was your initial reason for wanting to join my peerage, I would assume that your reasons have changed. James said with a smile. Taking several deep breaths, Sona was able to calm down after a few moments. Eventually she got herself together enough to speak about the new reason she wished to join James' peerage. When you arrived outside the subdimension, your presence drew me in. Sona said with a serious expression on her face. Then, you began to introduce your peerage. Knowing a bit about those you had gathered, I came to the conclusion that you were a leader worth following. Taking a deep breath, Sona paused for a moment before continuing. And then we were able to hear your mother tell stories about your private life, which made you seem more approachable. Sona smiled briefly as she spoke. Then, her expression became solemn again as she continued. And finally, you showed off your power, and it was awe-inspiring to see someone of the same generation with such power. Not to mention, you are also the Red Dragon Emperor. Then, Sona stood from her seat and stepped forward. When she was in front of James, she fell to one knee, surprising both James and Cheyenne in the process. Princess. Sona said in shock. I, Sona, Princess of the Oni tribe, humbly request of you to accept me into your peerage. Sona said respectfully with her head bowed. I am proficient with Jiu-Jitsu, and using my Senjutsu to heal. Then, Sona fell silent. After a few moments, James replied. You two are really good at going at your own pace, aren't you? James said exasperatedly. Raising her head, confusion was visible in Shona's eyes. I told you yesterday, didn't I? James said with a smile. My peerage is like my family. I'll have to make sure you're a good fit for the family before I accept you. Chapter 84, Fox Girls Are So Cute. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Shona's head was lowered. In her impatience to join James, she had forgotten what he had said only a day prior. Don't worry, I'll have plenty of time to observe you while I'm here. James said to the crestfallen Oni. I'll be staying here until the 3rd of the new year, after all. Hearing that, Sona raised her head slowly. When she saw the warm smile James was wearing, she calmed down slightly. After that, she rose to her feet and returned to her seat. Then, James took a seat at her and Cheyenne's table before speaking. I hope you don't mind if I join you. James said after the fact. But I really don't like to eat alone if there are other people around. Once again, Shona's nerves started to get the better of her. Not paying attention to this, James turned to Cheyenne and asked a question. So, Dame Cheyenne. James said before he was interrupted. Could you stop with the title? Cheyenne said while looking away. I'm more comfortable with just being addressed by name. If you insist. James said with a shrug. So, Cheyenne, I noticed when I looked at your hands, but are you a swordsman? Surprised, Cheyenne hid her hands under the table. She did not know why, but she was feeling shy. Knowing that James had seen her calloused hands was making her blush. Either way, she knew it would be rude to not answer, so she just pushed on and answered his question. Yes, I've been training with the Odachi since I was a child. Cheyenne said without making eye contact. Cool, one of my dad's knights also uses the Odachi. James said with a smile. So, I've had a lot of practice against that kind of swordsman. Really? Cheyenne asked in surprise. Outside of the races with high physical strength from birth, it's rare to see Odachi wielders. Yeah, now that you mention it. James said as he stroked his chin while thinking. Seeing that, Sona giggled involuntarily. Then, James and Cheyenne both turned their attention to the pink-haired girl. Shortly after, Sona began to panic. Before she could speak, however, James spoke with a wry smile. You think I look like an old man, don't you? James asked. No. Sona stammered, afraid to offend James. Calm down, princess. James said with a smile. Or rather, Rias Gremory of the Gremory House always says that, too. Do you mean the crimson hair ruined princess? Sona asked in shock. Yeah, she's been telling me that I look like an old man when I do that since we were 8, or so. James said with a chuckle. She still gets a kick out of it even though I mostly ignore it now. After that, the trio continued to chat until their breakfast arrived. While they ate, they continued the small talk. Eventually, Mizor, Siu Chulin, Mocha, and Flora came into the dining hall. The conversation got livelier when the 3 girls joined them at their table. James noticed that Sona was beginning to loosen up as well. Cheyenne on the other hand was just having fun talking about the fights they had all been in and training. After another short while, Kuna came into the dining room with Yasaka and Leona. The 2 mothers were clearly hungover. Seeing this, James, with a mischievous smile on his face, shouted his greeting to the new arrivals. Kuno, Mom, Lady Yasaka, good morning. Shouted James with a hand waving in greeting. Good morning, James Onayakan. Kunu shouted back in excitement. Ugh, X2. In response, Leona and Yasaka grunted as their heads pounded even harder due to the decibel count. Then, as they drew near, James could feel his mother's glare aimed at him, which he replied to with a bright smile. How are you three doing this morning? James asked in a more normal tone when they were close. Good. Kunu answered with the same level of enthusiasm. We should go see the festivals in the city, today. Sounds like fun. James replied while patting Kunu on the head. What do you girls think? Turning his response to the girls at the table, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora nodded their heads in agreement. Cheyenne looked at Shuna, as she would follow her princess wherever she decided to go. Shuna on the other hand was unsure. She was nervous knowing that James would be observing her. Finally, with determination in her eyes, she nodded as well. Yay! Kunu exclaimed happily. All the Wani-sans are coming, too. That's right, Kunu-chan. Mizore said with a smile on her face as well. We can play just like we did when you stayed at our house. Aha. Kunu nodded in agreement. So, that means I'll have to make sure Mizore doesn't get the two of you into trouble. Mocha said while shaking her head. What do you mean by that? Mizore asked with a huff. I'm the perfect role model. If constantly playing pranks on unsuspecting victims makes you the perfect role model. Mocha said dismissively. Yeah, like that one time you took Kunu to, Flora said, beginning to tell one of the duo's exploits, only to have her mouth quickly covered by Mizore. Okay, you don't have to mention it. Mizore said nervously while glancing at Yasaka out of the corner of her eye. Oh, is that why my little fox has been more mischievous since she came back? Yasaka said with her eyes narrowed. Ugh. Without trying to defend themselves, Mizore and Kunu lowered their heads. Yasaka, however, had no intention of reprimanding the duo. In fact, she was happy that Kunu was acting more like a child of her age. She had always been so busy that she did not have as much time as she would like to spend with Kunu. Seeing how happy Kunu was, Yasaka was also happy. Unfortunately, the hangover was wreaking havoc on her. Noticing that Yasaka grimaced, James stood from his seat and walked to stand between Yasaka and Leona. Then, he placed a hand on each of their heads. Using his healing Kyoto, though it worked more like the mystical palm technique in Naruto, James began to rub the two women's heads. Leona immediately put on a relieved expression and enjoyed the feeling of her hangover vanishing. Yasaka, however, felt quite bashful. As James rubbed her head, his hand would brush against her ears, which is a very intimate act in the Kitsune tribe. Yasaka managed to keep a neutral expression, however, the wagging of her tails was a great indicator of how much she was enjoying James' petting. Eventually, Yasaka noticed the girls looking at her with either smiles or bewilderment. Then, she realized that she had lost herself in the pleasurable feeling. Luckily, none of the girls said anything to make the moment awkward. However, this moment was eventually brought to an end by Kunu's innocent words. Mommy likes it when James Onaikan rubs her head, too. Kunu said with a smile. With that, Yasaka reddened like a tomato. Then, with all the speed she could muster, she dashed out of the dining hall. While Kunu was confused, Mizore, Mocha and Flora smiled sweetly in the direction Yasaka ran off. Whereas Shuna and Cheyenne were surprised to see the leader of their faction running away while blushing like a schoolgirl. James and Leona, on the other hand, had similar mischievous smirks on their faces. She's so cute. Leona said. Yeah. James replied. This is gonna be fun, the two said in unison. After that, breakfast went on in a lively atmosphere. Shuna and Cheyenne were able to apologize to Leona, who accepted easily. Then, with a lot of small talk and the energetic atmosphere Kunu brings with her wherever she goes, Shuna was able to loosen up even further. And as she did, James was able to form his initial impression of her personality. She's a kind girl. James thought as he watched Shuna and Cheyenne interact with his three girlfriends. As a princess she was quite pampered, though. She should be able to get used to not being catered to in time, if I bring her with us, though. Looking at James' expression, Leona could more or less figure out what he was thinking. Then, she leaned closer to her son and whispered. If what we see now is her real personality. Leona said with a smile. She'll, no, they'll make great additions to your peerage. I was thinking the same. James said with a smile on his face as well. Eventually, breakfast came to an end and the group got themselves ready to leave. Meanwhile, Leona and Yasaka decided to stay behind so they could talk. Not to mention, Yasaka also had some work to do pertaining to the New Year's celebration. When the youngsters left to enjoy the human world's New Year's festivities, Leona and Yasaka sat in Yasaka's office to talk while Yasaka handled her paperwork. So, what was that all about earlier? Leona asked with a teasing smile. Without looking up from her paperwork, Yasaka replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. the faintest shade of red showing up on her cheeks as she spoke. "Oh, I'm talking about the way you ran away from my James like a blushing schoolgirl," Leona said as her smile broadened. I'll go out on a limb and guess that you don't know much about Kitsune culture, right?" Yasaka said as she set aside a finished document. Leona could only nod in response. "I thought so," Yasaka said with an embarrassed smile. Then, she continued. "Touching a kitsune's ears and tail or tails in some cases is considered quite an intimate action. It's something we only allow family and people we consider special to do." The more she spoke, the redder Yasaka became. Eventually, her blush had extended down her neck. Leona, however, had finally realized why she reacted like that in the dining room. "So, you were embarrassed to be seen like that in front of Princess Sona and her bodyguard?" Leona asked, as she pieced everything together. Yes, you're right," Yasaka said with a nod of agreement. "Even though I'm not embarrassed to show my affection to James. Letting my subordinates see me like that, though. I can see how that would be embarrassing," Leona said with a nod. Then in a serious tone, she continued. "But I have to say." Hearing Leona's tone, Yasaka focused on what she had to say next. "You're so cute, Yasaka-chan," Leona said with a mischievous smile. Bang. In response, Yasaka let her head fall to her desk. Then, she raised her head, slowly, and began to speak. "Now, I see where James got his mischievous personality from," Yasaka said with a deadpan. To her surprise, however, Yasaka saw Leona with an expression that suggested she had been wrongfully accused. "Did I say something wrong?" Yasaka asked in puzzlement. I can see why you would think that, but it's actually the exact opposite," Leona said with a wry smile. Seeing the disbelief on Yasaka's face, Leona spoke once again. "When he was 6, while playing with Rias and Sona, James fell into a coma. He was unconscious for 3 days. And we never found out why." Hearing that, Yasaka was shocked. She would have never imagined that something like that would have happened. Leona, of course, told Yasaka the official story. The heavily watered-down version. But as they say, discretion is the better part of valor. Luckily, James woke up on the 3rd day, Leona said with a smile. Then, a wry smile replaced her happy one. Ever since that day, James' demeanor had changed. Changed, how? Yasaka asked curiously. Well, before the coma, James was a soft-spoken boy who disliked seeing people upset in the slightest, Leona said, remembering the good old days. After he woke from the coma, however, he began trolling the people around him. It was never malicious, though. Yasaka's mouth opened wide. She was having trouble imagining the outspoken boy she knew as someone soft-spoken. Over the years, he infected those close to him with that trait as well, Leona said with a smile. Seeing Yasaka's shock, Leona changed the subject. Anyway, I only told you about James' past like that because I've decided to let you pursue my baby. Even if James having an older girlfriend makes me a bit uncomfortable. Processing that she had somehow gained Leona's permission to be with James, Yasaka's lips formed into a breathtaking smile and replied. Thank you. Chapter 85, A Short Date with Yasaka. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. After a full day of exploring the festivals set up by the humans of Kyoto, James, Mizore, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, Flora, Ayam, Kunu, Shuna, and Cheyenne returned to Yasaka's residence. When they did, they found Leona and Yasaka waiting for them dressed in kimonos. Whistle you two look gorgeous, James said as soon as he caught sight of his mother and Yasaka. To James' compliment, Yasaka smiled brightly as a light pink dusted her cheeks. Seeing Yasaka's reaction, Leona could not help but tease. My James, you've become quite the sweet talker over the years, Leona said with a teasing smile. Look at the way you make Lady Yasaka blush. With Leona calling attention to it, Yasaka's blush deepened. Embarrassed, Yasaka glared at Leona. Turning her attention back to her daughter and the young adults present, Yasaka spoke as well. It's about 9 p.m. now, Yasaka said before explaining tonight's plan. I want you all to be ready to go to the festival in the subdimension no later than 11 p.m. After that, we'll spend time at the festival until midnight. Then we'll make our way to the shrine of Amaterasu where Kunu, Shuna, Cheyenne, and I will pray for another prosperous year. After that, we can play games and eat as much food as we want, Leona said with a smile. Games. Kunu and Mizore cheered happily. Food. Cheyenne also cheered at the same time. Everyone else just smiled at the three girls with sweet smiles. Also, I've had my staff prepare several kimonos that would suit each of you, if you choose to wear one, Yasaka told her guests. I was wondering where Mom got that kimono from, James said with a hand on his chin. Yeah. Mocha said, agreeing with James. I would have never been able to picture her in a kimono before tonight. It looks good on her though. Siyu Chilin said purely out of admiration. Unfortunately for Siyu Chilin, Leona would never miss the opportunity to tease him. My, oh my, Lancer. Leona said with a feigned expression of shock on her face. Are you hitting on this married woman? What would Tsubaki do if she saw this? Playing along with his mother's foolishness, before anyone knew when, James was holding his smartphone in his hand with the camera activated. Oh, don't worry, Mom. James said with a shit-eating grin on his face. We'll be able to find out, no problem. Seeing the two men show the mother and son were putting on, Siyu Chilin ignored them without hesitation. The others, however, were shocked at how quickly James and Leona were able to sync up for their little joke. Is that normal? Sona asked Flora. Unfortunately, yes. Flora replied in exasperation. How did James get his phone out so quick? Mizor asked, still not able to see through James' sleight of hand. Seriously, I would have thought he used magic. Cheyenne said with her eyes spinning in confusion. But I don't feel any energy fluctuations at all. You all should really just learn to let it go. Mocha said with a faraway look in her eyes. It's not worth the headache you'll get from trying to wrap your heads around James and Auntie Leona's pranks. Shuna and Cheyenne looked at Mocha with concern after seeing the distant look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mizor and Flora looked as if they received enlightenment from Mocha's words. Siyu Chilin on the other hand, was looking at the fellow members of the peerage in disdain. Did it really take you that long to figure out that you have to just not pay attention to them? Siyu Chilin asked. Does it matter if you had already figured that out, Siyu? Mizor said with a frown. You're still the one that gets riled up the most by James teasing. Siyu Chilin could only frown silently because what Mizor said was true. Seeing Siyu Chilin's frown, Mocha also decided to join in bashing him. Mizor, how many times have we discussed this over the years? Mocha said in a mock reprimand. You know he doesn't like that, you should call him by his name, right Satanta? Seriously, that really did stop being funny years ago. James, Leona, and Siyu Chilin said simultaneously. Hearing not on Siyu Chilin but even James and Leona telling them their favorite joke was not funny, Mizor and Mocha were stunned into silence. Seeing the girls' expressions, the rest of the group felt a little bad for them. At the same time, they were trying not to laugh at their misfortune. Seriously? Mizor said, almost pleading to hear a different answer. It's not funny. Are you seriously asking that? James asked with a deadpan. Also with a deadpan, Leona continued from where James left off. Do you two have any idea how many times you've made that joke since the day James received his evil pieces? At that moment, Mizor and Mocha looked as if their souls had been sucked out. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a bath. James said, already done with the topic of how unfunny Mizor and Mocha are. With that statement, Mizor and Mocha miraculously bounced back from their depression. I'll wash your back. Mizor, Mocha, and Flora said simultaneously. Absolutely not. Leona said with a giggle. If any of you three help him, you'll end up late. Fine. The girls responded in unison. With that, the group broke into groups to get ready for the evening. James, after a bath, returned to his room and looked through the selection of kimonos. One in particular caught his attention. A simple black kimono with intricately embroidered cherry blossom petals on the cuffs and collar. After selecting his attire, James called a servant to make sure that he was wearing it correctly. After being dressed properly, James made his way to the living room of Yasaka's residence. When he arrived, Yasaka was sitting alone, taking a last-minute look over some paperwork she brought with her. I expected you to be the first to arrive. Yasaka said after noticing someone enter the room. But it's not even 10:30 yet. James, on the other hand, was unable to answer for the time being. His eyes were glued to the woman in front of him. Yasaka was wearing a yellow kimono with black accents, a black obi, and a black haori. Although the clothing was elegant and beautiful, that was far from the reason James was tongue-tied. Instead of what she was wearing that left James speechless, it was how she was wearing it. Yasaka's kimono and haori were open above the obi, to the point that her shoulders and a generous portion of her enormous breasts were exposed. Seeing James' current state, Yasaka smiled because she was able to captivate the young man so. Then, she slowly stood and walked toward him, sensually switching her hips as she moved. When she was an arm's distance from James, she placed her right hand on his cheek and smiled. I guess you like what you see. Yasaka said with a seductive smile. Then, she leaned in close and whispered into James' ear. Or, maybe you'd like to see more. James' eyes widened and his breath hastened. Simultaneously, he covered his crotch with his hands and turned around. Seeing his reaction, Yasaka giggled. Then she stepped back and apologized. I'm sorry, James. Yasaka said with a smile. But when I saw that mesmerized look, I couldn't help myself. James, after taking a few moments to regain his composure, turned around to meet Yasaka's gaze. This time upon seeing her, he was able to appreciate her beauty instead of gawking, again, like the perverted idiot in Ria's peerage. Then with a smile, he spoke. I'm sure you are aware of how explosive your body is, Lady Yasaka. James began to explain, however, he was cut off. Just Yasaka. Yasaka said firmly with a pout on her face and her hands on her hips. She's really cute when she acts like that. James thought to himself. I got your mother's permission. Yasaka said proudly. Although James was not surprised that she had gotten Leona's permission to pursue him, he was surprised that she was able to get it so quickly. Although she is usually carefree, James knows that Leona is fiercely protective when it comes to his well-being. Raising his hands in surrender, James did not feel it was necessary to argue about a polite form of address if Yasaka insisted on something informal. Okay, Yasaka. James capitulated with a smile. Then continued his earlier explanation. Like I was saying, ahem. I'm sure you're aware of how explosive your body is, Yasaka. And I wasn't expecting to see so much of it exposed when I stepped into the room. Once again, Yasaka giggled. Then, she began to explain. Tonight is the one night of the year I allow myself to let go a bit. Yasaka said with a slight blush. And tonight, instead of drinking a bit in public, I decided I'll use the boldness I've allowed myself for tonight to seduce the young man I'm interested in. Once again, James' eyes widened. Then he smiled and spoke. Well, maybe I'll just let myself be seduced tonight. James said with a playful wink. Not expecting James to tease her back so quickly, Yasaka blushed and smiled bashfully. Then, she turned toward the door and spoke quickly. Well, how about we go ahead and make a mini date out of it? Yasaka said without looking at James. Leona and Kunu can lead the rest of the group, so we could. Yasaka's words came to an abrupt end when she felt James' much larger hand wrap around her own. I'd be glad to have some alone time with just the two of us. James said with a smile while holding Yasaka's hand. Smiling in return, Yasaka wrapped her arms around James' arm, pressing it between her breasts. Amazingly, half of James' arm seemed to get lost in Yasaka's mountains. Trying not to let his attention be drawn to the heavenly feeling wrapped around his left arm, James took his first step toward the New Year's festival held by the yokai. Not long after leaving Yasaka's residence, the couple could see many street stalls set up along the road to the shrine where the yokai prayed to Amaterasu. There were food stalls, game stalls, stalls selling souvenirs, and any other the couple could think of. Deciding to just enjoy their time, James and Yasaka made their way down the street arm in arm as they drew surprised glances from the citizens of the subdimension. So, what do you want to try first? James asked while looking around. After not getting a response for a few moments, James turned his head toward Yasaka. When he did, he saw her staring at a stall that looked like a shooting gallery. When he followed her line of sight more closely, he saw that she was looking at a stuffed fox doll. You want me to win that for you? James said with a smile as he moved his lips right next to Yasaka's ear. Let me guess, you want to give it to Kunu. Kia. Yasaka yelped in surprise after hearing James' voice from so close. That was surprisingly cute. James said with a teasing smile. Yasaka blushed furiously, which caused many of the men who were focusing on the couple to go into a daze. Eventually, Yasaka was able to calm down. Then she looked at James with a pout. Stop teasing me. Yasaka said quietly. James only smiled in response. Then, he led Yasaka to the stall with the fox doll. No, wait, James. Yasaka said, trying to stop James from spending his money at the stall. James, however, did not listen. He simply read the sign that stated the rules. 3 shots each time, huh? James said after reading the rules. Then, he took enough money out of his wallet to play twice and handed it to the bird yokai running the stall. Thank you for your patronage, sir. The stall owner said with a smile as he received the money. James, you have to be careful. Yasaka said as James received the rifle from the stall owner. Then, she explained how the game really works. Those rifles fire compressed energy. So, not only do you have to knock over the doll, but you have to control your energy enough to not destroy the prize. I know. James said calmly as he lined up the shot. I mean that kinda makes sense at first glance, doesn't it? The problem is that kind of control is rare. Yasaka said. *I** most people win by luck, alone. Pa. As Yasaka finished explaining, James fired 6 shots at 6 different prizes. To her surprise, he managed to win all of them. She was not the only one surprised, though. As the couple had been drawing quite a bit of attention, many people saw how James effortlessly won 6 prizes from the stall with the lowest win percentage. Amazing. Yasaka muttered in surprise. Then, she turned to James and asked. How is your control so amazing? James just kept smiling as the bewildered stall owner handed him the 6 prizes. I'll teach you my training method later, James said with a smile. Then, James handed Yasaka 2 fox dolls, with one being bigger than the other. Why 2? Yasaka asked in confusion. The little one is for Kunu, and the bigger one is for you, James said while holding Yasaka's hand. They're just like the 2 of you. A mama fox and a daughter fox. Hearing that, Yasaka could no longer contain herself and she hugged James tightly. James, of course, marveled once again at the feeling of her breasts pressed against his body. After a moment, Yasaka spoke with a slight pout. I know you won those other dolls for the other girls, Yasaka said. It makes me a little jealous that I'm not the only one on your mind right now. Sorry, Yasaka, James said with a wry smile while stroking her cheek. But I can't get something for just you in a situation like this or I'll have hell to pay later. Yasaka, having not been pouting seriously from the beginning, just shrugged her shoulders and smiled once again. Come on. Let's just go enjoy ourselves, Yasaka said happily as she dragged James further into the crowd. After an hour or so of having fun together, James and Yasaka met up with the rest of the group near the shrine and waited for the new year to arrive while enjoying each other's company. Chapter 86, What Yasaka's Been Missing, R18. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. After the calendar changed to a new year, the Yokai and James group prayed to Amaterasu as planned. Meanwhile, everyone else in the group, except Leona, was surprised at how close James and Yasaka seemed to be after an hour alone. Kunu on the other hand was happy that her 2 favorite people were happy together. She even had the inkling that she would have a new daddy soon. So, are you and Yasaka? Flora asked curiously. Hearing Flora's question, James Peerage and Leona were also interested in James' response. James, after glancing at the quartet of praying yokai, answered Flora's question with a smile. Yes, we're official, James replied. I'll let Sona know, tomorrow. We have another new member in the family. Far from getting jealous, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora were curious to learn about their new older sister. The fact that she was Kunu's mother made accepting Yasaka that much easier. Plus, getting James' love as often as they do, lowered their jealousy a lot as well. Siyu Chulin, on the other hand, was amazed at how easily James seemed to gain the hearts of the women around him. Not to forget Iam, who was hiding in the surroundings. The bespectacled beauty was lost in her thoughts. Although James Samus' cold glare is amazing, the gentle, warm embrace wasn't so bad either. Iam thought to herself while watching the surroundings of her king. You move fast, James, Leona said with a smile. If your father was half as proactive as you are, you would have been born a few years earlier. James could only laugh awkwardly at Leona's statement. No matter how many lovers you have, hearing about your parents' sex life is always an awkward topic. While James was talking with his peerage and mother, the 4 praying yokai returned from the shrine. Kunu, the first to arrive, jumped into James' arms and asked him to take her around the festival. Naturally, James agreed. Accompanied by Yasaka, Shuna, and Cheyenne, James took Kunu around to play. The rest of the group also decided to separate and have fun at the festival. An hour later, the group reconvened. They decided to bring the night to an end since Kunu was already asleep in James' arms. About 15 minutes later, the group had returned to Yasaka's residence. Most of the group called it a night, with Mizore, Mocha, and Flora returning to their own rooms for the night. Everyone knew what was on the agenda for James and Yasaka after putting Kunu in her room, after all. And just as they all expected, after putting Kunu to bed, James and Yasaka were walking through the halls toward Yasaka's bedroom. Are you sure we're not moving too fast? James asked the beautiful 9-tailed fox walking next to him. I've been without the touch of a man for the last 12 years. Yasaka said bashfully. I need this. James, letting go of his hesitation, wrapped an arm around Yasaka's back, confusing Yasaka in the process. Before she could react any further, James swept her into his arms and, flash-stepped, in front of Yasaka's bedroom door. Kia. Surprised by the sudden movement, Yasaka yelped and wrapped her arms around James' neck. When she realized what was happening, James had already opened her bedroom door and stepped into the room. Letting Yasaka down from his arms, James calmly closed the door and pressed Yasaka against it. Last chance, James said with lust starting to take over. If you don't stop me now, you'll be mine from tonight on. Smiling seductively at James' intense gaze, Yasaka wrapped her arms around James and pulled him closer before speaking. Then make me yours, Dana-sama, Yasaka said coquettishly. Not needing to be told twice, James pressed his lips against Yasaka's. At the same time, he reached his hands around her and grabbed her amazing ass. MMM. Yasaka moaned at James' aggressive attitude. As he kneaded Yasaka's plump ass, James slipped his tongue into the nine-tailed fox's mouth and began to let their tongues dance. As their tongues caressed each other, James could feel his dick hardening as Yasaka's massive tits pressed against his torso. On. James. Yasaka cooed as James lifted her off the floor by her ass. Raising the woman in front of him higher off the floor, James began to move his kisses from her lips to her cheek, then to her neck. At the same time, he began walking to the futon laid out in the middle of the room. Yasaka, with her feet off the floor, wrapped her legs around the young man's waist, while her tails wagged happily. Reaching the futon, James laid Yasaka on top of it gently, while continuing to kiss, lick, nibble, and suck on her beautiful neck. On. James, this is wonderful. Yasaka cried lustfully. Deciding that tasting Yasaka's soft and smooth skin was more important than responding, James lowered his kisses. First to her collarbone, then her upper chest. When James' lips made it to the exposed parts of Yasaka's breasts, she could not help but moan once again. On. Yes, James, make me feel what I've been missing all these years. Yasaka said while wrapping her arms around James' head. At the same time, James continued to pepper Yasaka's breasts with kisses and licks, even leaving the occasional hickey on those enormous tits. Then, James looked up into Yasaka's eyes that were filled with lust. While maintaining eye contact, James began to gently pull Yasaka's sleeves down her arms. First pulling of the haori, and tossing it to the side. Then, pulling Yasaka's arms out of the gorgeous kimono she had been wearing, yet with the obi still tied the kimono could not be fully removed. However, James felt Yasaka was even sexier like this. On. James, while still maintaining eye contact with Yasaka, lowered his lips to her erect right nipple, and sucked on it strongly. The moan that escaped from Yasaka's lips was like the heavenliest of music. Then, while maintaining the suction, James flicked his tongue. Brushing the tip of his tongue over the tip of Yasaka's nipple rapidly elicited even more of those melodious moans James was coming to enjoy. On. Yes, James. I've been waiting so long on. For a touch like this. After a few moments, James kissed his way from her nipple down her right breast, into the magnificent valley between her breasts, then up her left breast. Finally reaching her left nipple, James swirled his tongue around her areola. With each rotation, his tongue closed the distance between it and her nipple. Then, when he finally licked her nipple. On. Yasaka moaned intensely due to having a small orgasm. Without giving her the time to recover, James continued to lick and suck on Yasaka's left nipple until she was writhing in pleasure. After a few more moments, James restarted his journey downward. Until he reached the tied obi. Then, completely skipping over that part of her abdomen, James straightened up and took one of Yasaka's feet into his hands. Huh? Yasaka exclaimed in confusion when James removed his lips from her skin. What are you? After raising her leg, James began kissing her beautiful left leg, starting at her heel. Like the wings of a butterfly, James' gentle kisses tickled Yasaka's ankle, then her calf, and finally the back of her thigh. All the while, even though the stimulation was not quite enough to make her moan aloud, her whimpers and quivering body fueled James' lust even more. When James could go no further due to the angle, James raised Yasaka's other leg. Then, in one swift motion, James reached under the lower part of Yasaka's kimono and pulled her panties off completely. Yasaka gasped at how quickly her panties were gone, however, she was not given the opportunity to react any further. Once her panties were laying on the floor next to her haori, James pushed her legs back toward her head and buried his face into her pussy, French kissing her lower lips. On. Oh, Kami-sama. The sudden stimulation, on top of all the build-up from James' kisses all over her body, led to a second small orgasm. And much like the first time, James had no intention of stopping. On. Amazing. James, right there. Using his tongue, James explored as much of the inside of Yasaka's pussy as his tongue could reach. Then, after being fully satisfied with her taste, he removed his tongue from her pussy. Thinking James was giving her a chance to catch her breath, Yasaka was quickly surprised when James plunged his right middle and ring fingers into her pussy while he began flicking her clit with the tip of his tongue. Oh. Kami-sama. Yes. After a few minutes of simultaneous clitoral and vaginal stimulation, Yasaka reached her first real orgasm of the night. With her body shuddering, back arched, and toes curled, Yasaka involuntarily wrapped her legs around James' head. Unable to pull away, James could only wait for Yasaka to come down from the intense orgasm. After about 30 seconds, James was finally freed. Although he would openly admit that being trapped between Yasaka's sexy thighs was one of the few heavens James had found on Earth. That was, pant amazing. Pant, Yasaka managed to say between ragged breaths. I don't pant know if pant I've ever pant come like that before. And that was only the appetizer. James said with a lascivious smile. I hope you're not too full for the main course. Oh, Dana-sama, you have no idea. Yasaka said with a similar lascivious smile on her lips as she licked them. Then, Yasaka watched intently as James began to undress. First untying his obi, then pulling open the kimono to reveal his ripped muscular torso. When the kimono was discarded, Yasaka's eyes were fully drawn to James' standing dick. Once again, she licked her lips. Anticipating how it would feel inside of her, Yasaka spread her legs wide. With her ankles held firmly in her hands, Yasaka's gaze of anticipation told James all he needed to know. Slowly, James lined his dick up with Yasaka's entrance. Then, with one swift thrust, James was balls deep in Yasaka's dripping wet pussy. Ah. Yasaka moaned sharply from the fast and deep thrust from her new lover. Then, after adjusting to the feeling of Yasaka's insides, James bent down and kissed her passionately. After a moment, James began to piston his hips. Slowly at first, but as time went by, James' speed began to increase as well. Yes. James. That's it. Yasaka cried with pleasure. Harder. Faster. On. Make my body remember you, forever. Oh, Kami-sama. This is on what I've been waiting, gasp on. After about 10 minutes of being pounded with everything James had, Yasaka experienced an orgasm like she had never felt before. Her mind blanked, her fingers dug into James' back, her tails stiffened, and her tongue hung out of her gaping mouth. For a moment, she had forgotten who she was. And she absolutely loved it. Then after about a minute, Yasaka's senses came flooding back and she felt the reverberations of the intense orgasm she just had. At least by now, she had released her fingers from James' back. James, unbothered by the slight pain he felt when Yasaka's fingernails pierced his back, had only one thing to say. We're not done yet. Then, without pulling out of her, James rolled Yasaka onto her side. Straddling her left leg, James raised Yasaka's right leg and rested it against his right shoulder. Then with his right hand wrapped around the base of her right thigh, James reached his left hand to one of her tails. Once it was gripped firmly. On. Yasaka came lightly. Are kitsune tails sensitive like Devolukians? James thought as he remembered an eki manga from his past life's memories. Shaking his head and throwing the thought to the back of his mind, James went back to work. Thrusting himself in and out of Yasaka like a jackhammer, Yasaka's moans increased in volume as time went by. Thanks to the added stimulation of having one of her tails squeezed, Yasaka's pleasure was shooting through the roof. Still, Yasaka wished to increase her lover's pleasure as well. With that thought, Yasaka moved one of her tails around James' left thigh to behind his back. Oh shit! James exclaimed as he felt one of Yasaka's warm and fluffy tails caressing his ball sack. After feeling that extra stimulation, James' thrusts grew in power. Oh! Dana-sama. Yes. Fuck. Fuck me, harder. Ah. Once again, Yasaka's orgasm almost rendered her unconscious. Then, not long after Yasaka's climax, James reached his limit. Fuck. I'm coming. Humph. James, too absorbed in the pleasure Yasaka's body brought, released his seed deep in her pussy. In turn, Yasaka's orgasm intensified. Ah. Yasaka screamed as she felt the warm cum invading her womb. As a chain reaction, Yasaka's pussy squeezed James' dick with all its might, squeezing every drop of cum out of it. Eventually, James released Yasaka's leg. Then both Yasaka's right leg and James lost to the pull of gravity. James somehow managed to control his fall so he landed on the futon facing Yasaka who was currently laying on her left side. After they both managed to get their breathing in order, Yasaka looked into James' eyes and spoke. Thank you, Dana-sama. Yasaka said with a severe smile. You have no idea how much I needed that. Well, if you give me a few minutes. James said with a mischievous smile. I can give you more of what you need. Smiling back with a hungry smile. Yasaka nodded her head. Then, she rolled James onto his back. In the meantime, I'll clean this mess up for you. Yasaka said lustfully. Then, swooping down to James' dick, Yasaka opened her mouth wide. A moment later, James' entire dick had disappeared into Yasaka's mouth. With her nose pressed against his pelvis, Yasaka sucked and massaged James' shaft with her tongue. After a moment, Yasaka pulled her head back. When James' dick reappeared, it was free of the mixture of Yasaka's vaginal juices and James' cum. Just a thin sheen of her saliva remained. On top of all that, James was hard as a rock again. I guess a few minutes was a bit of an overestimation. James said in awe. Smiling in response, Yasaka straddled James' hips and reached out her left hand. Taking her hand with his right, James placed his left hand on Yasaka's hip as she used her right hand to line up James' dick with her entrance. Once she was ready, Yasaka impaled herself on James' dick once again. On. Yasaka screamed with pleasure. Then, for the next 2 hours, James and Yasaka fucked on every possible surface in her bedroom. And as supernatural beings, the possibilities were many. Chapter 87, Lancer, Are You an Idiot? New Year's Day, 8 a.m. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. Sitting in the dining hall, Leona, Mizore, Siyu Chilin, Mocha, Flora, Ayam, Kunu, Shuna, and Cheyenne sat at a long table as they chatted and waited for breakfast to be served. In this lively atmosphere, Mocha asked the question that was gnawing at her mind ever since she woke up. Hey, do you think they did it, last night? Mocha asked while tapping her pretty lips with her index finger. Who knows? Leona replied with a mischievous smile. But I'm sure we'll be able to tell when they arrive. Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Ayam nodded in agreement. At the same time, Shuna was blushing, embarrassed by the steamy conversation the other girls were having. Cheyenne, on the other hand, was looking around in confusion. Although she was informed about matters of a sexual matter, she was not the quickest when it comes to noticing subtle subjects of conversation. Then, there was Kunu, who was not educated enough to understand the topic. Unlike Cheyenne, however, Kunu was the type of girl to ask when there was something she did not understand. Did Mommy and James Onayakan do what? Kunu asked while tilting her head cutely. With that, most of the ladies froze. The only exceptions were Leona and Cheyenne. Leona because she already had a plan to downplay the situation. And Cheyenne because she still was unsure of what they were talking about. Oh, Kunu, your mother and James were talking about becoming a couple last night. Leona said with a smile. If they decide to do it, then we would all be part of the same family, for real. Hearing that, Kunu's eyes opened wide. Then, a big, hopeful, smile appeared on her face. I hope they do. Kunu said sincerely. That way Mommy will be happier. Such a mature outlook. The rest of the ladies thought to themselves. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin, having not been interested in the conversation, sat with his head lowered and rested on his left palm. While thinking to himself, he let his inner thoughts leak by accident. Damn, do women know how to do anything other than gossip? Siyu Chilin muttered. A moment later, Siyu Chilin went on alert. At the moment the surroundings were too quiet. When he raised his head, he saw all the ladies, even Kunu's, eyes locked onto him. Shit, did I say that out loud? Siyu Chilin asked in horror. That's right. Leona said with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Seeing the hostility in their eyes, Siyu Chilin realized he only had 3 options. First, fight. Second, run. Third, surrender. Knowing the first 2 were only shorter paths that led to death, Siyu Chilin did the only thing he could realistically do. Surrender. Is there anything I can do to make up for my mistake? Siyu Chilin asked, resignation heavy in his tone. Leona, acting as the group's leader, was the one to respond. Well, Lancer, the way I see it is you have 2 options. Leona replied to the knight's question. And they are? Siyu Chilin asked downheartedly. First, you let us beat you up until we're satisfied. Leona said with a menacing smile. I expected that one. Siyu Chilin said. And what's the second? The second is to be our pack mule when we go shopping today. Leona replied. With that, Mizore, Mocha, Flora, Kunu, and Shuna's eyes lit up. Cheyenne was more into fighting, so she was mostly unaffected. Ayam on the other hand does not like being that exposed, so she was also uninterested. At the same time, Siyu Chilin shuddered in terror. Traumatic memories of when James took his high-class promotion exam coming to the forefront of his mind. If you choose neither, I'll pass the details of this conversation on to Tsubaki. Leona said, closing off Siyu Chilin's avenues of escape. Siyu Chilin let his head hang when he realized he was screwed. The ladies allowed him the time to contemplate patiently, which made the time he took to think about it feel like it was moving much slower than usual. Eventually, Siyu Chilin came to a decision. Fine. Siyu Chilin said as he stood from his seat. Then, he walked to a relatively more open area of the room and spread his arms to the sides. I choose the first option. Siyu Chilin said with lifeless eyes. If the girls were being honest, they were disappointed that Siyu Chilin did not choose option number 2. There was nothing like having someone to carry their bags while they shopped till they dropped. And with James' assets from all the manga he had sold to both the human and supernatural worlds, they could shop for a long time. I only have one request. Siyu Chilin said as he raised his head to plead. We'll at least listen. Leona said with a snort. I make no promises, though. Please, just not the face. Siyu Chilin asked sincerely. 20 minutes later, James, with his left arm wrapped by both a pair of arms and enormous breasts, and Yasaka, owner of the aforementioned arms and breasts, made their way into the dining hall. As they approached the table, they saw the ladies smiling and chatting in a lively manner. Then, they saw Siyu Chilin. The sight was not a pretty one. Left in a heap in a corner of the room, he was covered in bruised and damaged clothes. "Good morning, everyone," James said while steal glances at the human-shaped lump in the corner. "Good morning, James/James-sama/Oni-chan." The ladies answered in unison with unusually happy smiles on their faces. "I'm sure I'll regret asking this question," James said with a wry smile. "But what happened to Lancer? He said something he shouldn't have." Leona responded with a dark smile. When James looked around, he saw similar dark smiles on the other ladies' faces as well. Then, doing what he thought was best for his mental health, James nodded and smiled. "Anyway, enough about the moron in the corner." Mocha asked with the spirit of gossip flashing in her eyes. "How was last night?" "Yes, did you two become a couple?" Leona asked while glancing discreetly at Kunu. Then, smiling gorgeously, Yasaka answered the question as she released James' arm. "That's right," Yasaka admitted while walking toward her daughter who was looking at her expectantly. "Dana-sama and I are now officially together." To Yasaka's surprise, Kunu's eyes began to water after hearing her answer. Then, before she could react, Kunu dashed into Yasaka's arms. "Now you can be happy again," Kunu said while crying happily in her mother's arms. "Now you won't cry while looking at the picture of Daddy." With that, Yasaka also started to cry. She never realized that Kunu had seen her during those times. Not to mention, Yasaka had put that burden down a couple of years ago. To think Kunu was so worried about her, she felt she was truly blessed to have such a wonderful daughter. While the mother and daughter cried in each other's arms, James quietly made his way over to them and wrapped both in a hug. Then the two nine-tailed foxes cried even harder, happy that they now had a complete family. Meanwhile, the rest of the ladies smiled happily. The more emotional of the group, like Mizore, shed a few tears as well. They were sincerely happy for the mother and daughter. Shuna and Cheyenne also saw James in a better light due to his care. Even Siyu Chilin, who was unable to move at the moment, would have smiled if pain did not shoot through his entire body with the slightest movement on his part. Eventually the situation calmed, and everyone took their seats. Except for Siyu Chilin, that is. Then a servant brought meals for James and Yasaka. As they ate, they continued their conversations and made plans for the day. "So, what are your plans for today?" James asked the ladies at the table. "I was going to go shopping with Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Kunu," Leona said with a smile. "I'll be working on a kimono I was making," Shuna said. "So, that would make you something like a seamstress, right?" James asked with interest. "Yes, creating clothing is something I enjoy," Shuna replied with a nod. "Interesting," James said with his eyes lighting up while stroking his chin in thought. "Like James said, things may get interesting," Leona said while looking at the Oni princess. Mizore, Mocha, and Flora nodded. They all knew what that look meant. James made that face when he was about to draw a new manga. More importantly, that face always led to James making quite an amount of money. "Anyway, what about you, Cheyenne?" James asked after ending his contemplations. "I'll stay here as well, I can't be too far away from the princess," Cheyenne replied valiantly. James nodded in understanding. Then, he turned his attention toward his new lover who had remained silent. When he saw her, she seemed a little upset. "What's wrong, Yasaka?" James asked with concern. Hearing James' tone, everyone else at the table looked in Yasaka's direction. When they saw she looked upset, they were also concerned. Eventually, Yasaka responded. "Bang. It's not fair," Yasaka exclaimed after slamming both palms onto the dining room table. "All of you get to have fun and do what you want. Meanwhile, I have to meet with those stubborn old men from the council to discuss things for the new year. It's not fair." Hearing Yasaka's outburst, James and his peerage deflated. They were worried something was wrong after last night. Instead, she was just throwing a tantrum because she did not want to work. Shuna and Cheyenne, on the other hand, were stunned into silence. They could not believe the leader of the Kyoto yokai faction was throwing a tantrum like that. Eventually, James was unable to hold back his laughter any longer. Laughing boisterously, James was brought to tears. Yasaka pouted in his direction, unhappy that her new lover was laughing at her misfortune. "So, you think it's funny?" Yasaka asked in a huff. "No. Ha. I'm sorry. Ha." James replied, trying to get his laughter under control. After calming down, James explained why he laughed. "I was seriously concerned that something was wrong. So, when I heard that you just didn't want to go to work, I was so relieved that I laughed." Hearing the way James put it, Yasaka blushed in embarrassment. Then, James wrapped his arm around her waist. Before she could react, Yasaka had been moved from the cushion she had been sitting on to James' lap. Then, with his arms wrapped around her and pressing Yasaka to his chest, James spoke into her ear. "Well, I was planning to stay here and train," James said tenderly. "So, as soon as you're done, I'd be happy to spend the rest of the day with you." Whistle that was some kinda smooth, Leona said with a teasing grin before Yasaka could reply. "I learned from the best," James said with a big smile and a thumbs up. That led to the rest of the room, apart from Siyu Chilin, bursting into laughter. At the same time, Yasaka hid her face in James' chest out of embarrassment. Eventually, the laughter died down and the group finished their breakfast. Then, they broke up into the groups they discussed earlier. Leona, Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Kuno left to go shopping. Shuna left to work on her kimono while Cheyenne accompanied her, occasionally playing the role of a mannequin. Ayam decided to train like James. And Yasaka went to perform her official duties. Shortly after the ladies went to do their own things, James and Siyu Chilin were walking toward the training field for Yasaka's elite guards. "So, what did you say that got the shit kicked out of you earlier?" James asked as the duo walked. "I said something about women only knowing how to gossip," Siyu Chilin said with a grimace. "You're an idiot, right?" James asked with a deadpan. "I didn't mean to say it out loud," Siyu Chilin said, trying to defend himself. James could only look at him like an idiot. The thing that made Siyu Chilin the most depressed was that he could not even defend himself. Saying that aloud, even if it were accidental, would definitely make him an idiot. Feeling that James' stare was becoming painful, Siyu Chilin tried to change the subject. "Anyway, what's up with your mom?" Siyu Chilin asked with slight fear in his expression. Noticing his best friend's expression, James decided to leave the joke he was going to make about Siyu Chilin pursuing a married woman and trying to become his stepdad in his head. "What do you mean?" James asked with a frown. "What happened? Even though she's only at the intermediate level of the middle rank, it hurt so much more when she hit me than when the others did," Siyu Chilin said, grimacing at the thought of the pain Leona was able to leave him in. Even more than that Oni woman, Cheyenne, with her supernatural strength. James hummed as he stopped to think. "I don't know, I've only ever known her as a housewife. Like hell that's all there is to her." Siyu Chilin shouted in disagreement. "Who knows?" James said with a shrug. "If there really is something, we'll find out if we're supposed to know." Chapter 88, 3-month trial period. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. 2 days have passed since James and Yasaka made their relationship official. Unfortunately, James and his group were scheduled to return to Kyoto today as well. With the final term right around the corner, preparations have to be made. "Do you really have to leave, Oni-chan?" Kuno asked sadly as the group stood in front of the gate leading outside of the subdimension. "I wish I could stay, too," James said with a wry smile. While patting Kuno on her head, he continued. "But things will be different from now on. I'll do my best to visit more often. And you can call me whenever you want to come visit us, too." Using the back of her hand to rub the tears pooling in her eyes, Kuno did her best to smile. Then, she gave James, Leona, and the girls a hug. After that, Kuno retreated behind her mother. After Kuno, Yasaka stepped forward to say her own goodbyes. "It's a shame you have to leave so soon, but I understand that you have responsibilities to fulfill," Yasaka said with a graceful smile on her face. "But please remember, for as long as I'm still the leader of the Kyoto yokai faction, you can consider this place your own." "Well, I don't have any responsibilities, so I'll come and visit whenever I want a girlfriend to drink with," Leona said with a smile as she stepped forward to give Yasaka a hug. Yasaka returning the hug smiled wryly. "I never thought I'd become drinking buddies with my mother-in-law," Yasaka muttered. At the same time, James and his peerage rolled their eyes at Leona's flaunting of the fact that she was free of any duties. The reason she was even living in Kyoto was because she did not want to be bored in the underworld. They even knew that she would disappear to drink with the ladies in the underworld whenever she found out they were free. After hugging Leona, Yasaka proceeded to hug the other girls as well. The only one who did not receive a hug from either Yasaka or Kuno was Siyu Chilin. He did not mind Yasaka not giving him a hug as she was James' woman. But the way Kuno ignored him hurt a bit. He spent quite a bit of time with her when she was living in Kyoto. As he was the only one who did not attend school that lived in the mansion, he became her playmate on more than a few occasions. After hugging the girls, Yasaka strutted over to James with her tails wagging. Slowly wrapping her arms around James' neck, Yasaka pressed herself against James tightly. As James wrapped his arms around her waist, Yasaka pressed her lips against his, resulting in a passionate kiss. After a few minutes, the lovers separated. After gazing into each other's eyes for a moment, James was the first to speak. Even though I know I could teleport over here whenever I want, I'm going to miss you. James said sincerely. I'm going to miss you, too. Yasaka said seriously. I'll make sure to let you know whenever I have some free time. If you happen to be free, too, then we can have some family time with Kunu. Or some time for us, if time permits. I'll be here as often as I can. James said with a nod. As long as those damned highborn fossils don't start dropping things in my lap. Speaking of that, Yasaka said, with slight anger in her tone. I'll be having a word with your devil council for denying you the credit you deserve. Oh, they'll pay for it. James said with his tone changing to something wrathful, before he quickly reined in his emotions. When a smile returned to his face, he continued. I really appreciate you doing that, though. Smiling in response, Yasaka pecked James on the lips before stepping back and returning to Kunu's side. After Yasaka retreated, Sona and Cheyenne stepped forward. Until now, James had yet to accept them into his peerage. Sona was surprised about that fact. Even though she understood James had to make sure they were a good fit for his peerage, she thought that she had shown her best side while he was in Kyoto. James-sama. Sona said while she bit her lower lip in frustration. Have I not shown enough of my good qualities? Or is it that you find me lacking in some way? Cheyenne was also frustrated to see the frustration in Shona's eyes. She was unable to understand why this young man refused to accept her princess loyalty. It was made even worse as Cheyenne was not the best at using her brain. You've shown your good points more than enough. James said exasperatedly. And your skill set is great. Then why? Sona asked frustratedly. The problem is that your good side is all I've seen. James said bluntly. You've been putting on an act the whole time I've been here. Sona was surprised when she heard James' words. She just wanted to show her good points to someone she wanted to follow. What's wrong with trying to emphasize my good points? Sona asked as her frustration grew. Believe me when I say this. There is nothing wrong with emphasizing your good points. James said before being interrupted. Then why? Sona shouted as her frustration was beginning to turn into anger. Hearing that, James did not get angry. Instead, he smiled brightly. That's what I was waiting for. James said while gazing into the Oni's eyes. I've been waiting for you to take your mask off. Shona's anger morphed into confusion upon hearing James' statement. I see you don't get it. James remarked. I can deal with someone untalented who is willing to work with the team, but all the talent in the world can't make someone fit into a team they aren't a fit for. Slowly, realization started to dawn on Sona. And James could tell because her expression reflected it perfectly. No person is made up of only their good points. James said with a smile. To know someone and to know if someone would fit into the team, I need to see both their good and bad sides. With that, Sona knew exactly what she had been doing wrong for the last few days. Hanging her head, Sona felt that she had lost her chance. To be honest, Cheyenne was much easier to get a read on. James said with a wry smile. She wears her heart on her sleeve at all times. Cheyenne felt a bit uncomfortable hearing James say that about her. However, she knew what he said was true. It was not the first time she had heard that about herself, after all. I'll give you one more chance. James said. If you're serious about joining my peerage, you'll take it. Hearing that, Sona raised her head. When she saw the serious expression on James' face, she knew he was not exaggerating about this being her last chance. So, she listened intently to his next words. Come back with us to Kyoto. James said seriously. I'll observe you throughout the third term of the school year. If at the end of the term I find you suitable and you still desire to be in my peerage, I'll add you at that time. Shona's eyes lit up at James' proposal. Now that she knew she had a chance, she was more determined than ever. I accept. Sona said immediately after James finished his sentence. James could only smile wryly at the princess' enthusiasm. If I find you unsuitable, though, I'll send you back to the Oni tribe. James said with the wry smile still present on his face. I'd like to extend the same offer to you as well, Cheyenne. Sona blushed in embarrassment when she realized that she had interrupted James again. Then, she nodded at the rest of what James had to say. Cheyenne on the other hand, after spending a little time with James and his peerage was not so against the idea, anymore. Hearing from the girls and Cu Chulin how they were treated gave her a better idea of what to expect. With this conversation concluded, the group returning to Kyoto grew from 7 to 9. Mizore then put up an anti-recognition barrier around the group as they walked through the gate leading back to the human city of Kyoto. After a moment, a magic teleportation circle appeared around the group when James snapped his fingers. As it rose from the ground, the group began to vanish. After they were all gone, the magic circle also disappeared. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Moments after leaving Kyoto, the same magic circle appeared in the middle of the living room in the Alaverus mansion. We're back. Mizore said once the teleportation circle vanished. Yasaka's place was nice. Like, real nice. But nothing compares to being home. How fast you forget that you agreed to consider Yasaka's place home. Mocha replied to Mizore in a teasing tone. Hearing that, Mizore panicked slightly. No. That's not what I... Mizore frantically tried to explain herself. After turning her head, Mizore's words were caught in her throat. The teasing smile on Mocha's lips silenced her immediately when she saw it. Mocha. You tricked me. Mizore shouted loudly as she lunged toward Mocha. Hee hee. Indeed, I did. Mocha said with a chuckle as she dodged Mizore's lunge. Running away from the angry Mizore, Mocha dashed for the stairway, laughing all the while. Seeing Mizore and Mocha's antics, James, Leona, and Flora smiled. Sona and Cheyenne, on the other hand, were confused. During their stay in Kyoto, they had seen the two girls bicker on more than one occasion. They were not so unrestrained as to run around the place, though. Seeing them like that always drives home the point that we're in our own house. Leona said with a smile while watching the girls play around. Yeah, I don't think it will take them long to get used to treating Yasaka's place like home either, though. James said as he flopped down onto the nearest sofa. As your retainers, aren't their actions unbecoming? Shuna asked, confusion clear in her expression. Cheyenne nodded in agreement to Shuna's question. She had been trained strictly in how she should act in front of others. If they were to act like that in front of others, that would, indeed, be an issue. James said nonchalantly. But there's no need for that stuffy etiquette in your own home when you're among family. Among family, huh? Shuna said, contemplating what that phrase meant, exactly. Anyway, like James said, you'll have to be yourself while you're here for the next 3 months or so. Leona said to the two young Oni women. And there's no one here who will judge you for showing poor manners. So, it's okay to just let yourself go, a bit. As long as you follow the simple rules of the house, that is. Also, I need to see how you two adapt to new situations. James said as he turned his gaze to the duo as well. So, I'd appreciate it if you did not take care of menial tasks for the princess, Cheyenne. Hearing that, Cheyenne's anger began to build. Before it could explode, James spoke once again to clarify. Cheyenne, that's something we'll have to work on for you. James said exasperatedly. Princess, you'll have to adapt to the fact that you will no longer be royalty if you join my peerage. Shuna nodded calmly to James' words, having already expected it. Cheyenne was confused at how calmly Shuna took the news, though. She just could not imagine Shuna being anything other than a princess. And Cheyenne. James said, turning his attention to the older Oni woman. We're going to have to get you to think, if even a little, before you act. Cheyenne could only lower her head while blushing in embarrassment. She knew that she tended to jump to conclusions too quickly, which could cause trouble for those around her. Then she noticed James with his head down. He was also muttering to himself. Unfortunately, she was unable to hear him. I wonder if one of Big Sis Graffia's Hell Mode crash courses would fix the problem. Even though she was unable to hear what James was saying, Cheyenne felt a chill running up her spine. I think I should try really, really hard to fix the issue James-sama mentioned. Cheyenne thought to herself, as her survival instinct activated. Shaking his head to free himself of those thoughts, James stood from the couch. Then he walked toward the stairs and began to speak. Anyway, let me show you to your rooms. James said while looking back over his shoulder. Then with a big smile he continued. And allow me to be the first to welcome you to Kyoto and the Alaverus estate. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your stay. Chapter 89, Kaniko's Conviction. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Yo, Drake. James said while lying in bed with his head resting on his hands. What's up, partner? Drake asked in reply. Why does it feel like time skips whenever nothing important happens? James asked, sounding bored. Drake had no idea what to say in response. I think you need to find a new hobby. If a month and a half of downtime bothers you this much, several millennia of lifespan is going to drive you crazy. You're probably right. James said nonchalantly. Good thing I'll have you to fuck with for the rest of my life. As Drake said, a month and a half have passed since the third term started. So far, not much has happened. Rias and her peerage have been training as if they were on a mission. In Rias' case, that rings absolutely true. Even though nothing big has happened, at least Rias and her peerage are getting stronger. James said with a wry smile. Just thinking about the Gremory Princess peerage makes me feel sorry for Skyadram. Drake said with a sigh. To think his first wielder would use the ability to manipulate shadows like that. On the bright side, I get to blow off some steam whenever ice goes too far. James said with a smile. In fact, I'll probably be getting a call about that idiot in a day or two, if the pattern holds. Ever since Issei awakened his sacred gear, Shadow Claws, and found out that he could make tentacles out of the shadows he manipulates, training for the Gremory Peerage has become much more interesting. Although Rias, Akino, and Kaneko would not call it that. Issei's tentacles are hard to defend against if your ability to sense demonic power is not at an adequate level. So, it has been quite a double-edged sword. On the one hand, their abilities to detect energy have increased dramatically. On the other hand, however, Issei's sexual harassment has gotten a bit out of control. Issei even forgets the rule about not touching Akino from time to time, due to his lust going out of control. At least the Nikosho has decided to take your advice. Drake said, wanting to not think of the troubles his kin were going through. And her timing was impeccable. James said as he nodded in agreement. How did she manage to decide the day before we came back from Kyoto? Instinct can be a powerful weapon. Drake said in reply. James could only nod in agreement. Marveling at Kaneko's good luck, James could not help thinking back to the day Kaneko came to tell him of her decision. Flashback. The day after James, his mother, and his peerage came back from Kyoto, the doorbell rang shortly after lunch. Thinking it weird that no one from Rias or Sona's peerage showed up the day before, James walked to the front door. When he opened the door, standing in front of him were the entirety of both Rias and Sona's peerages. Hey, how's everybody doing? James asked after he recognized the visitors. How were your winter breaks? Training was fruitful. Rias said proudly. At the same time, most of her peerage looked at Rias with tired expressions. Kaneko was the only exception. Instead, she looked at James with conviction in her eyes. I guess she made her decision. James thought after making eye contact with the young Nikosho. Everything has gone well. Sona said calmly. Then, her tone turned sarcastic. Not as good as yours, though. Well, my winter break did go pretty amazingly. James said while smiling brightly. Anyway, why don't you all come in? Oh, and eyes, I think you should keep your eyes to yourself while you're here. Issei shivered a little when he saw the warning in James' gaze. He already knew that the older boy was unhappy with his behavior. He was not looking forward to spending the rest of today and tomorrow unconscious for letting his eyes wander. After the short conversation at the front door, James led the group to the living room. Already inside were Leona, Mizore, Mocha, and Cheyenne chatting and drinking tea. As everyone entered, Leona was the first to greet the new arrivals. Hey, long time no see everyone. Leona said with a smile. Oh, and Issei is here without any bruises on his face. That's only because James Senpai has been gone for the last few days. Yuto said with his usual smile. Hey, Kiba, whose side are you on? Issei asked in irritation. We're supposed to be on the same team, right? Before Kiba could respond, James, stepped away from the group he led into the living room. When he reappeared, he was standing on the other side of the group of 4 residents drinking tea. Then, he wrapped his arms around himself defensively before speaking. You two play for the same team now? James asked with mock fear in his tone. I'll congratulate you on your new relationship, but I'll have to distance myself from you two a bit. I have nothing against homosexuality, but Issei's aggressive sexual nature makes me uncomfortable. With James' statement, the atmosphere in the room froze. At the same time, both Yuto and Issei's eyebrows were twitching furiously. Almost everyone else was trying their best not to laugh out loud at James' joke. The only exception was one of Sona's new recruits. Sona's new knight, Meguri Tomo, a beautiful girl with brown eyes and shoulder-length reddish-brown hair with bangs that cover her forehead and a strand of hair that sticks up on the top of her head, was thinking deeply about a certain prospect. I wonder who's the giver and who's the receiver. Tomo thought to herself. At the same time, Yuto and Issei felt a chill down their spines. Looking around to find its source, they noticed that Tomo had a nosebleed. Eventually everyone else noticed Yuto and Issei's peculiarities. When they did, they also saw Tomo's state. Seeing her state, the girls of the student council could only sigh. I'm really sorry she's acting like this. Sona's new bishop, Hanakai Momo, apologized for her friend. She's kind of a fujoshi with a fetish for younger boys. Sona's rook, Yura Tsubasa, said, explaining for those who are unaware of her friend's nature. Then, Momo, a beautiful girl with long back-length white hair and blue-green eyes, and Tsubasa, a tall androgynous tomboy with shoulder-length blue hair and eyes, bowed simultaneously and spoke. Please find it in your hearts to forgive her. Eventually, everyone decided whatever Tomo was into was her business. Then, Yuto decided replying to what James said was a bad idea. Acting as if James had said nothing at all, Yuto turned to Issei and replied to the last thing he said. Of course, we're on the same team. Yuto said with a smile. We're both members of Rias Peerage. And since Rias was the one who asked James Senpai to kick your ass, I'm not going against you, right? Ugh. Issei grunted, having nothing to argue back with. Anyway, as much fun as this is, I'm sure you all aren't here just to hear me start making fun of people. James said with a smile. I can keep going if that's what you're here for, though. Actually, we all just came back from the underworld. Sona said while she adjusted her glasses. We just wanted to say hi before going home. You must have really missed James after a week, huh, Sona? Leona said, bringing a blush to the student council VP. That led to a round of laughter. After the laughter died down, Rias was the next to speak. We came to support Kaneko, Rias said with a smile. It seems she's made a big decision, but she wouldn't tell us what it was until she was able to tell you about it, James. It was easy to see that Rias was a little jealous that Kaneko had connected more with James than herself. However, more than anything she was happy that Kaneko was taking a step forward. Even though Kaneko had not told her what she wanted to tell James, James keeps Rias updated about any progress he makes in regard to the traumas the members of her peerage face. Hearing Rias' comment, James raised an eyebrow and looked at the little cat girl. So, you've made your decision, huh? James asked with a smile. In response, Kaneko nodded with determination in her eyes. Then, she spoke. I want to be strong enough to get answers from my Wani-sama the next time I see her. Kaneko said firmly. That's good to hear. James said with his smile widening. And it just so happens that I know someone who could help. I'm not sure if she will, though. Kaneko's eyes widened when she heard what James had to say. Before she could ask what he meant, James turned to Cheyenne and asked. Cheyenne, could you ask Shuna to come down here? Cheyenne nodded before making her way upstairs to call for Shuna. Then, James turned back to Kaneko and spoke once again. I'll introduce the two of you. James said with a stern expression. It will be up to you to convince her to teach you, though. Flashback end Ha ha ha. James laughed out loud as he remembered the looks on Yuto and Issei's faces when he made his joke. Especially Issei's. Either way, that girl really is lucky. Drake said while shaking his head. The Oni princess was eager to help, even if it was just to show off. True. It was obvious she cared more about appealing to me than helping Kaneko at first. James agreed with a nod. However, little by little, she's been getting more comfortable and dropping her guard. In turn, her mask has been slipping off more and more. Agreed. Drake said with a nod. She's not what I expected without her mask, though. Yeah, I know what you mean. James said with a wry smile. I thought she would be more manipulative or have control issues. But she's kinda childish. As it turned out, Shuna's facade was not to hide anything like Princess Syndrome, a manipulative personality, a personality that needs absolute control of everything and everyone around her. Instead, her mask hid the cute, naive, childish side that Shuna felt was a weakness. When James first saw that side of her, she got upset when Mocha took the last strawberry on a cake. Then, Shuna pouted and puffed her cheeks out like a chipmunk. James was unsure if he had been placed under an illusion or not when he saw it. Well, it's better than anything we were expecting to see. Drake said with a shrug. So, don't complain. I'm not complaining. James said, also with a shrug. Then he smiled wryly again. But it's hard to keep myself from patting her on the head when she acts like that. As a matter of fact, James has found himself patting Shuna on the head involuntarily more than once. When it happens, Shuna smiles blissfully first, and her mask begins to slip further. However, when she comes to her senses, she swipes James' hand off her head, then she fixes her mask. However, it is clear that her hold on it loosens each time. Well, whatever. James shrugged once again. At this point I've seen all I need to make my decision. I agree. Drake replied. Anyway, since you have some free time, I think you should use it to dive into the boosted gear and confront my former hosts again. Ugh, really? James said, clearly unwilling to comply. You know I hate dealing with all those angry motherfuckers, right? I know. Drake replied. But I'm certain you'll need that power if you want to complete your plans for the next summer break. I know. James said as his shoulders slumped. I really hate dealing with them, though. Chapter 90, A Sudden Change in Plans. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Today, the last day of the term, was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. As spring break started the next day, the students of Kyoto Academy were in a joyous mood. Outside the school gates, James, Rias, Sona, and their peerage members were gathered. Although most of them were traveling in the same direction, Issei had to go to his own home. So, instead of walking while talking like they usually do, the group decided to discuss plans for the break at the school gate before separating. Starting tomorrow, we'll be heading to the underworld to train. Ria said with a serious expression on her face. We'll return 2 days before the new school year starts. Ah. How am I supposed to get any girls for my harem if I never have the time to look for any? Issei shouted while pulling at his hair with both hands. ISE, buddy, I don't think the time to look is your issue. James said with a wry smile. Being honest with yourself is an admirable trait to have, but if you don't start acting more like a person and less like a dog in heat, it won't matter how much time you have to look for a second girlfriend. Everyone nodded in response to James' advice for Issei. However, when they heard him mention a second girlfriend they were thoroughly confused. Tilting her head to the side, Rias was the first to ask what everyone else was thinking. Even Issei had no idea who his first girlfriend could be. Second girlfriend? Rias asked in confusion. There's no way my lust incarnate of a servant could have even one girlfriend. Ouch. Issei exclaimed as he gripped his shirt above his heart. Club Prez, that was harsh. And don't you usually call us your adorable servants? Do you really think any part of you looks adorable? Mizor asked with disdain. You're more like the antithesis of the word. If it wasn't for your sacred gear. MMPH. Before she could finish, Mizor was interrupted when James, Flash stepped next to her, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and pulled her into a kiss that deepened with every passing second. After about 30 seconds, James released Mizor and broke the kiss. With her eyes clouded and her tongue sticking out of her mouth, it was easy to see that Mizor had long forgotten whatever it was she was talking about before the kiss. Mizor, I know you don't care much for the guy. James said while shaking his head. After a brief pause to lick his lips, he continued. But sometimes it's better to put your pretty mouth to a different use. Rias, Sona, Aquino, Mocha, Rhea, Flora, Momo, and Tsubasa were all blushing furiously after seeing James' forceful kiss. Rias, Sona, Aquino, Mocha, and Flora were hoping to be kissed like that themselves. Rhea, Momo, and Tsubasa, who all had crushes on Yuto, were taking feverish glances at the blonde boy. Tsubaki, who was not paying much attention to James' actions, was hoping this little meeting would end quicker, so she could see Yu chillin'. Meanwhile, the resident Shotokan, Tomo, was considering that older boys were not so bad from time to time. Seeing that everyone was lost in their own worlds, James decided to get everyone's attention in his favorite way. Clap. I wonder how Auntie Vanillana is doing. James thought to himself while the group's attention gathered. She was busy the last time I was down in the underworld. It feels like it's been a long time since the last time I saw her. Seeing that everyone was focused once again, James spoke. Anyway, Issei's first girlfriend is obviously his dominant hand. OH, and my peerage and I will also be going to the underworld to train. James said with a smile. Rias, Sona, you are both welcome to join us, if you want. Issei felt he was about to cough up blood, while the rest of the group laughed at his expense. Then, Rias and Sona replied to the rest of James' statement. Of course, we will. Ria said with her chest puffed out and her left hand resting on her hip. We'll accept your offer, as well. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. It feels like we have been falling behind because of my duties as the heiress of House Citri. We can use this opportunity to play a bit of catch-up. Sounds good to me. James replied as he smiled and nodded at the two pillar house heiresses. With that out of the way, the group departed from the school. Shortly after they began walking, Issei separated from them as his house was in a different part of the town from the upper-class neighborhood the rest of the group lived in. While walking back to their houses, the group chatted happily. James, Yuto, and Tsubasa discussed sword combat. Aquino, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora talked about some of the steamier nights they had spent with James. Rias, Sona, and Tsubaki discussed news from the underworld. Momo blushed heavily as she chatted with the smiling Yuto. Meanwhile, Tomo was still debating with herself between Shota and older boys while stealing glances at James. Eventually, the group entered their residential area. Shortly after they did, Flora separated from the group. Not before hugging and kissing James passionately, though. After Flora's departure, the group continued toward the three mansions of the three peerages. When they drew near, James raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, looks like someone is making good progress. James said with a smile. What do you mean? Rias asked in place of all the others. Follow me and you'll see. James said in a mysterious tone. Then, the group headed toward the Alaverus residence. However, instead of entering through the front door, they circled around the house and walked into the backyard. When they arrived, they were more than a little surprised at what they saw. Floating cross-legged in the middle of the training area behind the Alaverus mansion was a voluptuous, beautiful woman with long white hair, cat ears, and wearing a white kimono with two tails extending from her lower back. Floating around this gorgeous woman were several puffs of white flames. "Who is that?" Mocha asked with her head tilted cutely. "No way, Senjutsu," Mizore asked, surprised. "Is that Kaneko?" Rias asked with a hand covering her mouth in surprise. Hearing that, everyone's eyes opened wide. Everyone except James, that is. He simply nodded his head in response. With his arms crossed, James spoke. "I always knew the kitty cat was talented, but 3 months." James said with a smile. As his smile turned into something battle-hungry, he continued. "She's gonna be really fun to fight in the future." At that, everyone shook their heads. Then, they looked back toward the floating Kaneko. Eventually, they noticed someone was walking toward them. When they turned their attention to the approaching presence, they saw the pink-haired Oni, Sona. "Welcome home, James-sama," Sona said with a polite bow of her head, before greeting the rest of the group. "It seems you've come back in time to see Kaneko's breakthrough." James smiled at the smiling Oni girl. Then almost subconsciously, he placed his hand on top of her head and began to pat it. "You've done a great job training Kaneko, Sona," James said with a smile, continuing the head pats. "Also, I've decided to accept both you and Cheyenne into my peerage. If your desires have not changed, that is." Hearing that, Sona was pulled out of her blissful state. She then bowed her head once again and spoke. "Thank you, James-sama. I am honored," Sona said with a beautiful smile on her face. How many times have I said it? It's okay to be more relaxed," James said with a sigh while shaking his head. "Anyway, could you let Cheyenne know as well?" "Of course, James-sama," Sona said with a nod. "I'll inform her once Kaneko stabilizes." With that, Sona received congratulations from everyone present. After the round of vigorous congratulations, Rhea asked the question that was on her mind. "I understand that Kaneko-chan has unlocked her senjutsu," Rhea said with confusion in her tone. "But why is she so much bigger?" The group then turned their attention back to Kaneko. Then they noticed that she had grown quite a bit. Not only in height, but her breasts could now rival Tsubaki's in size. They might even be bigger. "If I had to hazard a guess," Sona said while contemplating the situation. "Most likely, because she has been suppressing her natural senjutsu affinity, she stunted her own growth. So, in other words, it's kinda like when a malnourished child starts to eat properly," James said while stroking his chin. "Does that mean we should expect a rapid growth spurt from the kitty cat?" "More or less," Sona replied. "The form you see in front of you is what she should look like after that rapid growth is complete." "Ugh." Rias grunted while rubbing her head. "What's the matter, Rias?" Sona asked her friend curiously. "When Issei sees this, that idiot is going to lose his mind," Rias said while shaking her head. Hearing that, everyone nodded in unison. Eventually, Kaneko stabilized and was lowered to the ground. Opening her eyes shortly after that, she noticed the white aura surrounding her body, then she saw the tufts of white flames floating around her. After that, she noticed that she now had 2 tails. Lastly, she noticed her new proportions. "Is this really me?" Kaneko questioned rhetorically. "That's right, kitty cat," James said as he and the rest of the group approached. When they were close enough, James patted her head and continued. "Congratulations, you've completely overcome the shadow that held you back from becoming stronger." Unlike her usual stoic expression, Kaneko was now smiling brightly after hearing James' congratulation. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest. "Thank you, James Ni," Kaneko said quietly as she used James' chest to hide her tears. In response, James simply continued to smile while patting Kaneko's head. Eventually, Kaneko reverted to her normal size. At that moment, James realized that she had fallen asleep. "I guess using that power really takes a lot out of her, huh?" Rhea said, also starting to pat the head of her adorable servant. "Until her body adapts to her senjutsu, rather, until her body finishes its growth," Sona explained. "This transformation will put a lot of strain on her. She should have no issue using Tuki once she masters it, though." Rias nodded at the explanation. Meanwhile, James handed Kaneko to Kyoto. Sona then returned to the mansion in order to find Cheyenne. After that, Rias, Sona, and their peerages readied themselves to return to their own homes. "Well, I guess we'll see you again tomorrow morning, James," Rias said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to the training." "I bet you are," James said with a smile. "You're really close to breaking through to the ultimate rank, aren't you? If you work hard and have a little luck, you should be able to make it before you have to fight Riser. That's what I'm aiming for. Rhea said with a nod. Just make sure you don't let it slip carelessly, if you do. Sona said with a serious expression on her face. I know. I know. Rhea said while waving her hand dismissively. I hope so. Sona said with a shrug of her shoulders. Then, she turned her attention to James. I'll see you tomorrow as well, James. Then, Sona closed the distance with James and planted a kiss on his cheek. Before Rhea's, Sona, and their peerages could leave, however, Dante and Lady appeared before them in the backyard of the mansion. Dante, Lady, what's up? James asked seriously, after noticing the serious expressions on the duo's faces. James, we found them. Dante said without beating around the bush as he glanced at Mizor. With a savage, bloodthirsty smile on his face, James turned to the two pillar house's heiresses and spoke. There's been a change of plans. James said. We've got a little revenge to enact. So, we'll probably see you a few days later than planned. Chapter 91, Two Pieces of News. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After sending off Rhea's, Sona, and their respective peerages, James called for Flora, then the group convened in James' art studio. What's going on, James? C.U. Chillin asked curiously. Take it easy, Lancer. James said while gesturing for everyone to calm down. Flora should be here soon. I'll explain everything when she gets here. After waiting for a few minutes, Flora finally arrived. After she took a seat, James explained why he had gathered everyone. I called everyone together like this for two reasons. James said as he raised his right hand to shoulder level. Curling his fingers into a fist, James raised his index finger as he continued. First, I've decided to add Sona and Cheyenne to my peerage. Hearing that, Sona exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled brightly. Cheyenne on the other hand was happier for Sona than herself. Not long ago, Cheyenne had finally understood that putting down her oath of fealty was different from betraying Sona. Rather, it was closer to accepting more people into her circle of protection. And she had come to genuinely like the people in James' peerage in the 3 months since leaving Kyoto. Congratulations, Sona and Cheyenne. Mizor said while throwing herself at the two Oni girls before wrapping them in a hug. Congratulations, and welcome to our family. Mocha said with a smile. Flora, without saying anything, joined Mizor in hugging the two new additions to the peerage. Everyone else nodded in acknowledgement. Then, James raised his hand, palm up, toward the Oni. Seeing that, the girls released the two from their hug. Then, Sona and Cheyenne stepped forward. Once they were standing in front of him, James directed his hand toward Sona. Sona, your talent with Jiu-Jitsu and healing, Senjutsu, makes you perfect for the second, bishop, role in my peerage. As James spoke, a bishop piece appeared floating above his outstretched palm. Then, without hesitation, James took hold of the evil piece and pressed it into Shona's chest. Closing her eyes immediately after, Sona felt the changes to her body in real time. After a few minutes, a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from her lower back. Opening her eyes shortly afterward, Sona produced a ball of flames on her palm. Then, after extinguishing the flames, she covered her body with her tuki. After making sure everything was in order, she turned her attention to James who was smiling at her. Congratulations, Sona. James said with a smile. I'd like to welcome you into our family. Thank you for accepting me, James-sama. Sona said, returning a smile. You shouldn't thank me, Sona. James said with his smile turning gentle. You've earned it with your actions. Seeing James' gentle smile, Sona blushed and lowered her head. Bum, 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 another one bites the dust. Flora sang after seeing Shona's reaction. Everyone in the room laughed after Flora's teasing. Sona on the other hand blushed even harder. After a few moments, James cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. Cheyenne, your raw physical strength and willingness to protect make you perfect for the role of rook in this peerage. James said as he extended his hand and a rook piece appeared floating above it. As she did with Sona, James took hold of the evil piece and pressed it into Cheyenne's chest. And like Sona, a few moments later, Cheyenne's devil wings sprouted from her lower back. After feeling the changes in her body, Cheyenne's smile was even bigger than the one Sona showed. As a personal guard, even though she always held Sona as someone dear to her, Cheyenne knew she could never truly be friends with Sona. Now, however, they were equals. Not only did this not diminish her desire to keep Sona safe, but instead Cheyenne's resolve increased. Protecting a friend was infinitely more important to her than protecting a protection target. And this new desire to protect extended to everyone in James' peerage as well. Congratulations, Cheyenne. James said with a smile, pulling Cheyenne's attention away from the changes to her body. Welcome to the family. With that, Cheyenne's smile was bright. The rest of the group also congratulated her as they did with Sona. Then, after a few moments, James spoke once again. Sona, I think it would be good for you to attend school. James said while turning his attention toward Sona. If that's what you think is best, then I shall do so. Sona said with a bow of her head. We're gonna have to work on that overly respectful attitude, though. James said while shaking his head. Then, after a moment he continued. I'll talk to Sona about having you transferred for the new school year after the break. Understood. Sona replied with a nod. Cheyenne, I'd like you to help Lancer, Dante, and Lady keep an eye on supernatural beings entering the town while the rest of us are at school. Got it, James-sama. Cheyenne said excitedly with a hand raised. And we'll need to work on. Well, it probably won't do much good, anyway. James said exasperatedly after remembering how uncontrollable Cheyenne could be when she got excited. After a few more moments, Dante was showing obvious signs of impatience. Then, after not being able to hold back any longer, he spoke. Can we move on already? Dante said while leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Yeah, I guess time for the happy news is over. James said with a savage smile. But this could be the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. James, what are you talking about? Mocha asked seriously. Yeah, stop trying to be all mysterious. See you chillin' added. Everyone else watched James, waiting to hear what the second matter he was referring to earlier was. Then, James turned his sight to Mizor. Well, Dante just brought some news that will help me keep my promise to you from 7 years ago, Mizor. James said in a serious tone of voice. Hearing that, Mizor's eyes opened wide. Then, her expression slowly morphed into one of pure rage and malice. Then, with tears falling from her wrath-filled eyes, Mizor spoke. Is that what Dante meant when he told you he found them? Mizor asked in a low, almost emotionless tone. Exactly. James said with a solemn expression on his face. After adding Dante to the peerage, I commissioned him to find out who it was that destroyed the Yukiana village. Hearing that, everyone in the room put on expressions similar to James. I am, Sona, and Cheyenne's expressions also contained vast amounts of anger. The entire yokai community was outraged when they heard the news of one of their tribes being wiped out. One of my contacts from North America contacted me not long ago. Dante said calmly. They found evidence of a fallen angel-run facility in the northmost region of the Alaskan Peninsula. How do we know it was the facility we were looking for? I am asked, already thinking of infiltrating the facility to find out if it is the right place. Don't worry about that. Dante said, waving dismissively. Me and Lady already went to check it out over the last few days. There are still Yukiana alive in there. That's why we're so sure. Hearing this, Mizor was ecstatic. The other former yokai were overjoyed to hear that news as well. Mocha and Flora hugged Mizor, happy for the good news she received. James and Siyu Chillin, however, frowned while everyone else was rejoicing. You went without letting me know? James asked with an even more solemn expression. Yeah, is there a problem? Dante asked, noticing the change in James' mood. You're damn right there is. James said angrily. Dante, I'm not trying to downplay your abilities. But did you ever consider if shit went sideways? What are you talking about? Dante asked with a frown. Are you trying to say there was a chance we could get caught? Are you looking down on? Before Dante could finish, he was suddenly lifted off the ground by James, who appeared in front of him with a flash step. Looking Dante directly in the eye, the dusk-pink outlines around James' pupils glowed ominously. Dante, I know you're strong. Hell, I probably know better than most people in this world how strong you are. James said angrily. But are you strong enough to fight a fallen angel cadre and escape successfully? Of course, I am. Dante said without hesitation. So, you're saying you could escape from me if I were determined to keep you from leaving? James asked Dante while maintaining eye contact. Seeing all this, the rest of the group remained silent. Siyu Chillin even shook his head. Dante's overconfidence could have led to some horrible consequences this time. Ever since he broke through to ultimate rank, Dante's confidence was slowly transforming into conceit. Alright, let's assume that's true. James said without giving Dante the chance to reply. Could you escape from a cadre with Lady? She's only in the high rank now, right? This time, Dante stayed silent, not because he was cut off but because he could not answer. Can't answer that one, huh? James asked condescendingly. Dante, Lady, not only did you put yourselves in unnecessary danger, but you could have sparked an all-out war between factions, if you had been caught. After that, James released Dante from his grasp. Dante fell to the floor. Because of the shock from James' words, he could only sit and hang his head. The rest of the peerage looked at him with concern. James, on the other hand, turned and addressed the rest of his peerage. It seems Lancer is no longer the dumbest member of my peerage. James said sternly. Hey! Siyu Chulin shouted in protest. It may be true that Dante brought back very valuable intel. James said, ignoring Siyu Chulin's protest. But I want all of you to remember, your safety is my top priority when it comes to missions like this. Throwing yourselves into danger unnecessarily will not be tolerated. Understood. Understood. Everyone replied seriously. James then turned back to Dante. Dante, I'm not telling you to not take any risks. James said while looking down at Dante, who was still sitting on the floor. But taking risks that put your comrades at risk, those won't be tolerated. If you understand, stand up. We've got plans to discuss and people to contact. Eventually, Dante picked himself up off the floor. Although he clearly was not back to his usual self. However, as a professional mercenary, he was still capable of handling a job. James then turned to the rest of the group. Mizor, I know you're anxious. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do this right. James said with a firm expression. I know. Mizor said while clenching her fists. Good. James said with a nod, then he started giving orders. Mocha, contact Rias. Relay the information Dante brought with him. Flora, do the same with Sona. Shuna, I need you to contact Yasaka with the same. Understood. Mocha replied before leaving the room to contact Rias. Okay. Flora said as she left to tell Sona. Would it not make more sense for you to contact Lady Yasaka, James-sama? Shuna asked curiously. Usually yes. James admitted with a nod. Unfortunately, I'm needed to help plan the infiltration, attack, and rescue once we reach the facility. Plus, we need 2 sets of plans. 2, why? Shuna asked curiously. We need plans for if we get permission to go on this mission or not. Understood. Shuna said in understanding. I'll contact Lady Yasaka now. Once Mocha, Flora, and Shuna left to contact Rias, Sona, and Yasaka, respectively, James turned to those remaining in the room. Before anything else, he called Mizor to come closer. Then, when she was close enough, James pulled her to sit in his lap and patted her head to calm her emotions. Mizor, we'll do everything we can to get those Yukiana out safely. James said in a soothing tone. I need you to remain calm and follow the plans we come up with for that to happen, though. I know. Mizor said while gritting her teeth. But it's been so many years since I escaped. I know. James said while continuing to pat Mizor's head. And I told you I'd put you in a position to take revenge with your own hands, right? I understand, James. Mizor said, hanging her head. I'll trust you and the rest of the peerage. Hearing that, James smiled and hugged Mizor tightly. Then, he turned his attention to the rest. Lancer, Dante, Lady, and we need to come up with plans for both the scenarios I mentioned earlier. James said in a much colder tone. If we get permission, we need to prepare to capture and rescue. If permission is not given, we need the most efficient way to wipe out the crows and their underlings before we rescue the surviving Yukiana. Hearing that, the group of 5 began making plans of action while Mizor sat in James' lap, trying to keep her emotions under control. Meanwhile, there was one person who was not assigned a task and just stood in the middle of James' studio. What should I do? Cheyenne thought to herself in confusion. Chapter 92, Storming the Facility. Human World, USA, Alaska. For days have passed since Dante and Lady passed on the location of the Fallen Angel facility where the Yukiana were being experimented on. Even though James instructed the members of his peerage to inform the higher-ups at the first possible moment, the Devil Council has yet to make a decision. At the same time, the Grigori has denied any involvement in the kidnapping of the Yukiana from the Yukiana village. What James and his peerage don't understand is, if the Grigori are denying involvement, then why is the council against helping the yokai? The unfortunate answer to that question is that the council does not want a half-demon to get credit for the act. Due to Yasaka's protests, James received credit for the mission of protecting Kanu instead of the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri houses. With another feat on that level, he would be eligible to be promoted into an ultimate class devil. That damn council. Siyu Chulin said with a scowl while James and Dante walked through a blizzard on their way to the Fallen Angel research facility. I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't given the go-ahead because they thought something stupid like they were weakening the fighting force of the yokai. Nah, it's probably because they'd like to see as many yokai wiped out as possible. Dante said spitefully. Shit like this is why Dad betrayed. You're probably right, Dante. Siyu Chulin said while tightening the hood on his cloak. Damn, this snow is getting everywhere. It's not like I'm feeling the cold or anything. But I'm tired of my hair getting wet. Whatever, no one wants to hear you bitch about it. Dante said with a frown. Then, he turned his attention to James, who has yet to speak. Anyway, why are you so damn quiet, James? Why do you think the council is dragging their feet on this? Oh, that's simple, James said with disdain, unaware that the guess he was about to make was actually the truth. They're probably against me, a half-devil, getting credit for rescuing the Yukiana. And even if they decide to give the credit to the one that found the facility, then they would have to give it to the half-devil son of the underworld's greatest traitor. Now that you mention it, that makes a lot of sense. Siyu Chilin said in amazement. Instead of making allies for their faction, they'd rather keep a couple of half-devils down. What are those idiots thinking? After Siyu Chilin finished his sentence, James and Dante froze and looked at him in astonishment. Why are you two looking at me like that? Siyu Chilin asked, feeling that he was subtly being insulted. Things must be really fucked up if Siyu Chilin can justifiably call someone an idiot. Dante said with mock amazement in his tone. I'm actually surprised he followed at all. James said with a wry smile. Usually, Lancer's the first one to zone out when we talk about political shit. Fuck you, Dante. Siyu Chilin roared angrily. Like that, the rest of the trip to the facility was filled with the sounds of the three young men joking around. Until they reached the facility, you would have thought they were just your average thrill-seeking trio. Unfortunately, the fun times did not last long. The trio, with their presences hidden, stopped just inside 164 feet, 50 meters, away from the front entrance to the facility. All right, boys, you remember the plan, right? James asked in a solemn tone. Yeah. Dante replied. How many times do you plan to ask? We put down the guards around the entrance as fast as we can, then we make room for the rest of the team to teleport in, Siyu Chilin responded while rolling his eyes in Dante's direction. Dante's impatience aside, that's right. James said, with a hand resting on the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Then, he drew the sword and continued. I'll make the first move, since I have the quietest ranged attack. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Once the trigger words were spoken, Okairu Sakura's blade was quickly broken down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Mixing in with the fierce blizzard, the petal blades were mostly unseen. Then, one by one, the guards surrounding the entrance fell, never to rise again. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin and Dante moved to take out the hidden guards around the facility. That was easier than I thought. Siyu Chilin said with a frown. Flag raised. James said nonchalantly. I guess it was. Siyu Chilin said with a shoulder shrug. If they were strong like you expected, it would have been harder to sneak in back then, right? Dante said in response. I guess you're right. Siyu Chilin said. Anyway, let's get inside. James said. Once we're inside, contact the others, Lancer. Got it. Siyu Chilin and Dante answered simultaneously. With that, Dante cut a hole in the obviously locked entrance. When the trio entered, the first thing they noticed was a blaring alarm. If they didn't know we were here before, I'm sure they know now. James said nonchalantly. After spreading his perception through the facility, James could feel all the presences throughout the facility. When he did, he frowned. At the same time, Siyu Chilin had already finished contacting the rest of the peerage. Shortly afterward, a teleportation magic circle appeared on the floor behind them. What's wrong, James? Mizor asked as soon as the magic circle was done with its task. Why is it so quiet? I can only sense a bunch of weaklings and a crow with 8 wings. James said curiously. On top of that, there are only 12 Yukiana here. Only 12? Sona asked in shock. I don't know what's going on, but we should be able to find someone who does. James said while tracking the movements of everyone in the facility. We need to move, now. All the personnel in the facility are moving toward where the Yukiana are being held. With that, James disappeared from the spot using Flash Step. Knowing that the members of his peerage would be unable to keep up with his speed, James opted to not hide his presence any longer, which served 2 purposes. First, to make it easier for the rest of the group to follow him. Second, to put pressure on the fallen angels. Eventually, James reached the room where the Yukiana were being held at the same time the fallen angels opened the door. Using that to his advantage, James, flash-stepped, past the 8-winged fallen angel and appeared in the room standing between the Yukiana and the fallen angels with Okairu Sakura unsheathed once again. Seeing the intruder, both the fallen angels and the Yukiana were surprised. However, this young man seemed to be standing protectively in front of the Yukiana. This, of course, left the fallen angels furious. Who the hell are you, brat? A 6-winged fallen angel shouted after seeing James stopping them from reaching the Yukiana. Dude, why do you sound so angry? James replied with a smile. As a matter of fact, I've been requested to find these women. They've been missing for about 8 years, or so. Humph, that same 6-winged fallen angel only snorted in response. Just a half-breed. I guess your council wanted to get rid of another one by seemingly legitimate means, huh? Hearing that, James rose an eyebrow. Thinking he would like to hear more, James decided this moron may get to live a lit longer. Arendelle, shut up, the eight-winged fallen angel barked. Then, he turned his attention back to James and spoke. You should know your actions could spark a full-blown war between our factions, right? If you just leave, we won't report this back to the Grigori. You're much more intelligent than that six-winged idiot standing next to you. James said while pointing his sword at the fall angel who shouted at him earlier. However, you should know we've known what's going on in this facility for over a week by now. What? The eight-winged fallen angel exclaimed in horror. Then, does that mean? Yup, it sure does. James replied with a smile. We've already reported this to the Grigori. Guess what they said when we asked about you all? As James' smile grew wider while he stood before the group of fallen angels, the eight-winged fallen angel's face paled. What does any of that matter? The mouthy six-winged fallen angel, Arendelle, shouted once again. He's alone and he's only a brat. If we kill him, then there's no problem. With that, the room fell silent. The other 19 fallen angels could only look at Arendelle as though he were any other idiot. Then, the eight-winged fallen angel felt a gaze on him. When he followed it back to its source, he found James gazing at him in pity. Without asking, the eight-winged fallen angel knew exactly what that pitiful gaze meant. Having a subordinate this stupid really does deserve a look of pity, the eight-winged fallen angel thought to himself. After a few more moments of uncomfortable silence, Arendelle finally realized something was wrong. Then, he figured out what it was. The strongest being in the room was not his superior, the eight-winged fallen angel, standing next to him. Instead it was the half-breed brat standing in front of him. It looks like he figured it out. James said with a teasing smile. Seeing that smile, the fallen angels felt despair. Then, they all heard footsteps approaching from behind. When they turned back, what they saw were a group of devils, all as strong if not stronger than their superior. So, here's the deal. James said in a sing-song tone. Some of you will live and be arrested. And some of you will die. Hearing that, all the fallen angels present gritted their teeth. Eventually, Arendelle could no longer hold back from shouting at James. And who are you to determine which of us lives or dies? Arendelle shouted hysterically. Oh, I think you've misunderstood. What was your name again? Era. James said, before giving up on the six-winged fallen angel's name. Then, James shrugged his shoulders and continued. Era, that should be good enough. Anyway, it won't be me that's deciding whether you live or die. But them. With that, James pointed over his shoulder with the thumb of his left hand. Behind him, of course, were the captured Yukiana. And now that they could feel freedom was close at hand, they were pissed and ready to see the blood of some fallen angels. But before that. Mizor, why don't you come over here? James said. Hearing the name James just said, the Yukiana behind him were surprised. Mizor. Shirayuki Mizor. Said one of the Yukiana in the worst physical shape. Even though the voice was very faint, Mizor, who was already on her way to join James, was able to hear it. Ka-san. Mizora asked in disbelief. Then, Mizor quickened her steps. When she reached the group of Yukiana, she saw faces that were all familiar to her. Even if they looked a bit older and were worn down. They were still people she knew and cared about. Then, after scanning through the familiar faces for a moment, Mizor found the owner of the voice. When she did, tears began to fall from her eyes. Mizor-chan. The Yukiana with the appearance of a woman in her late 20s or early 30s sighed when she was able to see Mizor clearly. Before the reunion could go on for too long, James brought it to a stop. I'm sorry ladies, I really don't want to interrupt your reunion. Please believe me when I say this. James said with sincerity. However, we need to do what we came here to do before we get to that. Hearing James, Mizor stopped in her tracks and struggled for a moment. Then, she walked toward James and stopped when she stood next to him. After that, she looked at the group of fallen angels. Then, she started pointing out perpetrators. Him. Her. Him. Her. Him, and him. Mizor said with the flames of rage burning in her eyes. Then, she turned other eyes to the eight-winged fallen angel who led the group. And that son of a bitch was the leader of the bastard crows that either killed or kidnapped the members of my village. After Mizor pointed out those responsible for her and her village's misfortune, she turned and hugged James, unable to hold back the tears any longer, she cried into his embrace. Then in a tone colder than the tundra outside the facility, James spoke. Kill all those, Mizor pointed out. Oh, except for the leader and that guy. James said while pointing out Arendelle. I want him alive for information extraction. Put everyone else down non-lethally. We'll hand them over to the Kyoto yokai faction. With that, Siyu Chilin, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, and Cheyenne burst into action. Shuna, on the other hand, made her way to the Yukiana and did what she could to heal them. A few minutes later, all those who were marked for death were dead. And those wanted alive were unconscious, except for the leader of this research facility. Chapter 93, Putting Down a Burden. Human World, USA, Alaska. So, what do we do with this guy? Dante asked while pointing rebellion at the 8-winged fallen angel. Oh, him. James said while glancing at the remaining fallen angel. He's Mizor's prey. Hearing that, everyone looked at Mizor, then the group of Yukiana behind James, and finally the fallen angel. Then, as if they had agreed on it beforehand, they nodded simultaneously. Now, Mizor. James said while placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. I promised you, right? If you use what you have, you're definitely strong enough to take revenge yourself. Mizor looked at the 8-winged fallen angel while James spoke. When she heard his words, her furious expression turned into one of a warrior. Although she was still furious from what this fallen angel put her and her people through, fury was no longer controlling her. Instead, the only thing influencing her actions were the countless hours of training she put herself through. Since the day James saved her. As Mizor took her stance, James spoke once more before the battle began. Hey, you. James said, drawing a forlorn look from the fallen angel. Then with a teasing smile, he continued. If you manage to defeat her, you'll survive today. You won't get away, but at least you'll live. Hearing that, the fallen angel shot a skeptical look in James' direction. But if she wins, I doubt there's a chance for that. James said with a devilish smile. So, I'd suggest you give it all you got. Meanwhile, among the group of Yukiana, the woman being healed by Shuna, Mizor's mother, could not help but ask Shuna. Why is he encouraging that fallen angel? Mizor's mother asked with a mix of confusion and anger. Shirayuki-san, please calm down. Shuna said with a reassuring smile. If you could see his face, you would see that James-sama is taunting the fallen angel. Giving him false hope, if you would. You'll see, Mizor-san is very strong. Has she truly grown so much? Mizor's mother asked with wonder in her tone. Then, with everyone's attention on the two combatants, Mizor rushed toward her foe. At the same time, the fallen angel released his 4 pairs of black feathered wings and formed a spear of light that glowed in an eerie gray color. Once the spear was formed, he threw it at Mizor and repeated the process twice more. As the spears flew toward Mizor, she noticed that if she dodged, the spears would land among the group of Yukiana. Before she had time to worry, she heard James' voice behind her. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Then, shortly after Okairu Sakura broke down, the petal-shaped blades formed a barrier between the battle and the group of Yukiana. Don't worry about their safety, Mizor. James said with confidence. You can go all out, and I'll make sure no more Yukiana come to harm because of this douchebag. Being called a douchebag caused the fallen angel to twitch an eyebrow. However, he did not have the time to dwell on it. Instead, he had to prepare for close-quarter combat with the smiling reincarnated devil who was charging toward him. While the fallen angel was unhappy with James' statement, Mizor was ecstatic. Hearing that James would make sure her people remained safe, she was able to relax her tense nerves. Then, as she was unburdened, her demonic power was able to flow through her system more smoothly. Because of this, her speed increased. Then, Mizor created claws of ice to cover her hands and froze the floor of the large room instantaneously. Whistle well, damn. Dante said with a whistle. She's gonna break through soon. Makes sense. Siyu Chulin said with his spear, Gibalg, resting on his shoulder. What do you mean? Lady asked curiously. Because there's nothing holding her back any longer, her body can finally put to good use all the energy that was spent on worrying in the past. Siyu Chulin explained patiently while keeping an eye on the battle. At the same time, Mizor and the fallen angel were exchanging attacks, quickly. While dodging the fallen angel's light spears, Mizor would send projectiles made of ice when she was at a distance. And while using the ice on the floor to increase her speed, she would zip around the room, using her claws to inflict slash wounds at close range as she passed the fallen angel. And whenever the fallen angel took to the sky, Mizor began materializing large ice boulders above him. You damn snow woman, the fallen angel roared in anger. How could you have possibly become this strong? Without responding the now mentally unstable fallen angel, Mizor continued her methodical attack and defense. Slowly, her opponent was covered in many wounds of varying sizes. Eventually, due to blood loss, he was too slow to avoid an incoming fatal strike. A moment later, Mizor found more than half of her arm impaled into the fallen angel before her. Held in the hand jutting out from his back was a bleeding heart. Damn, asterisk cough asterisk how could a lowly reincarnated devil defeat me, the fallen angel said while coughing blood. That doesn't matter anymore. Mizore said calmly. You won't be hurting any more Yukiana, ever again. Then, Mizore pulled her arm from the fallen angel's chest while crushing his heart in the process. After that she turned away and began to walk calmly toward James. After Mizore took a few steps away from the still-standing corpse, slender ice spikes shot out from all over the body. Badass! Dante shouted excitedly. Not paying Dante any mind, the rest of the group made their way to James. You did a great job, Mizore. James said while patting her head. Instead of replying, Mizore wrapped her arms around James' waist and buried her head in his chest. Smiling gently, James continued patting her head. After a few moments, James spoke. I'm not complaining about the hug, but I think there's someone you should be hugging more than me, right now. James said with a smile. Hearing that, Mizore raised her head. When she did, she saw that James was looking at something. Following his line of sight, Mizore saw her mother, now mostly healed from her injuries. Seeing her mother's condition, Mizore began to cry even harder. Then, with her vision blurred with tears, she took shaky steps toward her mother. Ka-san. Mizore mumbled as she drew closer to her mother. Mizore-chan. Said Mizore's mother as her eyes were also overflowing with tears. Eventually, the two Yukiana hugged. When they did, tears of joy were shed. Then, the other Yukiana joined, turning the hug between mother and daughter into a group hug. Meanwhile, James discussed with the rest of his peerage. I'm so glad we got here before it was too late. Mocha said with her eyes beginning to water. Yeah, even though I'm still not happy with the risk Dante took infiltrating alone, I'm grateful for it. James said while glancing at Dante. Humph. Dante only snorted in return while turning his head away from James' grateful gaze. Damn, that's disgusting. See-you Chillin said with a frown. Tsundere men are not cute, they give me the chills. In response to See-you Chillin's statement, everyone nodded simultaneously. The Tsundere son of Sparta really is an apt nickname. Shuna said in understanding. Cheyenne nodded along to Shuna's words. Meanwhile, Dante was visibly getting angrier at being referred to as a Tsundere. Damn you all. Dante shouted angrily, which caused them all to burst into laughter. Once the laughter died down, Dante spoke once again. We'll see if I do anything to help any of you out in the future. Oh. James exclaimed with a smile on his face. Since you were doing this just to help Mizore, I'll be holding on to the money for this raid. I'm expecting a refund for the mission to search for this location as well. Hearing that, Dante paled rapidly. Now. James, let's not say or do anything we might regret in the future. Dante said with the ugliest smile any of them had ever seen. Dante, do you really think I'll regret this in the slightest? James said with a friendly smile. Besides, I'm not sure but it sounds like you're threatening me. Once again, James Peerage, minus Mizore, smiled at the misfortune that was about to befall Dante. Dante, on the other hand, was sweating nervously. Then, James spoke again. So, how close to paid off is the debt for the shop's repairs from 2 years ago? James asked with a smile. I think I'll have to ask Mom about it when we get back. James, old buddy, old pal, you know I was only joking about not helping any of you in the future, right? Dante said as he closed in at high speed and threw an arm around James' shoulders. And of course, I wouldn't charge for helping Mizore find her family. Nodding his head, James smiled. Of course, I knew that. James said. So, I'll be expecting that refund once we're back in Kyoto. Knowing that was the best he would get after his slip of the tongue, Dante exhaled a sigh and nodded. Shortly after that, Mizore and the rest of the Yukiana approached the group of young adult devils. When they came close, Mizore spoke with a beautiful smile on her face. Everyone, let me introduce you to my mother, Shirayuki Tsurara. Mizore said while holding her mother's hand. And Mom, let me introduce you to James and his peerage. Then, Mizore proceeded to introduce Tsurara to the members of James' peerage, starting with her best friend, Mocha. Then, once all the members were introduced by name and position, Mizore finally introduced James. And last but certainly not least, this is our king, James Alaverus. Mizore said as she released her mother's hand and rushed over to James' side. After wrapping her arms around James' left arm, Mizore continued. And the man I love and hope to spend the rest of my life with. Hearing that, all the Yukiana's eyes opened widely. Except for Tsurara's, that is. Instead of opening wide, her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized James from top to bottom. Not bad. Not bad at all. Tsurara said while licking her lips. He looks like great husband material. Feeling something seemed to be wrong, James was the first to speak. You know, as shameless as I might be, if you stare so intensely, even I'll blush. James said, trying to change the atmosphere. Oh, has Mizore-chan never told you about Yukiana culture? Tsurara asked with a smile. She told me that Yukiana are monogendered and they usually. Oh wait shit. James said as he realized what was going on. As a matter of fact, the Yukiana tribe tend to share their men. If they find a man with good enough genes, that man could become a communal husband to the entire tribe. That may sound like a man's dream, however, most men do not survive long enough to enjoy it. Due to the cold and the number of women to satisfy, most men, usually normal humans, that the Yukiana encounter die from exhaustion after a few days. Seeing the panic on James' face, Tsurara finally dropped the act. Even though she would have gone through with it if James were willing. Without showing her disappointment and thinking about talking to her daughter about getting a chance, Tsurara laughed and spoke once again. I was just kidding. Tsurara said with a smile. I just wanted to see the look on your face when you realized what I was implying. Shooting a glare at Mizore after seeing the teasing smile on her face that matched Tsurara's, James put on a smile before speaking once again. Well, I'm glad to see you're all fine after what you've been through. James said as he shot a grateful glance at Shuna, who bowed politely. Now, we'll be relocating you to Kyoto Southwest. Lady Yasaka can place your tribe somewhere safe. Hopefully, you'll be able to expand once again. Are you offering your assistance? Tsurara asked, interrupting James with her eyes sparkling. Seeing James caught off guard that badly, his peerage tried with all their might to hold in their laughter. The exception being Dante, who laughed uproariously. Asterisk cough, James coughed violently. Then, with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes, he redirected the Yukiana's attention to one of his companions. I'll have to talk it over with my other women before I can give you an answer. However, I think Dante, the son of Sparta, would be a great choice to help in the repopulation efforts. With James' suggestion, all the Yukiana with the exception of Tsurara turned their heads toward Dante. Noticing this, Dante was shocked, then he shot a glare at James. After that, he hid behind Lady, who rolled her eyes at his actions without trying to make things worse. Snickering internally at the dilemma Dante had just found himself in large part to himself, James decided now was a good time to leave. Dante, Lady, look around the facility. Find as much evidence of these crows' crimes as you can, then head back home. James said, beginning to give orders to his peerage. Lancer, Mocha, Cheyenne, take these crows into custody and contact the underworld. They're gonna give us shit for this operation, but I'll talk to them when they do. Mizore, Flora, Shuna, make sure all the Yukiana are healthy enough to be moved via teleportation. Alright, let's go. I'm ready to get the hell out of here. Chapter 94, The Debriefing. After the raid on the Fallen Angel Research Facility, James had his peerage split into 3 groups. First, Dante, Lady, and searched the facility and found evidence of the Fallen Angel's crimes. On top of that, they found evidence that their inhumane research and the destruction of the Yukiana village were not sanctioned by the Grigori. In fact, they were working with another group. One that was unhappy with the current state of the realms. Second, Lancer, Mocha, and Cheyenne were tasked with rounding up all the unconscious fallen angels. After that, they were teleported to the underworld to be questioned once the first group completed their search of the facility. Then, with the gathered evidence and the prisoners, the first and second groups teleported it all to Satan territory. Then, they headed to the Devil Council's meeting hall. Third, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna checked on the health of all the Yukiana. Although most of them seemed fine, they had many unhealed internal injuries from experiments and abuse from the crueler fallen angels. Luckily, they found no evidence of sexual abuse. Which is surprising, considering most fallen angels seem to have fallen due to lust. Either way, Mizore and Shuna's group was the one who spent the most time in the facility after the battle ended. Lastly, James spent time contacting those who needed to be aware of their findings. Before they even set off, James had received permission from Surzex and Serafal. Not that the council were made aware of that. So, naturally, the first people James contacted were the Satans with whom he was best acquainted. After that, he instructed the first 2 groups to take the prisoners and evidence/information to the Satan territory. Then, James contacted Yasaka and let her know that they were able to find 12 Yukiana alive and that they would need a place to stay. Responding positively, Yasaka was happy to drop everything to welcome home some of her people who had been missing for 8 years. After all the medical checks were complete, James, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna gathered the surviving Yukiana and teleported to Kyoto. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Outside the Torii Gate that acted as the gate into the yokai subdimension, Yasaka, Sesshomaru, and the Yokai Council of Elders were awaiting James' arrival. We've been searching for leads to the Yukiana village's destruction for almost 10 years. One of the yokai elders said wistfully. This boy must be quite impressive if he was able to do, with only his peerage, what we as a faction were unable to do. Hearing that, the professional smile Yasaka had been wearing in front of the council members turned into a genuine one. If we had put all our effort into finding them, we could have done it, too. Another elder, less tolerant of other species, spoke in opposition to the first. Once again, Yasaka's expression changed after hearing the words of an elder. This time, however, it was for the worse. I would suggest you think more before you speak. Yasaka said with a reprimanding tone. Are you suggesting that we did not do all that we could in our investigation of the destroyed village and the missing Yukiana? No, that's not what I. The second elder said, backpedaling quickly. And if you were to say something that's stupid in front of the returning Yukiana? Yasaka said while scowling at the offending elder. We may lose the loyalty of the species. It's bad enough that most Yukiana villages are in Nurarihion's territory. My apologies, Yasaka-heim, the elder replied while bowing his head politely. Before things could escalate any further, the conversation ended abruptly when a teleportation magic circle appeared in front of the Torii gate. Seeing the 16 figures who appeared on the magic circle, Yasaka wished to run forward and throw herself into the arms of the men who led the group of women. However, as this was an official meeting, she had to keep her urges and desires in check. Alaverus-san, allow us to welcome you back to Kyoto. Yasaka said elegantly as she looked into James' eyes. Also, we would like to extend our gratitude for the rescue of our citizens. If you wouldn't mind, we'd like to invite all those present to join us at a banquet to celebrate the return of the surviving Yukiana. Allow me to thank you for your intentions. James said while bowing politely. Unfortunately, I must excuse myself. The members of my peerage and I are expected to debrief in the underworld, shortly. Indeed, that news is quite unfortunate. Yasaka said, genuinely sad that James and his peerage were unable to stay. Then, please, when you have a free moment, come celebrate this joyous event with us. We would be honored to accept your invitation, Lady Yasaka. James said, bowing politely once again. Then, if you would excuse us. After a short farewell, between Mizore and her clan, we'll be on our way. And just as James said, after a few words and a round of hugs, James, Mizore, Flora, and Sona teleported to the capital city, Lilith, of the Satan territory in the underworld. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. When James, Mizore, Flora, and Sona arrived in Lilith, they quickly made their way to the Devil Council's meeting hall. After arriving, they found the rest of the peerage seated in the waiting room. Yo, how did your tasks go? James asked as he approached the rest of his peerage. Everything has been fine, so far. Mocha said as the representative of the group. I doubt things will be so simple in the meeting room, though. Don't worry about it. James said while waving dismissively. I'll handle it. Besides, all the heat will be pointed at me anyway. Yeah, but... Mocha said with worry in her tone. Mocha, you have to trust me. James said while taking Mocha's hands in his own. While looking into her eyes, he continued. I'll handle this. Okay. OH, and Cheyenne, you're forbidden from speaking once we enter the meeting hall. If you do speak, you'll have to cook your own meals for a week. Fine. Mocha said while averting her gaze with a bit of terror in her eyes. The rest of the group paled when they heard the penalty James threatened Cheyenne with. Cheyenne has been forbidden from cooking ever since the first time she tried after coming to the Alaverus mansion. Luckily, James was the only one who tasted the food. Unluckily, James lost consciousness for over 12 hours after eating the first bite. Since then, most punishments have been replaced with eating Cheyenne's cooking. It has been a remarkably effective deterrent. Even Dante's amount of collateral damage has reduced during his missions. Why does it sound like eating my food is a punishment? Cheyenne asked curiously while tilting her head cutely. Smiling in response, James began to pat Mocha's head. Then, he also took a seat. After approximately an hour, James and his peerage were summoned into the meeting hall. Upon entering the room, what the group saw was a large two-level room. On the lower level, there was a large open area with a large balcony hanging over the ground floor where the members of the Devil Council were already seated. They removed all the seats on the lower floor, huh? James thought to himself as he looked around the hall. They're really throwing their weight around, aren't they? Making a bunch of high-rank and higher beings stand just to stroke their overinflated egos. Not showing any of his thoughts on his face, however, James led his peerage to the center of the hall and stopped. Then, he announced himself. James Alaverus reporting. James said loudly and clearly. I and my peerage have answered to the council's summons. After James' announcement of his presence and reason for being there was a moment of silence before a member of the council spoke. Such a respectful entrance, the council member said condescendingly. So where was your respect when you took it upon yourself to attack those fallen angels? I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure what it is that you're unhappy with. James said while tilting his head, seemingly in confusion. Bang. In response to James' reply, another member of the council stood from his seat and slammed his hand on the desk in front of him. We never gave permission for you to pursue those fallen angels, the second counselor shouted angrily. Your reckless actions could have led to an all-out war between the devils and the fallen angels. James, once again, tilted his head while responding to the counselor's words. Once again, I'm not sure what it is you're referring to. James said in reply. Since the Grigori said those fallen angels were acting without orders and could be treated as strays, how could my actions have led to an all-out war? Immediately, the Devil Council members froze. They did all they could to keep that information secret. They could only wonder how the half-breed in front of them could know about it. Even if that's true, you did not receive permission to pursue those fallen angels, young man. A third counselor stated. Yet again, James tilted his head in confusion. That's correct. James said with a nod. Then that means you admit to. That same counselor tried to continue reprimanding James. However, he was interrupted. I never received permission to pursue the fallen angels, but I did receive orders to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana. James said while tilting his head to the opposite side. Eventually, one of the other council members lost his patience. You dare to mock the Devil Council, half-breed. The counselor exploded. With heavy breaths and bloodshot eyes, he stared at James, waiting for him to speak another word of mockery. At least what he perceived as mockery. Sir, I apologize. James said while shifting his attention to the angry counselor. Hearing the apology, that counselor perceived it as fear for the members of the council. However, before he could bask in his feeling of superiority for too long, James continued. I have yet to speak any mockery, I've merely answered the questions that have been asked. With that counselor lost control of himself to his anger. Immediately after James finished speaking, the aura of an intermediate level, ultimate rank being swept over the room. However, other than causing Lady, Flora, and Sona to flinch momentarily, nothing happened. Seeing this, the rest of the council seriously inspected the power of the young adult standing in the middle of the hall. Then, they realized that James was stronger than, if not the majority, many of the members of the council. Before any of the councillors could embarrass themselves any further, the leader of the council as well as the Great King faction, Zikram Bale, asked the most important question. So, who was it that gave you the order to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana, James Alaverus? Zikram said while showing no emotion. Seraphal Leviathan of the four great Satans. James replied respectfully. Damn it. Zikram thought to himself. She's actually the only one with the authority to supersede us on matters like these. How could we have allowed such an uncontrollable little girl to become the Satan in charge of foreign affairs? Not allowing any of his thoughts to show in his expression, Zikram spoke once again. Very well, it seems our first questions were misplaced. If you would not mind, please give your report on the raid of the Fallen Angel Research Facility. Zikram said without allowing his emotions to show in the slightest. Yes, sir. James replied respectfully. While James explained everything that happened after Dante brought back the news of the Fallen Angel Facility, until the last member of his peerage arrived in the waiting room, the members of the council felt as if they saw James sneering at them. However, whenever they took a second look and focused on him, all they saw was a serious young man reporting about his mission. After several hours reporting and answering questions, James and his peerage were allowed to leave the meeting hall. Wasting no time, James teleported everyone back to the Alaverus mansion in Kyoto. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Seated in the Alaverus mansion's living room, Leona, Cassiel, Venelana, Zeoticus, Rhea, Dante, Surzex, Graphia, Seraphal, Rias, Sona, and the peerages of both Rias and Sona were present. As they chatted while waiting for James and his peerage to return, they came to a stop when a teleportation magic circle appeared into a corner of the room. Once it vanished, James and his peerage were revealed. After a few moments of silence and exchanging glances, James and his peerage laughed uproariously at the constipated looks on the faces of the council when they mentioned that Seraphal gave them the order to attack the Fallen Angel facility. Judging by the expressions on your faces, I would have to guess everything went well. Surzex asked with a smile. Oh, if only you could have seen their faces when I told them Saratan gave me the order to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana. There would be no reason to ask that question. James said happily. Then, he repeated everything that happened in the meeting hall with the Devil Council. Chapter 95, The New Additions to Kyoto Academy. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After the mission to rescue the Yukiana from the stray fallen angels, James and the group finished their spring break. Now, today is the first day of James, Rias, and Sona's final year of high school. On top of everyone else moving up a year, Kaneko, Gasper, and Shuna are also joining Kyoto Academy as students. Though, Shuna is joining as a second year like Mizora, Mocha, Yuto, and Issei. Because a new school year is upon them, James, Rias, and Sona decided to come to school earlier than usual. Why? The reason is simple, actually. They want to overlook the entrance from the school's roof. With James' soul sight, it is much easier to detect sacred gear wielders. Did you get the report Dante sent? James asked the two heiresses next to him on the roof. You mean the one about the two devils who entered the town last night? Rias asked while looking down at the crowd of students walking through the gates. Yup, that's the one. James replied while also watching the crowd. Yes, we both received it. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. I sent my familiar to observe our newcomers. So, what's their deal? James asked as he had yet to do his own investigation into the two. Well, if what I've seen is to be believed, one of the two girls didn't even know she was a devil until a couple of months ago. Sona said with a frown. How is that even possible? Rias asked in confusion. If she was separated from her parents for as long as she could remember. James replied with a frown. If they are who I think they are, shit's gonna hit the fan sooner rather than later. Oh, that's them, now. Rias said while pointing at two girls coming through the front gate. Damn, it really is them. James thought to himself after following the direction Rias was pointing. Seriously, what's up with this world? What James saw was a pair of beautiful girls. The first had crimson red hair that reached her waist, pink eyes, and a slim figure with extremely noticeable curves for her age. Her breasts and buttocks were very impressively sized. And the second was a petite girl with long silver hair and purple eyes. James hummed while he observed the two devils entering the school grounds. Do you want my opinion on how we should handle them, or do you girls want to handle this one yourselves? We'll handle it ourselves. Rias and Sona answered simultaneously. Sure thing. James said with a shrug. Then, he cocked an eyebrow. What's wrong, James? Rias asked after seeing his change in expression. Nothing really. James replied, then he turned his head towards Sona. But it looks like the guy Sona had her eyes on has awakened his sacred gear over spring break. That's a pleasant surprise. Sona said without much change on her expression. I guess I'll make contact with him soon. Yeah, you should probably hurry. James said with a wry smile. Supernatural stuff seems to be gathering in our little academy. You sound like you're expecting something big to happen. Rias said while tapping her chin with her right index finger. If it's anything like manga, when too many things that aren't supposed to be gathered gather, shit's about to go down. James said with a smile. Stop equating real life with manga. Sona said with a frown. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize, Sona. James said in a serious tone. But truth is often stranger than fiction. Shit could go real sideways, real fast if we're not careful. I guess you could be right. Sona said, not really believing in James' manga/anime logic. Anyway, it's getting late. Rias said with a smile. We should get to class. I'm sure the other girls are already waiting. Okay, let's go. James said with a smile. Then, before they left the roof, Sona's eyes sparkled mischievously. Then, she wrapped her arms around James' left arm and shot a playful glance at her best friend. Damn it. Rias said in frustration. Just wait till I beat Riser. You'll never see me without a hand on James. Oh, that's a pretty daring statement. James said with a smile. I don't know how the rest of my girlfriends will feel about that. Does that matter? Rias asked with her chin held high. I would be the strongest once I join anyway. That's inaccurate, Rias. Sona said with a slight smile. What do you mean? Rias asked in confusion. Well, lady. Or rather, Yasaka is in the minor god rank, remember? Sona asked playfully. Damn it, I forgot about her. Rias said while stomping her foot frustratedly. Well, she's all the way in Kyoto, so it should be fine. Oh, and Mizore is only a step away from ultimate rank, too. James said with a proud smile. What? Rias shouted in surprise. Are you serious? As a heart attack. James replied. The trio continued their conversation as they made their way to Class 3A where their usual group of 7 will once again be classmates. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, Kaneko and Gasper were chatting quietly when they suddenly noticed two devil auras approaching their classroom. Kaneko, who is that? Gasper asked with some fear after noticing the two unfamiliar auras. Kaneko shook her head in response, then replied. We'll observe, then tell Bucho and James Ni. Okay. Gasper replied nervously. Shortly after their conversation ended, the classroom door opened. When it did, the same pair of beautiful girls entered the classroom, then looked around. When the crimson-haired girl noticed Kaneko and Gasper, her eyes narrowed slightly. However, she did not dwell on them for long. The silver-haired girl, on the other hand, kept a happy and friendly smile on her face the entire time. I definitely need to observe those two and report back to Riasne. Kaneko thought to herself as she watched the action of the two devils in her class. Not long after that little incident, the bell signifying the beginning of class rang. Shortly after that, the teacher for Class 1A entered the room. Like 2 years ago, Nikonomiya Shizuka was the homeroom teacher for this class. Like Kaneko and Gasper, she also noticed that 2 of her students were unknown devils. 2 unknowns, huh? Shizuka thought to herself. I should report this to Lady Yasaka. Outwardly, however, Shizuka showed no signs that she was suspicious of the 2 new girls. Now, I think it would be a good time to introduce yourselves to the class, Shizuka said as she interacted with her class enthusiastically. But first, I'll introduce myself. I'm your homeroom teacher, Nikonomiya Shizuka. It's nice to meet you all. After that, the class replied with, It's nice to meet you too, sensei. Then, Shizuka led the class into their own individual introductions. And just like it was when James and the gang were first years, the introductions were done in order of entrance exam rankings. First to introduce herself was the crimson-haired girl from before. It turns out the girl's name was Naruzmio, and she had just moved to Kyoto with her half-sister after her parents died in an accident. Something about that seemed suspicious. Kaneko and Shizuka thought simultaneously. After Mio's introduction, Gasper and Kaneko introduced themselves in that order. After them, there were 2 ordinary students. The sixth to introduce herself was the silver-haired girl who entered the room with Mio. She introduced herself as Naruzmaria, Mio's half-sister. I guess James Nee will commission Dante or Lady to investigate the real reason behind the 2 of them showing up here, Kaneko thought as she listened to the other students' introductions. At the same time, in Class 2A, Mizore, Mocha, Yudo, and Issei were in their assigned seats. Before the introductions began, their homeroom teacher, a balding middle-aged man, was telling them that there would be a transfer student in their class. You can come in, the teacher said in the direction of the classroom door. Shortly after, the door was pulled open. Then, in walked a slender girl with pink hair, Sona. When she reached the side of the teacher, she was prompted to introduce herself. Then with a polite bow, Sona spoke to the class. Good morning, everyone. Sona said with a smile. My name is Onigawara Sona. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope we all get along. With her introduction finished, the class clapped for her excitedly. At the same time, Mizore was the loudest among them. Shona-chan, I'm glad we ended up in the same class. Mizore shouted. Mizore-san, so, am I. Shona replied with a smile. Moka-san, Yudo-kun, and Issei-kun, it's good to see you again as well. If I didn't know the truth, even I'd think we hadn't met just yesterday. Issei said while whispering to Yudo who was seated in front of him. Yeah, I guess all that training as the princess of a tribe comes in handy in all kinds of situations. Kiba whispered in return. At the same time, on the opposite side of the classroom, Tomo was watching Yudo and Issei whisper to each other. As she did, she pinched her nose as she began to breathe faster. Seeing that, Momo and Tsubasa could only sigh at their perverted classmate/friend. Eventually, the class made it through all the introductions, and the teacher talked to them about what would be expected of them as second-year students. Lunch break . In the Occult Research Club room, which was located in Kuo Academy's old school building, Rias and her peerage were having their lunches together. So, Kaneko, Gasper, how is your first day going so far? Rias asked her 2 youngest servants with a smile. Is going to school like what you expected? It's a little scary. Gasper said nervously. There are so many people who look at me. It's because they think Gaspy is cute. Kaneko said in a teasing tone. I really need to thank James. Rias thought as she looked at the more expressive Kaneko. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get her to open up like this. While Rias was thinking of how she would thank James, Kaneko continued to tease Gasper while the rest of the peerage watched them with smiles on their faces. To an extent, everyone knew how devoid of expression Kaneko had been. Yet, in the 4 years since James returned from his first long-term training with Scathatch, he was able to return a smile to the cute cat girl's face. Oh, yeah. Kaneko said as she remembered what she wanted to talk to Rias about. Bucho, there are 2 unfamiliar devils in me and Gaspy's class. Hearing that, the rest of the ORC stopped what they were doing and turned their heads toward Rias, who calmly took a sip of the tea Aquino had prepared. I know. Rias replied calmly after setting her teacup on the saucer. We noticed them when they entered the gates this morning. The group was impressed at how quickly the information had been gathered. As her peerage's admiration was building for Rias, her, queen, giggled mischievously and put an end to that. Fufufu. With her signature giggle, Aquino shattered the illusion of wisdom Rias was building. Why do I get the feeling that it was James that noticed and informed you? For an instant, Rias showed an expression of shock. Then her expression returned to normal. However, the devils of her peerage all happened to notice the quick change in expression. And at that moment, they remembered that their king was a huge lump of pride that was slowly improving. Knowing that she had been seen through by her entire peerage, Rias exhaled a sigh and told the truth. Yes, it was James who found out about them first. Rias admitted without a fuss. He'll be commissioning Devil May Cry to investigate who they are and why they're in Kyoto. Hearing that, everyone's expressions became solemn. As they did, Rias spoke to Kaneko and Gasper. Kaneko, Gasper, since they are in your class, I want you to take the opportunity to befriend them if possible. Rias said seriously. Even if you can't become friends with them, I want you to try and understand as much as you can about their personalities, understood? Understood. Kaneko replied firmly. Understood. Gasper replied with a nervous stutter. But talking to new people is scary. I wish James could have fixed that, too. Ria said while resting her head in her hands. Chapter 96, Mio and Maria. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. During the lunch break, at the same time the Occult Research Club was meeting, two girls were eating their lunches on the roof of the school building. These girls, Naruz Mio and her half-sister Naruz Maria, were discussing what they noticed during the first half of their first day at this new school. Maria, why are there so many supernatural beings in this school? Mio asked in discontent. I thought we came to this town to hide from the people who killed our father. No, Mio. Maria replied with a smile. We came here to get protection from the people who killed our father. Is there a difference? Mio asked with a frown. Just hiding will leave us in danger, if anyone ever finds us. Maria said after chewing a mouthful of rice. What we need is someone to keep us safe if someone finds us. And why do you think anyone would help us? Mio asked skeptically. That's simple, sis, Maria said with a smile. Because he lives here. Who? Mio asked curiously. The half-devil who saved the survivors from the annihilated Yukiana village. Maria said while gesticulating with her hands. He's also the unofficial strongest member of the younger generation in the underworld. That sounds impressive and all. Mio said with a nod. But once again, why would he help us? With that, Maria froze. Then, while scratching her cheek, she answered sheepishly. I don't actually know. Maria replied while lowering her head. Then, Mio's expression turned menacing. Slowly she turned her head toward Maria, who was sitting next to her. Then, at lightning speed her hands shot toward Maria's cheeks. Grabbing and pulling them, Mio spoke with dissatisfaction filling her tone. So, you brought us here, to a place filled with devils and other supernatural beings, without a solid plan. I'm sorry. Maria replied in a distorted tone as her eyes began to tear up. Please, forgive me. Mio pulled and stretched Maria's cheeks for a few more moments. Then in a huff she released her and turned away. I should kill you 100 times for this. Mio shouted. Then in a huff, she turned away. I don't think it's as bad as you think. Maria said while rubbing her red cheeks. As long as we're not forced to leave Kyoto, we should be relatively safe. I have no choice but to trust you, Maria. Mio said with a sad tone. As it turns out, Mio and Maria may be half-sisters, however, they grew up in totally different circumstances. Maria with both parents grew up in the underworld. Mio, on the other hand, grew up as the child of two normal humans until halfway through the final term of middle school. Unfortunately, the humans she grew up with were killed by the enemies of her biological father while she was at school. When she returned home, all she found were the lifeless bodies of her foster parents. Shortly afterward, Maria showed up just as, if not more, panicked than Mio. However, she was tasked with bringing Mio away from the house and back to their father. A tall task when dealing with a hormonal teenager who just lost the only parents she knew. With great difficulty, Maria was able to make Mio believe that she was her sister. However, when Mio asked about her biological mother, Maria was unable to answer. Simply because she did not know. After deciding she would get the answers to all her questions from her father, just like that, Mio decided to follow Maria back to the underworld. Fortunately, or unfortunately, convincing Mio took much longer than Maria expected. By the time they returned to Maria's home, everyone living there was dead. Mio and Maria's father, Maria's mother, and all the servants living in the mansion, not one survived. Unable to understand the situation, Mio was ready to break down once again. However, Maria, who had been through more in her life as a devil, was able to get them away from the estate. Don't worry, sis. Maria said while wrapping her arms around Mio. I've heard a lot about this James Alaverus while I was living in the underworld. He really seems like a genuinely good person. And as a half-devil, he should be more sympathetic to our plight than most. I hope you're right. Mio said with a sigh. Anyway, let's finish our lunch. Maria said with a smile. We don't want to be late for class, right? With that, the sisters finished their lunch and returned to their classroom. At the same time, in a normal middle-class home not too far from the school, Dante and Lady were carefully searching the house for any clues as to who the Naru's sisters are and why they came to Kyoto without informing the rulers of the town. All right, Lady, remember we have to do this without leaving any traces. Dante said while looking through the drawers and cabinets in the kitchen. Don't talk to me like I'm some kind of amateur, Dante, Lady said discontentedly as she searched through the living room. Yeah. Dante said dismissively. After we finish with this floor, I'll search the second floor and you search the basement. I think it would be better if I search the upstairs and you search the basement. Lady said while looking at Dante suspiciously. What difference does it make? Dante asked with annoyance in his tone. What kind of creep are you? Lady asked with suspicion in her tone rising. Don't tell me you want to search through the drawers of high school girls that badly. Hearing this, Dante almost knocked over a glass that was left out on the kitchen counter. After catching the glass, Dante set it down in the exact spot it almost fell from. Then, he stepped away from the counter and looked at Lady with annoyance. Don't look at me like that, not with those creepy eyes, creep. Lady sighed while cracking a small smile. Sigh whatever. Dante said in resignation. It really doesn't matter to me. I'll search the basement and you search upstairs. Oh, I know it doesn't bother you in the slightest. Lady said with a sneer. But now I understand why James does this so much. It's fun. With that, Dante's eyes opened wide. Looking at the smirking lady, Dante could only think to himself. Great, the last thing we need is another James. Dante thought to himself while rubbing his head. There are already too many as it is. After that, Dante and Lady continued their search through the Naru's household. Around the time the final bell of the school day would ring, they completed their search and found enough information to start piecing together the girls' circumstances. Around the same time Dante and Lady were wrapping up the investigation and withdrawing from their house, Mio and Maria were walking toward the MMA training hall. Why are we going to the training hall? Mio asked in confusion. Well, I think we should join the club, Maria said with a smile. Why should I join a fighting club? Mio asked angrily. If I don't like your answer, I'll kill you 100 times. Calm down, sis, Maria said while raising her hands disarmingly. I'm not saying you should join as a member. I think the role of manager would be more fitting for you. Hearing Maria's suggestion, Mio took some time to consider. Then, Maria continued. Besides, if we spend more time around him, we'll be able to figure out if he's someone we can trust, faster and more easily. And with that, Mio was convinced. She agreed to at least check out the club, reluctantly. When the girls reached the training hall's entrance, they saw James, Flora, and Sona speaking together. While they spoke, James and Flora greeted the other members who entered the training hall. If my information is correct, the boy is James Alaverus, captain of the MMA club. Maria said while pointing a finger in James' direction. The brunette standing next to him should be Flora Nanadan, the vice captain of the club. And who's the girl with the pink hair? Mio asked curiously. I'm not sure. Maria admitted honestly. I'm sure we'll find out if we ask, though. Meanwhile, while Mio and Maria were approaching the MMA hall, James, Flora, and Sona were discussing her role in the club. Although Sona had little talent in hand-to-hand combat, James' idea for her was similar to Maria's idea for Mio. Sona would be entering the club as a manager. With the duty of handling a lot of the administrative work, her presence would free up more time for James and Flora to help the other members improve. It looks like the new Devil Sisters are coming. Flora said while glancing at Mio and Maria from the corner of her eye. I wonder why they're coming here, though. At the very least, they are coming to learn as much as they can about James Sa. I mean, senpai. Sona said as she grew embarrassed with her verbal slip-up. Then, she noticed that James had lifted an eyebrow while his gaze fell on the sisters. James senpai, is there something wrong? Not really. James said while shaking his head in response. But the redhead is half devil, like me. Which makes this more interesting. On top of that, her hair looks a lot like Rias, doesn't it? Flora asked with a smile. Sure does. James replied with a smile similar to Flora's. Sona said I was letting all the manga I read get to my head. But I get the feeling big things really are going to happen soon. Hearing that, Flora and Sona began to giggle. Even though they are aware that James has no issue distinguishing between fiction and reality, sometimes James does get a little too into his manga reading hobby. However, this time it seems like his hunch is most likely right. Anyway, we can talk about that later. James said with a smile. It's more important to greet the new students who are interested in joining the club. Right, X2. As they brought their conversation to an end, Mio and Maria had just reached a comfortable speaking distance. Well, what do we have here? James asked with a smile. A couple of fresh faces on the first day of the new year. How can I help you ladies? Hello, senpai. Maria said energetically. I'm Naruz Maria, a first year. And this is my sister, Naruz Mio, also a first year. It's nice to meet you, senpai. Mio said with a polite bow and a neutral tone. Hi, I'm James Alaverus, a third year and the captain of the Mixed Martial Arts Club. James also introduced himself in a friendly tone with a smile. And I'm Flora Nanadan, also a third year and the vice captain of the MMA club. Flora said, also while smiling in a friendly manner. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Good afternoon. Shuna said with a polite bow. My name is Onigawara Shuna. I just transferred to Kuo Academy and I'm a second year. I just applied to become the manager of this club. Hearing that Shuna was trying to be the manager of the club, Mio and Maria froze for a moment. Not missing the minute change in their body language, James asked the girls about it. What's wrong? James asked with concern in his tone. You two don't look so good all of a sudden. Hearing James' question, Mio and Maria glanced at each other for a moment. Then, Maria responded to James' question. Well, you see. Maria began with a slight blush. The whole reason we applied to this school is because I heard about the MMA club with state-of-the-art facilities. Understandable. James said with a nod while the other two also nodded in agreement. The thing is, my sister and I wanted to be in the same club, but Mio's not really into martial arts. Maria said while poking her index fingers together. I see. James said while nodding in understanding. So, she wanted to apply as a manager instead of a normal member, I take it. In response, Mio and Maria both nodded. But now you think that isn't possible because of Shuna being the new manager, right? James asked. That's right. Mio and Maria replied in unison. Well, I guess you ladies are in luck. James said with a smile. Because I finance this club almost single-handedly, I have a bit more freedom in how it operates. Does that mean? Maria asked with her eyes sparkling. Yes, it's exactly as you think. James said while maintaining his smile. Mio, Maria, do you mind if I call you two by name? No, not really, senpai. Mio replied. Nope. Maria said energetically. Since we're both surnamed Naruz, it makes it easier. Good. James said with a nod. Then Mio, Maria, welcome to the club. I'll have to get you to both fill out club applications. And Maria, I'll need you to get a parent to sign a permission slip since this is a sports club. Yay. Maria exclaimed excitedly. Thank you very much. Mio replied neutrally. Well, let's head inside. James said with a smile. Flora, would you mind getting them started? I have to instruct the underclassmen. Not at all. Flora replied with a smile. You two, follow me. Oh, and make sure you watch out for one of the second-year boys. He's kind of a pervert. Okay, that's wrong. He's a big pervert. But he's harmless. And if he goes too far, tell me or James. We'll put him in his place. With that, Mio and Maria followed James, Flora, and Shuna into the MMA training hall and the two-way character observation began. Chapter 97, Activity at the Abandoned Church. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since the new school year started. In those 2 weeks, nothing of significance occurred. James continued his observation of Mio and Maria along with the other members of his peerage during their club activities. Preliminary estimates suggest that they have no ill intentions against anyone in the town. However, James determined that more observation is necessary. During class hours, Kaneko and Gasper were responsible for observing the Naruz sisters. This duo actually formed a good observation team. Thanks to Kaneko's senses as a former yokai paired with her ability to sense emotions granted by training in senjutsu, and Gasper's unassuming cowardly nature, Mio and Maria were unaware they were being observed. They were wary of the two devils in their class, however. One thing that James took note of, however. Maria has a disproportionate amount of strength when compared to her petite body. Also, her hand-to-hand fighting skills are quite impressive. Nothing he could not handle, though. Today, however, something interesting did come up. After school, at the Alaverus mansion, the mansion's residents were visited by Lady. Not that receiving visits from Dante and Lady every now and then was unusual in any way. Rather, the information Lady brought with her was what James found interesting. So, you're telling me that there are some fallen angels hiding in the town? James asked with an eyebrow raised. Currently, Lady was reporting her latest findings to James in his art studio. While James was drawing sketches to decide which manga he would draw next, he was receiving the report calmly. That's right. Lady said calmly. Dante and I are unsure when they showed up. But we know they've made their base at the abandoned church on the outskirts of the town. Damn, this could be tricky. James said with a slight frown. We can't just storm a church. As devils, it would more than likely be seen as a provocation. I'll report this to Riri and Sona. I want you and Dante to keep an eye on them. I'll write up the commission and bring it over tomorrow after school. With a slight smile, Lady nodded. No problem, over the years I've been able to see that you're good for it. James could only smile at the woman standing before him. And don't worry, I'll drag Dante's lazy ass along with me. Lady said with her smile growing wider. That guy really is lazy when it comes to jobs he finds uninteresting. James said while shaking his head. All right, go ahead. I'll take care of everything else. Got it, replied Lady before she exited the room and left the house shortly afterward. Damn it. James muttered to himself. Why are all the problems we face lately from fallen angels? After muttering to himself, James cleaned up his drawing tools and left the studio to report to Rias and Sona. The trio concluded that it would be best to report the activity of the fallen to Seraphal and let her contact the Grigori about the intruders into their territory. After a couple of days, once again, the devils received word from the Grigori that they had not given any orders to their forces to infiltrate Kyoto. Not that they would admit to it if they had. In the end, the decision on how to deal with the 4 fallen angels, who made a base in Kyoto, was left up to Rias and Sona as a form of training. What the 2 heiresses decided to do was keep tabs on the fallen's activity and act after any ill intent was detected. After the decision was made, another 2 weeks passed before anything new occurred with the fallen angels. Or rather, before anything new happened regarding the church. On that day, Issei, on his way to school, came across a girl dressed in a nun's habit. Unsurprisingly, the nun, who could only speak in Italian, was lost in the town. Unable to communicate with any of the town's inhabitants, she was unable to ask anyone she came across for directions. Lucky for her, Issei happened to be passing by. Unfortunately, he arrived right after she tripped and fell face down. With her butt propped up in the air and her panties exposed, the perverted Issei was instantly drawn to the girl. Excuse me, are you all right? Issei said in fluent Italian. Thanks to the racial trait of devils, Issei, having never learned a word of Italian, was able to speak to the nun in her native tongue. The language ability that all devils possess allows them to naturally speak in all spoken languages and hear foreign languages in the most familiar language. Yes, I'm all right. The nun said in an embarrassed tone as she slowly climbed to her feet. When the girl stood and faced Issei, what he saw was a pretty girl with blonde hair that flowed down her back, split bangs over her forehead, a single strand that sticks up from the top of her head, and green eyes. On top of that, she had this innocent aura that everyone could feel. Something that could never be faked. I'm so glad I found someone that can speak Italian. The nun said happily. Italian. Issei thought to himself in confusion. Then, he remembered the devil's inborn language understanding. Oh, that's right, Bucho mentioned something about being able to communicate in all languages. Haha, yeah, I bet it would be tough when you can't speak to anyone properly. Issei said with a wry smile. So, are you lost or something? As a matter of fact, I am. Asia said embarrassedly. I was trying to get to the church in this town. I was assigned there recently. The church? Bucho told me I should never go there, Issei thought to himself. You are a resident of this town, right? Asia asked hopefully. If you are, could you help me get to the church? Although Issei knew he should refuse the girl's request, being weak to pretty girls, Issei eventually agreed. Sure, Issei said awkwardly. But we'll have to hurry. I don't want to be late for school. As long as I don't get too close, it should be fine, right? Issei thought to himself before starting to lead the way. Oh, by the way, the nun said, causing Issei to halt his steps. Then, with a polite bow and an angelic smile, the girl introduced herself. My name is Asia Argento. Thank you for helping me. Don't worry about it. Issei said with a blush. My name is Hayadu Issei. Come on, let's go. Then, the pair of boy and girl began walking toward the church on the outskirts of the town. However, as they passed a small playground, Asia stopped when she heard a young boy crying. Shortly after, she turned and saw a young boy sitting on the ground with a scraped knee. Without hesitation, she rushed over to the boy and spoke. Knowing that the boy was unable to understand her, she simply extended a hand. Then, with her hand glowing in a gentle green light, the boy's wound began to heal. After healing the boy, he was whisked away by a woman whom Asia assumed to be his mother, and Asia returned to Issei's side. Wow, that was incredible. Issei exclaimed excitedly. You could help a lot of people with an ability like that. Hearing Issei's genuine praise, Asia was only able to smile sadly. Deciding not to comment, she urged Issei to keep moving toward the church. We should get going, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said while still wearing that sad smile. I wouldn't want you to be late to school. Issei, finally remembering that he had to go to school, panicked slightly. Then, he and Asia hurried their steps toward the church. Not too long later, the duo reached the church's vicinity and Issei stopped and pointed it out to Asia. Well, there's the church. Issei said while pointing a finger in the church's direction. Thank you so much, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said with her hands in a gesture of prayer. If you have the time, please allow me to offer you a cup of tea before you go. Hearing that, Issei's instincts warned him that that would be a bad idea. I'd love to, some other time, Argento-san. Issei said, trying to refuse as politely as possible. But if I don't hurry, I'll be late for the first bell. That's too bad. Asia said reluctantly. Hopefully, we'll get another chance in the future. I'll gladly accept your offer the next time we meet. Issei said energetically. Then, he turned around and waved his hand as he walked. I'll see you around, Argento-san. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said happily while waving her hand energetically. And thank you again. As Issei distanced himself from the church, the heightened heart rate he had been experiencing while he was close to the church slowly returned to normal. I guess Bucho wasn't joking about the church being dangerous for devils, Issei thought to himself as he began to hurry to the school. I should probably tell Bucho about that nun, Asia, being assigned to the abandoned church. With that, Issei hurried back toward the school. Lucky for him, he arrived in his class no more than a few seconds before the bell rang, saving him from the headache that would follow being late. Lunch break . Are you an idiot? Ria shouted in frustration after hearing Issei's retelling of this morning's events. I thought I made myself clear. You should never go near the church. Issei could only lower his head. He knew he was wrong to approach the church. However, he knew he would do it again if it meant helping someone. Unfortunately, that would never be a good enough reason for Rias. All right, calm down. James said while patting Rias on the shoulder. At least your pawn isn't someone heartless, right? After hearing that Issei had met a nun who was assigned to the abandoned church, Rias asked him to stop his story. She then called for James and Sona so they could hear the latest news about the church. That way, they would be able to make any necessary countermeasures for any plans the fallen angels may have. Hearing James' words, Rias took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. She knew Issei only did it because underneath all that perversion, the boy had a kind heart. Unfortunately for Issei, all the sexual harassment mixed with the jealousy from not being able to be intimate with James like the other girls often makes her lose her cool. And more often than not, Issei is the outlet for that anger. I know, I'm just a little stressed. Ria said in response to James. Then, she turned to Issei and continued. What you did was a good thing, Issei. But I was just worried about your safety. Hearing that, Issei started to feel guilty about his actions. He knew Rias told him to stay away from the church for his own good. But he felt bad for the lost nun. Anyway, I've already got Dante and Lady keeping tabs on the fallen angels who are based in that church. James said nonchalantly. So, we'll know if they do anything stupid. What? Issei exclaimed in shock. There are fallen angels in that church. Does that mean Asia is in danger? Oh, it seems like someone has a crush on the cute little nun. James said playfully while raising an eyebrow. Issei blushed slightly at James' teasing, then his expression changed into something serious. I wouldn't say it's a crush or anything. Issei said while scratching the side of his head. But since I was the one who led her there, I kinda feel responsible. Hearing that, not only James, but everyone present was surprised. None of them ever expected to hear Issei say something so mature. And the looks on their faces showed it. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Issei said in annoyance after seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. They grow up so fast. Aquino said while pretending to cry. It feels like just the other day that Issei was sexually harassing every girl around him. But now, he's worrying about a girl's safety. It probably feels like that, Aquino-san. Kaneko said while nibbling on a cookie. Because it was just the other day that the perverted idiot was sexually harassing all the girls around him. Oh, now that you mention it. Aquino said while pretending to contemplate Kaneko's statement. Hearing that, Issei blushed in embarrassment. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room, with the exception of Kaneko who stared at Issei like he was nothing more than filth, laughed uproariously. Chapter 98, The Psycho Priest. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Shortly after Issei separated from Asia, Surzex was working on paperwork in his office. Then, Grafia entered with news that would undoubtedly make him unhappy. The interrogation on the stray fallen angels has concluded, Lord Lucifer. Graphia said as she took her position behind Surzex. It's been centuries and I'm still not used to that, Graphia. Surzex said as he put down the document he just finished reading. Anyway, what did you find out? Like James said, it seems that a lot of promising young devils and half-devils had been sent to that facility over the years. Graphia said without much change in her expression. However, her tone let anyone who could hear it know exactly how angry she was. And the group of fallen angels was always made aware beforehand. Did they provide names? Surzex said while rubbing his forehead. Because if they didn't, our investigation is probably going to stall right here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get any names from them. Graphia said, frustration clear in her tone. Then there isn't much we can do. Surzex said as he picked up another document and began to read. At his response, Graphia could only look at Surzex with disappointment. Surzex, however, was unaware of his wife's feelings. Rias told me about the time James lost his temper and said that the 4 great Satans weren't worthy of their titles. Graphia thought to herself. Unfortunately, he's not far from the truth. Right now, most of them look like glorified figureheads. Unlike what most devils believe, the 4 great Satans are not the absolute rulers of devil society. Many of their policies never even see the light of day, as they must be screened and voted on by the council. The former Satans would have never abided by the council's decision like the current Satans do. If we want to do something about this, we'll need to gather some evidence. Graphia thought to herself while watching over Surzex so that he was unable to slack off with his duties. I guess I'll have to ask for their help again. Sigh. 11 p.m. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. At a location overlooking the abandoned church, Dante had been watching for any new movements from the fallen angels for the past few hours. Having switched shifts with Lady only 2 hours ago, Dante was already finding himself bored. Sitting with his back resting against Rebellion, which was impaled into the ground, Dante could not help but talk to himself a bit while maintaining one of his pistols. Damn, I hate stakeout missions. Dante muttered to himself while reassembling his pistol. I don't know how Lady does this without complaining. As he finished the reassembly of the pistol, Dante noticed 2 people leaving the church. Looks like a stray exorcist and... Oh, the little cutie that Issei met as well, if the physical description he gave us is correct. Dante said as he holstered the pistol on his waist. Then, he pulled Rebellion from the ground and placed it on his back. I guess I should follow them. While following Asia and the unknown stray exorcist, Dante contacted Lady and let her know that there was some movement. Requesting that she take over the stakeout once more, Dante followed his 2 marks before ending the transmission with Lady. Following the 2 from the church led Dante into a residential area of the town. As he followed, he began to feel a familiar aura coming from one of the houses. I guess one of the residents in that house is summoning a devil. Dante said while looking at the house he felt the magical signal from. That feels like the Gremory girl's pet cat. As Dante considered who was being summoned, he noticed that the stray exorcist and the blonde girl were also making their way to the same house. Oh, this could be interesting. Dante said to himself as he narrowed the distance. And narrowing the distance was a correct decision. Just after entering the house, the stray exorcist instructed Asia to set up a barrier around the house, one that would prevent devils from entering the premises via teleportation. Coincidentally, this barrier also somehow stopped magical communications from entering or exiting the barrier as well. At that moment, Kaneko was fulfilling her contract with the summoner. Wearing her school uniform, she was posing for a painting. Yes, she was summoned for no reason other than to be a model. However, at the moment the barrier was erected, Kaneko went on high alert. Then her nose picked up the smell of blood, a lot of blood. Then, before her mind could process, Kaneko's body reacted, and she moved to deflect the arm of a man who was attacking her summoner from behind with a sword made of light. Shing. Having positioned herself between the unsuspecting painter and the assailant, Kaneko placed the back of one of her small fists against the attacker's forearm and redirected the attack to the side. The errant attack completely missed the painter and split the table holding his art supplies in half. Now that she had the time to examine the assailant, Kaneko saw that it was a white-haired, red-eyed man dressed in the robes of a priest. Oh, not bad little devil girl. The stray exorcist said with a manic smile on his face. But like everyone else in this house, you and that filthy devil summoner are going to die. Kaneko could only frown at the insane glint in the stray exorcist's eyes. Then, she positioned herself protectively in front of the frightened artist. Did he just say we were going to die like everyone else in this house? The painter asked as he grew pale after processing the stray exorcist's words. That's right. The exorcist said in a sing-song tone. Those who associate with devils deserve nothing less than damnation. You bastard. You killed my wife and children. The painter shouted hysterically as he tried to rush toward the exorcist. Circling around Kaneko, the painter ran toward the exorcist with rage burning in his eyes. However, before he could swing his fist, he felt something cold pressed against his forehead. When he calmed down and looked more closely, he noticed a gun in the outstretched hand of the man who murdered his family. And that gun was the cold metal pressed against his forehead. After coming to this realization, the painter began to shudder in fear. You shouldn't be so angry or scared, the exorcist said while maintaining his manic smile. I'll be sending you to meet them in hell, after all. Just before the exorcist could pull the trigger, Kaneko arrived next to the painter and swept his legs out from under him. With his balance lost, the painter fell to the floor and the exorcist finally pulled the trigger. Bang. From the pistol a bullet-emitting holy light was fired and left a hole in the wall the size of a door knocker. The sword and pistol equipped by the stray exorcist are standard exorcism gear that the priests of the church and stray exorcists use when hunting supernatural beings. As exorcists primarily hunt dangerous devils, the holy light elements that make up the blade of their swords and emit from the bullets fired from their pistols are perfect weapons against them. Oh, you're even better than I thought. The exorcist said while his smile began to transform into a frown. But you're starting to get annoying. Why don't you just die? Then, the exorcist began to fire on Kaneko. Unfortunately, she was unable to simply dodge the gunfire. Unable to leave the painter unprotected, she carried him with her. This, of course, made counterattacking much more difficult. Kia. Just as the exorcist was about to corner Kaneko and the painter she was protecting, the scream of a girl could be heard from another room. Sigh that damn girl is so annoying. The exorcist muttered to himself while scratching the side of his head with his pistol. Father. Father Fried, the girl, Asia, shouted as she ran into the room. What happened to those people in the... I punished those heathens, the exorcist, Fried, said with a manic smile returning to his face. All those who would dare to collude with devils deserve damnation. How could you just kill them? Asia questioned tearfully. You devil-sympathizing little bitch. Fried said as he rushed toward Asia and used the barrel of his gun to strike her across the face. You're here to assist me. What makes you think you have the right to question my decisions? If those fallen angels didn't need you alive, I would punish you with these heathens and that devil. As he spoke, Fried raised Asia off the ground, pulling her up by the hair. With this action, the pain Asia felt was evident. Then, using his pistol, Fried began to caress Asia all over. And with lust in his eyes, Fried spoke once again. Then again, those fallen angels never said I couldn't have some fun with you, though. Fried said while chuckling creepily. Actually, I'd suggest you let her go, if you like having both hands attached, that is. Bang. Following the newcomer's warning, a gunshot was heard and the gun in Fried's hand was shot out of his grasp. Then, Fried quickly jumped away from Asia as a large western sword was swung from above. Following the blade of the greatsword that was now impaled into the floor, Fried saw that it led to the hand of a tall white-haired, blue-eyed man. Damn bitch. Fried shouted angrily at Asia. Can't you even put up a barrier correctly? How did another devil get in here? Wow, it looks like someone needs some anger management therapy. Dante said nonchalantly. You're just as much to blame for this one as she is. What? She's the one who put up the fucking barrier, you fucking moron. Fried shouted angrily and thrashed his light sword around like an angry child. How could any of this be my fucking fault? Well, if I hadn't been following the two of you since you left the church you might be right. Dante said while scratching the side of his head. And since I slipped into the house at the same time you two did, the barrier couldn't stop me. Hearing that, not only Fried but Asia was also shocked. Then, in a high-pitched tone, Fried shouted once again. Someone. Help. Fried shouted while wrapping his arms around himself protectively. A perverted stalker has been following me. After hearing Fried's outburst, everyone in the room, except Asia, deadpanned. Asia on the other hand was still in shock from all the events of the evening. Just as everyone was caught slightly off guard by Fried's shouting, however, Fried took advantage of their slight lulls in concentration and dropped a flash grenade, which caused everyone to cover their eyes, reflexively. When they regained their vision, the psychotic former priest was gone. Damn, that bastard got away. Dante said while placing Rebellion on his back. Hey, kitty cat, can you contact your king and let her know what happened here? Don't call me that. Kaneko said as she turned her head away. Huh, but James calls you that all the time. Dante said with confusion. You aren't James Nee. Kaneko said matter-of-factly. Dante paused briefly at the blunt response. Shrugging it off, Dante turned to Asia who was still in shock. Then, he spoke to the nun. Hey, girl, do you think you could lower this barrier? Dante asked. We need to do something about the mess that psychopath made. Nodding mechanically in response, Asia completed Dante's request. Shortly afterward, Kaneko contacted Rias while Dante contacted James to make their reports. Eventually, Aquino and Tsubaki arrived to take care of the follow-up. After erasing the painter's memories of the evening and planting false ones pertaining to his family's murder, the four devils and the nun left the house. Then, they called the authorities and brought Asia with them to the residential area where James, Rias, and Sona lived. Chapter 99, The Excommunicated Nun, Asia Argento. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. With Asia in tow, Aquino, Tsubaki, Kaneko, and Dante made their way to the high-class residential district where James, Rias, and Sona's mansions were located after the events with Friedselsen, the stray exorcist Asia was assigned to work with by the fallen angels. When they arrived, the group were gathered in the living room of Rias' mansion. Shortly afterward, Asia was introduced to the three peerages. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Argento," James said with a friendly smile. Feeling the genuine friendliness the person in front of her was exuding, Asia was confused. She was already informed that everyone she would meet tonight was somehow devil in nature. But she never expected that they could be so friendly. From her early childhood, she was taught by the church that all devils were evil incarnate. Good evening, it's nice to meet you as well," Asia responded nervously. "Wow, this girl is really cute, just like Issei said," Rias said while observing the nun in front of her. Hearing Rias' comment, the name Issei made her remember the kind boy who helped her find her way to the church in the morning. Then, she looked around at the people present and found who she was looking for. Both in surprise and shock, she walked toward the only familiar face in the room. "Mr. Hayadu. Are you really a devil?" Asia asked unsurely. "How can someone as kind as you be a devil?" Hearing that, some of the newer members to the supernatural world were stumped. Which made sense, most of the devils they had met were in this room. And all of them showed kindness, among other emotions, like any human they had ever met. Seeing the confusion, mostly on the faces of her peerage, Sona decided to speak. "Miss Argento, I'm sure for most of your life, the church has preached that devils are evil, right?" Sona asked calmly. Yes," Asia answered nervously. As she did, she unconsciously moved closer to Issei. Seeing this, Ria's eyes began to shine. If I play my cards right, I might be able to convince her to join my peerage. Rias thought to herself after seeing the signs of dependence Asia showed around Issei. While Rias was planning the acquisition of a new member to her peerage, Sona continued her explanation. "As it turns out, devils are not so different from humans," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. "With the exception of stronger bodies and being strengthened even further at night, there are no major differences. Just like humans, there are good and bad devils among our species." With Sona's explanation, Asia stopped for a second to think over what she had to say. After a few moments, she realized it was true. And contrary to most devout believers, Asia already had the belief that there was good in everyone, even if it was hidden. "I guess that makes sense," Asia said with a contemplative expression on her face. "However, the reason we brought you here is mostly because we were curious," Sona said, moving the conversation forward. "Curious? About me?" Asia asked while tilting her head cutely to the side. "Yes, curious about why a kind and good-natured girl like you was assigned to an abandoned church that had been taken over by fallen angels," James said with a smile. To James' question, Asia hesitated to answer. Turning her head after feeling a hand land on her shoulder, when she did, she caught sight of Issei who was smiling at her. "You don't have to worry," Issei said in a gentle tone. "Even though they're weird, they're all good people. You're the last person here that has any right to call anyone weird." Everyone screamed in their heads simultaneously. Hearing Issei's reassurance and seeing the gentle smile on his face, Asia calmed down. Then, she looked at the rest of the people in the room and began to speak. "My earliest memories are from my time in an orphanage," Asia said as she began her story. As it turns out, Asia was raised in a church-run orphanage during her early childhood. Raised to be a devout believer in the biblical God, Asia found peace in her time spent praying. And things would have probably continued in that manner, until one day when she came across an injured puppy on the orphanage grounds. Heartbroken at the pain the small animal was experiencing, she prayed for its salvation. However, to the surprise of Asia and everyone around her, a gentle green glow was emitted from her hands. Bathed in the gentle glow, the puppy's injuries began healing, visible to the naked eye. Shortly after that event, high-ranking members of the church came to bring Asia away. For the next few years, Asia was hailed as a holy maiden. And with the ability to heal any injuries, the title was quite fitting. Unfortunately, she was isolated due to her ability as well. A holy maiden needs nothing but her love for the Lord. Those were the words she was told to justify the isolation she was forced into. And for years, that is how she lived her life. However, one day while returning to her living space from her evening prayers, she came across an injured man. Without hesitation, Asia did all that she could to heal the injured man. After successfully healing him, he thanked her and left. However, not even an hour later, the higher-ups from the church received a report that Asia had healed a devil. Sounds like some kind of bullshit conspiracy to me. James thought to himself. What do you mean, partner? Drake asked curiously. First of all, how did the report make it to the church so quickly? James said while stroking his chin. Secondly, if that guy really was a devil, how the hell did he get so close to a holy maiden under the church's protection? Unaware of James' internal conversation with Drake, Asia continued her story. After the report that I healed a devil made its way to the church, I was excommunicated. Asia said sadly. However, there was nothing I could do about it, so I left the church. Shortly after that, I was approached by a woman who introduced herself as a fallen angel. She told me that if I followed her, I would have a purpose again. And then you ended up here, in Kyoto, and paired up with the nut job Kaneko and Dante dealt with earlier, right? James asked with a frown on his face. Seeing James frowning, Asia became nervous. Everyone else in the room, however, knew that James was deep in thought. After a few moments of silence, James spoke once again. Dante, lady is still surveilling the church, right? James asked. Yeah, she should be. Dante replied. As long as nothing's happened. Contact her and find out if the psycho priest has returned yet. With James giving the order, Dante left to contact lady. Noticing that something seemed to be wrong, Sona asked what was on everyone's mind. James, do you think there is more to this? Sona asked while trying to figure what it was that James was thinking. That's right. James affirmed. Shortly after James' reply, Dante came back into the room and confirmed that lady was still overseeing the church. Also, that Freed had yet to return. All right, I am. James said to no one in particular. A moment later, I am appeared in front of James on one knee, startling Asia in the process. James-sama, what are your orders? I am asked, free of any of her perverted antics. I need you to infiltrate that church. James said solemnly. Find out exactly what those fallen angels are planning. Find out who gave them the orders to set up shop in Kyoto, and find out what it is they want with Miss Argento. Don't let anyone discover you. Understood. I am said, then she vanished just as quickly as she appeared. How did she? Asia mumbled in surprise. Well, she's a ninja. Issei said with a wry smile. So, she pops up and disappears like that a lot. A ninja? Asia asked in surprise. Then, her eyes lit up as she continued. Like the stealth core in Bleach. Hearing Asia's question, everyone was taken aback. Then, they all looked at James with smiles on their faces. Well, well, well. It looks like you have another fan, James. Ria said in a teasing tone. Well, I am pretty awesome. James said with a smug smile. Huh? What are they talking about? Asia asked in confusion. The author of that Bleach manga you just mentioned. Issei said in reply to Asia's question. Then, when she turned to look at Issei, he pointed a finger and continued. Is James senpai? It took a few seconds for Asia to process what Issei just told her. However, when she did, her eyes lit up like high-powered torchlights. Then, as if her nervousness were a lie, she rushed in front of James. When she arrived, there were stacks of Bleach manga in each of her hands. She's just a normal human, right? Tsubasa asked after seeing the instantaneous burst of speed Asia exhibited. I think so. Momo replied unsurely. Where did she get those manga from? Gasper asked curiously. I don't know. Kaneko replied while shaking her head. Not paying attention to any of the conversations around her, Asia stared at James with a starstruck expression. If it isn't too much trouble, could I have your autograph? Asia asked both nervously and expectantly. With a smile, James agreed to her request. While signing the books, James asked the question in everyone's mind. Hey, Asia. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? James asked while signing the copies of Bleach. After Asia nodded to show that she did not mind, James continued with his question. Asia, where did you get these copies from? You're not carrying a bag other than that little satchel, right? Oh, Asia fidgeted nervously after hearing the question. The truth is, I keep them strapped to my body under this habit. They are my most prized possessions, and I don't want to lose them. Hearing the girl's response, everyone was dumbstruck. James, too, was caught off guard by that answer. However, he never stopped signing the manga in front of him. While James signed Asia's copies of Bleach, however, Rias made her way next to Sona and asked a question. Doesn't that scene feel kind of familiar? Rias asked in a whisper. Yeah, it's a lot like what happened with Yasaka in Kyoto before she showed us around the city. Sona replied while scrutinizing Asia. Does that mean there will be another girl looking for James' attention? Rias asked with a pout. I don't know. Sona replied. We'll have to wait and see. While Rias and Sona discussed the possibility of Asia also falling for James, the boy in question finished signing Asia's copies of Bleach. Then, after thanking James profusely, she turned around and rushed in front of Issei. Look, I got them all autographed. Asia said excitedly while showing off her treasures to Issei. Seeing that, Rias and Sona could only smile wryly. I guess we don't have to worry about her. The two said simultaneously. It's not like every girl he meets is going to fall for him. Rias said with a small smile. That's true. Sona agreed with a nod. But he's so outstanding that it's always unbelievable when it doesn't happen. Shortly after that, the group dispersed for the evening. Asia was given a room to sleep in Rias' mansion as a form of protection. For now, all the group could do is wait for the results of IM's investigation. Until they heard something new, Cheyenne would be responsible for keeping Asia safe during the day while everyone else went about their usual duties. Chapter 100, Before the Raid on the Church. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. The next day, the gang went to school as usual. At the same time, Dante and Lady kept up their surveillance of the church. They did notice that a female fallen angel had left for some reason. Deciding it was worth it to follow her, Lady tailed her secretly. Meanwhile, IM had yet to return from her mission. While the rest were busy, Cheyenne and Asia were out exploring the town. While Asia marveled at all the new things she never saw as a member of the church, Cheyenne walked with her. Finding the former nun next to her adorable, a smile was always present on Cheyenne's face as they traveled around the town. Eventually, Cheyenne noticed a presence was watching them. Frowning slightly, Cheyenne decided not to make a move on the one stalking them. If they took any hostile actions, though, that would be a different story. However, not long after sensing the stalker, Cheyenne also felt Lady's presence. To be honest, with Lady's level of stealth, that would be impossible in most cases. However, Lady allowed her presence to leak for a moment. This way, Cheyenne would know not to act recklessly. As a bonus, the fallen angel, who would have also felt there was someone else nearby, might think twice about doing anything stupid. Damn it. The black-haired fallen angel woman thought to herself. Why is that girl with the devil? Shouldn't she want to be as far away from them as possible after the incident that led to her being excommunicated? Although the fallen angel was upset, she was not dumb enough to try and take Asia back while a devil that strong was next to her. Although the fallen angel knew she was strong in comparison to most humans, she was fully aware of how weak she was when compared to the beings of the supernatural world as a whole. She was not suicidal, after all. A two-winged fallen angel like her was only in the low rank of supernatural beings. However, she could not even tell how strong the woman, Cheyenne, walking with Asia was. Which means, her strength fell far short of the woman. Like that, for the rest of the day, until sunset, the fallen angel stalked Asia. At the same time, Lady followed the fallen angel. At the end of the day, everyone returned to their own bases of operations. Shortly after Cheyenne and Asia returned to the residential district, the rest of the group arrived. Not long after that, while Asia talked to Rias and the members of her peerage that lived with her about her day, Lady met with James in his art studio. So, you're telling me that the fallen angels followed Asia around all day? James asked with a raised eyebrow. Does that mean she's integral to their plans? I'm not sure. Lady replied while shaking her head. It could be that she knows more than we think. And they're afraid of that information leaking, huh? James said, finishing Lady's line of thought. Then, he shook his head and spoke once again. Although that's possible, it's improbable. Why is that? Lady asked curiously. Because if Asia had any vital information, they would have never paired her with that psycho priest. James said in a confident tone. I mean, according to Dante and Kaniko's reports, that guy pistol whipped her just because she got on his nerves. That makes sense. Lady said, nodding in agreement. Then why do they seem so interested in her? No idea. James said with a shrug. Hopefully, will be able to find something that can answer that question. Shortly after that conversation, Lady left to relieve Dante of his stakeout duties. Then, the night continued without incident. The next day . The following day was another uneventful day for the students in the group. At the same time, Cheyenne once again accompanied Asia to explore the town. Meanwhile, their fallen angel stalker kept on following them. Things changed that evening, however. While James was once again sketching in his art studio, IM appeared suddenly. Kneeling on one knee with her head lowered, she spoke once James lowered his pencil. James-sama, I've completed my investigation. IM stated respectfully. Oh, that was faster than I expected. James said with a smile. So, what were you able to find? I found out why the fallen angels came to Kyoto. Ayam said while raising her head to make eye contact with James. And I know why they had Argento-san brought here as well. Oh, that's more than I expected in such a short time. James said with a slight smile. You're really good at what you do, Ayam. Thank you for the praise, James-sama. Ayam said while lowering her head. First, why don't you tell me about why the crows are here? James said while leaning back in his chair. From what I gathered, they were sent here to kill any unawakened, sacred gear, wielders they could find. Ayam said in response. Luckily, there aren't any new, sacred gear, wielders ever since that boy, Saji Genshiro awakened his, sacred gear, absorption line. Yeah, lucky for them. James said in a frosty tone. If they had gone around killing innocents who were not connected to the supernatural yet, I would have wiped them out with no questions asked. Hearing the coldness in James' tone, Ayam could not help but blush and begin to shiver. Noticing this, James reined in his emotions and put on a gentle smile that he directed toward Ayam. Once Ayam calmed down from her masochism-induced stupor, James asked his next question. So, why did they have Asia sent to this town? James asked curiously. The two don't seem to have anything to do with each other. That's correct, they aren't directly or even indirectly connected. Ayam said with a nod of agreement. The reason Argento-san was brought here was so that the leader of their group of 4 fallen angels, Rainier, could extract her, sacred gear, twilight healing, and take it as her own. Damn, that's cruel. James said as he clenched his fists. Separating a sacred gear from its host ends in death, more often than not. Indeed. Ayam said in agreement. Well, you've done a great job, Ayam. James said after taking a few moments to think. We'll have to get this information to Riri and Sona. They will decide where we go from here. Understood. I'll inform them immediately. Ayam said as she vanished from where she knelt. After that, James was no longer in the mood to draw. So, he left his studio and walked down the stairs. In the living room, Leona, Mizore, Mocha, Shuna, and Cheyenne were watching TV and chatting happily. The first to notice James' entrance was Mizore, who was sitting closest. When she did, she stood and waved him over. Following her instructions, James made his way over to Mizore's side. Once he was there, she took his arm and made him sit in the seat she was previously occupying. Then, she sat on his lap. After getting comfortable, her lips curled into a satisfied smile, and she nodded her head happily. No luck with choosing your next manga yet? Leona asked once James was seated and Mizore was comfortable on his lap. Nope, didn't really have much time to consider, though. James replied nonchalantly. Did something happen? Mocha asked with a serious expression on her face. You could say that. James said while shrugging his shoulders. Ayam came back and reported her findings. Then, she went to inform Riri and Sona, as well. Damn. Leona said with annoyance. I still don't know how she gets in and out of here without anyone noticing. Just chalk it up to ninja tricks and call it a day. James said with a smile. Actually, I think I'll draw that this time. Hearing that James had decided his next work, Mizore was the most excited. As his assistant, she loved working on manga with James. It was alone time for just them, after all. Which one is it? Mizore asked excitedly. The one I took the idea for your ice mirror technique from. James said, smiling at the enthusiastic girl in his lap. I think we're getting off topic. Mocha said sternly. You're worrying too much, Mocha. James said as he waved dismissively. According to Ayam's report, the fallen angel forces consist of 4 two-winged angels and about 30 stray exorcists that could probably put up a fight against an intermediate level, low-ranked being at the very most. Rias and Aquino could probably wipe out the lot of them by themselves. That psycho priest is an exception, though. We should capture instead of wiping out though, right? Shuna asked quietly. Information extraction would be a good idea, right? That's right. James said with a nod. But if Rias brought her whole peerage, that wouldn't be much of a problem, I think. And what do you mean that the psycho priest is an exception? Mocha asked curiously. According to Dante, he should be able to put up a fight against an intermediate level, middle rank being. James explained what he knew about the priest, based on Dante's report. So, if he put everything he had into running away, I'm not sure if anyone in Rias' peerage would be able to stop him. How? Even the weakest member of her peerage is at the intermediate level of the middle rank, right? Cheyenne asked with confusion evident in her tone. Simple, actually. James said nonchalantly. Freed has much more experience in life or death battles. Oh. Cheyenne replied, quickly understanding the simple explanation. Anyway, Riri and Sona will probably show up after they've reported to Surzex and Saratan. James said with a smile. Anyone want to catch an Ashupin in Street Fighter while we wait? Hearing that, Leona and the girls, excluding Shuna, narrowed their eyes at the provocation. Shuna, on the other hand, smiled gently as she looked at the others. Considering how powerful they were, it always amazed her to see how fired up they all got over a video game that depicted humans fighting each other. Either way, she enjoyed watching her competitive friends play and have fun. Contrary to what one might think, James was not a dominant force in terms of fighting games in the Alaverus household. His mother, Leona, actually maintained the highest winning percentage of everyone who played. It was not an overwhelming difference, however. In fact, it seemed as if she was making sure that everyone's win-loss records were close enough to keep everyone interested in playing together. Or at least, that is what James thought. He had no way to prove it, though. Ring, ring. About an hour after the group started playing, the doorbell rang. When it did, Shuna, who was not involved in the mini-tournament going on, offered to answer the door. When she came back into the living room, Rias, Sona, and their peerages were following her. Flora and Iam were with them as well. And, of course, the current protection target, Asia, was with them too. Since you're all here, I guess you've received your orders. James said while setting down the game controller. That's right. Sona said with a nod. Elder sister informed us that heaven responded positively to the reason we were forced to raid the church. We're to capture as many of the fallen angels and stray exorcists alive as possible. Ria said with a solemn expression. And those we're unable to take alive must not be allowed to escape. Sona said, continuing from where Rias left off. So, what do you want us to do? James asked with a raised eyebrow. Nothing, X2. Rias and Sona both replied to James' question in a serious tone of voice, which confused James. With his confusion showing in his expression, Sona decided to explain their decision. Although I hate to admit it, Rias and I rely on you too much, James. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. You're only supposed to be our guard. But you handle everything from guarding us to guarding the entire town. If things continue like this, we're not going to grow much from this territory management training task we've been given by our families. Rias said, adding more to Sona's explanation. Seeing the conviction in both Rias and Sona's gazes, James scratched his head and spoke with resignation. Fine, I understand. James said. After a brief pause, James continued. We'll be coming with you, though. And before you start to complain about that, I'm supposed to be your guard, so my peerage and I will come along to make sure nothing goes wrong. We'll only act in a life-or-death situation, okay? Hearing that, Rias and Sona had a brief conversation via eye contact, then, they agreed to James' proposal, if that is what you could call it. With that, James smiled and asked his last question. So, when does the operation start? Right now, X2.